Olivia, a curious 12-year-old girl, received a beautifully bound leather notebook from her father Samuel on her birthday. "This is no ordinary notebook," he said with a mysterious smile. "It holds secrets that can guide you through life." Olivia, intrigued but skeptical, tucked the notebook into her drawer, not yet understanding its importance. Later that evening, she flipped through its blank pages, hoping to find hidden messages. But there was nothing, just empty sheets. "What kind of secret is this?" she muttered. Little did she know, the notebook would soon become her most cherished possession. One afternoon, Olivia overheard her father comforting a neighbor who had lost his job. After he left, she asked, "Dad, how did you know what to say?" Samuel pulled the notebook from her drawer, opened to a blank page, and wrote, "Kindness costs nothing but means everything." Olivia frowned. "But how does this help?" Samuel explained, "The notebook's secrets come alive when you practice them. Try offering kindness tomorrow and see what happens." Olivia decided to give it a try, though she wasn't convinced. The next day at school, Olivia noticed a classmate, Liam, sitting alone. Remembering the notebook's lesson, she shared her lunch with him. To her surprise, Liam smiled and said, "You're the first person to be nice to me here." That small act sparked a friendship, and Olivia began to see the power of kindness. She ran home to tell her father, who smiled and said, "See? The notebook is starting to work." One evening, Olivia witnessed a group of older kids bullying a younger boy. Her heart raced, but she remembered the notebook. She flipped to a blank page and wrote, "Courage is doing the right thing even when you're scared." With trembling hands, she approached the bullies and told them to stop. Though terrified, her voice didn't waver. The bullies walked away, leaving the boy unharmed. Olivia felt a surge of pride and quickly shared the story with her father. Weeks later, Olivia's best friend, Sarah, accidentally tore her favorite book. Furious, Olivia ignored Sarah for days. Samuel noticed her sulking and asked, "What does the notebook say about forgiveness?" Flipping through it, Olivia wrote, "Forgiveness is freeing your heart from anger." She sighed, realizing she missed her friend more than she cared about the book. The next day, she forgave Sarah, and their friendship grew even stronger. Olivia's excitement bubbled as she planted her first garden with Samuel. After just 3 days, she grew frustrated. "Why isn't anything growing?" she grumbled. Samuel chuckled and wrote in the notebook, "Patience is the art of trusting the process." Reluctantly, Olivia waited and cared for the garden. Weeks later, she was rewarded with vibrant flowers and vegetables. "Good things take time," her father reminded her with a knowing smile. Olivia began to share lessons from the notebook with her classmates. One day, a girl named Ava who struggled with math approached her. Olivia remembered a lesson and wrote, "Helping others helps you grow too." She spent hours tutoring Ava, who eventually improved her grades. Ava's gratitude made Olivia realize the joy of selflessness. The notebook's influence was spreading. During a school competition, Olivia's team lost despite their best efforts. She felt devastated. Samuel found her crying and handed her the notebook. Together they wrote, "Failure is a stepping stone to success." They discussed how failures teach valuable lessons. Inspired, Olivia vowed to try harder next time, viewing setbacks as opportunities to grow. One evening, Olivia accidentally broke her mother's favorite vase. She considered lying but remembered another lesson. Honesty is the foundation of trust. Gathering her courage, she confessed. Though disappointed, her mother appreciated Olivia's honesty and forgave her. Olivia learned that truth, even when hard, strengthens relationships. During a stormy night, the power went out and Olivia groaned about missing her favorite show. Samuel lit a candle and said, "What does the notebook say about gratitude?" Olivia flipped through and wrote, "Gratitude turns what we have into enough." As they played board games by candlelight, Olivia realized how much she loved these simple moments with her family. At a school fundraiser, Olivia noticed that very few students were contributing. Remembering the notebook's lesson, she organized a bake sale with her friends, raising more funds than expected. She wrote in the notebook, "Together we can achieve great things." The experience taught her the strength of teamwork and community. One evening, Olivia found Samuel adding to the notebook. she gasped. You've been writing these lessons all along. Samuel smiled. The notebook was empty when I gave it to you, but its secrets grew as you lived them. Olivia realized that her father had guided her to discover these lessons herself. The true magic of the notebook was in her actions. Years later, as an adult, Olivia gave the notebook to her young nephew. This is no ordinary notebook, she said with a knowing smile. It holds secrets that can guide you through life. She added, but the real secrets are written by how you live each day. Her nephew's eyes widened with wonder just as hers once had. As Olivia grew older, she often reflected on the lessons from the notebook. They shaped her decisions, relationships, and outlook on life. She realized the notebook wasn't just a gift from her father, it was a legacy. The notebook became her guide, reminding her of the values she wanted to pass on to the next generation. In her old age, Olivia added one last lesson. Love is the greatest secret of all. She smiled as she closed the notebook for the last time, knowing it would continue to inspire those who came after her. The notebook was no longer just an object, it was a symbol of the life she had lived and the wisdom she had gained. Moral of the story: true wisdom is learned through experience, kindness, and courage. The most valuable life lessons are the ones we practice and share with others.
Once upon a time, in the frozen kingdom of Herahelm, the land was covered in thick snow and icy winds swept across the mountains. People lived in scattered tribes, each with its own rules. The tribes were always fighting, and peace was as rare as a warm sun. In one of these villages lived a young woman named Freya. She was clever and strong, with eyes like winter ice and hair as dark as a stormy sky. Freya dreamed of a united Herahelm, where all tribes would live in peace. The feuds between the tribes grew worse each winter. They fought over food, land, and even firewood. Freya knew that if things continued this way, the kingdom would soon be too weak to survive. One cold morning, Freya stood on a hill overlooking the frozen lands. If no one else will bring peace, then I must, she whispered. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but her heart was strong. Freya spoke to the elders of her tribe, wise and weathered people who remembered a time of peace. Together, we can unite the tribes, she said. The elders nodded. They believed in her strength. Freya traveled to the first village. She gathered the people and spoke of a united Herahelm. Together, we are stronger, she said. The people listened, some hopeful, others doubtful. But not everyone wanted peace. Ingvar, a powerful chief, watched Freya from the shadows. He enjoyed ruling his tribe alone and did not want to lose his power. Freya's journey was hard. Icy winds stung her face, and snow buried the paths. But she didn't give up. Her dream of peace kept her going, even when her strength waned. One night, Freya met Halder, a warrior from a distant tribe. He was strong and brave, but also kind. He joined her, believing in her dream of peace. With each village she visited, more people joined Freya's cause. She taught them that peace was better than fighting, and together, they began to build an army of hope. Ingvar's men attacked at dawn. Freya's army was smaller, but her courage spread like fire. Hold strong, she cried, and her people fought fiercely. After the battle, Freya looked around at her tired but proud people. They had lost friends, but they had also gained hope. They knew they could win if they stood together. Freya sent messengers to other tribes, inviting them to join her. She promised not just peace, but safety, warmth, and food for all. One by one, the leaders arrived. Freya stood before them and spoke of her dream, her voice steady and warm. United, we can survive even the coldest winter, she said. Ingvar stood up, sneering. I will never bow to you, Freya, he said. But Freya only looked at him with calm strength. Then I will fight for peace, she replied. Freya trained her people well, teaching them to fight together as one. This battle will be our last, she promised, if we stand united. On a cold, silent morning, Freya and Ingvar's armies met in a snowy valley. Both sides held their breath, waiting for the fight to begin. Freya stepped forward and raised her voice. We don't have to fight. Together, we can survive this harsh land. Her words rang through the valley, reaching every ear. Ingvar scoffed and ordered his men to attack. She is weak, he shouted. But Freya's people knew her strength, and they stood firm. The battle was fierce, snow flying as swords clashed. Freya fought beside her people, never backing down. In the end, Freya's people stood victorious. Ingvar's forces fled, leaving Freya and her people to claim peace. The tribes gathered around a great fire, celebrating their newfound unity. They called Freya the Frost Queen, the one who had brought peace to Harahelm. Freya ruled with kindness and strength, her people growing strong and safe under her watchful eye. Her dream of peace had come true. As the years passed, Freya taught her people that strength came not from battles, but from working together and helping one another. And so, under the rule of the Frost Queen, Harahelm was no longer a land of war, but a kingdom of peace, strength, and kindness. Freya's legacy would live on forever.
Samantha, the daughter of President Jonathan, stared out of the sprawling mansion's window, her heart longing for a life beyond the constant security details and high expectations. Despite the luxurious surroundings, she felt trapped, yearning for freedom and authenticity. One evening, at a gala held in her father's honor, she excused herself from the glittering ballroom and slipped into the garden. The stars seemed to mock her isolation as she wandered through the hedges, seeking solace in the quiet night. In the quiet of the garden, Samantha heard soft humming. Following the sound, she stumbled upon Daniel, a young gardener, gently tending to the flowers. Surprised by her presence, he greeted her politely, not realizing who she was. Samantha introduced herself simply as Sami and found his warm, genuine demeanor refreshing. They chatted briefly, and she felt an unfamiliar lightness in his company. Days turned into weeks, and Samantha found excuses to visit the garden. Her connection with Daniel deepened as they shared stories of their lives, hers filled with privilege and his with struggles. Daniel admired her kindness and humility, unaware of her true identity. For the first time, Samantha felt truly seen, not as the president's daughter but as herself. One evening, during their usual conversation, Daniel mentioned seeing the president's daughter on TV. Samantha froze, realizing the moment she dreaded was near. She confessed her true identity, her voice trembling with fear of rejection. Daniel was stunned but not angry. "You're still Sami to me," he said. Yet, he knew the world outside the garden would never accept their bond. Their secret meetings continued, but the tension grew. Samantha's security team grew suspicious of her frequent garden visits, and whispers about her mysterious disappearances reached her father's ears. Meanwhile, Daniel worried about the potential consequences of their connection. He knew that being associated with Samantha could put both their lives under scrutiny. Samantha's younger brother, Ethan, discovered their secret when he followed her to the garden one evening. Instead of exposing them, Ethan listened to their story. Surprisingly, Ethan supported Samantha's feelings. "You deserve happiness," he said, vowing to help keep their secret while figuring out a solution. News broke of a leaked photo showing Samantha in the garden with Daniel. The media exploded with speculation, and President Jonathan was furious. He demanded to know the truth from Samantha. Torn between protecting Daniel and owning up to her feelings, Samantha bravely confessed everything to her father, pleading for his understanding. Jonathan was livid, concerned about his reputation and Samantha's safety. "You can't just fall for anyone," he said sternly. He ordered her to end the relationship immediately. Samantha, however, stood her ground, refusing to let societal expectations dictate her heart. "He makes me happy, father. Isn't that enough?" Meanwhile, Daniel faced pressure from his community and threats from unknown sources. Despite the chaos, he refused to distance himself from Samantha. Determined to protect her, Daniel sought advice from a local journalist known for championing truth and fairness, hoping to shift the narrative in their favor. The story of the president's daughter's secret love became a national sensation. Supporters and critics clashed, but the public began to admire Samantha's bravery in following her heart. Daniel's integrity and humble background won over many who saw their love as a symbol of hope and equality. President Jonathan struggled with his anger but began to reflect on his daughter's words and the overwhelming public support for their story. His wife, First Lady Evelyn, reminded him of their own humble beginnings and how love had carried them through tough times. Jonathan held a press conference to address the controversy. To everyone's surprise, he declared his support for Samantha's choices, emphasizing the value of love and unity over status. The gesture marked a turning point, earning admiration from the public and reaffirming his family's bond. With the president's blessing, Daniel and Samantha's relationship blossomed openly. Their love inspired people across the nation, breaking barriers of class and expectations. Daniel used his new platform to advocate for social justice, while Samantha worked on initiatives to bridge gaps between different communities. Months later, Daniel proposed to Samantha in the same garden where their love began. Surrounded by blooming flowers and twinkling lights, she tearfully accepted. The moment symbolized not just their love but their shared dream of building a future together, rooted in authenticity and hope. Their wedding was a grand yet heartfelt celebration, attended by people from all walks of life. The union represented a triumph of love over prejudice and fear. As they danced under the stars, Samantha whispered to Daniel, "You've given me freedom, not just love." Moral of the story: true love transcends barriers of class, status, and societal expectations. It thrives in authenticity, courage, and the willingness to stand up for what truly matters: happiness, equality, and mutual respect. In a small, quiet village, there lived a poor farmer named Ruto. He had a modest piece of land that he worked day and night to make ends meet. Though his life was hard, Ruto was known for his honesty and kindness, always willing to help anyone in need. Despite his struggles, he dreamed of one day improving his life and the lives of those around him. One day, while plowing his fields, Ruto heard a rumor that the king was coming to their village. The king, so the story went, was known to reward those who impressed him with great riches. This news excited Ruto, but also filled him with doubt. How could a poor farmer like him ever impress the mighty king? The day arrived when the king and his entourage came to the village. People from all over the area gathered to greet him, hoping for a chance to speak to the ruler. As Ruto stood among the crowd, he wondered how he could catch the king's attention and possibly win a reward. He thought of the many ways he had been wronged by the rich and powerful, and for the first time, an idea began to form in his mind. Ruto decided that instead of trying to impress the king with his work or his land, he would use his wit. After all, the king was powerful, but Ruto knew that even the mighty could be fooled with a clever trick. Ruto went home that evening and began to prepare for the king's visit the next day. He didn't have much to work with, but he used what little he had. He gathered some old clothes, a small sack of grain, and a few other humble items. His plan was simple: he would pretend to be a rich merchant offering a grand gift to the king. The next morning, Ruto dressed in his makeshift costume and went to the village square. He stood in line with the other villagers, nervously clutching his sack. He knew that if he could convince the king of his wealth, he might just be able to trick him into giving him a reward. As the king made his way through the village, he stopped to talk to the villagers. One by one, people presented their offerings or begged for mercy. When the king reached Ruto, the poor farmer stood tall, his head held high. With a confident voice, he declared, "Your Majesty, I bring you a gift like no other, a treasure that will make you wealthier than all the kingdoms combined." The king raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the farmer's boldness. "What is this treasure, farmer?" he asked, curious. Ruto opened his sack, revealing nothing but a small bag of grain. The king's face twisted with confusion, unsure whether to laugh or grow angry. Seeing the king's confusion, Ruto quickly added, "This grain, sire, is no ordinary grain. It is magical. Just one handful of it can turn into enough gold to fill a palace. A single grain can change your life forever." The king, taken aback, asked, "Are you sure? This grain looks so simple. How can something so small be so powerful?" Ruto nodded with complete confidence. "I have heard of many great kings and emperors who have tried to use this magical grain, but only the wisest have been able to make it work. The secret is in how you treat it." Intrigued by the idea of magical wealth, the king decided to play along. The king, eager to see if the farmer was truly as clever as he claimed, decided to take the grain. "Very well, I will give you a chance. You will be rewarded if you can prove your words," he said. Ruto smiled and bowed low, accepting the king's challenge. He knew he had the king's attention now. As the king walked away with the sack of grain, Ruto returned to his humble home, his heart pounding with excitement. He was no longer just a poor farmer. In that moment, he was a man who had tricked the king into believing in his tale. But Ruto wasn't done yet. He had one more part of his plan to execute. A week later, the king summoned Ruto to his palace. The farmer arrived, confident that his plan had worked. The king stood before him, his arms crossed, and a curious expression on his face. "You said that grain would turn to gold," the king began. "But all I found was more grain." Ruto bowed his head, trying not to laugh. "Ah, Your Majesty, the magic of the grain is not in what you see. The true power lies in how you use it. You must plant it, and then wait for the harvest. The king, still skeptical but intrigued, agreed to follow the farmer's advice. Ruto led the king to a small patch of land near the palace. There, the farmer showed him how to plant the grain, explaining that patience was key. You must care for it every day, Your Majesty, and in time, it will reward you. The king, though unsure, decided to give it a try. He left the grain in the hands of his workers and waited. Days passed, and Ruto returned to the village, keeping an eye on the palace. He knew the king would be watching for a change, but the truth was, nothing would happen. The grain was just ordinary, and Ruto had planned it that way. All he needed was time. After several weeks of tending to the land, the king grew impatient. No gold appeared from the grain, and his workers started to question the farmer's claims. Your Majesty, one of the workers said, there is no treasure here. This was a trick. But the king refused to believe that he had been fooled. Instead, he called Ruto back to the palace. You promised me riches, farmer, but all I have is grain in the ground, the king said, his voice filled with frustration. Ruto, ever calm and composed, answered, Sire, the gold is not just in the grain itself. It is in your heart. The true treasure lies in your ability to be patient, to trust in the process, and to care for those who serve you. The gold you seek is not material, it is the wisdom you gain from the journey. The king was quiet, his mind turning over Ruto's words. For the first time, he realized that perhaps the farmer was not trying to trick him. Instead, Ruto had taught him a valuable lesson about patience, trust, and the importance of not rushing to judgment. The king, now understanding the deeper meaning of Ruto's words, decided to reward the farmer not with gold, but with something more valuable, his trust. You are a wise man, Ruto. You have taught me a lesson I will never forget. I had hoped for riches, but I have found wisdom instead. The king declared that Ruto would be given a piece of land and enough resources to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Ruto bowed, grateful for the king's generosity. However, he knew that the true reward was not in the land or the riches, it was in the king's newfound understanding. With the king's reward, Ruto's life began to improve. He was no longer just a poor farmer, but a man who had earned the respect of the most powerful ruler in the land. He continued to live simply, sharing his wisdom with others and helping those in need. His reputation as a wise and humble man spread far and wide. Ruto's life was transformed, but he never forgot the lesson he had taught the king. He continued to live with patience, kindness, and honesty, always reminding himself that true wealth lay in the heart, not in material possessions. As for the king, he had changed as well. The trick that Ruto had played on him had opened his eyes to the importance of wisdom over wealth. He ruled with more care and thoughtfulness, treating his people with greater respect and ensuring that his decisions benefited everyone, not just the rich. The king often sought Ruto's advice, valuing his counsel above all others. Together, they worked to improve the kingdom, focusing on fairness and justice. The bond between the farmer and the king grew stronger, built on mutual respect and understanding. Years passed, and Ruto's story became a legend in the kingdom. People would tell tales of the poor farmer who had tricked the king into finding wisdom, and how that wisdom had transformed a kingdom. Ruto's legacy lived on, not in wealth, but in the lessons he had taught to everyone he met. His simple life, filled with kindness and honesty, became a beacon for others to follow. The kingdom flourished, and the people remembered that true greatness came not from gold or power, but from the strength of character and the ability to learn and grow. The story's moral is that wisdom and patience are far more valuable than wealth or power. While riches may come and go, the lessons we learn and the kindness we show others last a lifetime. In a small Viking village, under a sky filled with the roar of thunder, a great warrior named Theodore stood tall, his armor drenched in rain. The enemy's forces were relentless, and the village had been reduced to ashes. Theodore's brothers in arms had fallen one by one, but he refused to let their sacrifices be in vain. His sword was heavy, his limbs were tired, yet he faced the oncoming storm of warriors with an unyielding resolve. As the battle raged, Theodore fought like a tempest, cutting down one enemy after another. His mind was filled with the promise he had made to his dying father, never let the Viking spirit die. In the heart of the chaos, Theodore was struck down by an enemy spear, and as he fell, he whispered his vow once more, I will not die. Theodore's body lay lifeless on the ground, but his spirit wandered through the halls of Valhalla, guided by the ancient gods. The great warriors of the past greeted him with respect, yet there was sadness in their eyes. You are not meant to rest here, Theodore, the god Odin spoke, his voice like thunder. You have a vow to fulfill on earth. Theodore stood tall and firm, his soul burning with the desire to keep his word. "I will not let death claim me," he declared. "I will return to my people and protect them, no matter the cost." Odin's gaze softened, and he raised his hand to the heavens. "Then return, warrior. But remember, even you cannot defy the will of fate forever." Theodore's body, lifeless on the battlefield, began to glow with an ethereal light. In the blink of an eye, he was standing once more, alive and unscathed. The enemy soldiers, who had thought him dead, looked in shock as Theodore swung his sword, defeating them with newfound strength. The warriors who had once surrounded him, now gone, had no idea what had happened. As Theodore stood victorious, he knew that something had changed within him. The spirits of Valhalla had granted him life again, but for what purpose? He could feel the weight of his vow pressing upon him. "I will protect my people," Theodore swore. "Even if I must stand alone." With his renewed strength, Theodore sailed across the great sea, leaving behind the village that had once been his home. The waves crashed against the sides of his longship, and the wind howled through the sails. He journeyed far and wide, seeking knowledge and answers about his return to life. What was the true cost of defying death? On a distant shore, he met a wise old seer who told him, "Theodore, you are a warrior who has crossed the line between life and death. But remember, the more you fight against fate, the greater the price you will pay." Theodore's heart grew heavy, but he could not abandon his vow, even if it meant facing an unknown destiny. Theodore returned to find his village once more threatened by invaders. His heart sank as he saw the smoke rising from the rooftops, and the cries of his people reached his ears. The battle had begun, and once again, Theodore stood at the front lines, ready to protect them. This time, however, his strength was not enough to turn the tide. As the enemy overwhelmed his people, Theodore found himself once more on the edge of death. But this time, he was not alone. The spirits of fallen warriors appeared beside him, their presence giving him strength. "Fight, Theodore," they urged. "Fight for your people, for the vow you made." In the heart of the battle, Theodore faced the leader of the enemy forces. A towering warrior, clad in black armor, challenged him to a duel. Their swords clashed, sending sparks flying into the air. Theodore was exhausted, his body aching from the previous battles. But his spirit burned with the need to protect his people. The duel raged for what seemed like an eternity, but Theodore's strength began to fade. His movements grew slower, and the enemy leader struck him across the chest. As he fell to his knees, Theodore felt the familiar pull of death once more. Yet, as his blood soaked the ground, his vow echoed in his mind. "I will not die." Just as Theodore's vision blurred and darkness took hold, the Valkyries appeared, their wings glowing with golden light. They lifted him from the battlefield, carrying him away from the realm of death. "Your vow is not yet complete, warrior," they whispered. "The gods have decided that you shall return once more." Theodore's body was healed, his wounds closing as if they had never existed. The Valkyries set him down gently on the shore, where the sea met the land. "You are a warrior without equal," they said. "But you must face the truth, even the strongest warriors must one day rest." Theodore nodded, but his resolve remained firm. He would not rest until his vow was fulfilled. On a quiet night by the sea, Theodore sat alone, contemplating the path he had chosen. The winds whispered to him, carrying the voices of the gods. "Your time is running out, Theodore," they warned. "You cannot defy death forever." But Theodore refused to listen. His people needed him, and he could not abandon them, not when they still depended on him. The truth, however, began to weigh heavily on him. The more he fought against death, the more his body deteriorated. He could feel his strength waning, his limbs growing weaker. "What is the cost of my vow?" he asked the winds, but they remained silent. Theodore knew the time was coming when he would have to face the consequences of his defiance. The enemy returned for one last assault, more powerful than ever before. Theodore stood alone at the gates of his village, his sword in hand, ready to defend it with his life. The weight of his years, the countless battles, and the toll of defying death all seemed to press down on him. But still, he fought with a fury that only the bravest warriors could understand. As the battle wore on, Theodore knew he could not fight forever. He could feel his strength slipping away, and yet, he refused to surrender. His people needed him. He had vowed to protect them, and he would die trying. In the heart of the final battle, Theodore faced the enemy's leader once more. This time, Theodore's sword was heavy, his movements slow and labored. He knew that this was his last stand, the moment where his vow would either be fulfilled or broken forever. The enemy leader struck a fatal blow, and Theodore fell to his knees, his vision dimming. As he lay there, surrounded by the bodies of his enemies, Theodore felt a sense of peace. The spirits of Valhalla gathered around him, their voices soft and comforting. "You fought with honor," they whispered. "Your vow is complete." And with that, Theodore closed his eyes, knowing that his duty had been fulfilled. Theodore's spirit rose from his broken body, the battle fading into the distance. He was greeted by the gods themselves, who smiled upon him with pride. "You were a warrior beyond compare, Theodore," Odin said, his voice filled with approval. "You kept your vow until the end. Rest now, for your journey is complete." Theodore stood tall, his heart full of both sadness and relief. He had given everything for his people, and now it was time for him to join the fallen heroes in Valhalla. His spirit was at peace, knowing that he had done all he could. Though Theodore had passed into the afterlife, his village prospered in the years that followed. His legacy lived on in the stories told around campfires, in the songs sung by the bards. The people remembered him as a warrior who refused to die, who fought for his people with every ounce of his being. The village flourished, and the generations that followed Theodore honored his vow to protect their home. The gods, watching from the heavens, smiled upon them, knowing that Theodore's spirit had left a lasting impact on the world of men. As time passed, the people of Theodore's village learned a lesson that would stay with them for generations. They knew that no warrior could defy fate forever, no matter how great their strength or courage. Theodore had taught them the value of standing strong in the face of adversity, but also the importance of understanding the limits of one's own power. The elders passed down the tale of Theodore's vow, warning the younger generations to never take their strength for granted. "Fight with honor," they said, "but remember that even the mightiest warriors must one day rest." In the halls of Valhalla, Theodore sat among the greatest warriors of all time. His name was forever etched into the stories of the gods, and his legacy lived on in the hearts of those who heard his tale. Though his battles were over, his spirit would never fade. He had earned his place among the eternal heroes. As Theodore gazed out over the fields of Valhalla, he knew that his vow had been fulfilled. He had protected his people and kept the spirit of the Viking warrior alive. And though his mortal journey had ended, his spirit would forever be remembered. The moral of Theodore's tale is simple yet profound. Courage and loyalty are powerful, but even the bravest warriors must learn when to let go. Theodore's vow to never die, to protect his people, was his greatest strength and his greatest burden. He taught the world that true heroism lies not in defying death forever, but in knowing when to fulfill one's duty and rest. For even the mightiest warrior must one day face the end.
Sarah is a young girl who has always dreamed of a warm, loving home. Growing up in a crowded orphanage, she has never known what it feels like to belong somewhere. Every time a couple comes in looking to adopt, she watches with hopeful eyes, but the days pass, and no one chooses her. Mark, a kind man in his mid-30s, has a successful career but a lonely heart. He lives in a cozy house filled with books, gadgets, and art, but something feels missing. He's thought about adopting before, but doubts and fear always hold him back. One day, Mark decides to visit the orphanage. The moment he walks in, he's greeted by the laughter and cheer of young children. However, Sarah is quieter than the rest, sitting at the back of the room with a shy smile, observing him with a mix of hope and hesitation. Mark spends the afternoon talking with Sarah. He finds her to be bright and insightful, with a gentle spirit that moves him. Sarah shares her love of art and her dream of painting landscapes of places she's never seen. Mark listens, captivated, feeling a connection growing. Over the next few days, Mark visits Sarah often, sharing stories, laughing, and learning about each other. They both feel a bond growing, though neither speaks of it. Sarah begins to believe that maybe, just maybe, Mark could be her new family. Mark starts feeling the pull of doubt. He worries if he's truly ready for the responsibility of a child. He questions if Sarah would be happy in his life. Overwhelmed, he decides to take a step back and think, not wanting to make any promises he can't keep. That night, Mark struggles with his thoughts. He remembers his connection with Sarah and the happiness she brings him, but his fears continue to haunt him. He's afraid of failing her and not being the father she deserves. Days pass, and Sarah's hope dims with each one. She becomes withdrawn, hardly speaking to anyone. The staff at the orphanage notice the change in her and worry, but Sarah keeps her pain hidden, not wanting to get hurt again. Meanwhile, Mark can't shake the memory of Sarah. He realizes that the emptiness he's always felt has only grown without her. Determined to face his fears, he decides to visit the orphanage again, hoping that Sarah can forgive his hesitation. When Mark arrives, he finds Sarah sitting alone, clutching her sketchbook tightly. He gently approaches her and apologizes for leaving so abruptly. He explains his fears, opening up about his desire to be the best father he can be for her. Mark takes Sarah out for a walk in the garden behind the orphanage. He tells her he wants to be there for her and give her the home she's always wanted. He's nervous, but Sarah's trust in him reassures him. They both feel a sense of peace. Over the next few weeks, the adoption process moves forward. Sarah slowly begins to believe that this new chapter in her life is real. Mark's home becomes her home, and she starts to fill it with laughter, art, and love. One evening, Sarah presents Mark with a painting she's been working on. It's a scene of them together, smiling, with their new home in the background. Mark is deeply moved and realizes that Sarah has not only filled his house but also his heart. Mark and Sarah begin making new memories together, exploring art museums, having movie nights, and going on little adventures. Sarah no longer feels like an outsider. With Mark, she feels cherished, accepted, and most importantly, loved. Months pass, and Sarah has blossomed in her new home. She finds joy in the simplest things and continues to grow, her spirit renewed. Mark knows that adopting Sarah was the best decision he ever made. His life now feels complete. Moral lesson: sometimes, the home we seek is not a place but a person. True family is built on love, trust, and shared dreams. Mark and Sarah's story reminds us that opening our hearts, even when it's scary, can lead us to the love and belonging we all deserve.
Isabella had always felt safe in her small town, a place where everyone knew each other. She grew up with a loving family, had friends at school, and a peaceful routine. But lately, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something hidden beneath the surface of her perfect life. Her parents were always so protective, keeping her away from certain places and people. She had no reason to question them, until today. On her way home from school, Isabella overheard a conversation that made her stop in her tracks. Two of her friends were whispering about something called the truth, something that didn't make sense to her. Her curiosity burned as she listened, but before she could learn more, they spotted her and quickly changed the subject. Her heart raced as she realized that whatever they were talking about, it was something important, something that could shatter everything she thought she knew. That night, Isabella couldn't sleep. Her mind kept returning to the mysterious conversation. What was the truth? What could be so dangerous that her parents, her friends, and even the townspeople were hiding it? She decided she had to ask her mother. But when she brought up the topic, her mom's face hardened. "Isabella, there are things you don't understand yet," her mother said, her voice soft but firm. "There are rules that keep us safe. Please trust me." But Isabella didn't trust her anymore. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like the truth was just out of reach. She had to find it for herself, no matter the cost. The next morning, Isabella walked to school with a sense of unease hanging over her. As she passed the old bookstore near the edge of town, a man stepped out of the shadows and called to her. His clothes were ragged, and his face was lined with worry. "You shouldn't ask questions," he warned, his voice shaking. "They'll come for you." Isabella's heart pounded. "Who will come for me?" she asked. The man looked around nervously before answering, "The ones who keep the lies in place. If you want the truth, you'll have to face the consequences." With that, he disappeared into the alleyway, leaving Isabella standing there, more confused than ever. She now had more questions than answers. Isabella spent the next few days watching her parents closely. They seemed like they were hiding something from her. The way they spoke, the way they avoided certain topics, it all seemed off. One evening, she saw her father slip into the study with a folder, locking the door behind him. Her heart raced as she realized he was hiding something from her. Later that night, Isabella decided to sneak into the study and find out what her father was keeping secret. Her hand shook as she picked the lock and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, she found a stack of papers labeled Operation Truth, but before she could read any further, she heard footsteps approaching. She quickly fled, her mind spinning with unanswered questions. Isabella knew she needed to get away from her parents and figure things out on her own. That's when she remembered the old library in the woods, a place no one ever seemed to talk about. Rumor had it that the library was full of ancient knowledge and forbidden books, but it was always locked. Isabella felt a strange pull to go there. That afternoon, she ventured into the woods, determined to find the library. After hours of searching, she stumbled upon an old stone door, hidden behind thick vines. It opened with a creak as she pushed it, revealing a dusty, dimly lit room. On the shelves were books with strange symbols on the spines. Isabella's breath caught in her throat. She was about to uncover something that would change her life forever. Isabella pulled one of the books from the shelf, her hands trembling as she opened it. The words inside were unlike anything she'd ever seen. It wasn't just the language, it was the concepts. The book spoke of a world built on lies, a society controlled by unseen forces. The more she read, the more the pieces started to fall into place. Everything she had been taught, everything she thought was true, was a carefully crafted illusion. She read late into the night, discovering that the town was just a small part of a larger system of control. Her parents, her friends, even the town itself, were all pawns in a much bigger game. The truth, she realized, wasn't just about her life, it was about the entire world. But now that she knew, there was no going back. The next morning, Isabella felt the weight of her discovery. She was filled with a sense of dread, but also with a fierce resolve. She had learned the truth, and now she had a choice: to keep it to herself and live in peace, or to expose the lies and risk everything. The consequences of revealing the truth could be dire, but Isabella knew she couldn't unsee what she had discovered. She made up her mind. She would confront her parents and demand answers. It was time to end the deception, no matter the cost. She was no longer a child who could be sheltered from the world. She was going to fight for the truth, no matter what it took. When Isabella confronted her parents, they were silent at first. Then, her mother spoke, her voice full of sorrow. "Isabella, we've been trying to protect you. The truth is dangerous. It could tear everything apart." Her father's eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and guilt. "We never wanted you to suffer like we did," he said quietly. But Isabella wasn't afraid anymore. "I don't care about your lies," she said. "I want to know the truth, even if it changes everything." Her parents exchanged a long, lingering look, then nodded slowly. "Then you must be ready for what comes next," her mother whispered. With that, they led her to a secret door hidden in the basement. Behind the secret door, Isabella found a hidden room, filled with monitors, wires, and strange equipment. It looked like a control center for something much bigger than their small town. Her father explained that they were part of an organization dedicated to controlling information, manipulating society, and keeping the truth hidden from the public. "We've been part of the system for years," he said. "But now, it's all unraveling." Isabella's mind raced as the full weight of the situation sank in. Everything she had ever known was a carefully constructed illusion, designed to keep her and everyone else under control. But why had her parents been part of it? The answer was simple. They had been afraid of the consequences of rebellion. But now, Isabella had no choice but to stand against it. With the truth now exposed, Isabella knew there was no going back. She couldn't ignore the lies anymore, but exposing them would mean facing powerful forces that would stop at nothing to maintain their control. She couldn't do it alone. Her first step was to seek out others who might know the truth or be willing to fight alongside her. That evening, she contacted a mysterious group she had heard whispers about, the Resistance. They were the ones who had been trying to break the system for years, but they needed someone like Isabella, someone who knew the inner workings of the lie. With trembling hands, she sent the message, "I'm ready." Isabella met the Resistance in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. There, she found people who had also uncovered the truth and had been trying to break free. They were wary of her at first, unsure whether she was truly on their side or just another pawn in the system. But when she shared what she knew, they accepted her into their ranks. The leader of the Resistance, a woman named Sophia, explained the next steps. "We need to destroy the central system," she said. "If we do that, the lies will fall apart, and the world can finally be free." Isabella nodded, understanding the gravity of the mission. But she also knew that the road ahead would be filled with danger and uncertainty. This was a fight for the future. Just when Isabella thought she had allies, the unthinkable happened. Sophia, the leader of the Resistance, revealed that she had been part of the system all along. She had used Isabella to find out what she knew, to learn how close the truth was to being exposed. Isabella felt a rush of betrayal, anger, and heartbreak. "Why?" Isabella demanded, tears streaming down her face. "Why did you pretend to help me?" Sophia's cold smile never wavered. "The truth is a weapon, Isabella. And I intend to use it for my own purposes." With that, she ordered her guards to take Isabella captive. The world she had fought so hard to change was slipping through her fingers. Isabella was locked in a cold, dark room, her mind racing. How could she escape? How could she stop Sophia and expose the truth before it was too late? She searched the room for an exit, and after hours of frantic searching, she found a hidden vent in the wall. It was small, but just big enough for her to squeeze through. With a deep breath, Isabella pulled herself into the vent and began to crawl. The path was tight, but her determination pushed her forward. She knew the truth had to be revealed, no matter the cost. She had to stop Sophia before it was too late. Isabella burst into the control room, where Sophia stood, ready to broadcast the lies to the world. "You can't do this," Isabella shouted, but Sophia only laughed. "It's too late," she said, pressing the button to start the broadcast. But just as Isabella lunged forward, she knocked the button out of Sophia's hand. In the chaos, the system crashed. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, the screens flickered to life, displaying the truth for the world to see. Isabella had done it. The lies were exposed. But as she looked around, she realized that the world would never be the same again. The world outside was changing. The lies that had controlled society for so long were being torn down, piece by piece. People were waking up, questioning everything they had been told. Isabella watched from a distance, knowing that the fight wasn't over yet. But for the first time in her life, she felt free. She had chosen the truth, no matter the cost. And though the road ahead would be difficult, Isabella knew that she had started something that couldn't be undone. The world was changing, and she was ready to help build a future based on honesty, freedom, and trust.
On a quiet, misty morning in the small town of Elder Grove, 16-year-old Liam feels trapped in the monotony of school, friends, and endless rules. His life seems painfully ordinary until he stumbles upon an ancient book in his grandfather's attic. The book, bound in cracked leather and etched with symbols, almost seems to hum with an invisible energy. Flipping through the pages, Liam discovers that the book describes the myth of a powerful relic hidden centuries ago. It promises whoever finds it the power to shape their own destiny. Unbeknownst to him, his curiosity will soon lead him on a journey that blurs the line between legend and reality. Liam, enthralled by the stories, notices a riddle that seems to hint at a location he recognizes, an old forest near the edge of town. Determined to break out of his dull routine, he sneaks out that night, clutching the book like a compass to some unknown treasure. As he steps into the forest, he feels an inexplicable pull guiding him deeper into the shadows. The further he goes, the more the forest feels alive, as if ancient spirits are watching his every move. Liam's heart races with a mix of fear and exhilaration. After navigating through twisted trees for hours, Liam stumbles upon a small clearing. In the center stands a stone pedestal covered in moss and vines, with a mysterious amulet resting on top. It glows faintly as if calling out to him. Liam reaches out, barely able to breathe, and wraps his fingers around the amulet. A surge of energy floods his body, and for a moment, he sees flashes of forgotten realms and ancient battles. It's as if the amulet is alive, whispering promises of power and grandeur. When Liam returns to town, he realizes something strange. He can hear people's thoughts. He picks up on the hidden fears and desires of his classmates and teachers, and he feels unstoppable, like he's been given a superpower. But as exciting as it is, he knows he can't reveal this to anyone. At home, he pores over the book again, finding cryptic passages about how each power unlocked leads to greater challenges. Eager for more, Liam decides to test the amulet further, wondering just how powerful he can become. The next day, Liam uses his new ability to ace a test, predict a bully's moves, and impress his crush, Sophie. His confidence grows, and he feels a thrill at bending reality to his will. But as he manipulates others' thoughts and feelings, he starts to feel a growing darkness inside him. In fleeting moments, he senses a presence lurking behind his newfound abilities, a dark figure watching him from the shadows, almost as if it were waiting. He brushes it off, too consumed by the allure of his own power. Driven by an insatiable hunger, Liam returns to the forest, determined to unlock the amulet's full potential. He spends hours deciphering more symbols and finds instructions for summoning ancient spirits to grant him knowledge. In the eerie silence, he chants the words aloud. Suddenly, the ground trembles and a spectral figure appears before him, a guardian spirit bound to protect the secrets of the amulet. The spirit warns Liam that power comes at a great cost, urging him to turn back before it's too late. But Liam, blinded by ambition, refuses to listen. Liam now wields the power to control fire, a gift from the spirit he summoned. He practices in secret, learning to spark flames from his fingertips. At first, he's exhilarated by this new gift, reveling in the thrill of commanding such a primal force. But as the power grows, it starts to affect him. He feels himself slipping, becoming irritable and reckless, lashing out at friends who question his sudden change. The line between the real Liam and the darkness within him begins to blur. At school, Sophie confronts Liam, asking why he's changed so much. Instead of brushing her off, he angrily unleashes his power, causing a flame to erupt behind her. Sophie's horrified expression snaps Liam back to reality, and he quickly extinguishes it, realizing he's gone too far. Haunted by Sophie's reaction, Liam retreats to the forest to clear his mind. He hears whispers from the amulet, telling him that he needs more power to truly be free. Though scared, he's too deep in to turn back now. In the forest, Liam encounters the guardian spirit once more. It warns him that the amulet's power is corruptive, feeding off his darker emotions. Liam dismisses the spirit's words, claiming he can handle it, but deep down, he knows he's starting to lose control. To his surprise, the spirit reveals that it, too, was once human, a young warrior who sought the amulet's power ages ago. It explains that Liam is repeating a dangerous cycle, and only he can break it by returning the amulet to its rightful resting place. Torn by doubt, Liam decides to test himself one last time. He attempts a powerful ritual from the book, seeking the ultimate power of immortality. The forest trembles and dark clouds gather as he begins the incantation. But before he can complete it, he's interrupted by visions of his friends and family suffering because of his choices. He realizes that his quest for power has made him selfish and reckless, and he begins to question everything he's done. Liam finally understands the cost of the amulet's power. Desperate for redemption, he returns home and tries to destroy the book, hoping it will end the cycle. But the book refuses to burn, leaving him no choice but to face his inner darkness head-on. Haunted by the spirit's warning, he decides to return the amulet to the forest. As he makes his way back, the weight of his journey presses heavily on him, and he realizes that the only true power lies in the ability to choose right over wrong. In the forest clearing, Liam meets the guardian spirit one final time. The spirit nods approvingly, acknowledging Liam's courage. As he places the amulet back on the pedestal, he feels a weight lifting, as if a curse is finally being broken. The spirit fades, leaving Liam alone in the silent forest. He feels empty but free, knowing he's done the right thing. For the first time, he feels truly powerful, not because of the amulet, but because of his own strength of will. When Liam returns to town, he apologizes to his friends and especially to Sophie, who cautiously accepts his apology. Though they are hesitant, they can see that he's changed, humbler and more grounded than before. Liam realizes that he doesn't need mythical powers to make a difference in the world. His journey has taught him that true power comes from kindness, humility, and integrity, qualities he once overlooked. Back in his room, Liam places the ancient book at the bottom of a locked drawer, vowing to keep its secrets hidden. The allure of power has faded, replaced by a desire to live an ordinary but meaningful life. He smiles as he sees his old friends laughing outside, calling him to join them. His heart feels lighter than it has in ages, and he rushes out to join them, ready to reclaim the simple joys he once took for granted. As weeks pass, Liam notices he still has a faint connection to the forest. He sometimes hears whispers of the guardian spirit, reminding him of his journey and the strength he discovered within. Instead of fearing it, he now finds comfort in the reminder. Every so often, he returns to the forest, visiting the clearing to honor the place where he learned the true meaning of power. And though he no longer seeks glory or control, he carries a quiet, inner strength, a lasting gift from his mythical journey.
Every year, Halloween brings excitement, laughter, and spooky stories. But what if I told you that on this very night, some people have vanished without a trace? Their stories are whispered in hushed voices, reminding us that not everything on Halloween is fun and games. In a small town, there was a little girl named Hannah. She loved Halloween more than anything. One year, while trick-or-treating with her friends, she saw a beautiful blue house glowing with lights. Curious, she wandered away from her group. As she stepped closer, the lights flickered, and she suddenly felt alone. Hannah was always curious. She loved exploring new places and discovering hidden treasures. But that night, her curiosity led her too far from her friends. As she approached the house, she noticed shadows dancing inside. They looked like happy people, but something felt strange. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Hannah felt a chill run down her spine. When Hannah didn't come back, her parents and the whole neighborhood searched for her. They called her name, "Hannah, where are you?" They looked everywhere but found nothing. As the night grew darker, fear filled their hearts. Back in the park, Hannah's friends felt scared. What if something happened to her? One of them said. They decided they had to find her and started searching the nearby streets. As they searched, a mysterious figure watched from the shadows. Some said it was the spirit of someone who had vanished long ago, trying to help Hannah find her way back. Others said it was just their imagination playing tricks on them. While searching, Hannah's friends stumbled upon a trail of candy. "Maybe Hannah left this for us," they exclaimed. They decided to follow the trail, hoping it would lead them to her. The deeper they went into the woods, the darker it became. Shadows danced around them, and the wind whispered secrets. But they knew they had to be brave for Hannah. After walking for a while, they spotted a creepy old cabin. A flickering light came from the window. "What if she's in there?" one friend said, feeling nervous but determined to find her. As they approached, they noticed the door was slightly open. Strange symbols were carved into the wood. "Should we go in?" another friend asked. They took a deep breath and stepped inside. Inside, the cabin was filled with shadows. They could hear whispers that sounded like Hannah's voice. "Help me. I'm here," she called, but the voice echoed eerily around them. They felt scared but knew they had to be brave. Suddenly, a glowing figure appeared in the corner. It looked just like Hannah. "Help me," she cried again. "I'm trapped here." The friends felt a mix of fear and hope as they rushed toward her. The friends knew they had to work together. "We won't leave you," they shouted. Holding hands, they focused on their friendship and love for Hannah. The glowing figure smiled, knowing they were there for her. As they stood together, the cabin filled with warm light. The shadows faded away, and the air felt lighter. "You have the power to break the spell," the glowing Hannah said. They began to chant, "Friendship is strong. We will stand together." Suddenly, the door swung open, and the shadows vanished. "Quick, let's go," Hannah called. They all ran out of the cabin into the moonlight, leaving the dark place behind. Outside, they found their parents waiting, worried but relieved to see them. Hannah's friends hugged her tightly, promising never to leave her alone again. That night, everyone learned an important lesson: always stick together and look out for one another. The town learned to cherish every moment, because even a night filled with fun can turn into a story of courage and friendship. From that day on, Halloween was more than just candy and costumes. It became a time for everyone to come together, share stories, and make memories. They celebrated the spirit of friendship and the importance of caring for each other. So, as you celebrate Halloween, remember Hannah and her friends. Always keep an eye on each other, because sometimes, the scariest thing isn't the ghosts or goblins but losing those we love. Please subscribe, like, comment, and share if you liked the story.
Once, in a small town, lived a little girl named Valentina, whose world was split in two. Her parents, Sarah and Kuhn, had separated when Valentina was young, and now she had to divide her time between their homes. Valentina's heart ached as she moved from one house to another, longing for the days when her family had been together. At Sarah's house, the walls were painted in soft, calming colors, but the absence of her father's laughter made the house feel incomplete. At Kuhn's house, the space was filled with his quiet presence, yet Valentina couldn't help but feel a void where her mother's warmth once was. Every week, Valentina packed her little suitcase, knowing that whichever home she was going to, it would never feel whole without both her parents. She found herself wondering if things could ever go back to the way they were. Her heart pulled in two directions, and no matter where she went, she felt like a part of her was always missing. Sarah tried to make the best of things, always creating fun activities for Valentina when she came over. But Valentina could see the sadness in her mother's eyes whenever she spoke about her father. Sarah would often tell Valentina that they loved her no matter what, but the tension in the house was hard to ignore. Kuhn, too, would try to show Valentina his love through grand gestures, like taking her on weekend trips or helping her with homework, but there was always a quiet unease that hung between them. Valentina had grown used to their different lives, but it didn't make the separation any easier. She would sometimes ask her mother why they had to live apart, and her mother would smile weakly, saying that sometimes people need space to find happiness. But Valentina didn't understand. How could they be happy apart if their hearts still belonged together? One evening, Valentina came across an old letter from her mother to her father, written long before Valentina was born. It spoke of love, dreams, and the future they had once shared. Valentina carefully read each word, feeling the weight of the emotions between the lines. She wondered if the love that had once existed could ever be rekindled. Her curiosity grew, and that night, she asked Sarah if they could all be a family again. Sarah hesitated, then sat down beside Valentina, explaining that while love was powerful, sometimes people change, and it wasn't always possible to go back. But her mother promised that Valentina would always have both her love and her father's, no matter what. Valentina's heart felt torn. She didn't want to choose between her parents. She wished for the impossible, for both homes to be whole again. Valentina's birthday came around, and it was the one day of the year when Sarah and Kuhn agreed to put aside their differences for her. They both showed up at the same time, sharing the same room with smiles and awkward conversations. Valentina couldn't contain her excitement as she watched her parents, who were usually so distant, work together to make her day special. She saw a flicker of the love they once had for each other, and for a moment, it seemed like they were one family again. As the day went on, though, old habits resurfaced. Sarah and Kuhn began to argue over small things, like the way the decorations should be arranged or who would cut the cake. Valentina, caught in the middle, felt that old ache return. The day that started with so much promise ended with Valentina, once again divided between two homes, with her heart torn in two. One rainy afternoon, Valentina sat by the window at Sarah's house, staring out into the grey sky. She longed for things to be different, but deep down, she knew the chances of her parents getting back together were slim. Her mother joined her at the window, sensing Valentina's unease. Sarah quietly asked, "What's on your mind, sweetheart?" Valentina hesitated before asking, "Do you think Daddy and you could ever love each other like before?" Sarah sighed softly, brushing Valentina's hair back. "We will always love each other, Valentina, but sometimes love isn't enough to make two people happy together. What matters most is that we both love you, and we always will." Valentina listened carefully, absorbing her mother's words. She realized that even though her parents weren't together, their love for her was still the strongest bond between them all. One evening, Valentina was at Kuhn's house, and as she was getting ready for bed, he sat down beside her. He gently stroked her hair and said, "You know, Valentina, I've been thinking a lot lately. I want to make things easier for you. I don't want you to feel torn between two homes." Valentina looked at him, surprised by his words. Kuhn continued, "Your mother and I may not be together anymore, but I'm still your father, and I'll always be here for you." For the first time in a long time, Valentina felt a sense of peace. Her father wasn't blaming anyone or making her choose sides, he was simply acknowledging her feelings. Valentina hugged him tightly, grateful for his understanding. She didn't know what the future held, but at that moment, she felt a small hope that maybe, just maybe, things could get better. The next weekend, Valentina visited Sarah's house. Sarah suggested they take a walk to the park together. As they strolled through the familiar paths, Sarah shared stories of her own childhood, reminding Valentina of the times they used to spend there as a family. They sat on a bench, watching other families laugh and play. "Valentina," Sarah said softly, "I know this isn't easy, and sometimes it feels like we're all living in different worlds, but we will always be your family." Valentina smiled and nodded, understanding for the first time that family didn't always mean living under the same roof. It meant love, connection and support, even when things weren't perfect. As they walked back home, Valentina felt a little lighter, a little more whole, knowing that her parents still cared for her, no matter where they lived. Valentina's school was putting on a play, and she had been cast in a leading role. Both Sarah and Kuhn were excited, but also a bit nervous about attending the performance together. Valentina asked them not to argue that day. As the play began, Valentina's eyes scanned the audience. She saw her parents sitting on opposite sides, but both of them were smiling, proud of her. It wasn't the perfect family moment she had imagined, but it was enough to make her heart swell with love. After the play, Sarah and Kuhn came together to congratulate Valentina, exchanging polite words and smiles. Valentina hugged both of them at the same time, feeling the warmth of their love. Though they weren't together anymore, she could see how much they still cared for each other, for her. It was a bittersweet moment, but it filled her with hope. One day, while Valentina was at Kuhn's house, they found an old photo album. As they flipped through the pages, they came across pictures of their family vacations and holidays. Valentina laughed at the old photos of her parents in their younger years, looking so happy together. Kuhn smiled softly, pointing to one photo where they were all laughing by the beach. "We had some good times," he said quietly. "I'll always treasure those moments." Valentina felt a mix of emotions: sadness, longing, and a strange sense of acceptance. The pictures reminded her that the love her parents once shared was real, even though it had changed. She closed the album and looked at her father, realizing that the past, though it couldn't be relived, was still a part of her story. The holidays were fast approaching, and Valentina's parents had decided to spend Christmas together, as they had done in the past. It was a big step, and Valentina's heart raced with excitement and fear. She wondered if things would go back to the way they were, but as the day unfolded, she saw her parents laughing and decorating the tree together. It felt like old times, but with a new understanding. After they finished, Sarah and Kuhn shared a quiet moment, looking at the tree. "We may not be together," Sarah said, "but we will always be a family." Kuhn nodded in agreement, and Valentina hugged them both tightly. It wasn't the perfect reunion, but it was a step toward healing for everyone. Months passed, and Valentina learned to accept the new rhythm of her life. She had 2 homes, each filled with love, though different in their own ways. One day, while at Sarah's house, Valentina asked her mother about the past. "Do you ever forgive Daddy for what happened?" she asked softly. Sarah paused before replying, "Forgiveness isn't about forgetting. It's about letting go of the hurt, so we can move forward." Valentina thought about this for a long time. She realized that forgiveness didn't mean things would go back to how they were, but it allowed space for peace to grow. As her parents slowly began to heal, Valentina felt her own heart heal too, knowing that love didn't have to be perfect to be real. One spring afternoon, Sarah and Kuhn sat down with Valentina to talk about the future. They both agreed that while they would never be a traditional family again, they were committed to working together for Valentina's happiness. Sarah had even started seeing someone new, and Kuhn was open to the idea of co-parenting in a healthier, more respectful way. It wasn't the family Valentina had once dreamed of, but it was the family she had. As the conversation ended, Valentina felt a sense of relief. She no longer had to carry the burden of wishing for something that couldn't be. Her parents were making an effort, and that was enough for her. She smiled at them both, knowing that love would always find its way through. One evening, Valentina sat down with a friend at school, explaining how her family had changed. Her friend listened carefully, then asked, "Do you wish they were still together?" Valentina thought for a moment before answering, "I wish they were happy, even if that means they can't be together. I've learned that love is about support, not perfection." Her friend nodded, understanding the wisdom in Valentina's words. Valentina realized that what mattered most wasn't whether her parents lived in the same house, but whether they continued to show her love and care. No matter the shape her family took, she knew they would always be there for her. Over time, Valentina grew more comfortable with the idea of having 2 homes. She realized that having 2 families meant more love, more support, and more opportunities to learn from different perspectives. She began to embrace her dual life, knowing that her heart was big enough to hold both homes, even if they were divided. Valentina understood now that a family didn't have to look the same to be whole. Her parents, though apart, still shared the most important thing: their love for her. With that realization, Valentina felt peace in her heart, knowing that love was never divided. Years passed, and Valentina continued to navigate life with 2 homes. She grew into a strong, kind young woman, always remembering the lessons she had learned. She saw that the love between her parents had transformed into something different, but still enduring. Valentina's heart, though once torn between two homes, had healed into something stronger, able to embrace all the love and lessons from both sides. Valentina understood that love wasn't about keeping everything the same, but about being open to growth and change. In the end, two homes could unite to form one heart, a heart strong enough to carry all the love, even when things weren't perfect. Moral of the story: love is not about perfection or keeping things the same. True love grows, transforms, and finds new ways to bring people together, even in the midst of change and challenge.
In a small, quiet village surrounded by mountains, a young woman named Emma had a peculiar gift: she could hear stars sing. Every night, as others slept, Emma would sit under the open sky, her ears attuned to the celestial melodies. To her, the stars' songs were like whispers of ancient secrets and unspoken dreams. Her family thought it was just her imagination. "You've always been a dreamer, Emma," her father said. But Emma knew it was real, for the stars' music filled her heart with hope and wonder. Though Emma loved the stars, her gift made her feel isolated. The villagers often teased her, calling her the starstruck girl. She tried to explain the beauty of what she heard, but no one believed her. Some nights, as the stars sang their lonely tunes, she wondered if they, too, felt misunderstood. Yet she never let doubt silence her joy, for the stars reminded her of the beauty unseen by others. One evening, a wandering astronomer named Noah arrived in the village. He was searching for a place to observe the stars. Emma's family offered him shelter, and he quickly noticed her fascination with the night sky. "You seem to love the stars as much as I do," Noah said. Emma smiled but hesitated to reveal her secret. Who would believe her? Noah spent his nights charting constellations, and Emma often joined him. While he explained the science of the stars, Emma would hum the melodies she heard. Noah was intrigued. "Your humming aligns with certain star patterns," he said. "How do you do that?" Emma finally confessed her gift. To her surprise, Noah didn't laugh. Instead, he listened with awe. "Perhaps the stars have chosen you as their voice," he said thoughtfully. When the village elders learned of Emma's late-night conversations with Noah, they grew uneasy. "Stars are distant and cold," they warned. "Listening to them will lead to sorrow." But Emma refused to turn away from the stars. "How can beauty and wonder bring sorrow?" she asked. The elders shook their heads. "The unknown is dangerous," they replied. One night, as Emma listened, the stars' song changed. Their melodies became urgent, like a warning. Emma rushed to Noah, describing the shift. "The stars are trying to tell us something," she said. Noah suggested they investigate further. Using his telescope and Emma's intuition, they discovered a comet hurtling toward their valley. It was set to strike in just a few weeks. Emma and Noah shared the news with the villagers, but no one believed them. "How can stars speak of danger?" the elders scoffed. "This is nonsense." Undeterred, Emma stood in the village square. "We have time to prepare if we act now," she pleaded. Her passion swayed a few, but many still doubted her. Emma began organizing those who believed her. They worked tirelessly to build shelters and gather supplies. As they worked, Emma shared the stars' melodies, giving the villagers strength and hope. Slowly, more villagers joined in, drawn by Emma's unwavering determination. Her belief in the stars' message inspired them to believe in her. The night before the comet was due, the stars sang louder than ever. Emma felt their urgency and gathered the villagers once more. "We must be ready," she said. "Stay in the shelters until the danger has passed." Though fear lingered, the villagers followed her lead. For the first time, they trusted her gift completely. At dawn, the comet streaked across the sky, its fiery tail illuminating the valley. It struck the mountainside with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the village. But thanks to Emma's warning, everyone was safe in the shelters. When the dust settled, the villagers emerged, awestruck by the sight of their changed landscape. A crater now marked the spot where the comet had landed. As the villagers approached the crater, they discovered something extraordinary. The comet had unearthed a hidden spring of crystal-clear water. The once dry valley now had a source of life, thanks to Emma's courage. The villagers marveled at the gift the stars had brought, realizing that even warnings could lead to blessings. That evening, the villagers held a feast under the stars. Emma was the guest of honor, and Noah spoke of her bravery. She taught us to listen to the whispers of the universe, he said. The villagers looked up at the night sky with newfound reverence, hearing, for the first time, the faint echoes of the stars' songs in their hearts. Noah, having completed his work, prepared to leave the village. You have a rare gift, Emma, he said. Share it with the world. Though saddened by his departure, Emma promised to use her gift for good. She decided to travel, carrying the stars' melodies to other villages, bringing hope and wonder wherever she went. Years later, Emma's story became a legend. Children would gather under the stars, listening to tales of the young woman who saved her village by hearing celestial songs. The villagers, too, began to listen closely to the night sky, finding inspiration in its silence and beauty. One evening, a child asked Emma, "Why do the stars sing?" Emma smiled. They sing to remind us that we are never alone, even in the darkest night. And as the stars continued their timeless melodies, Emma knew their gift was a bridge between the heavens and humanity, teaching all who listened to dream beyond the ordinary. Moral of the story: true gifts are meant to be shared, even when misunderstood. Courage and faith in oneself can turn doubt into hope, transforming challenges into blessings. In a small, peaceful village, there lived a young woman named Camila. She had a kind heart and was loved by everyone. But one fateful day, a fire ravaged the village, and Camila lost her family and her home. The pain of that loss was too much for her to bear, and her heart was consumed by sadness, as the village slowly rebuilt around her. Days turned into weeks, and Camila felt the weight of her grief growing heavier. She wandered the streets, avoiding her friends and fellow villagers. Every smile she saw reminded her of what she had lost. Her heart seemed forever trapped in the past, a place where pain and sorrow reigned. One day, a mysterious traveler appeared in the village. He was a healer who had traveled from far away, seeking a place where he could offer his services. Seeing Camila in her sorrowful state, he approached her with a gentle smile. "I see the weight you carry. You are not alone in your pain," he said, offering her a small vial of soothing balm. Camila looked at him skeptically but took the vial. "I have no need for your medicine," she replied, her voice cold. "Nothing can heal the wounds I carry." The healer didn't argue but instead continued to offer his presence, sitting silently beside her each day, a reminder that she was not forgotten, even by strangers. After many days of silence, Camila finally spoke to the healer. "Why do you keep coming? You don't even know me," she asked, her voice tinged with frustration. The healer smiled gently and responded, "Sometimes, we need someone who can listen, even if we don't speak. Healing begins when we stop fighting the pain." For the first time, Camila considered his words. She realized that she had been so focused on her loss that she hadn't allowed herself to grieve fully. Her heart, frozen in sorrow, slowly began to soften as she opened up to the idea that healing could begin not with forgetting, but with feeling. One evening, while sitting at the edge of the village, Camila gazed at the stars. A memory of her family came to her, the sound of her mother's laughter, the warmth of her father's embrace. Tears filled her eyes, but this time, they weren't just tears of sorrow. They were the beginning of a release, a letting go that she hadn't allowed herself before. The healer sat beside her quietly, watching the stars with her. "Pain is like a heavy stone. It can trap us, but when we allow ourselves to mourn, we create space for healing," he said softly. Camila nodded, feeling a flicker of hope for the first time since the fire. As the days passed, Camila began to spend more time with the healer, learning about his methods. He showed her how to care for the wounds of others, both physical and emotional. True healing is not about erasing the past, but about learning to live with it, he told her, guiding her hands as she helped another villager. Through this work, Camila began to see that her sorrow, though still present, no longer defined her. She had begun to transform her pain into something that could help others, a gift she never thought possible. Each day, she felt the weight on her chest lighten, one small step at a time. One afternoon, a young boy came to Camila with a scraped knee. He looked at her shyly, unsure of what to say. Camila knelt down, her hands steady as she cleaned and bandaged his wound. As she worked, she realized that she had never truly cared for herself in the way she cared for others now. It was a small act, but to Camila, it was a powerful one. For the first time, she saw her pain not as something that had to be erased but as something that had given her a new purpose. Healing the boy's wound, she realized, had healed a small part of her own heart. As weeks turned into months, Camila's connection with the healer deepened. She learned that he had once suffered a great loss as well and that his journey of healing had been long and difficult. "I was broken once, just like you," he confessed one evening. "But with time, I learned that the wounds we carry can be the very things that teach us how to heal." Camila's heart stirred with understanding. She realized that healing was not about forgetting the pain, but about finding strength through it. The healer's words echoed in her mind, and she felt a quiet resolve begin to grow within her. She would heal, not just for herself, but for others too. One day, as Camila walked through the village, she noticed that the villagers had begun to treat her differently. They no longer saw her as a victim of tragedy, but as someone who had risen from the ashes of her grief. They sought her out for advice, comfort, and guidance, recognizing the strength she had cultivated through her healing. This newfound respect filled Camila with a deep sense of purpose. She no longer felt like a shadow of her former self, but a person whose pain had shaped her into someone stronger and wiser. The villagers' admiration was a testament to her growth, and she began to believe in her own ability to heal. One day, a fierce storm struck the village, causing damage to homes and crops. Camila was tasked with helping the injured, working alongside the healer. As she treated one of the wounded villagers, she felt a wave of fear and uncertainty wash over her. Could she truly handle another tragedy? But then she remembered the healer's words. "You don't heal by avoiding pain, but by facing it." Taking a deep breath, Camila steadied herself and continued to work. She realized that the strength she had developed wasn't just about avoiding her fears, but about facing them with courage. As the seasons changed, the healer announced that it was time for him to move on. Camila was filled with a mixture of gratitude and sadness. "You've taught me more than I could ever express," she said, her voice trembling. "But I don't know if I'm ready to face the world on my own." The healer smiled warmly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You are ready, Camila. You have been healing all along, not just through my lessons, but through your own strength. You have the power to help others, just as you've helped yourself." After the healer left, Camila took on a larger role in the village. She became a leader, offering support to those who had suffered losses, much like she once had. Her wisdom and kindness became known throughout the land, and people came from afar to seek her counsel. Camila's ability to heal the emotional wounds of others became her true gift. She taught the villagers not to fear their pain, but to embrace it as a path toward growth. The village flourished, not just because of physical rebuilding, but because the people had learned to heal together. One evening, as Camila stood at the village's edge, she looked out over the land that had once been filled with sorrow. Now, it was a place of hope and renewal. Her heart, though scarred, was stronger than ever. She had turned her wounds into the foundation of her strength, and she had helped others do the same. Camila realized that healing wasn't about erasing the past, it was about understanding it and allowing it to shape the future. The pain she had once feared had become a source of wisdom and compassion, something that could not only heal her own soul but the souls of those around her. Many years later, the healer returned to the village. Camila, now older and wiser, greeted him with a smile. "You were right," she said. "The wounds we carry can heal not just ourselves, but others as well." The healer nodded, his eyes filled with pride. They stood together, watching the village thrive, knowing that their shared journey of healing had made all the difference. The healer had given her the tools, but it was Camila's heart that had done the work. The village was a testament to that work. As Camila grew older, she passed on the lessons she had learned to the younger generations. She taught them that healing was not about forgetting, but about learning to live with the scars of life. She became a legend in the village, not for her strength in battle or leadership, but for her wisdom in healing the soul. Her legacy endured long after she had passed, as the villagers continued to help each other heal, just as Camila had once done. The wounds that had once seemed unbearable were now the source of their greatest strength. As Camilla lay on her deathbed, surrounded by loved ones, she reflected on her life. I have learned that the deepest wounds are often the ones that lead us to the greatest healing, she whispered. It is through our scars that we find the strength to heal others. Her final breath was peaceful, knowing that her life had been one of healing, not just of herself, but of the world around her. Her story would live on, as a reminder that the wounds that break us are often the very ones that heal our souls. Moral of the story: the greatest wounds we bear can become the source of our greatest strength. True healing comes not from erasing pain, but from learning to live with it, understanding it, and using it to help others find their way.
In a small village nestled between towering mountains, a young girl named Iris lived with her father, a stoic man who never spoke of his past. Iris had always wondered why her father was so quiet, his face hardened with years of unexpressed emotion. Despite his silence, he was kind to her, providing for their needs and teaching her life skills. Yet, the weight of something unspoken hung in the air, a shadow that neither could name. Iris often caught glimpses of her father's sad eyes, especially at night when the stars shone brightly above their humble home. He would sit in his old rocking chair, staring at the sky, lost in thought. Iris longed to understand him, to help him carry whatever burden he seemed to be carrying, but she was afraid to ask. The unspoken words between them felt like an invisible wall that kept them both in isolation. One day, while walking through the village, Iris saw a woman with a child, both laughing and enjoying their time together. She couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for the carefree joy that seemed to fill their lives. When she returned home, she tried to share her feelings with her father, but the words caught in her throat. She wanted to ask why he was always so distant, why he carried the sadness with him, but she couldn't. She feared that asking would only drive him further away. Her father noticed her silence and asked, "What's on your mind, Iris?" His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of caution in it. Iris forced a smile, telling him everything was fine. The conversation ended there, but the weight in Iris's heart grew heavier. She realized that both of them were living with unspoken pain, and neither knew how to release it. As days passed, Iris began to feel the strain of keeping her feelings bottled up. She noticed small signs that her father's pain was worsening. He would sometimes forget to eat, or his hands would tremble when he worked. His silence had become more oppressive, like a storm waiting to break. Iris's heart ached for him, but she still didn't know how to help. One evening, Iris sat by the window, gazing at the horizon, and wondered if her father's silence was a form of protection. Maybe he was shielding her from the hurt in his past, just as she was trying to shield him from the sorrow she felt in her heart. She had no way of knowing for sure, but the thought that they were both suffering in isolation made her more determined to break the silence between them. One afternoon, a stranger came to their village, a traveler who had been to many lands. He had a way of speaking that made everyone around him feel heard. He sat by the fire in the village square, sharing stories of places far beyond the mountains. Iris, intrigued by his openness, approached him with a question. "Why do you speak so freely?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Don't you fear the weight of your words?" The traveler looked at her kindly and said, "Words are like water, they can either be a trickle or a flood. But when kept inside, they turn to poison. Speak what weighs on your heart, and you will find peace." Iris thought about his words long after the conversation ended, realizing that perhaps her father's silence was not a sign of strength, but of hidden pain. Later that evening, Iris gathered her courage and went to her father. She found him in his usual spot, staring out at the night sky. Her heart pounded in her chest as she approached him, the words she had been holding back now on the tip of her tongue. "Father," she began, her voice trembling, "I've noticed the pain in your eyes. I want to understand. I want to help." Her father turned to look at her, his face etched with years of unspoken grief. For the first time, Iris saw the vulnerability in his eyes. His lips parted, but no words came out. He looked away, his gaze returning to the stars. The silence between them felt even heavier now, and Iris feared that her attempt to break it had only made it stronger. That night, Iris woke to the sound of her father crying softly in the next room. The sound was so foreign to her that it took a moment for her to realize what it was. She quietly got out of bed and went to him, finding him sitting on the floor, his shoulders shaking. Iris knelt beside him, unsure of what to do. Her father, usually so composed, looked at her with eyes full of sorrow and regret. "I'm sorry," he whispered through his tears. "I didn't want you to see this side of me. I thought if I kept it inside, you would be safe." Iris reached out and took his hand. I want to share your burden, Father, she said softly. The walls that had kept them apart for so long began to crumble, and for the first time, they shared in each other's pain. In the days that followed, Iris's father began to open up to her, sharing fragments of his past. He spoke of a time when he had lost someone he loved dearly, and how the pain had felt too overwhelming to express. He had thought that by burying his sorrow deep inside, he would protect Iris from the hurt. But now, he realized that silence had only created a wall between them. As he spoke, Iris listened intently, her heart aching for the man who had silently carried such a heavy burden. The more he shared, the more Iris understood that pain, when kept hidden, doesn't fade, it only grows. Together, they began to piece together the fragments of his past, and in doing so, they started healing the wounds that had festered in silence. One morning, as Iris and her father worked in the garden, Iris spoke about her own struggles. She admitted how she had always felt alone in her own pain, unsure of how to express the sadness she had carried for so long. Her father, with newfound understanding, gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "You are not alone," he said. "We carry each other's burdens, and together we can heal." That day, Iris felt a weight lift from her heart. The act of sharing her feelings, of speaking the truth of her inner world, had freed her from the isolation she had felt for so long. And in doing so, she helped her father carry the weight of his unspoken pain. Their bond grew stronger, and they began to understand that the power of healing lies in speaking the truth, no matter how difficult it may be. As Iris and her father grew closer, they noticed a change in the village. People who had once kept to themselves began to share their stories more openly. The unspoken pain that had once plagued the entire community started to lift as others followed Iris and her father's example. The village became a place of greater understanding and compassion, where people supported each other in their struggles instead of hiding them. Iris realized that her father's silence had been a reflection of the village's collective pain. By speaking their truths, they were not only healing individually, but also as a community. The once muted voices of the village were now filled with strength and resilience, and the burden of unspoken pain had been shared and lightened by the power of open hearts. One evening, as Iris and her father sat by the fire, they talked about their future. Iris spoke of her dreams, her hopes, and the lessons she had learned from her father's courage to finally speak of his pain. Her father smiled, a genuine warmth in his eyes. "I'm proud of you, Iris. You've taught me that the strongest people are not those who hide their pain, but those who have the courage to share it." The bond between them was no longer defined by silence. It was a bond built on trust, understanding, and the shared willingness to be vulnerable. In that moment, Iris knew that no matter what life brought their way, they would face it together, with open hearts and unspoken pain no longer weight between them. Months later, the traveler returned to the village. This time, Iris and her father welcomed him with open arms. As they sat together around the fire, the traveler asked about the changes he had noticed in the village. Iris, with a smile, told him how the community had come to embrace the healing power of shared pain. "It's like a weight has been lifted," she said. The traveler nodded, pleased by the transformation he saw in the village. "The first step is always the hardest," he said. "But once you begin to speak, the burden becomes lighter, and healing can take place." Iris and her father exchanged a look, knowing that their journey toward healing had just begun, but they were no longer afraid to walk it together. As years passed, Iris grew into a wise young woman, and her father, though older, remained a pillar of strength in the village. Together, they continued to share their story with others, teaching the power of opening up and carrying each other's burdens. The village flourished, its people bonded by their shared experiences of pain and healing. Iris often thought about how different things would have been if her father had never opened up to her, if the silence had continued to govern their lives. She realized that true strength came not from hiding pain, but from sharing it. And in sharing it, they had created a legacy of healing that would continue for generations to come. One day, years later, Iris found herself facing a new challenge. Her father was ill, and the weight of his sickness seemed to have returned the silence that once ruled their home. As she sat by his bedside, she remembered the lessons they had learned together. The pain of seeing her father vulnerable was almost too much to bear, but she knew that she couldn't retreat into silence. With a steady voice, Iris spoke to him about her fears, her love for him, and the sadness she felt at watching him struggle. Her father, weak but smiling, reached for her hand. "You've learned well," he whispered. "Now, you are the one who must carry the weight." When her father passed, Iris felt the weight of grief, but she also felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that his journey had been one of healing, and she had been a part of that healing. She carried his lessons forward, teaching others to share their pain, to speak the truth, and to be vulnerable with those they loved. Iris became a leader in the village, known for her wisdom and the compassion she shared with all. The silence that had once defined her father's life was now a distant memory, replaced by a community of open hearts, where unspoken pain no longer had the power to divide them. The moral of the story of Iris and her father teaches us that the weight of unspoken pain can only be lifted when we choose to share it. Silence may seem like a way to protect ourselves and others, but it often only creates isolation and fear. True strength lies in vulnerability, in speaking the truth, and in carrying each other's burdens. Only through open hearts can we heal, together.
Have you ever heard a whisper when no one was around? Sometimes, the things we can't see can teach us the most important lessons. This is the story of a boy named Charles and a mysterious adventure in the Whispering Woods. Charles was a curious boy who loved exploring. One day, after school, his friends dared him to enter the Whispering Woods, a place full of rumors about ghostly voices. Charles felt a chill run down his spine but decided to be brave. "I'll show them I'm not scared," he thought. As Charles and his friends sat on the playground, an older student shared stories about the Whispering Woods. "They say if you listen closely, you can hear a ghost asking for help," he said. Charles's eyes widened with excitement and fear. What if he really heard something? Gathering his courage, Charles decided to enter the woods alone the next day. As he stepped inside, the sunlight faded, and shadows danced around him. The trees seemed to whisper secrets. Suddenly, he heard a soft voice say, "Help me." Charles's heart raced. "Who's there?" he called, but only silence answered. Then, Charles saw a girl in a white dress standing by a tree. "I'm Lucy," she said softly. "I'm lost and can't find my way home." Charles felt sorry for her and wanted to help. "I'll help you, Lucy," he exclaimed. But as he approached, she began to fade. "Wait!" Charles shouted. He remembered a story about a treasure hidden in the woods. Maybe it could lead Lucy home. He searched around and found an old, crumpled piece of paper. It was a map. Charles's heart raced with excitement. "Let's find your treasure," he said. Together, they studied the map. Charles felt a strange connection with Lucy, who seemed happy to have someone by her side. "This way," Charles said, pointing to a path. As they walked, Charles learned that Lucy loved to climb trees and play hide and seek. Soon, they reached a bubbling stream filled with colorful fish. "This is my favorite spot," Lucy said with a smile. They sat by the water, laughing as they splashed each other. Charles realized how much fun it was to have a friend, even if she was a ghost. As they continued their journey, the woods grew darker, and strange sounds filled the air. Charles felt scared. "What's that noise?" he asked, clutching Lucy's hand. "It's just the trees talking," Lucy reassured him. "They like to tell stories too." They soon came across an enormous tree with a friendly face carved into its trunk. "Hello, little travelers," the tree said in a deep voice. "What brings you to my woods?" Charles explained their quest to find Lucy's treasure. "Remember, the path is not always easy," the tree advised. Following the map, they found a hidden cave. Inside, sparkling crystals lit the darkness. "Wow!" Charles gasped. "This is beautiful." As they explored, Lucy told Charles about how she used to come here to play. "I wish I could have visited with my friends," she said sadly. Exiting the cave, they entered a clearing filled with glowing fireflies. Charles laughed and twirled around, inviting Lucy to dance with him. "This feels like a fairy tale," he exclaimed. The fireflies seemed to cheer them on, lighting up their joy. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed behind the trees. "What was that?" Charles whispered, feeling scared again. Lucy squeezed his hand. "Don't worry, it's just the woods testing your bravery," she said. Charles took a deep breath and faced the shadow. "I'm not afraid," he shouted. They came across a broken bridge over a rushing river. "How will we get across?" Charles wondered. Lucy thought for a moment and then said, "Let's find a way to fix it." Together, they gathered fallen branches and created a makeshift bridge. Charles felt proud of their teamwork. On the other side of the river, they met a wise old owl perched on a branch. Who? What brings you two here?" it asked. Charles explained their quest, and the owl gave them advice. "Remember, sometimes what you seek is not as important as who you become on your journey." They entered an enchanted clearing filled with colorful flowers and soft music. Charles felt a sense of peace wash over him. "This place is amazing," he said, picking a flower for Lucy. Thank you, Charles. This is the happiest I've felt in a long time, she replied, her eyes sparkling. While exploring the clearing, they discovered an old box buried in the ground. Inside were trinkets and letters from children who used to play in the woods. These are their memories. Lucy exclaimed. I hope they remember me too, she added softly. As the sun began to set, Lucy grew quiet. Charles, I think it's time for me to go, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Charles felt a pang of sadness. But I don't want you to leave, he protested. You've become my friend. Lucy smiled gently. You'll always carry my memory in your heart. Promise me you'll share our adventures. Charles nodded, feeling determined. I promise. I'll tell everyone about you, Lucy. They shared a warm hug, and Charles felt a sense of peace wash over him. As Lucy began to fade, she whispered, Thank you for being my friend. Remember, I'll always be with you. Charles watched as she disappeared, feeling both sad and grateful. He knew their friendship would last forever. Charles walked home, feeling different. He had faced his fears, made a friend, and learned the importance of kindness. From that day on, he always remembered to listen to whispers, for they might lead to a friend in need. He knew that helping others, even those who seem lost, could bring the greatest joy. Moral of the story. Helping others can bring light to even the darkest places, and friendship knows no bounds, not even between the living and the lost. Please subscribe, like, comment, and share if you liked the story.
In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills, a massive baobab tree stood at its center, its roots spreading deep into the earth. The villagers called it the Whispering Baobab, for they believed it shared secrets with those who truly listened. Most thought it was just a legend, but young Helen believed otherwise. She spent her afternoons sitting beneath its shade, sketching its grand form and humming melodies to it. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Helen noticed something strange. The wind rustled through the tree's leaves, forming faint, distinct words, "Seek what lies beneath." Her heart raced, and she decided to tell no one until she understood what it meant. The next morning, Helen returned to the baobab with a spade. She knelt at its base, carefully digging around its roots. After hours of effort, she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its latch was old but still intact. Inside, Helen found a faded map and a note. The note read, "To the seeker of truth, this path leads to what our village lost." Intrigued and a little fearful, Helen realized this was a quest for something important. She clutched the map and vowed to follow its guidance. The map led her to the edge of the village, where an elder named Gakuru lived. Known for his storytelling, Gakuru was also rumored to know the secrets of the baobab. Helen showed him the map and note. Gakuru examined them with trembling hands. "Ah, this speaks of the spirit well," he murmured. "Long ago, our village thrived because of it. But greed poisoned its waters, and it vanished. If you can find it, Helen, you could restore what was lost." Determined, Helen set off the next morning with the map in hand. It directed her through the dense forest beyond the village, where few dared to venture. The path was challenging, with overgrown vines and thorny bushes blocking her way. As she walked deeper into the forest, Helen felt an inexplicable pull, as though the baobab's whispers guided her steps. She whispered back, "I'll find it, I promise," and the wind seemed to hum in reply. After a full day of travel, Helen reached a clearing where ancient ruins stood. The map marked this as the midpoint of her journey. Among the ruins, she found an old inscription, "Only the pure of heart can proceed." Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a low growl filled the air. A large panther emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing gold. Helen froze, realizing this was a test. She dropped her fear and softly sang the melody she often sang to the baobab. The panther sat, calmed, and allowed her to pass. Beyond the ruins, the path became steeper and more treacherous. Helen slipped several times but refused to give up. The map now directed her to climb a towering cliff, where a hidden cave awaited. Reaching the top, Helen entered the cave and gasped. The walls shimmered with ancient symbols that seemed to tell a story of the spirit well, how it brought life and unity to the village before it was lost to greed. At the cave's heart, Helen found a crystal-clear pool of water. It glowed faintly, and the whispers of the baobab grew louder in her mind. This was the spirit well. Beside it lay a pedestal with a simple clay cup. The whispers instructed her, "Take only what is needed." Helen filled the cup, her hands trembling, and drank from it. A warm light filled her body, and she suddenly understood her role. She was to restore balance to the village. Helen carefully refilled the cup and began her journey back to the village. Along the way, she noticed the forest seemed livelier. Flowers bloomed, and animals watched her with curious, gentle eyes. The panther reappeared near the ruins, but this time accompanied her protectively. Helen smiled, feeling a growing bond with nature and its creatures. She realized this journey wasn't just about the well, it was about respect and harmony with the world. When Helen returned to the village, the baobab's whispers grew joyous. The villagers gathered around her, puzzled by her glowing demeanor and the cup in her hands. She stood before them and shared her story. Some villagers doubted her, but others, especially Gakuru, encouraged everyone to listen. The spirit well has chosen her, he declared. Let us trust her wisdom. Helen poured the water from the spirit well onto the baobab's roots. The ground glowed faintly, and the tree seemed to hum with life. Suddenly, clear water began to flow from its base, forming a small stream. The villagers were astonished. The stream sparkled like a gem, and the land around it instantly became fertile. Crops that had struggled began to thrive, and animals returned to the village outskirts. As days passed, the village transformed. The once dry fields turned green, and the stream's water brought health and prosperity. Helen became a hero in the villagers' eyes, but she remained humble. She often reminded them of the baobab's message: respect and balance bring abundance. Greed only destroys. Her words resonated deeply, changing how the villagers treated the land and each other. One evening, as Helen rested under the baobab, its whispers returned. You have done well, Helen, it said. But remember, this balance must be protected always. Helen nodded, understanding that her journey wasn't over. She took it upon herself to teach the children of the village about harmony with nature, ensuring future generations would honor the spirit well. The baobab became a symbol of hope and wisdom. Villagers gathered beneath its shade to share stories, celebrate harvests, and solve disputes. It was no longer just a tree, it was a guardian of their unity. Helen continued to visit the baobab daily, feeling its whispers grow gentler, as if it now trusted the villagers to uphold its teachings. Years passed, and Helen grew older, but her spirit remained youthful. She became known as the guardian of the whispering baobab, a title she bore with pride and humility. Whenever outsiders visited the village, they were told of Helen's journey and the lessons of the baobab. They left inspired, spreading her story far and wide. One day, Helen found a seedling growing near the baobab. Its whispers told her to plant it in another part of the village. She realized this was the baobab's way of ensuring its legacy. As she planted the seedling, she felt the same warmth she had when she drank from the spirit well. She knew the cycle of life, wisdom, and balance would continue long after she was gone. True abundance comes from balance, respect, and harmony with nature. Greed and selfishness may destroy, but wisdom and humility can restore even what seems lost forever.
The sun rose over the small village of Elmwood, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink. Cecilia, a radiant bride-to-be, stood by her window, her heart fluttering with excitement and nervous anticipation. Today was her wedding day, a day she had dreamed of since she was a little girl. As Cecilia gazed at her reflection, she felt a sudden pang in her abdomen. Dismissing it as pre-wedding jitters, she focused on her preparations. The village was bustling with activity, friends and family working tirelessly to make the day perfect. The groom, Enzo, stood in the village square, greeting guests with a beaming smile. His love for Cecilia was evident in the way he spoke about her to everyone he met. Today marks the beginning of our forever, he told his best man, his voice brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Cecilia's bridesmaids fussed over her dress and hair, ensuring every detail was flawless. Despite the increasing discomfort in her abdomen, Cecilia smiled through it, unwilling to let anything overshadow her special day. As the ceremony began, the village's old chapel was filled with the soft murmur of voices and the scent of fresh flowers. Cecilia walked down the aisle, her beauty captivating everyone present. Enzo's eyes glistened as he watched her approach, his heart swelling with love. Midway through the vows, Cecilia felt a sharp, undeniable pain. Her hand instinctively went to her belly. A murmur spread through the crowd as everyone realized what was happening. Cecilia's face was pale, but her determination shone through. The village midwife, Aunt Aurora, rushed to Cecilia's side. "It's time," she announced, her tone calm yet urgent. The wedding ceremony paused as the focus shifted to helping Cecilia. Enzo stayed by Cecilia's side, holding her hand and whispering words of encouragement. The guests quickly transformed the chapel into a makeshift birthing room, proving that love and community could adapt to any challenge. The villagers' efforts were synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Some brought clean linens, while others fetched water and supplies. The priest offered prayers, his voice steady and reassuring. As Cecilia's labor progressed, the pain was intense, but she drew strength from Enzo's unwavering support. "We're in this together," he whispered, his eyes locked with hers. Hours passed, and the sun began to set. The chapel's stained glass windows cast a warm, golden light on the scene inside. The villagers gathered outside, their hearts united in anticipation and prayers. Finally, a newborn's cry pierced the air. Aunt Aurora held up a healthy baby boy, announcing his arrival to the joyous crowd. Tears streamed down Cecilia's face as she held her son for the first time, Enzo's arms wrapped protectively around them. The villagers erupted into cheers, their celebration louder than any wedding feast they had ever witnessed. The priest declared, "This is no longer just a wedding day, it is a day of new beginnings and blessings." Enzo kissed Cecilia's forehead, his heart overflowing with gratitude. Their love had not only united them but had also brought a new life into the world. The wedding reception quickly transformed into a celebration of the baby's birth. Tables were adorned with flowers and food, and the baby's crib took center stage, surrounded by gifts and well-wishes. Songs and laughter filled the air as the villagers embraced the dual celebration. Cecilia and Enzo were overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and support from their community. Elderly villagers shared stories of similar miracles from their youth, weaving a tapestry of memories and wisdom. "This child will grow up knowing the strength of love and community," one elder proclaimed. Children played around the chapel, their laughter a reminder of life's endless cycle of joy and renewal. The baby, now named Ethan, slept peacefully, unaware of the profound impact of his arrival. As the night wore on, Cecilia and Enzo took a moment to themselves, sitting under the starlit sky. "Life surprised us today," Cecilia said, her voice soft but filled with wonder. Enzo nodded, holding her hand. "And it reminded us of what truly matters: love, family, and the bonds that hold us together." The next morning, the village was abuzz with stories of the unforgettable day. Cecilia's courage and Enzo's devotion became the talk of Elmwood, inspiring everyone who heard it. The chapel, once just a place of worship, now held an even deeper significance. It had witnessed a love story that transcended expectations and brought a community closer. As days turned into weeks, Cecilia and Enzo settled into their new roles as parents. Their love for each other deepened as they navigated the joys and challenges of parenthood together. Ethan became a symbol of hope and unity for the village. His birth was a reminder that life's unexpected twists could lead to beautiful new chapters. The villagers continued to support Cecilia and Enzo, embodying the spirit of togetherness that had defined the wedding day. They took turns helping with chores and babysitting, ensuring the young family never felt alone. Cecilia often reflected on the day Ethan was born, grateful for the love that surrounded her. She realized that her story had become a testament to the power of community and resilience. Years later, Ethan's birthday was celebrated with the same joy and enthusiasm as that extraordinary wedding day. The village never forgot the miracle they had witnessed, and Ethan grew up hearing the story of his birth. "You were born in love," Cecilia would tell him, "on a day when the whole village came together to welcome you." As Ethan grew older, he carried forward the values of love and unity that had defined his parents' story. He became a bridge between generations, reminding everyone of the importance of cherishing life's blessings. Cecilia and Enzo watched with pride as their son thrived, knowing that their journey, unexpected and extraordinary, had left a lasting legacy. The moral of the story: life often surprises us with unexpected challenges and blessings. By embracing love, resilience, and community, we can transform even the most unforeseen events into moments of profound beauty and connection.
In a peaceful village, life was good after a great battle. But even as the villagers celebrated their victory, a brave girl named Alexandra worried. She knew that danger could come again, and she felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. Alexandra said, "Friends, we've won a great battle. But we cannot rest. New threats are coming." We must train together and protect our home. One elder said, Alexandra, we are grateful for your bravery. But it is strange for a woman to lead our warriors. Alexandra replied, Tradition is important, but so is change. I have fought hard. Together, we can protect our village, no matter who we are. In the following weeks, Alexandra brought everyone together. They trained not just to fight, but to work as a team. Even her father, a great warrior, began to support her. Alexandra's father said, Something stirs beyond the hills. We must stay alert. A scout brought the news. A new warlord is rising. His army is larger and stronger than the last. We must act quickly. Alexandra said, We must seek allies among our neighbors. Together, we stand a better chance against this new threat. Alexandra traveled far and wide, uniting villages that once fought each other. She told them of the danger and how they could stand together. As news spread of her bravery, the villagers began to prepare, and even the elders joined her cause. They knew their future depended on their courage. Alexandra said, Today, we fight for our homes, our families, and our future. Together, we will defend what is ours. As the battle raged on, Alexandra fought with all her might. She knew that a true warrior inspires others to stand against darkness. In the end, Alexandra became more than just a warrior's daughter, she became a leader who united many, proving that true strength lies in courage and community. And so, the legacy of the warrior's daughter lived on, a testament to the spirit of bravery and the power of unity. A long time ago, in a village surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills, lived a brave young woman named Alexandra. Her father, a renowned warrior, had earned the respect and admiration of the kingdom for his many victories. Yet as time wore on, the burdens of battle took their toll on him, and he grew old. The kingdom now faced a new threat, a ruthless warlord who sought to conquer their lands and instill fear in the hearts of the people. The village, cradled by the vast, untamed wilderness, was a place where towering trees whispered ancient secrets and the rivers ran wild with life. At dawn, mist would rise from the hills, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, as if the very air was charged with the legends of old. It was here, in this magical setting, that warriors were born and courage was forged. Determined to protect her family and honor their legacy, Alexandra secretly began training in the thick woods nearby. Her only companions were the rustling leaves and the call of distant birds, but they were enough to fuel her determination. Every swing of her sword and every pull of her bow echoed through the trees, each movement a testament to her growing resolve. She practiced day and night, mastering techniques passed down through generations and honing her skills to perfection. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she would return home, her heart racing with both fear and excitement. She knew that her father would never approve of her training, believing that it was the duty of men to protect their families. But deep inside, Alexandra felt a fire that could not be extinguished. She was determined to fight for her people, no matter the cost. When the day of battle arrived, the village was a flurry of activity. Her father donned his armor, the weight of it heavy upon his shoulders. He prepared to leave, his face etched with worry, but Alexandra stepped forward, her heart pounding. Clad in her father's armor, the metal gleaming in the morning light, she held her sword with unwavering confidence. I will fight, she declared, her voice strong and clear. Her father protested, his brow furrowed with concern, but as he looked into her eyes, he saw the fierce determination that mirrored his own in his youth. He realized that her decision was unshakable, and with a heavy heart, he nodded, allowing her to join the battle. On the battlefield, chaos reigned as clashing swords and the cries of warriors filled the air. But amidst the turmoil, Alexandra fought with unmatched courage. With each strike, she moved like the wind, swift, agile, and relentless. Her skill and heart inspired the other warriors, igniting a fire in their spirits. Together, they pushed back against the warlord's forces, turning the tide of battle. As the dust settled and the echoes of conflict faded, the warlord lay defeated at their feet. Peace returned to the land, and in that moment, Alexandra became a hero, not just as the daughter of a renowned warrior, but as a warrior in her own right. The village erupted in cheers, and her name rang out like a battle cry, a testament to her bravery and strength. From that day on, the village celebrated Alexandra as the warrior who defied tradition to protect her people. She became a symbol of hope, reminding everyone that courage knows no bounds. The forests and hills whispered her name, a legacy etched in the very fabric of the land. And as she stood among her people, she realized that she had not only honored her father's legacy but had also forged her own, becoming a beacon for future generations. With her heart full and her spirit unyielding, Alexandra knew that her journey was just beginning. The world outside was vast, filled with adventures waiting to unfold, and she was ready to face them head-on, as a warrior, as a daughter, and as a leader.
Once upon a time, in a village surrounded by dense forests, lived a brave young woman named Alexandra. Her father, a renowned warrior, could no longer defend their kingdom against a ruthless warlord. Determined to honor their legacy, Alexandra secretly trained in the woods, honing her skills with sword and bow. When the day of battle came, Alexandra donned her father's armor and declared, "I will fight." Despite his protests, her determination shone through. On the battlefield, she fought valiantly, inspiring her fellow warriors. Together, they defeated the warlord, restoring peace to the land. Alexandra emerged as a hero, celebrated not just as her father's daughter, but for her own bravery. Her triumph showed the village that women are capable of anything they set their minds to, breaking barriers and defying expectations. From that day on, the village honored her name, a testament to her courage and the breaking of tradition.
In a small kingdom nestled between mountains and the sea, a girl named Eulalia was born under a crimson moon. The elders whispered that such a birth was both a blessing and a curse, for the gods marked her for greatness or ruin. Eulalia grew up hearing these whispers but refused to be defined by them. By the time she was 15, Eulalia had proven herself to be more than just a legend. She wielded a sword with unmatched grace, her eyes filled with defiance against those who doubted her. She vowed to protect her people from anything, even if it meant challenging the will of the gods themselves. Eulalia's kingdom faced a dire threat when a neighboring empire, led by a ruthless tyrant, declared war. The gods sent omens to warn Eulalia against engaging in battle, insisting the kingdom's fate was sealed. Many counseled her to surrender and accept the gods' decree. But Eulalia, unwilling to abandon her people, rallied her warriors. "If the gods have abandoned us, we will fight without them," she declared, igniting hope in the hearts of her soldiers. They marched to war, knowing their queen stood firm by their side. Despite the gods' warnings, Eulalia's army crushed the invaders in their first battle. Her tactical brilliance and unmatched skill turned the tide, and the kingdom rejoiced. Eulalia began to believe that perhaps mortal strength could rival divine will. The gods, angered by her defiance, sent storms to flood the fields and plague her lands. They wanted to show her that victory against mortals didn't mean she could escape their wrath. One evening, as Eulalia rested in her war tent, a cloaked figure appeared, radiating otherworldly light. It was Marissa ***, the goddess of fate, who warned Eulalia that her defiance would lead to her kingdom's ruin. "Bow to us, and we may yet spare your people," Marissa intoned. Eulalia, unshaken, replied, "My people's fate lies in my hands, not yours. If you wish to test me, do so. I will not yield." Marissa vanished, but the air grew heavy with impending doom. The next day, a fiery rain descended upon Eulalia's kingdom, destroying crops and homes. Her advisors begged her to seek the gods' forgiveness, but Eulalia refused. "We will rebuild with our hands, not prayers," she said, leading her people in restoring their land. Though the curse brought suffering, Eulalia's resilience inspired her people to work harder than ever. They began to see their queen not as a victim of the gods, but as a beacon of their own strength. As Eulalia's kingdom began to recover, neighboring rulers accused her of bringing divine wrath upon the entire region. Alliances crumbled, and her kingdom faced isolation. The gods' manipulation turned even her friends into enemies. Eulalia, though grieved by the betrayal, focused on fortifying her borders. "If we stand alone, so be it. We will stand tall," she told her council, rallying her dwindling allies with her unwavering spirit. The gods, frustrated by Eulalia's defiance, sent another message through an earthquake that shook the kingdom. A booming voice from the heavens declared, "Prove your worth in the trial of the gods, or perish." Despite her advisors' protests, Eulalia accepted the challenge. "If the gods wish to fight me directly, I welcome it," she said, setting out alone to the sacred mountain where the trial would take place. At the mountain, Eulalia faced her first trial, a giant serpent, forged by the gods to test her strength. The creature towered over her, its scales shimmering like molten gold. Eulalia fought with unmatched ferocity, using her cunning to exploit the serpent's weaknesses. After hours of combat, she delivered a decisive blow, severing its head. The earth shook as the serpent collapsed, signaling her victory. The second trial tested Eulalia's wisdom. She found herself in a labyrinth where every path seemed to lead to a trap. A voice whispered riddles, daring her to solve them to escape. Drawing on her knowledge and patience, Eulalia carefully unraveled the riddles, guiding herself through the maze. When she emerged, the gods were forced to admit her intelligence rivaled their own. In the final trial, Eulalia encountered a vision of her kingdom in flames, with her people crying out for help. To save them, the gods demanded she abandon the mountain and her quest. Torn between her people and the trial, Eulalia realized the vision was a test. She refused to leave, declaring, "I will save my people by finishing what I started." Her compassion, balanced by resolve, shattered the illusion. Eulalia reached the summit, where the gods awaited her. They were both impressed and enraged by her success. "You are bold, mortal. But boldness is not divinity," they said, offering her immortality if she would serve them. Eulalia declined. "I do not seek to rule alongside you. I seek only justice for my people," she said, standing firm against their temptations. Furious, the gods unleashed their full wrath, summoning storms and fire to strike Eulalia down. She fought with everything she had, her sword glowing as if infused with the hopes of her people. The battle raged for days, and though Eulalia was wounded, she refused to fall. Her courage weakened the gods' hold on the mortal world, proving that divine tyranny could be challenged. As the gods retreated, the skies cleared, and the land began to heal. Eulalia returned to her kingdom, battered but alive. Her people hailed her not just as their queen, but as their savior. Eulalia taught them to rely on their strength, reminding them that their unity and resolve had broken the gods' power. The kingdom thrived, free from fear of divine punishment. Over the years, Eulalia became a legend, her story told across generations. Shrines were built not to worship her, but to honor her example of courage and resilience. Though she eventually passed, her legacy lived on in her people, who vowed never to bow to tyranny, mortal or divine. In the heavens, the gods watched the mortal realm with a newfound respect. They realized that their strength lay not in fear but in the lessons they could impart. From that day, they sought harmony rather than control over humanity. Eulalia's defiance changed not only her world but also the gods themselves, proving that even the divine could learn from mortals. Moral of the story: true strength lies in resilience, wisdom, and compassion. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, belief in oneself and unity with others can challenge the mightiest forces.
In a quiet village, two women met for the first time at the local market. One, Maria, a humble farmer, was known for her strength and warmth, while the other, Natalie, was a city woman who had recently moved to the village with her son. Their paths crossed when Natalie asked Maria for help with carrying her baskets of fruit, and Maria, always willing to lend a hand, agreed. They exchanged smiles. Though neither spoke of the deeper reason their hearts were connected, both had lost children in different circumstances. Though their lives had been so different, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Maria's eyes, filled with sorrow, met Natalie's, and for a moment, both women were silent. They did not know each other well, but the pain in their hearts connected them. Natalie, noticing the heavy weight in Maria's gaze, instinctively felt the same grief within her. Maria, sensing Natalie's vulnerability, found comfort in her presence, even without words. Maria and Natalie began to see each other more often, at first by chance and later by choice. Natalie would visit Maria's farm to buy fresh vegetables, and they would sit together on the porch, sharing stories. Maria spoke of her daughter, Adeline, who had passed away from a sudden illness when she was just 8. Natalie, too, had a story of heartbreak. Her son, August, had been taken from her in a tragic accident while they were on vacation. The grief from both mothers ran deep, yet neither spoke of it directly, afraid to open old wounds. Their bond grew with each passing day, as they shared the silence of their sorrow and the comfort of each other's presence. They did not need to say everything aloud. It was in the way their eyes met, in the way their hands lingered on each other's shoulders, that they communicated the pain they both carried. They were mothers, bound by the same invisible thread of loss. The village's annual festival brought the whole community together. Maria and Natalie attended, walking side by side through the bustling streets. Natalie had never been fond of such events, but Maria had insisted she come, believing the joy of the festival might bring a bit of light into their lives. As they wandered through the colorful stalls, Maria pointed out the decorations, the children's laughter, and the vibrant energy all around them. Natalie smiled faintly, still feeling the weight of her grief. As they approached the stage where the village children were performing, Natalie's eyes widened as she spotted a young girl, no older than Adeline had been, dancing joyfully. A pang of longing hit her heart, and for the first time, she turned to Maria, her voice barely a whisper. "She reminds me of August," Natalie said, her throat tight. Maria looked at the girl, her face softening with empathy. She nodded quietly, understanding the pain of seeing someone else's child fill the space of the one lost. Later that evening, after the festival's festivities had died down, the two women sat by a crackling fire in Maria's backyard. Natalie, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, finally spoke of the deep emptiness that had consumed her since August's death. Maria listened patiently, offering no advice, only her presence. In the soft glow of the fire, Natalie felt the weight of her sorrow shift slightly, as if sharing it had lightened her burden, even just for a moment. Maria, in turn, shared a piece of her heart. "The pain never truly leaves, but it becomes part of you," she said softly. "We carry them with us in everything we do, even when they're not here." Natalie's eyes filled with tears, and she placed her hand over Maria's in gratitude. The bond between them grew stronger, built not on words, but on the shared understanding of loss, the kind only another mother could know. As the weeks passed, their friendship deepened. Natalie began to take more frequent visits to Maria's farm, and the two mothers grew to rely on one another. Something was healing about their quiet companionship, something soothing in knowing that they could be with someone who understood their deepest grief without needing to explain it. Natalie found herself learning to appreciate the simplicity of Maria's life, how she worked the land, how she cared for her animals, how she found peace in the small, ordinary moments of life. One afternoon, as Natalie helped Maria gather vegetables, a child's laughter echoed across the field. Both women paused and turned toward the sound. A group of village children were playing near the fence. The sight of the children, carefree and happy, stirred something in both women. Maria looked at Natalie and smiled, her heart a little lighter, as she realized the truth they had both been avoiding. This new connection between them, though born of sorrow, was also one of healing. One day, Natalie received a letter from the city. It was an invitation to an event that she had been eagerly waiting for years, a charity gala where she was to be recognized for her work in education. As the date drew near, Natalie felt a knot in her stomach. She had not been able to fully return to her old life, not since August's death. She didn't want to leave Maria, the one person who had helped her find peace, even in the smallest way. Yet, she also felt the pull of her old aspirations, of a life that felt so far away from the pain she had been living with. When Natalie confided in Maria, the older woman's face was kind but resolute. "You must go," Maria said, her voice soft but firm. "The past doesn't have to define you. You can carry August with you, but you also deserve to live." Natalie was taken aback by the strength in Maria's words. She had expected Maria to tell her to stay, to avoid the world outside. Instead, Maria reminded Natalie that healing came from living, not hiding. After a long night of contemplation, Natalie made her decision. She would attend the gala, but she would also carry August's memory with her, in every step she took. Maria had given her the courage to embrace life again, to honor both her son's memory and her own need to move forward. The morning of the event, Natalie stood before her mirror, adjusting her dress. She could still feel the heaviness in her heart, but there was a new sense of purpose in her steps. Maria visited her that morning to wish her well. The two mothers shared a moment of quiet understanding before Natalie left for the city. Neither needed to say much, their connection was enough. At that moment, Natalie knew that though their paths were different, their bond remained unbreakable, a testament to the strength that mothers carry in their hearts. Months passed before Natalie returned to the village. She had attended the gala, and it had been everything she hoped for and more. She had stood on stage, accepted her award, and spoken about the importance of education, all while carrying August's memory with her. It was a bittersweet victory, but one she knew he would have been proud of. Upon her return to the village, Natalie was greeted warmly by Maria, who had kept up with her progress through letters. As Natalie walked through the village streets, she felt a sense of peace that had eluded her for so long. She no longer felt the sharp sting of grief that had once defined her. Instead, she felt a quiet acceptance, an understanding that life could go on, and that love could still flourish, even in the face of loss. Maria welcomed her back with open arms, and the two women embraced, knowing that their bond had been forged through shared pain but was now strengthened by their mutual resilience. One winter evening, Natalie received an unexpected visit from Maria. She arrived at Natalie's doorstep, holding a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Natalie opened the door, surprised to see her friend standing there in the cold. "Maria, what's going on?" Natalie asked, concern in her voice. Maria smiled gently, her eyes filled with warmth. I thought you might like to meet someone, she said softly. Inside the cloth bundle was a tiny kitten, its fur soft and white with a hint of grey. Her name is Adeline, Maria said, her voice quiet but filled with love. Natalie's heart fluttered as she reached down to stroke the kitten's soft fur. At that moment, it felt as though Maria had given her a gift, a symbol of hope and new beginnings. The kitten, named after Maria's daughter, was a reminder that life, even after great loss, could still hold moments of tenderness and joy. As the seasons changed, the bond between Natalie and Maria continued to grow. They shared countless hours together, tending to the farm, talking about their lives, and, in the quiet moments, reflecting on their children. Natalie had begun to volunteer in the village school, helping teach the younger children. Every time she looked at them, she was reminded of August, but she no longer felt the crushing sadness she once had. Instead, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for the time she had with him, and for the lessons his life had taught her. One afternoon, as Natalie sat on the porch with Maria, watching the sun set behind the hills, Maria spoke softly. We may never understand why things happen the way they do, she said, her voice steady but filled with emotion. But we can choose how we live with the truth of it. We can choose to honor their memory by living fully, even in their absence. Natalie nodded, her heart full. In that moment, both mothers knew that their bond, built on grief, had transformed into something more beautiful, a shared strength that would carry them through whatever came next. Years passed, and the two mothers continued to support each other through life's challenges. Natalie's life had blossomed in ways she had never imagined, and Maria's farm had flourished. The bond between them remained as strong as ever, an unspoken understanding that transcended words. Their children's memories lived on in the work they did, in the lives they touched, and in the quiet moments of reflection they shared. One day, as they walked together through the village, Natalie turned to Maria with a smile. Do you think our children would be proud of us? She asked, her voice soft. Maria looked at her, her eyes filled with wisdom. I think they already are, she said simply. We carry them with us, in everything we do. And with that, the two women continued on their path, hand in hand, knowing that their shared truth would always guide them. As spring arrived, the village was alive with new life. Flowers bloomed, and the air was thick with the scent of fresh growth. Natalie had decided to start a new project in the village, an outreach program for grieving mothers. It was something she had been contemplating for a long time, and now, with Maria's encouragement, she was ready to take the leap. Maria, of course, was by her side every step of the way. The outreach program began as a small gathering, but it quickly grew as other mothers in the village came to share their stories. Natalie found herself helping others navigate their grief, just as Maria had once helped her. The truth of the unspoken bond between them, that grief could be shared and healed through connection, became the foundation of the program. Together, Natalie and Maria had created something lasting, a place where others could find solace and strength, just as they had found it in each other. As time passed, Maria's health began to decline. Natalie was by her side, just as Maria had always been for her. The two women had grown older, their once vibrant energy now softened by age. But their bond remained as strong as ever, a testament to the years of love, loss, and healing they had shared. One evening, as Natalie sat by Maria's bedside, the older woman reached out, her hand trembling slightly. I have something for you, Maria whispered. Natalie looked at her, her heart heavy. Maria handed her a small, worn notebook. It's my journal, she said softly. I want you to have it. Natalie opened the journal and began to read the words written there, stories of her daughter Adeline, of the farm, and of the years they had spent together. As she read, Natalie felt a deep sense of gratitude for the gift Maria had given her, the gift of memories, of shared love, and of a bond that would never break. After Maria passed away, Natalie continued her work in the village, carrying on the outreach program they had started together. The lessons Maria had taught her about love, loss, and resilience became the foundation of her life's work. Natalie never stopped missing her friend, but she knew that Maria's spirit lived on in the lives they had touched, in the mothers who had found comfort through their shared stories. Natalie often returned to Maria's farm, now managed by the village, where she would sit on the porch, just as they had done so many times before. In those quiet moments, she felt Maria's presence beside her, and she knew that their bond would never be broken. The truth they had shared, the one of grief and healing, had become a legacy, a lesson passed on to all who knew them. One evening, as Natalie walked through the village, she stopped by the graves of both her son and Maria. She stood there in silence, remembering the journey they had shared. At that moment, she realized that the one truth they had always known: loss was a part of life, but love was stronger, and was what had truly carried them. They had found a way to live with their grief, to honor the memories of their children, and to help others heal. With a quiet smile, Natalie whispered into the wind. "Thank you, Maria. You were right. We carry them with us, in everything we do." And with that, she walked away, knowing that their unspoken bond would live on forever, a guiding light in her heart. Moral of the story: true healing comes not from avoiding pain, but from sharing it with others, finding strength in the bonds we form through shared grief, and honoring those we've lost by living fully.
On a quiet morning, two brothers, Noah and Elias, sit in their family home, discussing their late father's modest inheritance. The family farm, a few heirlooms, and a small sum of money were all that remained. Noah, the elder brother, is focused on dividing everything down to the last coin, wanting each item for its monetary value. Elias, on the other hand, feels sentimental about these possessions and urges Noah to see their father's legacy beyond material worth. The discussion quickly turns into a debate, with Noah insisting they each take their fair share, claiming that they need to secure their futures. Elias, saddened by his brother's fixation on wealth, tries to remind him that their father always valued love, not riches. But Noah brushes him off, convinced that money is what matters most in life. Noah decides to take the family farm and intends to sell it for a profit. He believes it will bring him the life of comfort he dreams of. Elias, heartbroken, feels like he is losing a piece of his family's history and tries to persuade Noah to keep the farm in the family. But Noah remains firm, driven by his desire for wealth. That night, Elias walks through the fields, memories of his childhood flooding back. He recalls the times they spent helping their father plant crops, laughing under the sun. He wonders how his brother can let go of these memories so easily and worries that money might be slowly breaking their bond. After a few weeks, Noah successfully sells the farm and immediately begins living lavishly, using the money to buy new clothes, a fancy apartment, and other luxuries. He feels proud, convinced that he has made the right choice. Elias watches from afar, saddened by the changes in his brother. Despite his feelings, Elias reaches out to Noah, inviting him for dinner to keep their bond alive. But Noah, too busy with his newfound lifestyle, declines, saying he has more important things to attend to. This rejection leaves Elias feeling alone, wondering if their brotherly bond is now irreparable. Noah's life begins to shift as his spending habits spiral out of control. He buys more than he can afford, ignoring any thoughts of savings or caution. He enjoys parties, fine dining, and making new wealthy friends. However, beneath the surface, he starts feeling the emptiness of his lifestyle but quickly brushes it off, convinced that money will always solve his problems. Meanwhile, Elias continues working modestly, living a simple life filled with close friends and community. Although he feels the loss of his brother, he finds comfort in the relationships and values he holds dear, realizing that true wealth lies in these connections. One evening, Elias receives a letter from Noah, finally agreeing to meet. Excited, Elias hopes that his brother might have a change of heart. However, when Noah arrives, it becomes clear that he has come only to ask for financial help. His lavish lifestyle has left him in debt, and now he needs money to stay afloat. Elias is deeply disappointed but offers his brother advice instead of money. He tells Noah to learn the value of moderation and to appreciate what truly matters in life. Noah scoffs, feeling humiliated by the idea that his simple brother is now giving him advice. As months pass, Noah's situation worsens. His debts pile up, and the friends he once had disappear one by one. He starts losing the things he bought with his wealth as they are repossessed to cover his unpaid bills. For the first time, he feels the crushing weight of his decisions. Desperate and alone, Noah begins reflecting on Elias's words. He realizes that perhaps he's been chasing happiness in the wrong places, yet pride keeps him from asking his brother for help again. He sinks further into loneliness, longing for the simpler days of his childhood. On a rainy night, Noah finally swallows his pride and arrives at Elias's home, bedraggled and ashamed. Elias is surprised to see his brother but welcomes him with open arms. They sit by the fireplace, and Noah confesses everything, from his greed to his current destitution. Elias listens patiently, comforting his brother, and reminds him that he will always be there for him. Touched by his brother's kindness, Noah begins to feel a shift in his heart. He realizes that Elias has shown him the meaning of unconditional love. In the days that follow, Elias takes Noah under his wing, showing him how to work modestly and live a more fulfilling life. Together, they start small jobs, working alongside each other like they did in their youth. The bond they once shared slowly starts to rekindle as Noah learns to appreciate the simple joys of life. Noah begins to understand the beauty of hard work and shared laughter, and he feels happier than he ever did with his riches. He sees now that the life he had chased was shallow, and he begins to embrace the values his father once held dear. As the weeks turn into months, Noah and Elias continue to rebuild their bond, finding strength in each other's presence. They help neighbors, join community gatherings, and support each other in ways they hadn't for years. For the first time, Noah feels truly at peace. Elias notices the change in Noah, grateful that his brother has come back to him. He realizes that sometimes, people need to lose everything to truly understand what is valuable. Together, they make plans to restore their father's legacy and start anew. Noah suggests they buy back the farm together, and Elias agrees with joy. They pool their resources, working hard to save up enough money to bring their family heritage back into their lives. They spend hours reminiscing about the times they spent there, dreaming of making new memories on the land they both cherish. Their shared goal gives them a renewed sense of purpose, and Noah's heart feels lighter with each passing day. He has finally understood that family is the greatest wealth of all. Months later, the brothers stand at the edge of the farm they've worked so hard to buy back. They feel a deep sense of accomplishment as they look over the land that once belonged to their father. The air is filled with nostalgia and hope as they prepare to rebuild it together. Noah realizes that this moment, standing beside his brother with their father's legacy in their hands, is worth more than any amount of money. He feels fulfilled and grateful for the second chance to make things right. They work tirelessly to restore the farmhouse, fixing broken fences and repairing old structures. The community comes to help, bringing supplies and offering their support. Elias is overjoyed to see everyone rallying around them, and Noah feels touched by the warmth and kindness of others. Noah begins to understand the true meaning of wealth as he experiences the strength of community and family. He sees now that it is love and support that make a person truly rich. As they finish the final touches on the farmhouse, Noah and Elias share a heartfelt conversation. Noah apologizes sincerely for his past actions, admitting his mistakes and the pain he caused. Elias, without hesitation, forgives him, expressing gratitude that his brother has found his way back to him. The brothers embrace, their bond stronger than ever. Noah's heart feels full, and he vows never to let material desires come between them again. The farm is soon thriving again, with crops growing under their care. The brothers work side by side, sharing the responsibilities and joys of farming. Noah, once fixated on wealth, now takes pride in every seed they plant and every harvest they reap. Their father's legacy lives on through them, and the farm becomes a symbol of family, love, and redemption. They honor his memory with each day they spend together, grateful for the lessons they learned. One evening, as they rest after a day's work, Elias suggests they open the farm to the community for gatherings and celebrations. Noah agrees wholeheartedly, seeing it as a way to give back to those who supported them. They begin hosting events, making the farm a place of joy for everyone. The community comes together, celebrating the brothers' journey and the farm's rebirth. Noah sees smiles and laughter all around, and he feels content, knowing that he is a part of something meaningful. During a festival at the farm, an old friend approaches Noah, amazed at the transformation he has undergone. The friend asks if he misses his luxurious life. Noah smiles and replies that he has everything he needs right here, gesturing to his brother and the community around him. Noah realizes that he has finally found the happiness he once sought in material wealth. His journey from greed to gratitude has taught him the true essence of family and love. As the years pass, the brothers continue to live and work on the farm. Their lives are filled with love, laughter, and the warmth of family. Together, they cherish each day, knowing that they have found something far more precious than money. Elias occasionally reflects on how much they have grown, grateful for the hardships that brought them closer. He sees in Noah a man transformed, and he thanks fate for guiding them through their trials. One day, they gather the community to tell the story of their father and the lessons he imparted. They share how they once drifted apart due to greed, only to be reunited through love and forgiveness. Their story touches everyone, reminding them of the value of family and relationships. Noah feels a deep sense of purpose, grateful for the chance to inspire others. He and Elias know that their father would be proud of the men they have become. The farm becomes a legacy that both brothers nurture together, a testament to their journey. They pass down their story to younger generations, hoping to inspire them to value family above all else. Their bond grows stronger each year, grounded in trust and mutual respect. Noah, once blinded by greed, has become a pillar of kindness and generosity, a transformation that brings joy to everyone who knows him. As they sit together on the farmhouse porch one evening, watching the sun set over their land, Noah thanks Elias for never giving up on him. They share a quiet moment of gratitude, both knowing that their bond is the greatest inheritance their father left them. In that peaceful silence, they realize they have finally found true happiness. Their journey has taught them that family is indeed the greatest treasure, a legacy they vow to cherish forever. Moral of the story: the journey of Noah and Elias teaches us that family and relationships hold more worth than material possessions. True wealth lies in the love and support of those we hold dear. When faced with hardships, it is our loved ones who give us strength and purpose. Material riches can bring temporary happiness, but the bond of family offers a lifetime of fulfillment and joy. Forgiveness and valuing loved ones over possessions lead to a more meaningful and abundant life.
One quiet morning, a stranger appeared in the village. She was a small child, no older than 10, with deep, wise eyes that seemed to see through everything. No one knew where she came from, yet she wandered through the village like she had always been there. People looked at her curiously, wondering who she was and why she seemed so different from the others. Her clothes were old, but there was a certain calmness in the way she moved, as though she understood the world in a way no one else did. As the days went by, strange things began happening. The villagers would whisper about their private troubles and secrets, but somehow, this little stranger always seemed to know about them. Old man Gregor, who had always been too proud to ask for help, suddenly found someone leaving food on his doorstep every night. Mary, the baker, noticed that the child knew exactly how to cheer her up when she felt overwhelmed by her business. It was as if the child understood their hidden pain without them speaking a word. One day, as the village gathered for the annual festival, the child appeared at the heart of the crowd. She was sitting alone on the grass, her gaze distant as she watched everyone around her. People felt uneasy but were drawn to her quiet presence. It seemed like she could hear their unspoken thoughts, the secrets they hadn't shared with anyone. There was something powerful about the way she observed the world, and the villagers couldn't help but wonder how much she really knew about them. Later that evening, Sarah, a young woman who had recently lost her parents, approached the child. "How do you know so much?" she asked. The child smiled gently and replied, "I don't know everything, but I listen. I see things that others don't. Everyone has secrets, but sometimes the only thing they need is someone to understand." Sarah, who had been carrying the weight of her grief in silence, felt a sudden lightness in her heart. It was as though the child had read her pain and acknowledged it, offering a form of solace without words. Word spread quickly that the stranger child had a way of understanding people's deepest emotions. Some villagers were skeptical, thinking it was nothing more than a strange coincidence, but others began to seek her out. Thomas, the quiet blacksmith, had always been known for his gruff demeanor. No one ever saw the sadness hidden behind his tough exterior. But one day, he found himself sitting next to the child, unable to hold back his tears as he spoke of the dreams he had given up long ago. The child said nothing, only nodding as she listened to him, her eyes soft with understanding. It wasn't long before Thomas started showing up at the village square more often, greeting people with a smile and helping others with their own troubles. Slowly, his grief faded, and he realized that all he needed was someone who didn't judge him, someone who simply listened. The child never asked for anything in return, yet she had brought healing to his heart just by acknowledging his pain. One evening, the village's most respected elder, Mara, sat with the child by the fire. "You know more about this village than anyone else," Mara said, looking into the flames. "How do you know so much?" The child smiled again and replied, "I just pay attention. People think their secrets are hidden, but the truth is, the heart always finds a way to speak, whether it's through actions, words, or silence." Mara was silent for a moment, contemplating the child's words. She had lived a long life, carrying the burdens of leadership and wisdom, but it wasn't until she met the child that she realized how much she had been hiding from others. With the child's gentle presence, Mara began to open up about her own struggles, realizing that sharing her worries didn't make her weak, it made her human. The village slowly began to change, as people began to speak more openly about their feelings, knowing that the child was always there, quietly watching and listening. A week later, the villagers decided to throw a feast to thank the child for the quiet wisdom she had brought to their lives. They had grown fond of her, but still, no one truly knew where she came from or why she had chosen their village. The child accepted their invitation with a simple nod, but she didn't seem to care much for the food or the festivities. Instead, she spent her time walking through the crowd, pausing to speak to the lonely, the sad, and the quiet souls who had long felt unseen. As the night wore on, the villagers couldn't help but notice that the child's presence seemed to bring a sense of peace to everyone she touched. There was no need for grand gestures or speeches. all she did was listen. And in that silence, she gave the greatest gift of all, understanding. People left the feast feeling lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. The next morning, when the village awoke, the child was gone. No one saw her leave, and no one knew where she had gone. The villagers searched the streets, asking each other if they had seen her, but there was no sign of the mysterious child who had changed their lives so profoundly. Some were heartbroken, others confused, but all felt a deep sense of loss. It wasn't until a few weeks later that people began to notice the changes in their lives. Sarah was no longer burdened by grief, Thomas was no longer silent. Mara had become more open with the villagers. Slowly, the village itself began to change. People were kinder, more open with each other, and more willing to help those in need. The child had left, but her influence remained, a reminder that sometimes, the most powerful change comes from simply being seen. In the months that followed, life in the village continued to improve. It wasn't that the villagers had forgotten about the child, but they had learned from her example. Now, they would often gather in the square, sharing stories, offering help, and supporting one another in ways they had never done before. The quiet, unseen wounds of the past were slowly healing as people learned to speak up and share their burdens. One afternoon, as Sarah walked through the market, she overheard a conversation between two children. "Do you remember that strange child who used to live here?" one asked. "Yeah, she could tell what you were feeling without you saying anything," the other replied. "She was so kind. I think she taught everyone how to be better." Sarah smiled to herself, knowing that the child's true gift was not in her mysterious knowledge, but in the way she had made everyone feel heard and understood. Years passed, and the village became known for its kindness and the way people supported one another. Visitors often came to learn the secret of the village's harmony, but no one could quite explain it. They would tell tales of the stranger child who had once wandered their streets, teaching them the power of listening and understanding. The child had never stayed long, but her impact had been profound, rippling through the village for years to come. One such visitor, a weary traveler, sat with an elderly man in the village square and asked, "How did this village become so peaceful?" The man smiled and said, "It wasn't magic or some grand event. It was a child who listened when no one else would. She knew everyone's secrets, not because she had special powers, but because she understood that sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is just be present for someone." The traveler nodded, realizing that the true lesson of the village was one that could be taken anywhere. On the anniversary of the child's visit, the village held a celebration in her honor. It wasn't a grand affair, but a simple gathering where people took turns sharing stories of how their lives had changed since that time. As each person spoke, the atmosphere was filled with gratitude and warmth. The child's memory lived on in the hearts of everyone who had been touched by her wisdom. Even now, when someone in the village is feeling lost or overwhelmed, they know they can find comfort simply by sitting and listening to one another. It has become a tradition, a way of living that has shaped the very identity of the village. No one knows where the child came from or why she left, but the village would always carry her message, that sometimes, the most important thing we can offer each other is our presence and our attention. One day, a young girl named Lily, who had heard stories of the mysterious child, asked her grandmother, "Do you think the stranger child will ever come back?" Her grandmother smiled softly and said, "Perhaps she's already here, in all of us." Lily looked puzzled, and her grandmother continued, "The child's gift was not in her knowledge but in her ability to listen and make others feel understood. That is something we can all do, every day." Lily thought about this for a moment and then nodded. She began practicing listening more carefully, paying attention to her friends and family with the same deep understanding that the child had shown. And in time, she too became someone others turned to for comfort, just as the stranger child had once done for her village. Years later, Lily grew up to be a kind and wise woman, known throughout the village for her gentle nature and her ability to make others feel seen. One evening, as she walked through the village square, she met an old woman who had come to visit the village. The woman asked, "What is the secret of your village? How is it so peaceful and kind?" Lily smiled and replied, "It's simple. We learned to listen to each other and to be present for one another. We learned from a stranger child who taught us that sometimes, all someone needs is to be heard." The old woman was silent for a moment, then smiled. "I think I understand," she said. "The greatest gift we can give each other is not advice or solutions, but the gift of understanding." And with that, she continued on her journey, carrying the lesson of the village with her. One quiet evening, as the sun set behind the mountains, Lily sat alone by the fire, reflecting on the child's legacy. She had grown up in a village transformed by kindness and understanding, and she had played a part in that transformation. She thought of the child's wisdom, how she had known everyone's secrets, not because she had some magical power, but because she had the gift of listening. And Lily realized that this was a gift that anyone could give if they only took the time to truly listen. As she sat there, lost in thought, a young boy approached her. "Can you teach me how to be like the child?" he asked. Lily smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. "It's not something you can learn from me," she said softly. "It's something you have to learn from your heart. Listen closely, and you'll find the answers you need." The boy thought about Lily's words and started practicing what he had learned from her. He began to listen more closely to the people around him, not just to their words, but to their feelings and needs. And slowly, he began to understand the power of simply being present for others, just as the stranger child had done so many years ago. The boy's kindness spread throughout the village, and soon, he became known as someone who could make others feel understood. Just like the child, he didn't need to have all the answers, he only needed to be there for those who needed him most. And in doing so, he helped keep the legacy of the stranger child alive, ensuring that her message would never be forgotten. As time went on, the village flourished, and its people grew even closer. They knew that the secret to their happiness wasn't in wealth or success but in the strength of their community and the depth of their connections. And whenever someone new arrived in the village, they were welcomed with open arms, for the villagers knew that the greatest gift they could give was the same gift the stranger child had given them: the gift of understanding. The village became a place where people listened to one another, where secrets were shared not in fear, but in trust. And it was said that if you ever found yourself in need, all you had to do was sit quietly with someone from the village, and you would soon feel your heart lifted. For the villagers knew that sometimes, the best way to heal was simply to be heard. As an old woman, Lily sat on the same bench where she had once spoken to the young boy, now a grown man, who had become a pillar of the community. She looked out over the village, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the lessons she had learned from the mysterious child. The village was no longer the same as it had been when she was young. It was a place of warmth and understanding, where people looked out for each other and shared their burdens without fear. Lily smiled softly, knowing that the stranger child had left a legacy that would never fade. The child had taught them all that the most powerful gift you could offer someone was not your advice, but your presence. And with that simple gift, the village had been transformed forever. Moral of the story: the greatest gift we can give others is not advice or solutions, but the gift of understanding. By listening, being present, and truly hearing what others are saying with their hearts. Sometimes, that's all it takes to change someone's world.
Under the moonlight, Catherine sat on her bed, her heart heavy with worry. It had been 2 days, and no kicks. Not even a flutter. "Why isn't my baby moving?" she whispered to herself. The next morning, Catherine visited the elder women. "It's normal," one said. "Babies rest sometimes," another smiled. But Catherine's heart wasn't convinced. She had heard these women's wisdom many times before, yet fear tugged at her. At home, her mother-in-law gathered the family for prayer. They sang softly, asking for protection and guidance. Catherine closed her eyes tightly, hoping the sacred words would reach her baby's heart and spark a little kick, just one kick. Grandma Enitha, the village's herbal healer, prepared a special tea. "This will calm your spirit," she said. Catherine drank slowly, letting the bitter taste remind her of strength passed down through generations. Late at night, when hope seemed far away, Catherine felt it. A small, gentle nudge beneath her hand. "The baby," she gasped, tears filling her eyes. Another kick followed, as if to say, "I'm here, Mama." She laughed softly, relief washing over her like a river. The sun rose, casting light on Catherine's joy. She stood tall, feeling grateful not only for the baby's movements but for the love and care her family and community had shown her. In her heart, she knew that no matter the journey, she would never walk it alone. If you like the story, please subscribe, like, and share to stay updated on all our latest videos. In a community, 2 women, Myra and Aliyah, lived with their children. Myra, known for her beauty and charm, had won the heart of a successful merchant, Kai. Aliyah, a quiet and reserved woman, was a childhood friend of Kai, and though she had not caught his eye in the same way, Kai had always been kind to her. As the years passed, the 2 women found themselves bound by an unexpected connection. They shared the same husband. While Kai spent his time dividing his days between them, The village whispered and gossiped about the unconventional family. Myra and Aliyah both loved Kai, but their hearts were torn with conflicting emotions. Myra cherished the luxury and attention that Kai brought her, while Aliyah was drawn to his gentleness and the comfort of his presence. They had both given birth to children from him, and the village had grown accustomed to seeing Kai moving between their homes. But behind closed doors, there was an unspoken tension between the two women. Myra often questioned Aliyah's quiet acceptance of their shared life, while Aliyah wondered if she had made the right choice in accepting Kai's love. Myra's son, Asher, and Aliyah's daughter, Amelia, played together every day in the fields. Though they were young, they were aware of the unique nature of their family. Asher, who was quick-witted, often teased Amelia about their father's visits to both homes. "Father loves me more," Asher would say with a mischievous grin. Amelia, calm and thoughtful, would reply, "He loves us both, but I wish he were here more." They had learned to accept the situation, but there was an ache in their hearts when Kai was not around. Amelia's desire for a simple life where her parents were together grew stronger each day. She often asked her mother why they couldn't live like other families. Aliyah would gently reply, "Sometimes, life is complicated, and love doesn't always come in the way we expect." Asher, on the other hand, had grown to be proud of the uniqueness of their family. He believed that their father's love was boundless, and he couldn't understand why Amelia sometimes felt sad. One day, Kai sat alone in his study, deep in thought. He loved both women, but he was torn between them. Myra had given him a life of wealth and excitement, while Aliyah had been his anchor in moments of difficulty. He had chosen to marry both, but now, as the years passed, he felt the weight of his decision. His heart was divided, and no matter how much he tried to give both women his love and attention, he could never shake the feeling that someone would eventually be hurt. In his mind, he knew there had to be a better way. Kai often wondered if there was a future where Myra and Aliyah could both find happiness outside of their shared marriage. He longed for a peaceful resolution, but the thought of losing one of them was unbearable. The guilt of his divided heart weighed heavily on him, and he realized that he was not only hurting himself but also the women he loved and their children. As the years passed, the tension between Myra and Aliyah grew. Myra, once content with their arrangement, now resented the moments when Kai would spend more time with Aliyah. She felt as though Aliyah had been stealing her happiness, and her jealousy turned into bitterness. "He loves you more," Myra would often mutter to Aliyah, though she never said it aloud. Aliyah, on the other hand, began to withdraw, retreating into her quiet world. She questioned whether it was worth it to continue living in a relationship that only brought her pain. The village, once accepting of their unusual arrangement, now began to question the stability of the family. Gossip spread like wildfire, and people began to feel sorry for the children who were caught in the middle. Kai, witnessing the growing tension, knew that something had to change. But the more he tried to resolve the issue, the further apart the two women seemed to drift. One evening, Kai invited Myra and Aliyah to sit with him under the stars. He had something important to discuss. "I can no longer carry this weight," he confessed, his voice filled with regret. "I love both of you, but I see the pain in your eyes. You both deserve more than this divided life." Myra, her heart pounding, looked at Aliyah. "What are you asking for, Kai?" she asked, her voice trembling. Aliyah, calm as always, spoke up first. "Perhaps it's time for us to find our own paths," she suggested. "We both deserve happiness, not a life built on a shared love." Myra looked at Aliyah, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. For the first time in years, she understood Aliyah's quiet acceptance. "You're right," Myra said softly. "Perhaps this is the only way for us to find peace." Kai listened, his heart heavy with the realization that the life they had built could no longer continue in its current form. It was time for each of them to take a different path, even if it meant pain and sacrifice. The decision to part ways was not an easy one. Myra and Aliyah each took their children and began new lives. Kai, torn between his love for both women, promised to support them both from a distance. The village, once filled with whispers about the shared husband, now buzzed with sympathy for the women and children who were starting anew. Myra moved to a nearby city, where she built a new life for herself and Asher. Aliyah stayed in the village, raising Amelia on her own, finding strength in her solitude. Though the separation was difficult, both women slowly began to heal. Myra found fulfillment in her independence, while Aliyah rediscovered the joy of being a mother without the weight of sharing her husband. Kai, too, found peace in knowing that his decision, though painful, had brought a sense of closure to their complicated lives. Myra, now living in the city, watched Asher grow into a confident young man. Though she missed Kai's presence, she had come to realize that her happiness did not depend on him. Asher, understanding the challenges his mother had faced, had become a compassionate and understanding young man. He often spoke of his father with love but knew that their family was different from others, and that was okay. Myra's heart swelled with pride as she saw the man her son was becoming. Amelia, too, was growing into a young woman, her heart shaped by the quiet strength of her mother, Aliyah. Aliyah had always taught Amelia to value inner peace and self-reliance, and Amelia carried those lessons with her as she navigated life. She had learned to love herself first, and in doing so, had come to understand that happiness could be found in solitude as much as in love. Years later, Kai invited Myra and Aliyah to meet him one last time. They both agreed, curious about what he had to say. When they met, Kai stood before them, a look of deep remorse in his eyes. "I've learned something important," he began. "Love is not about possession, but about respect. I see now that I was selfish in thinking that I could divide myself between you both. You both deserved more than that." Myra and Aliyah listened in silence, their hearts mixed with emotions. "Kai, we've both found peace," Aliyah said, her voice calm but firm. "We no longer need your love to complete us. We are complete on our own." Myra nodded in agreement. "It's taken us a long time, but we understand now. Love is about freedom, not control." Kai, overwhelmed with guilt, nodded and promised to let go of the past. He had finally understood that true love could only exist in freedom, not in a shared commitment that limited their growth. As time passed, both women flourished in their new lives. Myra, with her son Asher, opened a small business and became a respected member of her community. Aliyah, raising Amelia with love and patience, became known as a wise woman whose advice was sought by many. The village, which had once whispered about their unconventional family, now admired the strength and resilience of both women. Kai, too, had changed. He realized that love, in its truest form, did not demand possession or control. It required respect, space, and understanding. He had lost both women, but in doing so, had found a deeper understanding of love. His life, though solitary, was now filled with the lessons he had learned from Myra and Aliyah. Asher, having inherited his mother's strength and ambition, became a leader in the city. He often thought about his father, but he never felt resentment. He understood the complexities of life, and as an adult, he found peace in knowing that his parents had done the best they could. Amelia, with her gentle wisdom, had become a healer in the village. She had learned from her mother that true peace comes from within, and she dedicated her life to helping others find that peace. Though they had grown up in different circumstances, both Asher and Amelia carried the same message: love is not about ownership, but about freedom, respect, and self-discovery. They became friends as they traveled the world, sharing their stories of family, love, and growth. Years later, the village where Aliyah had lived became a place of quiet reflection. People came from all around to hear her wisdom, and her story became a legend. Aliyah's life, once filled with pain and uncertainty, had transformed into a testament to the strength of a mother's love and the power of self-reliance. Myra, too, had become a symbol of resilience, a woman who had overcome the challenges of a divided life to find success and happiness on her own. The children of the village often spoke of Myra and Aliyah as examples of true strength. They taught the younger generations that life was not about holding on to people, but about learning to let go when necessary. The lessons of love and freedom lived on through the stories shared by the children, who grew up knowing that their parents' struggles had shaped a legacy of peace. On the anniversary of their parting, Kai returned to the village to visit the graves of Myra and Aliyah. Though they had both passed on, their legacies lived in the hearts of the community. He had never married again, choosing instead to dedicate his life to helping others understand the lessons he had learned. He visited Amelia's healing center and Asher's business, both of which had flourished, and he realized that though he had lost both women, he had gained a greater understanding of the meaning of love. Asher and Amelia, now adults, had become close friends, often sharing stories about their mothers and how their shared history had shaped them. They had both learned to embrace the complexities of life, knowing that love could be painful, but also deeply transformative. Before his death, Kai gathered his loved ones around him and shared his final lesson. "True love is not about ownership or control," he said softly. "It is about growth, freedom, and respect. If you love someone, set them free to become their truest self. Only then can love truly flourish." Amelia and Asher nodded in agreement, knowing that Kai's words were the final gift he could give them. As Kai passed away, the village mourned his loss but also celebrated the wisdom he had gained. His story, once filled with selfishness and regret, had transformed into one of redemption and understanding. The village grew into a place where people came to learn the lessons of Myra, Aliyah, Kai, Asher, and Amelia. Their story became a symbol of the importance of respecting one's self and others in relationships. The children who grew up hearing their story knew that love was not something to be controlled, but something to be nurtured with respect and kindness. Life in the village continued, but the lessons of love and freedom remained at the heart of its people. The memory of the shared husband and the two mothers who had learned to live independently served as a reminder that love, in its purest form, is about growth and freedom, not possession. The moral of the story of the shared husband teaches us that love cannot be divided. True love is not about possession or control but about respecting the freedom of others and allowing them to grow. Sometimes, the most loving decision is to let go and give each person the space to become their best self. In doing so, love can flourish in ways we never expected.
In a quiet village called Evergreen, there was a legend that had been passed down for generations. It spoke of a hidden secret within the heart of the forest that surrounded the village. The elders often warned the children to never venture too deep, as it was said that the forest had a way of protecting its secrets. Susan, a curious young girl, had always felt an urge to uncover what lay hidden within. She'd heard the stories, and they sparked her imagination, but no one had ever dared to search for the secret. One day, Susan decided it was time. She packed a small bag with some food, water, and a map of the forest that her grandmother had handed down. With a heart full of hope and excitement, she told her parents she would be back by sunset. They warned her again to be careful, but Susan was determined. As she stepped into the forest, the towering trees seemed to whisper as if they were alive, watching her every move. As Susan walked deeper into the forest, the path began to narrow and twist. The sunlight barely broke through the thick canopy above, casting a greenish glow over the moss-covered ground. She could feel the air growing cooler, and a sense of quiet filled the space around her. The further she went, the less familiar the forest seemed. She had visited before, but never this deep. It was as if the forest itself had changed, and she was no longer on the path that anyone had walked before. Her heart raced with both excitement and fear. She had always believed that the forest was a living, breathing entity, and now, as she ventured deeper, it felt as though the trees were guiding her toward something. But what? She stopped for a moment, glancing at her map, but its lines were blurry and seemed to make no sense. The forest had its own way of making people forget what they knew. Suddenly, Susan heard a faint whisper carried on the wind. At first, she thought it was just the rustling of leaves, but as she listened closely, the voice sounded more distinct, like it was calling her name. "Susan." The voice whispered again, soft and clear. She spun around, her heart pounding, but no one was there. The forest, though dense, was eerily still. Unsure if she had imagined the voice, Susan continued walking, but now with more caution. The whisper seemed to follow her, growing louder with each step, until she found herself standing before a large, twisted tree that seemed older than any she had ever seen. Its bark was dark and smooth, and the roots spread out like arms, reaching toward the ground. She could feel a strange pull, almost as if the tree were beckoning her closer. Susan slowly approached the ancient tree. As she reached out to touch its bark, a strange warmth radiated from it, and the ground beneath her feet trembled slightly. She gasped and stepped back, her heart racing. The tree began to creak, and the air around her felt charged with energy. Then, without warning, a hollow sound echoed from within the tree, and a hidden door appeared at its base. Susan could hardly believe her eyes. A secret door was hidden in the tree for who knows how long. She hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should open it, but the whisper called to her again, urging her forward. With a deep breath, Susan reached for the door handle, her hands trembling with anticipation. She had come this far, and she couldn't turn back now. As the door creaked open, Susan stepped into a dark, narrow passageway. The walls were made of thick roots, twisting and turning like veins through the earth. The air smelled damp, and a soft glow emanated from somewhere deep within, guiding her forward. She felt as if she was stepping into another world entirely, one that had been hidden for centuries. The forest's secret, she realized, was much older and much more mysterious than she had ever imagined. With each step, the passage seemed to stretch on forever. Susan's mind raced with questions. What was this place? Who built it? And why had it remained hidden for so long? The further she went, the more it felt like the forest itself was alive, watching her every move. She wasn't sure if it was the forest's magic or just her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being tested. The passage opened into a vast underground chamber. The walls were covered in ancient carvings that depicted strange creatures and scenes of nature intertwined with humans. The glow she had seen earlier came from glowing crystals embedded in the walls, casting an ethereal light across the room. In the center of the chamber was a stone pedestal, and atop it lay a small, ornate box. Susan approached the pedestal slowly, feeling both awe and fear. She could sense that the box was important, but what was it? Was this the secret the forest had kept for so long? Her hands trembled as she reached for the box, and as soon as she touched it, the room seemed to shudder, and the crystal's glow intensified. She quickly pulled her hand back, unsure of what she had just triggered. Before Susan could make sense of what was happening, a figure materialized before her. It was a tall, shadowy figure, draped in flowing robes made of leaves and vines. The figure's eyes glowed like the crystals in the chamber, and its presence was both comforting and intimidating. "You have found it," the figure said, its voice deep and echoing through the chamber. "The secret the forest has kept for 100 years. Susan stood frozen in place, not knowing whether to speak or run. "Who are you?" she finally managed to ask. The figure smiled softly, though its face remained hidden beneath its hood. "I am the guardian of the forest," it explained. "It is my duty to protect the balance between nature and the human world. You have come because you are ready to understand the secret. But first, you must learn what the forest truly is." The guardian began to explain the true nature of the forest. It was not just a collection of trees and animals, but a living, breathing entity, connected to all things in the world. The forest had watched over the land for centuries, ensuring that nature's balance was never disturbed. The secret it held was not a treasure, but a lesson, one that could change the way humans viewed the world. "The forest has always been here," the guardian said. "It has witnessed countless generations, each leaving its mark on the land. But it is not the forest that needs saving. It is humanity that must learn to respect the balance. Only then will the forest reveal its true power." Susan listened intently, absorbing every word. The forest wasn't hiding a physical treasure, it was guarding wisdom. The guardian gave Susan a task. To truly understand the forest's secret, you must prove your wisdom. You must make a choice between two paths. One will take you back to the village, and the other will lead you deeper into the unknown. Choose wisely, for only one path will lead you to the answer you seek. Susan was stunned. How could she choose? The path to the village meant safety and returning to everything she knew. But the path deeper into the forest, that held the promise of discovery. She thought carefully, weighing the options. It wasn't about finding treasure or fame, it was about the journey, and the lessons she had already learned along the way. With a deep breath, Susan chose the path that led deeper into the forest. She knew it wasn't an easy choice, but she felt an inner calling to learn more, to understand the forest and its mysteries. The path was more difficult than she expected, winding through thick underbrush and over steep hills. But she pressed on, determined to see where it led. As she walked, Susan realized that the forest was teaching her something she had never expected. Each step felt like a lesson in patience, in resilience, and in the value of taking the road less traveled. The forest wasn't just a place, it was a teacher, guiding her with every step, challenging her to grow. Finally, after what felt like days, Susan arrived at the heart of the forest. It was a breathtaking sight, an open clearing with a small, crystal-clear pond in the center. The air was filled with the sweet scent of flowers, and the trees here were unlike any she had seen before. Their trunks were golden, their leaves shimmering like silver. This, she realized, was the heart of the forest, where its power and wisdom converged. As she stood there, taking in the beauty around her, Susan felt a deep sense of peace. The forest had been waiting for her to arrive, to understand its true nature. The secret wasn't hidden in a box or an ancient artifact, it was within her all along. The forest's power lay in its ability to connect all living things and in its timeless wisdom. Susan returned to the village, her heart full of newfound knowledge. She didn't speak much of her journey, for she knew that the wisdom she had gained couldn't be shared through words alone. It had to be felt, understood, and experienced. But the villagers noticed a change in her. She had become more connected to nature, more aware of the balance between all living things. Her once carefree spirit had matured, and she understood the importance of protecting the environment. The forest was no longer just a mysterious place to her, it was a living, breathing force that deserved respect. She had discovered the forest's secret, and in doing so, she had unlocked her own deeper understanding of the world. The years passed, and Susan grew into a wise young woman. She often visited the forest, not in search of treasure or adventure, but to learn more, to give back to the land that had given so much to her. The trees no longer whispered in fear, but in gratitude, as if they recognized her efforts to protect and preserve the balance. One day, as Susan walked through the forest, the guardian appeared once more. "You have learned the secret," the guardian said, "and you have shared it with others. The forest is proud of you." Susan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She had come to understand that the greatest treasure of all was the knowledge and wisdom passed down through generations, and the responsibility to protect it. As Susan grew older, she became known as the keeper of the forest. She taught the villagers the importance of living in harmony with nature, of listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds. She passed down the lessons she had learned to her children and grandchildren, ensuring that the forest's secret would live on for generations. The forest, once a place of mystery and danger, had become a sanctuary for the village. The villagers now understood that it wasn't a place to fear, but a place to cherish and protect. The forest's legacy had been passed on, and its secret was no longer hidden, it was a part of the village's way of life. The forest's secret had been revealed not through treasure or discovery, but through wisdom, patience, and respect. Susan's journey had taught her that sometimes the greatest discoveries are not the ones we find, but the ones we learn along the way. The true treasure was the connection between all living things and the understanding that nature, in all its forms, deserves our care and protection. And so, the forest's secret remained, not as something hidden, but as a living lesson for all who were willing to listen and learn.
The sunset over the bustling city of Aurelia, painting the sky in fiery orange and deep purple, but beneath the beauty, shadows whispered secrets. Inside a lavish mansion, Lord Romulus, a nobleman with kind eyes, sits at dinner with his family. Laughter fills the air, but Romulus's smile hides a heavy heart. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in, his face pale. "Lord Romulus, the king demands more fighters for the arena." Panic spreads through the room. In the royal palace, the king declares, "Nobles must send their sons to fight. Only the strongest will survive." Romulus clenches his fists, knowing what this means. Back at home, Romulus hugs his children tightly. "I will do anything to keep you safe," he whispers, determination burning in his eyes. Romulus speaks to his loyal friend, Gaius. "I'll enter the arena, but I cannot let my family know. I must fight for them, not as their lord, but as a gladiator." Under the cover of night, Romulus dons the armor of a gladiator, hiding his noble attire. He stares at his reflection, a stranger looking back. The crowd roars as Romulus steps into the arena for the first time, heart racing. He can feel their excitement and hunger for blood, but he fights for something greater. Facing a seasoned fighter, Romulus's hands tremble. "Remember your family," he tells himself.
With a fierce determination, he fights with all his strength. After winning the battle, whispers fill the crowd. "Who is this new gladiator? He fights like a noble." Romulus hides his face, heart pounding. As Romulus continues to win, he earns the title, the Hidden Gladiator. But fame brings danger, and the king wants to uncover his identity. The king summons the arena champions. "Find the Hidden Gladiator. He could be a powerful ally or a dangerous enemy," Gaius warns Romulus. "You must reveal your identity soon or you'll lose everything." Romulus's heart aches at the thought of his family finding out. That night, Romulus gazes at the stars, thinking of his family. "I must protect them at all costs, even if it means hiding who I am." The king sets a trap announcing a special fight where the hidden gladiator must face the fiercest warrior. Romulus knows he must prepare for the worst. In the arena, Romulus faces his opponent, but this time, he fights not just for survival, but to reveal the truth behind his hidden identity. Just as victory seems near, Romulus's helmet comes off. Gasps echo through the arena. "It's Lord Romulus!" The crowd shouts, shock and awe in their voices. Some in the crowd cheer, others are stunned. "He fought for us," they realize. Romulus takes a deep breath, ready to face the truth. The king is furious, demanding Romulus be punished. But the crowd roars for their champion, chanting his name. "He fought for us!" As chaos ensues, Romulus looks for his family in the crowd. His children's eyes shine with pride, and he knows he has to protect them, no matter the cost. Faced with the choice to fight for his life or surrender to the king, Romulus raises his sword and declares, "I will fight for my family and freedom." In an epic showdown, Romulus battles not just for his life, but for the rights of all the gladiators. The arena shakes with the power of their fight. Just when it seems all is lost, the crowd joins in. "Fight for us, hidden gladiator!" Their cheers echo, giving Romulus the strength to rise again. With one final blow, Romulus defeats his last opponent. The arena erupts in cheers, and he collapses to the ground, exhausted but victorious. As the dust settles, Romulus stands before the king, his family at his side. "I fought for freedom, for my family. No more fighting for sport." The crowd roars in agreement. True strength comes from love and sacrifice. Sometimes we must fight for what is right, not just for ourselves, but for those we hold dear. This script outlines the journey of a nobleman turned gladiator, emphasizing themes of bravery, family, and standing up for justice.
Elena had always known her father's secret. The whispers in the village about his affair with a woman from a distant town were never truly hidden from her. Elena's heart was torn, loving her father but feeling the weight of betrayal in the air. One day, as she walked home from the market, she saw a boy around her age standing at the gate of her family's house, looking lost. His striking resemblance to her father left her stunned. "Are you looking for someone?" Elena asked, her voice hesitant. The boy nodded, glancing nervously around before muttering, "I think I'm your brother." Elena's eyes widened. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. Her father's secret child was standing right before her. The boy, whose name was Luca, explained that he had grown up in a distant town with his mother, who had never revealed much about his father. It was only after her death that Luca had learned the truth. His father was someone important in Elena's village. After years of searching, he had finally found his way to her doorstep. Elena's heart pounded as she listened, torn between the desire to know the truth and the loyalty to her family. She invited Luca inside, unable to turn away the brother she never knew existed. They sat in silence for a while, both overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. As the evening wore on, Elena realized how much they shared, despite their different upbringings. His eyes mirrored her father's, and his laugh was strikingly similar to her own. Elena couldn't deny that a bond had already begun to form with Luca. However, the thought of confronting her father about his past stirred a sense of dread in her heart. How would he react? Would he accept Luca into their family, Or would he deny the truth to preserve the life he had built? Despite her growing affection for Luca, Elena knew this was a dangerous path. Her father had never once mentioned the woman he had loved and abandoned. The idea of bringing this up could shatter the fragile peace of their home. She wished Luca had never come, but at the same time, she couldn't ignore the tug of kinship that blossomed between them. The day Elena finally decided to speak to her father arrived. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over their modest home, she heard the sound of his familiar footsteps approaching. He entered, smiling, unaware of the storm that was about to hit. "Father, there's someone here you need to meet," Elena began, her voice shaking with both fear and determination. She gestured to Luca, who had been sitting quietly by the window. "This is Luca. He's your son." Her father froze, his face draining of color as he turned toward the boy who looked so much like him. For a moment, there was only silence. The room fell into an eerie stillness as Elena's father looked at Luca with a mixture of disbelief and guilt. He stood motionless for a long moment before his voice cracked. "How did you find me?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Luca stepped forward, his hands trembling as he spoke. "My mother, she told me before she died that my father lived here. I had to know the truth." Elena's father clenched his fists, the weight of his past catching up to him. He had built a life with Elena's mother, but his heart had never been truly free. He had left behind another family, another life, one that was now staring him in the face. Elena's father sank into a chair, his eyes avoiding both of them. "I should have never left her," he said, his voice thick with regret. "I should have been there for you, Luca." He looked up at his son for the first time, his gaze softening. "I'm sorry." Luca, though hurt by the years of abandonment, stepped closer. "I just wanted to know you," he said, his voice a mix of sadness and hope. Elena watched the interaction, feeling torn between anger and understanding. She wanted to lash out at her father for the pain he had caused, but she also felt sympathy for the boy who had grown up without a father's love. As the days passed, Elena's father struggled with the reality of his past. He had never intended for Luca to find him, but now that he was here, it felt impossible to ignore the connection between them. The tension in the household grew thick, and Elena found herself retreating to the garden more often, unable to bear the weight of the situation. One evening, as Elena sat on the porch, Luca joined her. They sat in silence for a while before he spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. "I never asked for any of this. I didn't want to tear your family apart." Elena turned to him, seeing the pain in his eyes. "I know. It's just hard," she replied softly. "I don't know how to fix this." The tension reached its peak when Elena's father made a choice. He told Luca that it was best for him to leave. He couldn't bear the thought of losing the family he had built with Elena's mother, and the guilt of his past was too much to bear. "Leave now," he said coldly, his words final. Elena stood frozen, her heart breaking. Luca had only just arrived, and already he was being sent away. "Father, please," Elena pleaded. "You can't just push him away. He's your son." But her father was resolute, unwilling to face the consequences of his past. "It's better this way," he insisted. "You don't understand." Luca stood at the gate, his bags packed and his face set in a mask of sadness. He had come seeking answers, but all he had found was more pain. Elena stood at the doorway, torn between the love for her father and the deep affection she had come to feel for Luca. "I'm sorry," she whispered as he turned to leave. Luca gave her a sad smile. "I understand," he replied softly, before walking away. Elena watched him disappear down the road, the weight of the decision heavy in her heart. She didn't know if they would ever see each other again, but one thing was clear: her family would never be the same. Days passed, and Elena's family fell into a heavy silence. Her father became withdrawn, consumed by guilt and regret, while Elena struggled with the loss of the bond she had begun to form with Luca. Their home, once filled with laughter and warmth, now felt empty. Elena often found herself thinking about Luca, where he was, what he was doing, and whether he was okay. She regretted not being able to help him more, but she knew she had been powerless against her father's will. The world felt divided, and she didn't know how to fix it. Months later, Elena received a letter in the mail. It was from Luca. In it, He told her about his life after leaving their home, the friends he had made, and the peace he had found. He had learned to forgive his father for abandoning him, and he had begun to build a new life for himself. I will always carry the love of our mother in my heart, the letter read. And I will never forget the sister I never knew. Elena clutched the letter to her chest, tears welling in her eyes. She had missed him more than she realized, but she also felt a sense of peace knowing that he had found his way, even without the family he had longed for. Elena's father, too, began to change. The guilt he had carried for so long weighed heavily on him, and he eventually sought forgiveness from his wife. He admitted to her the truth about his past and the son he had abandoned. "I've made mistakes," he said one evening, his voice raw with emotion. "And I can never undo them. But I will spend the rest of my life making it right." Elena listened, her heart conflicted. She wanted to believe him, but a part of her knew the damage had already been done. Still, she could see the sincerity in his eyes, and for the first time in years, she felt a flicker of hope. Several years passed before Elena and her father received an unexpected visit. Luca had returned, no longer the boy who had shown up on their doorstep, but a young man who had made his peace with the past. He had come to meet his father once more, not out of anger or resentment, but with the hope of forging a relationship. Elena watched as her father and Luca stood face to face, their eyes filled with both hesitation and hope. This time, when Luca reached out his hand, her father took it, a symbol of healing and forgiveness. It was a moment of reconciliation, not just between father and son, but within their fractured family. The years that followed were not without struggle, but slowly, the bond between Elena and Luca grew stronger. Her father, too, began to rebuild the trust he had lost. Family dinners became filled with laughter once again, as old wounds were slowly healed. Luca's presence in their lives was a constant reminder that, despite the pain and betrayal of the past, love had a way of mending even the deepest of rifts. Elena learned to cherish the new family she had, while her father learned the importance of honesty and redemption. The moral of the story of Elena, Luca, and their father teaches us that even the deepest wounds can heal with time, honesty, and forgiveness. Betrayal and secrets may create painful divisions, but love, when embraced, has the power to rebuild what was broken. Sometimes, the ties that bind us are forged in the most unexpected ways, and it is never too late to make things right.
On the edge of a small village stood an ancient baobab tree. Its thick trunk was etched with patterns resembling faces, and its branches stretched toward the heavens. The villagers believed it held the wisdom of their ancestors but feared its towering presence. Only one person dared approach the tree, an old woman named Nyara. She had lived long and seen much, earning a reputation as the village's keeper of stories. Every evening, she sat beneath the baobab, weaving tales for children and adults alike. One year, the rains failed, and the crops withered. Hunger and despair spread like wildfire. The villagers gathered, desperate for solutions, but arguments erupted over what to do. "We need guidance," one elder said. "Nyara must seek wisdom from the baobab." The villagers turned to her, pleading. Though hesitant, Nyara agreed, for the baobab had never spoken to anyone before. Nyara approached the tree at dawn, carrying nothing but her courage. She laid her hand on the rough bark and whispered, "Great baobab, our people suffer. Share your wisdom with us." 4 hours. Nothing happened. Just as she began to despair, a low hum resonated through the air. A deep voice rumbled, "To gain wisdom, one must first give. Bring me a gift that carries the essence of life." Nyara relayed the baobab's words to the villagers. They argued about what gift could carry the essence of life. "Water," some shouted. "Seeds," cried others. Finally, they settled on a jug of their last fresh water, symbolizing survival. With heavy hearts, they entrusted it to Nyara to offer to the baobab. Nyara poured the water at the tree's roots. The baobab's voice returned, soft but firm. "You have given what is essential to live, yet survival is not enough. Bring me the essence of hope." Confused, Nyara returned to the village. "What is the essence of hope?" she asked. The people were puzzled but determined to find the answer. As adults debated, a young girl named Helen approached Nyara. She held a small, vibrant flower growing in a crack near her home. "This flower grew even when everything else died," Helen said. "Isn't that hope?" Nyara smiled and brought the flower to the baobab. The tree accepted it, its leaves rustling as if in approval. "Now, bring me the essence of unity," it instructed. The villagers struggled with the next task. Unity had been scarce during their crisis. Old feuds resurfaced, and many refused to cooperate. Nyara realized the Baobab was testing them, pushing them to mend their divisions. She urged the village to come together for the sake of their survival. After much discussion, the villagers decided to work together to weave a large mat, a symbol of their shared efforts and lives. Each person contributed threads from their homes. When Nyara laid the mat before the tree, its branches seemed to bow. "You have brought me unity. Now, bring me the essence of sacrifice," it said. Sacrifice was the hardest lesson. The villagers had so little left. Nyara offered her only goat, a precious source of milk. Inspired by her example, others contributed small but meaningful sacrifices, a handful of grain, a cherished trinket. Together, they created a humble offering and presented it to the Baobab. The Baobab's trunk shimmered faintly as it absorbed their sacrifices. "You have shown sacrifice, unity, and hope," it said. "These are the roots of wisdom. Now, for the final test, bring me the essence of courage." The villagers realized this challenge required no material gift. It was an inner journey. Days passed as the villagers hesitated. Fear paralyzed them. Nyara, too, struggled. She feared the unknown, the possibility of failure. Finally, Helen stepped forward once more. "We are afraid, but courage isn't the absence of fear. It's acting despite it." Her words inspired Nyara and others to approach the Baobab. Together, the villagers stood before the tree. "We offer our courage," Nyara declared. "We vow to face our fears and challenges as one." The Baobab's branches glowed, and its voice rang clear. "You have brought me the greatest gift of all, your resolve to change. Wisdom grows in hearts willing to act." The Baobab released a rain of golden leaves, which dissolved into the ground. Almost instantly, new shoots sprouted, and the soil regained its richness. The drought began to ease as rain clouds gathered. The villagers cheered, their faith restored. They had earned not only the tree's blessing but also their unity. Nyara continued to tell stories under the Baobab, but now the villagers joined in. They shared lessons learned from their trials, ensuring the wisdom would not be forgotten. Helen grew into a wise leader, often reminding others of the courage it took to rebuild their village. Years later, the Baobab still stood tall, its leaves vibrant and its roots strong. It became a symbol of the village's resilience, a reminder of the wisdom they had gained through struggle and unity. Visitors from distant lands came to hear their stories, and the villagers welcomed them with open arms, passing on the lessons of the Baobab. Moral of the story: true wisdom is rooted in unity, hope, sacrifice, and courage. When people come together with open hearts, even the greatest challenges can be overcome.
In a quiet village nestled in the valley, the moon was cherished like an old friend. It bathed the fields in silver light and guided travelers through the dark. Children sang lullabies to it, believing it listened to their dreams. Helen, a curious girl with an insatiable love for stories, often spent her nights gazing at the moon, weaving tales about its adventures. One fateful night, the moon vanished. The sky turned an unsettling shade of black, and the stars seemed confused, flickering weakly. Panic spread like wildfire. "Where has the moon gone?" the villagers whispered, their faces pale with fear. Helen refused to believe the moon had disappeared without reason. She climbed to the hilltop where the moon always seemed closest and found an old oak tree with a peculiar glow around it. Carved into its bark were symbols she had never seen before, pulsating faintly. The village elder, a reclusive man named Gareth, saw Helen's curiosity and decided to reveal the truth. Long ago, the moon was bound to our skies by a promise made to humanity. But promises must be nurtured. "We have taken its light for granted," he said with a heavy sigh. Determined to make amends, Helen asked how she could bring the moon back. Gareth handed her a small silver key and told her of an ancient portal deep in the forest. "The key will lead you to the moon's heart, but beware. The path will test your courage, kindness, and wisdom." Helen set off, carrying the weight of her village's hope. The forest was alive with whispers and shifting shadows, but she clutched the key tightly, her resolve unwavering. The first challenge came as Helen stumbled upon a brook where an injured bird lay struggling. She was torn between continuing her journey and stopping to help. She chose compassion, using her scarf to make a sling for the bird. As she placed it safely in a tree, the water of the brook began to glow, revealing a stepping stone path forward. This journey isn't just about the moon, she realized. It's about who we become along the way. The second test awaited her in a clearing where two paths diverged. One was a golden road, glittering with promises of safety. The other was dark and tangled, with no visible end. Helen remembered Gareth's words about courage and chose the dark path. As she ventured deeper, her fears whispered to her, but she silenced them with a song about the moon she used to sing as a child. The darkness lightened, revealing the forest's beauty. Finally, Helen arrived at a clearing where a towering crystal spire stood. Inside, a soft light pulsed like a heartbeat. A voice echoed, "Why have you come?" It was the moon, speaking through its essence. Helen knelt and admitted humanity's negligence. "We've taken you for granted, but we wish to make things right. I promise we'll honor your light and remember your place in our lives." The moon tested Helen's sincerity, conjuring an illusion of her village rejoicing under a bright sky without it. "What if they no longer need me?" it asked. Helen's heart ached but replied, "Even if they forget, I won't. You deserve to shine, not for gratitude, but because you are beautiful." Her words softened the moon's doubts. The crystal began to glow brighter, but it wasn't over yet. The moon revealed its final test. Helen had to leave the key behind, meaning she could never return to this magical place. It was a sacrifice of curiosity for the greater good. Tears filled her eyes as she placed the key on the spire. The forest shimmered, and Helen felt a deep peace wash over her. She had done what was right. Back in the village, the sky remained dark. Days turned to weeks, and the people began to lose hope. But Helen's faith never wavered. She shared her journey with the villagers, reminding them of the moon's importance. Slowly, they began to change. People lit lanterns at night and told stories about the moon to their children. They left offerings of gratitude under the old oak tree. One quiet evening, as Helen sat by the brook where she had helped the injured bird, a faint silver glow appeared on the horizon. The stars twinkled excitedly, and the villagers gasped as the moon re-emerged, more radiant than ever. The people cheered, their joy uncontainable. But Helen, with her quiet smile, simply whispered, "Thank you for trusting us again." The moon's return brought more than light, it brought wisdom. The villagers began holding a festival each month on the night of the full moon. They sang, danced, and told stories, remembering the lessons Helen had shared. Even Gareth, who rarely left his home, joined in, his eyes gleaming with pride for Helen's bravery. Helen never sought recognition for her deeds. She returned to her simple life, though her heart was forever changed. She wrote her journey in a small journal, hoping that future generations would learn from it. The journal became a treasure of the village, passed down from one storyteller to the next. It was titled "The Night the Moon Disappeared Forever." Years passed, and the village thrived under the moon's light. Helen grew older, her hair turning silver like moonlight. Yet, she never lost her sense of wonder and curiosity. The villagers often asked her to recount her journey, and though she shared it gladly, she always reminded them, "The moon didn't return because of me. It came back because we chose to change." One night, Helen sat beneath the old oak tree, the moonlight wrapping around her like an embrace. She felt a deep connection to the sky, as if the moon itself was thanking her for her unwavering faith. She smiled and whispered, "You were never really gone, were you? You were waiting for us to find our way back to you." When Helen passed, the village mourned deeply but honored her by planting a circle of trees around the old oak. They called it the Moon Grove, a place for reflection and gratitude. The moon never disappeared again, shining brighter with each generation that remembered Helen's story and the lessons she left behind. Moral of the story: gratitude and care sustain the things we cherish most. When we take something for granted, we risk losing it. True change begins with humility, courage, and a willingness to grow.
Captain Drake stood at the edge of his pirate ship, his eyes locked onto the horizon. Years ago, he had betrayed a powerful mermaid, stealing her precious pearl that could control the seas. Her curse had followed him ever since. Every night, the seas grew rougher, his crew dwindled, and the ship's timbers rotted. Yet, he had no choice but to sail the cursed waters, unable to escape the haunting memory of the mermaid's wrath. He clutched the pearl tightly in his hand, the weight of his guilt heavy. The mermaid had sworn vengeance, and the pirate captain had felt the consequences of her power ever since. His once mighty ship now creaked and groaned, a shadow of its former glory. Yet in his heart, he believed there was still a way to end the curse, if only he could find the mermaid and return the pearl. Deep beneath the waves, in the heart of the enchanted coral reef, the mermaid named Seraphina wept. The pearl Captain Drake had stolen was not just a treasure, it was a symbol of her family's legacy and her connection to the ocean's ancient magic. For years, her grief had turned into a burning desire for revenge. Every storm that raged above the water was her doing, every ship that sank a reminder of what had been lost. But even as her anger swelled, she couldn't shake the feeling that something deep within her urged for a different path. Her heart, though broken, longed for peace, for an end to the torment she had unleashed. She had never wanted this endless cycle of destruction, but Captain Drake had given her no choice. She stared at the pearl, wondering if redemption was still possible, for both of them. One evening, as Captain Drake sailed the storm-tossed seas, he saw something strange in the distance. It was a figure, shimmering in the moonlight, rising from the water. As the ship drew closer, he realized it was the mermaid, Seraphina, her eyes burning with fury. The sight sent a chill down his spine, and for the first time in years, he felt true fear. Seraphina's voice, like the roar of a mighty wave, echoed across the deck. "You took what was mine, pirate. For that, you will suffer." Captain Drake tried to speak, to explain his regret, but the mermaid would not hear it. She had spent too long harboring anger and pain to listen to his pleas. With a wave of her hand, the water surged, lifting the ship high into the air. The ship crashed back into the water with a deafening sound, and the crew cried out in panic. Captain Drake found himself face to face with Seraphina, her eyes like twin storm clouds. "I will not let you go until you return what you stole," she hissed, the fury in her voice unmistakable. Drake fell to his knees, holding out the pearl, his voice filled with desperation. "I never wanted this curse," he said, his voice breaking. "I was greedy, and I did wrong. But I'm sorry, and I want to make it right. Please, let the storm end." Seraphina stared at him, her anger wavering for the first time. She had waited so long for this moment, but now that it was here, she found herself conflicted. Would vengeance truly heal the wounds of her past, or was there another way? As Captain Drake held out the pearl, the mermaid hesitated. In her eyes, he saw not just the pain of betrayal, but also something deeper, a sense of loss, of longing for the peace she had once known. For the first time, he understood the true cost of his actions. He had taken not only a treasure but a piece of her soul. Seraphina's voice softened. "You have no idea what you've done," she whispered, her gaze moving to the distant horizon. "I was never meant to be alone. This pearl was not just a treasure, it was my connection to the ocean, to my people." Captain Drake's heart sank as he realized the depth of the mermaid's suffering. The pearl was not just a magical artifact, it was her heart, her very essence. As the storm continued to rage around them, Captain Drake knew he had to do more than just return the pearl. He had to make amends, and that meant facing the consequences of his actions. The winds howled, and the sea roared, but he stood firm. "I can't undo the past," he said, his voice steady but full of sorrow. "But I can promise you this, I will help you find peace, Seraphina. I will help you heal." Seraphina stared at him, the storm in her eyes subsiding just a little. She had never expected the pirate to offer anything but more lies. Yet here he was, offering a glimmer of hope. She studied him for a long moment, wondering if his words were genuine. Could he truly help her, or was he just another liar like all the others? With the curse still hanging over them, Seraphina realized that the only way forward was to make a bargain with the pirate. "If you truly want redemption," she said, "you must prove it. There are many dangers in these waters, creatures twisted by darkness and fury. Help me face them, and together, we can break the curse." Captain Drake nodded, determined to do whatever it took to make things right. For the first time in years, he felt a sense of purpose that went beyond treasure hunting. This wasn't about gold or glory, it was about redemption, about healing a wound that had festered for too long. "I'll do whatever it takes," he promised. And so, they began their perilous journey, both uncertain of what the future held, but knowing they had to face it together. Their journey took them through treacherous waters, where dark creatures lurked beneath the surface. At first, Captain Drake was unsure of his abilities, his hands shaking as he held his sword. But with Seraphina by his side, her magic guiding him, he found courage he never knew he had. They battled shadowy sea serpents and escaped the deadly grasp of the deep, each victory bringing them closer to breaking the curse. As they fought side by side, something unexpected began to grow between them: trust. Captain Drake saw Seraphina not just as a vengeful force of nature, but as a victim, a soul who had suffered deeply. And Seraphina began to see that the pirate was not the villain she had once thought him to be, but a man struggling with his own demons. Together, they made a formidable team. One day, they encountered a monstrous storm that seemed to have no end. Waves crashed over the ship, lightning struck the mast, and the wind howled like a beast. In the heart of the storm, Seraphina's powers flared. The waters began to churn violently, and the skies darkened further. The curse was at its peak, threatening to tear everything apart. Captain Drake stood at the bow of the ship, his hands gripping the wheel as Seraphina summoned all her strength to calm the raging waters. "This is it," she shouted. "We have to break the curse now, or it will destroy us both." Drake's heart raced, but he didn't hesitate. With a deep breath, he threw the pearl back into the sea, offering it back to Seraphina. As the pearl sank, the storm began to calm, the clouds parting just enough for a single ray of sunlight to break through. As the storm subsided, Captain Drake and Seraphina found themselves on calmer waters, the ship floating peacefully on the gentle waves. The mermaid stared at the pearl, now glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was no longer just a symbol of pain and revenge, it was a symbol of healing. The curse had been broken, but the real change was within them both. Seraphina turned to the pirate, her face softer than it had been in years. "You have done more than return the pearl," she said quietly. "You have returned my peace." "Thank you." Captain Drake nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. He had done the right thing, and for the first time in years, he felt truly free. With the curse lifted, the bond between Captain Drake and Seraphina grew stronger. They decided to sail together, no longer as enemies, but as allies. Drake's pirate crew, once lost to the storm, returned, but they, too, had changed. The pirate captain led them with newfound wisdom, teaching them the value of redemption over gold and treasure. Seraphina, too, found peace in this new chapter of her life. She was no longer bound by the chains of vengeance. The ocean felt like home once more, a place of beauty and wonder rather than sorrow. The two, once sworn enemies, had forged a bond that could never be broken, a bond of trust, redemption, and hope. One day, as they sailed through calm seas, Seraphina turned to Drake with a thoughtful look. "What do you think is the true treasure of the sea?" she asked. Drake, who had spent years chasing riches, now saw things differently. He smiled and replied, "The true treasure is the chance to change, to right the wrongs we've done, and to find peace." Seraphina's eyes glistened as she nodded. "I think you are right," she said. "And that peace, that redemption, is more valuable than any pearl or gold." It was a simple truth, but one that neither of them would ever forget. The real treasure was not the material wealth they once sought, but the redemption they had found in each other. Years passed, and the legend of the pirate captain and the mermaid spread across the seas. They became known as the protectors of the ocean, guardians of peace and balance. Ships no longer feared the storms, for they knew that Seraphina and Drake were watching over them, keeping the seas safe from harm. The mermaid's grief had finally been healed, and the pirate had found a purpose greater than himself. Captain Drake and Seraphina would often sit together on the deck, watching the sunset over the horizon. They had come a long way from the enemies they once were, and in their hearts, they knew that their shared journey had forged something far more powerful than revenge. It had forged a lasting legacy of peace. Though peace had returned, there was still one final test to overcome. A new storm, unlike any before, began to form on the horizon. It was a test of everything they had learned and fought for. Seraphina and Drake faced the storm together, each knowing that their strength now came not from their magic or their swords, but from their hearts. As the storm raged around them, they held fast, trusting each other completely. The storm was fierce, but they knew that as long as they stood together, they would overcome it. The lesson was clear. No matter how great the challenge was, redemption was always possible when one had the courage to face it together. The moral of the story: in the end, the pirate and the mermaid learned the greatest lesson of all. True redemption is not a single act, but a journey. It is a choice to change, to right wrongs, and to seek peace, even after great loss. It is in the courage to forgive, to let go of hatred, and to embrace a new beginning. And above all, it is in the understanding that healing can only happen when we face our past with honesty and open hearts.
Under a scorching sun, in a small, dusty village, lived Kamali, a man of modest means. Despite his struggles, his cheerful demeanor and willingness to help anyone in need made him beloved by all. Kamali's most prized possession was his small patch of farmland. Though it yielded little, he treated it with utmost care, seeing it as a symbol of resilience and hope. One fateful day, a raging storm destroyed Kamali's farm, leaving it barren and lifeless. The villagers mourned his loss, knowing how much he cherished his land. Instead of succumbing to despair, Kamali knelt on the cracked earth, vowing to restore his farm and help others rebuild theirs, too. Kamali traveled to the neighboring town to seek advice from a wise old farmer. The journey was long, and he arrived exhausted but determined. The farmer told him, "Your spirit is strong. If you nurture the soil with patience and ingenuity, it will reward you." Returning home, Kamali began his daunting task. He dug trenches, carried water from the river, and planted seeds, despite the relentless sun and his aching body. The villagers watched in awe as Kamali turned every setback into an opportunity to innovate. As weeks passed, Kamali's progress inspired his neighbors. "If Kamali can rebuild from nothing, so can we," they said. He shared his newfound techniques, emphasizing unity and collaboration, sparking a community-wide effort. Just as crops began to sprout, a swarm of locusts threatened to devour everything. Fear spread through the village like wildfire. Kamali, however, rallied the villagers, using fire and noise to drive the locusts away. "Together, we are stronger," he assured them. Months later, Kamali's farm flourished, its vibrant greenery a beacon of hope in the village. His persistence had paid off. Villagers celebrated this miracle, crediting Kamali's unwavering spirit as the source of their collective revival. A traveler passing through the village stopped to admire the lush fields. Hearing Kamali's story, he offered to buy the land for a hefty sum. Kamali declined, saying, "This land is not for sale. Its value is in what it teaches us, not its price." The villagers, motivated by Kamali's example, began innovating in other areas, building irrigation systems and trading surplus crops. Their once forgotten village turned into a thriving hub, attracting traders and travelers alike. News of the village's prosperity reached a greedy landlord who sought to claim the land. He arrived with soldiers, demanding ownership. Kamali calmly stood his ground, stating, "This land belongs to those who nurture it, not those who wish to exploit it." The villagers, emboldened by Kamali's courage, confronted the landlord together. Their unity and determination forced him to retreat. Kamali's leadership had not only restored their land but also their collective dignity and strength. The villagers organized a festival to honor Kamali's efforts. Children sang songs about his bravery, and elders shared his story around the fire. Kamali, ever humble, reminded them that the real hero was their unbreakable community spirit. Kamali started a school to teach farming and resilience to the village's children. "The future belongs to those who persevere," he often said. His students, eager to follow his example, began dreaming of ways to make their village even better. Years later, the traveler who once offered to buy Kamali's land returned, amazed by the village's transformation. Kamali shared the story of their journey, inspiring the traveler to spread the message of resilience far and wide. In his old age, Kamali watched as the village flourished beyond his wildest dreams. His unbreakable spirit had sown seeds of hope that would thrive for generations. As the sun set on the fields, Kamali smiled, knowing his work was a testament to the power of determination and community. Moral of the story: true strength lies not in wealth or power, but in an unyielding spirit and the willingness to uplift others. Through resilience and unity, even the greatest challenges can be overcome.
In a serene, secluded village situated among fog-covered mountains, a young boy named Kai lived with his mother. His father had disappeared long before he could remember, and his mother rarely spoke of him. The villagers whispered about a tragedy involving Kai's father, but his mother's eyes would always darken whenever the subject came up. Kai often wondered why his mother seemed so sad, and why she was always cautious around strangers. His curiosity grew with each passing day, but his mother's warnings kept him from asking too many questions. One evening, as Kai sat by the hearth, his mother told him to stay close, as a storm was brewing. But as the wind howled, Kai noticed something strange. His mother seemed restless, like she was waiting for something or someone. The firelight flickered, casting shadows that danced like ghosts. Kai, despite his mother's instructions, felt a deep urge to step outside and look at the night sky. But before he could move, a soft knock echoed through the door. Kai hesitated as his mother hurried to the door, her expression tight with worry. She opened it just a crack, peering outside. A figure stood in the rain, hooded and drenched. The stranger's voice was barely audible over the storm as he asked to come in. Kai's mother exchanged a glance with the figure, her face filled with something between fear and recognition. She reluctantly stepped aside, allowing the stranger in. Kai could feel the tension thick in the air. Who was this man, and why did his mother seem so wary of him? As the man entered, his eyes locked onto Kai. There was something in those eyes, something that Kai couldn't quite place, but it made him feel like the air was alive with secrets. The stranger's gaze softened as he looked at the boy, and he smiled faintly, though there was sadness in his eyes. Kai's mother hastily shut the door behind him, her movements swift and deliberate. "Kai," she said quietly, "this is someone from our past." But her voice trembled, and Kai wondered just how deep those past secrets ran. The man removed his hood, revealing a face that was both familiar and strange to Kai. He had the same sharp eyes and strong jawline as his father, but his expression was worn, weathered as if he'd seen too much of the world's darkness. Kai's heart raced. Was this truly his father, returned from the dead, or was this some kind of cruel joke? His mother avoided his gaze as the man sat down, placing a damp satchel beside him. The fire crackled, filling the silence. "Your mother didn't want you to know," the man said, his voice low and steady. "But I think it's time you understand the truth about what happened." Kai's mind swirled with questions. Why had his father left? Why had his mother never spoken of him? The man's voice, though calm, carried an edge of urgency. "There are things on the other side of this world, boy, things you're not meant to know. But your time is coming." Kai felt a chill run down his spine. His mother, who had been so protective, was now silent, her hands trembling in her lap. The stranger continued to speak, his words growing darker. "There are forces at play, Kai. Forces that are hidden from ordinary eyes. Your father knew of them, and so did I. But your mother, she has kept you from the truth to protect you." Kai's mind raced. What could possibly be so dangerous that his mother felt the need to shield him from it? His gaze flickered to his mother, who seemed to shrink under the weight of the conversation. "The world you see is only part of the story," the stranger said. "There are things beyond this world, in the realm of the unseen. I once tried to protect your mother from them, but I failed. Now, the time has come for you to face it." Kai's heart pounded. The thought of a hidden world, full of unseen forces, was overwhelming. His mother's face was pale, her eyes filled with an emotion Kai couldn't quite understand. Was she scared for him? Or for herself? Kai's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. He had always believed that the world was simple, what you saw was what you got. But now, his entire reality was being questioned. The stranger's words echoed in his ears, and he could sense the weight of a secret his mother had carried for years. He turned to her, hoping for some clarity. "Mother, what is he talking about? What truth?" His mother met his gaze for the first time since the stranger had arrived. Her eyes were filled with unshed tears. "Kai," she began, her voice barely a whisper, "your father didn't disappear by accident. He was taken. By the things we don't see, by the forces that lurk in the shadows." She paused, her hands clasped tightly together. "I've kept you safe from them, but I can't do that anymore. The time has come for you to know the truth about who you are." Kai's heart sank. Was he really a part of this hidden world his mother had fought so hard to keep him from? The storm outside raged on, but inside, the air was thick with the weight of truth. The stranger, whose name Kai now knew as Ian, stood up, gesturing for Kai to follow him. "Your journey begins now, Kai," he said. "The things you must face will not be easy, but they are your destiny." Kai felt a rush of fear, mixed with something else, curiosity, maybe even determination. Could he truly step into this world of shadows, of forces he didn't understand? Kai's mother stood as well, her eyes filled with sorrow. "I never wanted this for you," she whispered, "but you are stronger than I ever was." She reached out, pulling him into an embrace. "I love you, Kai. And I'm so sorry." Her words stung, but Kai nodded. He had spent his entire life wondering about the mystery of his father's disappearance, and now it seemed that the answer was just within reach. He looked at Ian, ready to take the first step into this world of secrets. The next morning, Ian led Kai into the dense forest that surrounded their village. The trees were thick, casting long shadows that seemed to move on their own. Kai felt a strange sense of unease as he followed Ian deeper into the woods. The air was thick with mist, and every step seemed to echo as if they were walking on a boundary between worlds. Ian stopped suddenly, pointing to a large stone circle hidden among the trees. "This is the door," he said. "It leads to the other side." Kai stared at the stone, its surface covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift when he looked at them. "What's on the other side?" Kai asked, his voice trembling. Ian's eyes darkened. "The truth. And everything you must do to protect the balance." Kai felt his heart race. Was he ready for whatever lay beyond the stone circle? Kai hesitated, but Ian gave him a gentle push forward. As Kai stepped into the stone circle, he felt a strange sensation like being pulled through the very fabric of reality. His surroundings blurred, and for a moment, he couldn't tell if his feet were still on solid ground. When the world around him cleared, he found himself in a place that seemed both familiar and foreign. The air was thick with energy, and the sky was a strange shade of purple, dotted with swirling clouds. "This is the other side," Ian said, his voice distant as Kai looked around in awe. The landscape was vast, filled with towering trees and ancient ruins. The very earth seemed to pulse with life. "It's a world that exists parallel to ours," Ian explained. "And it is under threat." Kai felt a chill run down his spine. Was he truly ready to face whatever dangers lay ahead? As they ventured deeper into the other side, Kai began to notice strange creatures lurking in the shadows. They were unlike anything he had ever seen. Ghostly figures, shimmering in the mist, watching from the corners of his vision. Ian explained that these were the forces his father had once fought against, beings that thrived in the unseen world, feeding on fear and chaos. "They are ancient," Ian said, his voice grave. "And they will stop at nothing to break through to your world." Kai felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Was it truly his destiny to face these creatures? Was he strong enough to fight the very forces that had taken his father away? The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him, but a spark of courage began to ignite in his chest. He had no choice but to move forward. Days passed as Kai and Ian traveled across the other side, learning about the forces that threatened to breach the barrier between worlds. Finally, Ian brought Kai to an ancient temple, its doors covered in the same strange symbols Kai had seen on the stone circle. "This is where the balance is maintained," Ian explained. "But it is also where the forces of darkness are strongest. You must prove yourself worthy to protect it." Inside the temple, Kai faced trials designed to test his strength, both physical and mental. He battled shadowy creatures, solved riddles, and overcame his deepest fears. Each challenge pushed him to his limits, but with every victory, he felt himself growing stronger. The boy who had once feared the unknown was becoming a warrior, ready to face the darkness his father had fought against. After days of trials, Kai finally stood before a large stone altar in the heart of the temple. Ian revealed the truth. His father had once been a guardian of the other side, a protector of the balance between worlds. But one fateful night, he had been overpowered by the very creatures they were fighting against, taken to the other side, and trapped in a realm of shadows. Kai's heart broke at the realization, but Ian's words were clear. "Your father died trying to keep this world safe." Kai's mind raced. His father had never abandoned them, he had sacrificed himself. And now it was Kai's turn to finish what his father had started. The weight of his destiny had never felt more real, and with it came a sense of determination. Kai would not let his father's death be in vain. He would protect the balance, no matter the cost. Kai stood at the edge of a vast chasm, the forces of darkness swirling around him. The creatures that had once haunted his nightmares were now in full form, charging toward him with glowing eyes. Kai felt the power of the other side surge through him as he raised his hand, calling upon the energy of the temple to help him. The final battle had begun. With every strike, Kai felt more in control, more connected to the power that had once been his father's. The creatures howled as they were banished back into the shadows, but they were relentless. Kai's body ached, but his spirit was unyielding. He had come too far to fail now. With one final, powerful blow, the darkness was banished, and the balance was restored. As the dust settled and the last of the creatures vanished, Kai stood victorious. The world around him seemed to calm, the tension lifting as the forces of darkness retreated. Ian approached, his expression proud. "You've done it, Kai. You've saved both worlds." Kai nodded, but his heart was heavy with the weight of what he had lost and gained. He looked toward the horizon, where the mist had cleared. "I won't forget what my father did," Kai said quietly. "And I'll protect this world, just as he did." Ian smiled, placing a hand on Kai's shoulder. "You are your father's son. You will always carry his strength within you." Kai took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his responsibility. He had found the truth, and with it, his purpose. Kai and Ian made their way back to the village, the landscape now bathed in sunlight. Kai's mind was still reeling from everything he had learned, but he felt a sense of peace wash over him. He had completed his father's mission, and now, he could return to his mother. The village looked the same, but Kai was no longer the same boy who had left. He was a warrior, a protector. When he entered the small house, his mother was waiting for him. She rushed to him, tears in her eyes. You're safe, she whispered. Kai smiled gently, his heart full of love for her. I'm home, mother. And I know the truth. His mother's eyes softened, and she embraced him tightly. I'm so proud of you, she whispered. Your father would be too. The moral of the story, Kai had learned the hardest lesson of all, that sometimes, the truth is hidden from us to protect us, but it is also necessary for us to grow. His journey had revealed the power within him, and he had learned to face the darkness with courage. He knew that his purpose was not just to protect the balance of worlds, but to carry on his father's legacy of love and sacrifice.
In a dense jungle, animals lived in constant fear of a ferocious lion named Balthazar. He claimed the jungle as his kingdom and demanded daily sacrifices from the other animals. Those who refused faced his wrath. The once lively forest grew quiet, with animals living under a cloud of dread. One day, the animals gathered for a meeting. We cannot continue living like this, said an elderly deer. We need a solution, or we'll all perish. However, none of them had a plan to outsmart the lion. Among the crowd sat a clever hare named Nia. She listened quietly as the animals debated. Finally, she spoke up. I have a plan that might work, but it will require courage and trust from all of you, she said. Intrigued but skeptical, the animals agreed to let her try. Nia explained her idea. I will offer myself as today's sacrifice, but leave the rest to me. I'll find a way to outwit the lion. Though hesitant, the animals saw no other option and reluctantly agreed. The next morning, Nia deliberately delayed her journey to Balthazar. The lion, pacing impatiently, roared in anger. How dare my meal be late, he bellowed, shaking the jungle. When Nia finally arrived, she bowed before him. Mighty Balthazar, I apologize for the delay, but another lion has invaded your territory. He tried to stop me from coming to you, she said, feigning fear. Balthazar's eyes blazed with rage. Another lion? In my jungle? Where is he? He demanded. Nia pointed toward a deep well nearby. He's hiding there, calling himself the true king of this jungle, she said. Curiosity and pride overwhelmed Balthazar. He followed Nia to the well, determined to confront this intruder. Along the way, he growled, no one challenges my authority and lives to tell the tale. When they reached the well, Nia cautiously approached its edge. He's down there, mighty one. I overheard him boasting about his strength, she whispered. Balthazar, eager to see his rival, peered into the well. In the clear water, he saw his reflection. Mistaking it for another lion, he roared ferociously. The other lion roared back, matching his anger. Furious, Balthazar leaped into the well to attack. With a mighty splash, Balthazar fell into the water. He struggled to climb out, but the well was too deep. Exhausted and unable to swim for long, the mighty lion succumbed to his own pride and drowned. Nia watched from the edge, her heart pounding. The jungle is free, she whispered to herself before hurrying back to the other animals. Back at the meeting spot, the animals waited anxiously. When Nia arrived, they surrounded her with questions. Is the lion gone? What happened? They asked. Nia recounted the story of how Balthazar was tricked into the well. The animals cheered, their voices echoing through the jungle for the first time in months. The jungle gradually returned to its former glory. Birds sang, streams gurgled, and the animals roamed freely without fear. They held a grand celebration to honor Nia's bravery and cleverness. During the feast, the elder deer addressed the crowd. Nia has shown us that wit and courage can overcome even the greatest of threats. Let us never forget this lesson. Days turned into weeks, and the story of Nia's bravery spread across the jungle. Animals from far and wide came to meet the clever hare who had outwitted a lion. Nia, however, remained humble. It wasn't just my plan, she said. It was the trust of all of you that made it possible. Together, we are strong. The animals decided to form a council to ensure peace and fairness in the jungle. Nia was unanimously chosen as its leader. Under her guidance, they built a safe and cooperative community. Nia used her position to teach the younger animals the importance of thinking before acting and working together to solve problems. Meanwhile, the jungle thrived like never before. With no lion to threaten them, the animals ventured further and discovered new resources. They created a system to share food equally, ensuring no one went hungry. This harmony inspired other forests, and soon, animals from nearby jungles sought to replicate their peaceful ways. One day, a wandering fox visited the jungle. He had heard of Nia's cleverness and wanted to learn from her. "How did you defeat a creature so much stronger than you?" he asked. Nia replied, "Strength is not only in muscle but also in mind." Balthazar was strong, but his pride blinded him. Sometimes, the smallest among us can overcome the greatest challenges. The fox shared Nia's wisdom with other jungles. Her story became a legend, passed down from generation to generation. The hare who outwitted the lion became a symbol of hope and resilience. Young animals grew up aspiring to be like Nia, brave, clever, and selfless. They understood that courage and unity could overcome any threat. Nia spent her days teaching and mentoring the younger animals. She often said, "Problems may seem overwhelming, but with the right mindset, every challenge has a solution." Her words became a mantra for the jungle. Even in tough times, the animals remembered her lessons and found creative ways to resolve conflicts. As Nia grew older, the animals honored her by naming the jungle after her. They called it Nia's Haven, a testament to her courage and wisdom. Though Nia eventually passed away, her legacy lived on. Her story reminded everyone that wit, humility, and unity could conquer even the greatest of fears. Moral of the story: true strength lies not in physical power but in wisdom, humility, and unity. Even the smallest among us can achieve great things when we use our minds and work together.
In a small, worn-down village nestled between mountains, lived a girl named Ada. Her days were marked by the struggle of survival. Her family faced hardship after hardship. With each passing season, the drought tightened its grip, and hope felt like a distant star. Ada often watched her neighbor, Amora, an elderly woman with a heart as vast as the sky. Despite her own struggles, Amora found joy in caring for her small garden, which, against all odds, still bore a few blossoms and herbs. Ada admired the way Amora tended to her plants, whispering words of encouragement to them as if they could hear her. One day, feeling particularly overwhelmed by the weight of her family's troubles, Ada visited Amora. "Why do you keep tending to your garden when it barely survives?" she asked. Amora smiled gently. "Because kindness and patience are like sunlight, Ada. They help things grow, even in the hardest times." Inspired, Ada decided to help Amora in the garden. Together, they watered the struggling plants, cleared away weeds, and shared stories. With each visit, Ada felt a flicker of hope igniting within her. As the weeks passed, the garden began to thrive. Amora's kindness nurtured not only her plants, but also Ada's spirit. One evening, while they admired the vibrant blossoms, Amora turned to Ada and said, "Remember, my dear, even the smallest act of kindness can create ripples of change." Motivated by Amora's wisdom, Ada took her newfound hope back to her family. She encouraged her siblings, Obioma and Onioni, to join her in helping their neighbors. They organized a community gathering, where everyone could share their burdens and joys. Slowly, the village began to come alive with laughter and collaboration. As the community bonded, something beautiful happened. The people discovered that by supporting one another, they could weather the storms of life together. The once barren village blossomed with renewed energy, fueled by kindness and the shared hope for a better future. One afternoon, Ada stood in Amora's garden, surrounded by blooming flowers and the laughter of her community. She realized that life, though often hard, could transform when nurtured with patience and love.
In a village nestled at the edge of a dense forest, there was a peculiar legend about an ancient tree with its roots stretching skyward and its branches burrowing deep into the earth. Known as the upside-down tree, it was said to grant wisdom to anyone who sought its counsel. However, the path to the tree was treacherous and fraught with challenges. The villagers rarely dared to search for it, dismissing the legend as mere folklore. Only the curious and brave ventured into the forest, though none returned with proof of its existence. Young McKenna, a spirited girl with an insatiable thirst for adventure, often listened to these tales and dreamed of finding the mystical tree herself. One day, the village was struck by a severe drought. Crops withered, streams dried up, and the people grew desperate. The village elder declared that the only hope was to seek guidance from the upside-down tree. Many scoffed at the idea, but McKenna saw an opportunity to help her people and prove the legend true. Packing a small bag with essentials, McKenna set off on the perilous journey. As she entered the dense forest, shadows danced around her, and the whispers of leaves filled the air. Though fear gnawed at her, determination burned brighter in her heart. The first challenge came in the form of a wide, raging river. Its currents were too strong to cross safely. McKenna observed her surroundings and noticed vines hanging from trees nearby. Using the vines, she fashioned a makeshift bridge, testing its strength before carefully making her way across. As she reached the other side, McKenna felt a surge of pride in her ingenuity. She realized that courage alone wasn't enough. She needed to think critically and adapt to survive. Further into the forest, McKenna encountered a cunning fox trapped in a hunter's snare. Though it growled and snapped, she saw the pain in its eyes. Risking her safety, she freed the fox, speaking soothingly as it limped away. To her surprise, the fox returned moments later with a small pouch in its mouth. Inside, McKenna found dried fruits and nuts, enough to sustain her for the day. Grateful, she realized that kindness, even in small acts, could bring unexpected rewards. As night fell, the forest grew eerily silent. McKenna found a hollow tree to shelter in but struggled to sleep, haunted by doubts. What if the tree isn't real? What if I'm wasting my time? She whispered to herself. In her dreams, a glowing figure appeared, encouraging her to stay true to her mission. The tree reveals itself to the pure of heart, the figure said. McKenna awoke with renewed determination, believing the dream to be a sign. The next morning, McKenna stumbled upon a meadow filled with strange, luminous flowers. Their glow was mesmerizing, but as she stepped closer, she realized they emitted a sweet, drowsy scent that made her eyelids heavy. Covering her nose with a cloth, she hurried past the flowers, realizing they were a test of her focus and resolve. The forest, it seemed, was alive and testing her at every step. Deeper into the forest, McKenna reached a maze of thorny bushes that formed an impassable wall. She remembered a story about how patience could untangle even the toughest knots. Instead of rushing, she carefully examined the bushes and found a narrow path concealed within. Crawling through with care, she emerged on the other side, unscathed but humbled by the lesson. In the heart of the forest, McKenna met a mysterious old man sitting by a fire. He offered her water and a place to rest, but his piercing gaze seemed to see right through her. "Why do you seek the upside-down tree?" he asked. McKenna replied honestly, "I want to save my village and bring hope to my people." The man nodded, satisfied. "Then your journey is not in vain," he said cryptically before vanishing into the shadows. Finally, McKenna reached a clearing where the upside-down tree stood in all its glory. Its massive roots stretched toward the sky, entwined with the stars, while its branches plunged into the earth, disappearing from view. Awestruck, McKenna approached cautiously. The air around the tree buzzed with an otherworldly energy. She felt a deep connection, as if the tree itself were alive and aware of her presence. As McKenna stood before the tree, she heard a deep, resonant voice. "What wisdom do you seek, child?" it asked. Trembling, McKenna explained the plight of her village and pleaded for guidance to save her people. The tree responded, "True wisdom lies within. I will show you the way, but the choice to follow it will be yours." With that, the ground beneath the tree began to glow, revealing a hidden spring bubbling with crystal-clear water. McKenna filled her flask with the magical water and thanked the tree. As she turned to leave, the tree gave her one final piece of advice. "Remember, the greatest strength is found not in might, but in unity and compassion." With those words echoing in her heart, McKenna began her journey back to the village, eager to share what she had learned. The return journey was no less challenging. McKenna faced the same obstacles, but this time, she used the lessons she had learned, patience, kindness, and ingenuity, to overcome them with greater ease. When she reached the village, the people were amazed to see her alive. Her tale of the upside-down tree and the magical water filled them with hope and curiosity. McKenna poured the water into the village's dry well, and to everyone's astonishment, it began to overflow with fresh, clean water. The drought was broken, and the crops began to thrive once more. The villagers celebrated McKenna's bravery, but she humbly reminded them, it wasn't just courage. It was also the lessons I learned along the way. Over time, The villagers adopted the tree's wisdom into their daily lives. They worked together, supported one another, and treated the forest with respect. McKenna's story became a legend in its own right, passed down through generations. The forest, once feared, became a place of reverence, and the upside-down tree a symbol of hope and unity. Years later, McKenna, now an elder herself, watched as young children listened wide-eyed to the tale of the upside-down tree. She smiled, knowing the legend would continue to inspire courage and kindness in the hearts of her people. Her journey had not just saved the village, but had also planted seeds of wisdom that would grow for generations. Moral of the story: true wisdom is found not in seeking external answers, but in learning from our experiences, showing compassion to others, and working together to overcome challenges.
The villagers gathered around the central fire pit as twilight painted the sky in hues of gold and purple. Their faces glowed with anticipation, for tonight, the revered elder, Otieno, would share one final tale. At 90 years old, Otieno's wisdom had shaped generations, and this farewell story promised to hold profound lessons. Children sat cross-legged at the front, their eyes wide with wonder. Adults whispered in hushed tones, recounting the elder's most memorable stories. They all leaned in as Otieno raised his hand, signaling for silence. "My dear friends," Otieno began, his voice soft yet resonant. "Tonight, I will tell you about a young boy named Taino who sought the meaning of life itself." The villagers exchanged curious glances as the elder continued. "Taino lived long ago, but his journey holds lessons for us all." Otieno paused, his wrinkled hands clasping his walking stick. The fire crackled, punctuating his words. "This story is not just his, it is ours. Let me begin." Taino was a shepherd boy, spending days in the hills watching over his flock. Though his life was peaceful, his heart was restless. He often gazed at the distant mountains, wondering what lay beyond. One day, he confided in his grandmother, who told him, "Beyond the mountains lies the answer you seek, but the journey is not easy. You must listen, learn, and grow." Determined, Taino set out at dawn, carrying only a small bag of provisions. His first encounter was with an old traveler resting by the road. The traveler gave him bread and said, "The road is long, but remember, kindness is a bridge to every heart." Taino pondered the traveler's words as he continued. He realized that the bread was more than a gift. It was a reminder that even strangers could teach important lessons. Days later, Taino reached a fork in the road. A sign pointed to a shortcut, but a farmer warned, "That path is treacherous. Take the longer route. It is safer." Impatient, Taino chose the shortcut. The path was indeed dangerous, with slippery slopes and thorny bushes. He barely escaped falling into a ravine. Exhausted, he vowed to heed wise counsel in the future. In a quiet valley, Taino met a hermit meditating under a tree. "Why do you seek the meaning of life?" the hermit asked. Taino replied, "Because my heart is restless, and I need answers." The hermit smiled. "Answers are not found, they are lived. Your journey itself holds meaning." Taino left with more questions than answers but felt a strange calmness in his heart. Taino arrived at a village where people laughed and sang despite their modest lives. He asked the elder, "Why are your people so joyful?" The elder replied, "Gratitude. We do not have much, but we treasure what we have." Taino stayed for a week, learning to find joy in the simple things. One night, Taino encountered a thief trying to steal his bag. Instead of fighting, Taino offered the thief food and a blanket. Shocked by this kindness, the thief confessed, "I steal because I am desperate." Taino helped the thief find work in the village. This act of compassion taught Taino the power of forgiveness and second chances. At the base of the mountains, Taino met a king living alone in a grand palace. "Why are you alone?" Taino asked. The king admitted, "I valued power over people and now have no one to share my wealth with." Taino realized that love and connection were far more valuable than riches. Taino began his ascent, facing biting winds and icy paths. Exhausted, he questioned why he had started this journey. A bird nesting in a cliff reminded him that even amidst challenges, life thrived. Taino pressed on, inspired by nature's resilience. At the mountain's peak, Taino found a hidden sage. The sage listened to his story and said, "The meaning of life is not hidden in the mountains or valleys. It is discovered in how you live each moment." Though unsatisfied, Taino thanked the sage and began his descent. He realized that every experience had taught him something valuable. Years later, a wiser Taino returned to his village. His family and friends barely recognized him, but his eyes sparkled with wisdom. He shared his journey's lessons: kindness, gratitude, forgiveness, resilience, and living meaningfully. The restless boy had grown into a man who understood life's beauty. Otieno paused his tale, his voice thick with emotion. Taino's story mirrors my own, he admitted. In seeking life's meaning, I discovered it lies in how we touch others' lives. The villagers sat in stunned silence, realizing the elder's words applied to them, too. As the fire dimmed, Otieno gave each villager a small, carved token. These represent the lessons I've shared over the years, he said. Keep them close and live by them. Tears filled the villagers' eyes as they thanked him. Otieno smiled, content that his final story would resonate for generations. Otieno retreated to his hut, knowing his time was near. The villagers lit lanterns in his honor, their hearts full of gratitude. Though Otieno passed that night, his wisdom lived on in their deeds and words, a testament to the lasting power of stories. The meaning of life is not found in grand revelations but in the small, meaningful moments we create by living with kindness, gratitude, and purpose. Each act of love and compassion leaves a legacy far greater than words.
Once upon a time in a small village, there lived a doctor named Jasmine. Renowned for her kind heart and gentle touch, she dedicated her life to healing not just bodies, but also spirits. Villagers traveled from far and wide to seek her care, but it was her compassion that truly set her apart. One stormy night, a traveler stumbled into the village, soaked and shivering. He collapsed at the door of Jasmine's clinic. Hearing the commotion, she rushed to his side. The man was feverish and weak, his body trembling with chills. Without hesitation, Jasmine took him in, tending to his ailments with her warm hands and soothing words. As he recovered, the traveler, who introduced himself as Rayyan, shared tales of distant lands and adventures. Jasmine listened intently, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Grateful for her care, Rayyan wanted to repay her kindness. "I'm a skilled craftsman. Let me create something special for you," he offered. Jasmine smiled, but her heart was already full. "Your recovery is all I ask," she replied. Rayyan insisted, and finally, they settled on a beautiful wooden box, intricately carved with symbols of healing and hope. Weeks passed, and Rayyan's health returned. He prepared to leave the village, but was worried about Jasmine's future. "This village is lucky to have you, but it's isolated," he said. "What if someone needs you in the middle of the night?" Jasmine nodded, her brow furrowing. She had often thought about how to help her patients beyond her small clinic. Inspired by Rayyan's words, she decided to create a traveling medicine kit filled with herbs, potions, and remedies. Together, they worked late into the night, crafting the kit and adding the wooden box as its centerpiece. When Rayyan finally departed, he carried the kit to the nearby towns, helping those in need and spreading Jasmine's name far and wide. Thanks to her kindness, the once isolated village became known as a hub of healing, with people traveling from all corners seeking both Jasmine's care and Rayyan's craftsmanship. Years later, Jasmine would often look out at the hills, remembering the stormy night when a stranger changed her life. And though she never sought riches or fame, her heart swelled with joy knowing that her kindness had blossomed into something greater, a legacy of compassion that would endure through generations. And so, in the village between the hills, the kind-hearted doctor and her traveling medicine kit became the stuff of legends, reminding everyone that a single act of kindness can change the world.
Charlotte had always been curious about the old wooden chest tucked away in the attic. It belonged to her late father, who had passed away when she was very young. Over the years, her mother had spoken little of it, saying only that it was a piece of family history. Charlotte often wondered what secrets the chest might hold, and why her mother never seemed to open it. She knew that someday, she'd find the key to unlocking its mysteries. One rainy afternoon, while cleaning the attic, Charlotte discovered a small, dusty box tucked beneath a pile of old books. Inside, she found an antique key, its brass surface worn and tarnished by time. Her heart raced as she realized it was the key to her father's chest. She had heard rumors about the chest being locked for years, and she was determined to find out what was hidden inside. Charlotte held the key tightly in her hand as she descended the attic stairs, her mind racing with possibilities. She approached her mother, who was sitting by the fireplace, knitting quietly. With a hesitant voice, Charlotte asked, "Mom, do you know what's in Dad's chest?" Her mother looked up from her knitting, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. "Your father was a private man," she replied softly. "Some things are best left untouched." Charlotte couldn't shake her curiosity, though, and that night, while her mother slept, she crept back to the attic. The chest was old and heavy, its brass locks gleaming in the moonlight that filtered through the attic window. She inserted the key into the lock, her heart pounding. It turned with a satisfying click, and Charlotte slowly opened the chest, revealing layers of old papers, faded photographs, and forgotten mementos. Among the contents was a journal, its leather cover cracked with age. Charlotte carefully flipped through its pages, each entry written in her father's neat handwriting. The journal was filled with stories of his childhood, his dreams, and his deep love for his family. As she read, Charlotte realized that the chest wasn't filled with treasure or secrets, but with memories, pieces of her father's life she had never known. As Charlotte continued to read, she found a letter addressed to her mother. It was filled with heartfelt words, expressing her father's love and hopes for the future. Charlotte felt a lump form in her throat as she realized that her father had written this letter just before he passed away. It was a letter he never had the chance to give her mother. Tears welled up in Charlotte's eyes as she thought of how much her father had loved them both. The journal continued to reveal more about her father's past. Charlotte discovered that he had once dreamed of becoming an artist but had sacrificed his passion to provide for his family. He had poured his heart into his work, hoping to give Charlotte and her mother a better life. His dedication to his family was evident in every word he had written. Charlotte felt a deep sense of gratitude, realizing how much her father had given up for them. The next morning, Charlotte approached her mother with the journal and the letter. "Mom, I found this in Dad's chest," she said, holding out the journal. Her mother's face softened as she took the journal into her hands. She began to read the letter, her voice trembling as she whispered the words her husband had written years ago. "I never knew," Charlotte said quietly. "How could you keep this from me?" Her mother smiled gently, wiping away a tear. "Your father wanted to protect you from the pain of losing him," she explained. "He believed that his dreams weren't important compared to the life he built for us." Charlotte sat beside her mother, her heart full of understanding. "But his dreams were important," Charlotte said, her voice soft but sure. "I want to make sure we remember them. For him." Together, Charlotte and her mother decided to honor her father's memory by pursuing the dreams he had once abandoned. Charlotte enrolled in art classes, something she had always wanted to do but never thought she could. Her mother, too, began to paint again, something she had put aside for years. It was a way to keep her father's spirit alive and carry forward the legacy of love and sacrifice he had left behind. As the months passed, Charlotte became more confident in her art. She filled sketchbooks with drawings of landscapes and portraits, channeling her father's artistic dreams into her work. One day, while looking through the journal again, Charlotte found a sketch of a landscape that her father had drawn many years ago. It was beautiful and filled with emotion, and Charlotte decided to recreate it as a tribute to him. Her mother, too, found peace in her art. She began to paint scenes of their family and memories from their past, bringing to life the love and warmth they had shared. Her paintings were filled with tenderness, capturing the essence of their lives together. It felt as though her father's spirit had returned to them, not in the form of a ghost, but in the form of the dreams they now shared. One evening, as Charlotte and her mother sat side by side, painting in the living room, Charlotte looked at the artwork they had created together. It was more than just paint on canvas. It was a bond, a shared understanding of love, loss, and the importance of following one's heart. "Dad would be proud of us," Charlotte said softly. Her mother smiled, a tear slipping down her cheek. "I think he already knows." Years later, Charlotte opened her own art gallery, where her paintings and her mother's were displayed for the world to see. The gallery was a tribute to the love and sacrifices her father had made. Charlotte had finally unlocked the key to her father's chest, not just physically, but emotionally, and the journey had helped her discover her own passion for art. It was a journey of healing and honoring the past. As Charlotte stood in the gallery, surrounded by the paintings that had once been her father's dreams, she smiled. The chest, the key, the journal, and the letter had all revealed the most precious treasure of all: the importance of pursuing dreams and the love that binds a family together. Charlotte knew that her father's legacy lived on in her, in the art she created, and in the life she had built with her mother. Moral of the story: The key to understanding and healing often lies not in material possessions, but in the memories and dreams we carry forward. Love, sacrifice, and the pursuit of our passions are what truly keep the past alive.
In a village surrounded by a vast savanna, stood an ancient baobab tree. Its trunk was gnarled, its roots tangled, and its branches stretched toward the heavens like a prayer. To the villagers, the baobab was more than a tree. It was a symbol of wisdom and mystery. The elders whispered that anyone who sat beneath its shade could hear its secrets. Yet, only those pure of heart could truly understand its whispers. Every child in the village loved the tree, but none more than little Imani. She would spend hours beneath the baobab, listening to the rustling leaves and imagining stories it might tell. She believed the tree had a soul, a keeper of secrets older than the village itself. One day, while Imani sat beneath the tree, she noticed a hollow in its trunk glowing faintly. Curiosity led her closer. Inside, she found a peculiar wooden carving shaped like a key. Holding it, she felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the baobab acknowledged her presence. That night, her dreams were vivid. She saw the baobab surrounded by villagers of old, their hands pressed against its bark. They spoke to it and shared their joys, their sorrows, and their hopes. It wasn't just a tree. It was the keeper of secrets, a confidant for the villagers. The next morning, Imani returned to the tree and whispered her own secret. "I want to help people, but I'm afraid I'm too small and weak." The baobab's branches swayed as if in response. A gust of wind carried the sound of its leaves, and Imani thought she heard a soft voice. "Courage isn't about size, little one. It's about heart." Encouraged, Imani decided to use her days helping her neighbors. She carried water for an elderly woman, helped mend the roof of a sick man's house, and entertained children with her stories. Though she still doubted herself, the baobab seemed to hum with approval each time she returned to its shade. One evening, a traveler arrived in the village, warning of a great drought spreading across the land. The villagers panicked, unsure how they would survive without water. They gathered under the baobab, as they had done for generations, hoping it might somehow guide them. Imani stood among them, the wooden key heavy in her pocket. She felt a strange pull to step forward. "The baobab has kept our secrets and given us wisdom," she said. "Perhaps it can show us the way now." The villagers, though hesitant, allowed her to speak. Imani placed the wooden key into the hollow in the trunk. The baobab trembled, and a low rumble echoed through the village. Its branches glowed faintly, casting light over the gathered crowd. Then, a voice as deep as the earth spoke. "In unity lies survival. Share what you have, and the land will provide." The villagers exchanged uncertain glances but agreed to follow the baobab's advice. They began pooling their resources, water, food, and tools, sharing with one another instead of hoarding in fear. As the days passed, the drought worsened, but the villagers endured. They dug deeper wells and rationed their water carefully. Imani worked tirelessly, organizing efforts to plant drought-resistant crops and care for the sick. Though she was only a child, her determination inspired the entire village. One day, while digging a new well near the baobab, they struck a hidden spring. Water gushed forth, cool and clear. The villagers cheered, convinced that the baobab had guided them to it. With water now abundant, the villagers began to thrive despite the harsh drought. News of their unity and resourcefulness spread to neighboring villages. Strangers came seeking help, and the villagers welcomed them, teaching them the lessons they had learned from the baobab. Imani often sat under the tree, marveling at how the village had changed. The baobab's whispers seemed louder now, a constant reminder of the strength found in community and compassion. One evening, an elder approached Imani and knelt before her. "You have become the heart of this village," he said. "Your courage has brought us together and saved us." Imani shook her head. "I only listened to the baobab. It is the true keeper of secrets." The elder smiled. "And you are its voice, Imani. Never forget the power of a kind heart." Years passed, and the village flourished. The baobab stood taller than ever, its roots seeming to embrace the land. Imani, now older, continued to share its wisdom with anyone who sought it. She knew the tree's secrets were not its own but gifts meant to be shared. One day, she found a new carving in the hollow, a small, intricately designed heart. She took it as a sign that her bond with the baobab was eternal. The drought eventually ended, but the lessons it taught remained. The villagers became stewards of the land, planting trees and conserving water to ensure future generations could thrive. Imani realized the baobab's greatest secret wasn't its ability to guide but its power to inspire. It had shown her the strength within herself and her people, and for that, she was eternally grateful. Moral of the story: true strength lies in unity and compassion. When we share our resources, talents, and kindness, we can overcome even the greatest challenges.
Mark and Evelyn lived in a cozy village. Their bond was admired by everyone. They shared a small farm and a simple life, their love and trust forming the cornerstone of their marriage. Yet, Mark carried a secret that weighed heavily on his heart, one he had kept hidden for years. One chilly evening, Evelyn found Mark sitting by the fire, unusually quiet. She asked if everything was all right, but he brushed off her concerns, saying he was just tired. Deep down, Evelyn felt there was more to his silence than he let on. Every morning, Mark would disappear into the woods for a few hours, returning with bundles of firewood or fresh game. Evelyn assumed it was his way of contributing to the household. She never questioned it until a neighbor mentioned seeing Mark speaking with a mysterious woman near the river. The remark lingered in Evelyn's mind, sparking curiosity and doubt. She decided to follow Mark the next morning, keeping her distance as he walked through the forest. Evelyn trailed Mark to a clearing where she saw him meet a young woman holding a toddler. Evelyn's heart sank as she watched Mark laugh and play with the child, his affection evident. She hurried back home, her mind racing with questions. That evening, she confronted Mark, her voice trembling. "Who is she, Mark? What have you been hiding from me?" Mark's face turned pale, and he sat down heavily, realizing the moment he dreaded had arrived. Mark confessed that the woman was his younger sister, Clara, and the child was her son. Years ago, Clara had fled an abusive marriage and sought refuge with Mark. To protect her from judgment and danger, Mark had kept her hidden in a small cottage deep in the woods. Evelyn listened in stunned silence. While relieved that Mark wasn't being unfaithful, she was hurt that he had hidden such an important part of his life from her. "Why didn't you trust me enough to tell me?" she asked, her voice heavy with emotion. Mark explained his fears, worried that revealing Clara's secret might bring harm to her or strain his marriage. Evelyn felt conflicted. She understood his motives but couldn't shake the sting of his secrecy. That night, Evelyn couldn't sleep. Her mind replayed Mark's words, the image of Clara and her son, and the fear in Mark's eyes when she confronted him. She resolved to meet Clara herself. The next morning, Evelyn accompanied Mark to the cottage. Clara greeted her with a nervous smile, unsure of what to expect. Evelyn noticed the warmth in Clara's eyes and the playful laughter of the child, who reminded her of a life untainted by fear. Evelyn and Clara spent hours talking. Clara shared her story, the hardships she endured, and her gratitude for Mark's unwavering support. Evelyn's heart softened as she realized the depth of Mark's love for his sister. Evelyn returned home with a new perspective but still wrestled with feelings of betrayal. Mark noticed her quiet demeanor and assured her he'd do whatever it took to regain her trust. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he said. "I just wanted to protect her." Over time, Evelyn began to see Mark's actions in a different light. She admired his strength and compassion, though it would take time to rebuild the openness between them. Evelyn decided to help Clara reintegrate into the village. Together, they devised a plan to slowly introduce her and the child to the community, framing her story in a way that avoided drawing unwanted attention. At first, Clara was hesitant, but Evelyn's encouragement gave her the courage to take the first step. The two women bonded over shared meals and long conversations, forming a friendship built on mutual respect. Word spread of Clara's return to the village, and while some were skeptical, many welcomed her warmly. The child became a source of joy for the neighbors, his laughter filling the streets and softening even the harshest critics. Mark watched with pride and relief as his sister found a place in the community. He thanked Evelyn for her role in making it possible, their bond slowly mending through shared purpose. One evening, Clara revealed a surprising talent for weaving intricate baskets. Evelyn suggested they sell them at the market, an idea that blossomed into a small business. Clara's baskets became popular, and her confidence grew with each sale. The family began to thrive in ways they hadn't imagined. Clara's success brought new energy to their lives, and Mark and Evelyn found joy in supporting her endeavors. As the seasons changed, so did the dynamics of the household. Mark and Evelyn's home became a lively gathering place for friends and neighbors, with Clara and her son at the heart of it all. Evelyn marveled at how their lives had transformed. The secret that once threatened to divide them had become a source of strength, uniting them in ways she hadn't thought possible. One day, Clara received a letter from her estranged husband, seeking forgiveness and a chance to reconcile. Fear and doubt clouded her mind, but Evelyn and Mark stood by her side, offering guidance and unwavering support. After much thought, Clara decided to meet him, but on her terms. She demanded respect and accountability, finding strength in the love she had regained through her family. The meeting was tense but ended amicably. Clara's husband acknowledged his mistakes and agreed to give her the space she needed. Clara returned home feeling lighter, her confidence bolstered by the support of those who loved her. Evelyn realized that their bond had grown beyond mere family ties. They had become a team, bound by shared experiences and a commitment to each other's well-being. Mark and Evelyn reflected on how far they had come. Mark apologized once more for keeping secrets, and Evelyn forgave him fully, understanding his intentions. Their marriage grew stronger, built on a renewed foundation of trust and communication. Clara's story inspired others in the village to open their hearts and support one another. Her resilience became a beacon of hope, proving that second chances were possible with love and determination. Years later, Clara's business flourished, her son grew into a kind and talented young man, and the family celebrated their journey together. The household, once marked by secrecy, became a haven of openness and love. Mark and Evelyn looked around at their bustling home, filled with laughter and warmth. They realized that their strongest bonds had been forged through challenges, and they wouldn't have it any other way. Moral of the story: honesty and trust are the foundations of strong relationships, but forgiveness and understanding are what truly strengthen them. Supporting loved ones in their darkest times can transform secrets into bridges that unite hearts.
Under the blazing African sun, Chloe hugged her teary-eyed mother goodbye. Determined to support her struggling family, she decided to work in an Arab country as a domestic helper. The promises of better pay and opportunities outweighed the fear of the unknown. As the plane took off, Chloe gazed out of the window, her heart heavy with hope and uncertainty. It was her first time leaving home, and the thought of navigating a foreign land both thrilled and terrified her. Chloe stepped off the plane and into a world of unfamiliar faces, languages, and customs. The towering skyscrapers and bustling streets of the city felt overwhelming. Her employer's driver greeted her at the airport, taking her to a grand villa. Chloe marveled at its beauty, silently praying for strength to adapt to her new life. The next morning, Chloe met her employer, Mrs. Amina, a stern but fair woman who laid out the house rules. Chloe nodded politely, hiding her nervousness as she was introduced to her duties. The tasks were daunting at first, but Chloe's determination to prove herself kept her going. She reminded herself of the reasons she was here, her family's future. One day, Chloe accidentally made a cultural mistake by entering a room without knocking. Mrs. Amina scolded her harshly, and Chloe felt tears well up in her eyes. She apologized sincerely, realizing she needed to learn more about local customs to avoid such misunderstandings. In the kitchen, Chloe found a friend in Fatima, the cook. Fatima spoke a little English and helped Chloe learn some Arabic phrases. Over shared meals and conversations, Chloe learned about the culture and traditions of her new home. Fatima's kindness gave Chloe a sense of belonging. Late at night, Chloe often stared at her phone, scrolling through photos of her family. She missed her mother's laughter and the sound of the village birds at dawn. On one such night, she recorded a voice message for her younger brother, encouraging him to study hard and take care of their mother. One particularly busy day, Chloe accidentally spilled tea on an expensive carpet. Fear gripped her as Mrs. Amina noticed the stain. But instead of punishing her, Mrs. Amina saw Chloe's genuine remorse and offered guidance on how to clean it. This small act of understanding strengthened their relationship. On her day off, Chloe cooked a traditional African dish for the family. It was a bold move, as she wasn't sure they would like it. To her surprise, they loved it. This act of sharing her culture created a bond and mutual respect between her and the family. One day, Chloe discovered that another worker had been stealing from the family and blamed her for it. Chloe's heart sank as she was confronted by Mrs. Amina. Summoning her courage, she explained the truth. After an investigation, the real culprit was caught, and Chloe's honesty earned her greater trust. Chloe met other domestic workers in the area during her day off. Many shared stories of unfair treatment. Some were too afraid to speak out. Inspired by their struggles, Chloe encouraged them to advocate for their rights, reminding them of their dignity and value as individuals. When Chloe received her first salary, she sent most of it home to her family. Her mother's joyful voice over the phone filled her with pride. She kept a little for herself, using it to buy a journal where she began recording her thoughts and dreams for the future. During a local festival, Mrs. Amina invited Chloe to join the family in their celebrations. Dressed in traditional attire, Chloe felt a part of something bigger. That night, she realized that understanding and respect could bridge even the widest cultural gaps. When a neighbor's worker tried to demean Chloe for her African roots, she stood firm. "My culture is rich and beautiful," she said with confidence. Her words inspired Fatima, who also faced discrimination, to speak up for herself as well. After 2 years of hard work, Chloe decided it was time to return home. The family threw her a farewell dinner, thanking her for her dedication. As she hugged Fatima goodbye, they promised to keep in touch, their friendship a testament to the power of kindness. Back in her village, Chloe used her savings to start a small business, helping her family and providing jobs for others in the community. Her journey had transformed her into a stronger, wiser woman who now inspired others with her resilience and determination. Moral of the story: true strength lies in perseverance, honesty, and kindness. By embracing differences and standing up for one's values, it's possible to overcome challenges and create meaningful change.
The sun blazed down on the dusty arena, where cheers and shouts echoed like thunder. Today was a day of fate. The gladiator Marcus stood tall, his heart pounding like a drum. He was not just a warrior, he was a man fighting for his freedom. Suddenly, a loud roar filled the arena, sending chills down Marcus's spine. A fierce lion emerged, its golden mane shimmering in the light. As the lion paced, Marcus felt fear creep in, but he reminded himself of why he fought. Freedom was worth every ounce of bravery. With a swift movement, the lion lunged at Marcus. The crowd gasped. This was the moment he had trained for. Marcus dodged the attack, rolling to the side. He knew he had to stay quick and clever, just like the lion. For a brief moment, Marcus and the lion locked eyes. In that gaze, they shared an understanding. They both wanted freedom. The crowd cheered wildly, but Marcus heard only his heartbeat. He had to focus on the fight, not the noise. Thinking quickly, Marcus remembered a trick. He needed to outsmart the lion, not just outfight it. With a sudden dash, Marcus ran, leading the lion on a wild chase. The lion followed, its powerful legs propelling it forward. Marcus spotted a fallen tree. If he could lure the lion there, he might have a chance to escape. Just as the lion was about to catch him, Marcus leapt over the tree, surprising the beast. The lion skidded to a halt, confused. This was Marcus's chance to turn the battle around. Marcus turned to face the lion. "I will not be your prey!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the arena. The lion roared, more furious than ever. It charged, but this time, Marcus was ready. As the lion leaped, Marcus swung his sword. They clashed in a whirlwind of strength and bravery. In the heat of battle, Marcus felt a wave of empathy. The lion, too, fought for its life. Instead of striking, Marcus lowered his sword. "We both seek freedom," he declared, surprising everyone. The lion paused, its growl fading. It sensed Marcus's bravery and kindness, and something shifted in the air. Marcus took a step forward. "Let's fight for freedom together, not against each other," he said, his voice steady. The lion hesitated, then slowly approached. It seemed to understand that freedom was better than battle. As they stood side by side, the crowd fell silent. What they witnessed was a powerful change of heart. Together, they turned to face the crowd. Marcus raised his sword in victory, not for himself, but for both of them. The crowd erupted in cheers, realizing that bravery isn't just about fighting. It's about understanding and unity. Marcus and the lion walked out of the arena side by side. They had fought their battle, not just for themselves, but for the spirit of freedom. Moral of the story: True bravery is not just about fighting, but also about understanding and compassion. Freedom is worth fighting for, but it can also be found in friendship and unity.
Leo Sinclair sat in the courtroom, his heart racing like a runaway train. Today was the day he would find out if he was guilty of a crime he didn't commit. He looked around, feeling small and scared. The judge was serious, the prosecutor was loud, and the audience was watching him, waiting to see what would happen. As the prosecutor spoke about the theft, Leo felt trapped. He wanted to shout, "I'm innocent." But no words came out. Suddenly, he saw a window slightly open above the heads of the spectators. A wild idea sparked in his mind. What if I escape, he thought. When the judge called for a break, Leo shouted, "I can't take this anymore," and bolted for the door. The bailiffs lunged after him, but Leo was quick. He sprinted through the hallways, heart pounding. Freedom was so close. He dashed out into the alley behind the courthouse, feeling the sun on his face. For a moment, he felt like a hero in a movie. I'm free, he thought. But as he ran through the streets, excitement turned to fear. Where would he go now? Leo ducked into a small diner, hoping to blend in. The smell of burgers and fries filled the air, making his stomach growl. But then he saw the news on TV, his face was on screen, and the words "wanted" flashed across. His heart sank. He couldn't hide forever. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Detective M.A. Foster, the officer who had been chasing him. Leo held his breath, praying she wouldn't notice him. But she spotted him right away, her eyes narrowing in recognition. "Stop," she shouted, but panic took over. Leo jumped up, knocking over a table, and sprinted for the door. He could hear her footsteps behind him as he ran out into the street. Leo dashed down the street, but suddenly, he turned a corner and came face to face with a police barricade. His heart dropped. There was nowhere to run. He stumbled, and before he knew it, strong hands grabbed him, pulling him down to the ground. "Gotcha," Detective Foster said, her voice firm but not unkind. Leo felt the cold metal of the handcuffs around his wrists. He had escaped, but now he was caught again. He looked around at the world he had tried to flee, realizing that running wouldn't solve anything. As they walked back, Leo thought about his choices. He had been so scared that he forgot to fight for the truth. Maybe this was a chance to make things right. With each step, he promised himself that if he got another chance, he would find a way to prove his innocence. Sometimes running away from our problems doesn't help. True bravery is facing them and finding a way to make things better.
On the edge of a vast riverbank in a small village, a curious girl named Jacqueline spent her days exploring nature. She was fearless but kind-hearted, always looking for beauty in things others feared. One day, she stumbled upon a crocodile stranded in a shallow mud pit, thrashing helplessly. Despite her fear, Jacqueline approached carefully. "Don't be scared," she whispered, offering help. The crocodile froze, watching her with wary eyes. Gathering all her courage, Jacqueline used a long stick to free the reptile, who crawled back into the river, vanishing without a sound. The next day, Jacqueline returned to the riverbank to see if the crocodile was still there. To her surprise, it emerged from the water and rested on the shore, watching her calmly. She named it Lulu. At first, Lulu kept his distance, but day by day, he grew bolder, coming closer. Jacqueline would talk to him about her life, her dreams, and her lonely days. Lulu listened silently, his golden eyes gleaming in the sunlight. Word spread through the village about Jacqueline's strange friendship. Her parents warned her, "Crocodiles are dangerous, Jacqueline. You can't trust them." But she defended Lulu. "He's different. His, my friend." The villagers began calling her foolish and reckless. Even her friends stopped playing with her, afraid of her wild pet. Jacqueline, though saddened, believed in her bond with Lulu. One morning, Jacqueline brought Lulu a basket of fish. He accepted it gently, showing no aggression. She noticed his wounded tail and treated it with medicinal herbs she had learned about from her grandmother. To her delight, Lulu remained still and cooperative. For the first time, she felt a deep connection. It was as though Lulu understood her kindness and was grateful. As weeks passed, Lulu began following Jacqueline along the riverbank, always staying in the water. His presence scared away other animals, giving Jacqueline a sense of safety. But one day, a group of boys from the village taunted her, throwing stones at Lulu. Enraged, the crocodile snapped his jaws loudly, scattering the boys. Jacqueline scolded them, but fear grew in her heart. Was Lulu truly safe? That night, Jacqueline dreamed of a talking crocodile warning her of betrayal. She awoke in a cold sweat, questioning her decision to trust Lulu. The next day, she sat by the river and asked aloud, "Lulu, would you ever hurt me?" Lulu only blinked and slipped back into the water, leaving Jacqueline feeling uneasy. Trust was beautiful, but it was also fragile. One afternoon, a traveling merchant arrived in the village with stories of crocodile attacks in neighboring towns. "These creatures are cunning," he said. "They lure you into trust and strike when you're vulnerable." Jacqueline's parents begged her to stop visiting Lulu, but her heart rebelled. "He hasn't hurt me," she argued. Still, doubt began to creep into her mind. Determined to test Lulu's loyalty, Jacqueline devised a plan. She pretended to fall into the river, calling for help. To her astonishment, Lulu swam to her side, nudging her toward the shore with his snout. The act reassured her. "You're not like the others," she whispered, hugging his scaly neck. Lulu closed his eyes, as if in silent agreement. However, the village chief saw this and declared that Lulu was a threat. "He may act tame, but is still a wild predator. He must be killed." A hunting party was formed to capture Lulu. Jacqueline overheard the plan and raced to the river. "You must leave," she begged Lulu, tears streaming down her face. "They'll hurt you." But Lulu stayed put, as if unwilling to abandon her. That evening, the hunters set traps along the riverbank. Jacqueline, desperate to protect Lulu, stayed awake all night, dismantling the traps. But she knew she couldn't save him forever. She decided to hide Lulu in a secret cove far from the village. With great effort, she lured him there with food and begged him to stay hidden. Days turned into weeks, and the village grew calm again. Jacqueline visited Lulu in his new hiding place, bringing food and sharing stories. Their bond seemed unbreakable, but Jacqueline knew they couldn't stay like this forever. One day, she told Lulu, "You're meant to be free. You can't spend your life hiding because of me." Lulu's gaze lingered on her before he swam away, disappearing into the river's vastness. Back in the village, life returned to normal, but Jacqueline missed Lulu deeply. She often sat by the river, wondering if he was safe. One day, a fierce storm flooded the river, threatening to sweep away the village. The villagers scrambled to save themselves, but Jacqueline was trapped in the rising waters. She cried out for help, clinging to a tree. Through the chaos, a familiar figure emerged, the crocodile. Lulu fought the raging currents to reach Jacqueline. Using his powerful tail, he pushed her to safety, defying the storm's fury. The villagers watched in awe as Lulu saved her. Their fear turned to respect as they realized the bond between Jacqueline and the crocodile was real. When the storm passed, Lulu swam away without looking back. Jacqueline's heart ached, but she knew he had given her a priceless gift, his trust. The villagers, too, learned to see Lulu differently, recognizing that not all wild creatures are enemies. From that day, the river became a symbol of unity between humans and nature, thanks to Jacqueline and Lulu's friendship. Years later, Jacqueline, now a grown woman, often told the story of the crocodile who taught her the value of trust. "True trust isn't blind," she would say. "It's earned through kindness, courage, and understanding. And once it's given, it's a bond stronger than fear." Her tale inspired the village to live in harmony with the river's creatures, teaching future generations to respect the delicate balance of trust and caution. Moral of the story: trust is a powerful bond, but it must be built on understanding, kindness, and respect. While fear divides us, trust can unite even the most unlikely friends.
In the quiet village of Moonwhistle, there was a path shrouded in mystery. Known as the Forbidden Path, it cut through a dense, ominous forest. Elders warned children never to set foot there, claiming it led to misfortune and despair. Irene, a curious 15-year-old girl, often stared at the path from a distance. She was not afraid but intrigued. Unlike others, she didn't see danger, she saw unanswered questions. One day, while Irene sat near the path, an old woman approached her. The woman, cloaked in ragged garments, whispered, "The path is forbidden, but not evil. It hides what many fear to see." Before Irene could ask more, the woman vanished into the forest. This cryptic message haunted Irene's thoughts. What did the old woman mean? Why did everyone avoid the path? Irene's curiosity consumed her. She decided to explore the path despite the warnings. Before dawn, she packed a bag with essentials and tiptoed out of her family's hut. Her heart raced as she stepped into the forest. The air felt different, thicker, almost alive. She kept moving, each step echoing with the rustling of leaves and distant bird calls. Irene's journey was fraught with challenges. The path was overgrown with sharp thorns that tore at her clothes and skin. The deeper she ventured, the darker it became, and her resolve began to falter. But just as she considered turning back, she noticed a faint, golden light ahead. It flickered like a beacon, urging her to continue. Irene arrived at a river so clear it mirrored her face perfectly. When she looked into the water, it showed her memories, her struggles, her dreams, and her fears. It was as though the river was speaking to her soul. "Face your fears," a voice echoed from nowhere. Startled but determined, she crossed the river, leaving her doubts behind. On the other side, Irene encountered a majestic lion with piercing eyes. The lion blocked her way and roared, "Why do you walk the forbidden path?" "I seek answers," Irene replied, her voice trembling but firm. The lion studied her, then stepped aside, saying, "Only the brave may pass. Do not falter." Deeper into the forest, the trees began to whisper. Their voices spoke of lost travelers who had turned back, too afraid to face the unknown. Irene felt a chill but reminded herself of her purpose. She whispered back, "I will not be afraid." The trees fell silent, as if acknowledging her resolve. Irene stumbled upon an ancient village overrun by vines and decay. She explored its empty huts and found carvings on the walls depicting a prophecy. "One with courage will find the truth and bring light to the dark." The words resonated with her. Was she the one the prophecy spoke of? The path led to a cave where her footsteps echoed loudly. Inside, she found drawings of her village and the forbidden path. Among the images was a lone figure standing at a glowing portal. A voice filled the cave, "To walk this path is to embrace your destiny. Are you ready?" Irene nodded, though fear lingered in her heart. At the cave's end, Irene discovered the portal. Its golden light pulsed like a heartbeat. She hesitated, but the lion's words echoed in her mind, "Only the brave may pass." She stepped through the portal, her body enveloped in warmth and light. Irene emerged in a land unlike anything she'd seen. Fields of gold stretched endlessly, and the sky shimmered with colors she couldn't name. It was peaceful, yet she sensed it wasn't her final destination. A figure appeared, a wise man who introduced himself as the keeper of truth. "You have walked the forbidden path. Now, you must choose your fate." The keeper presented Irene with two paths. One led back to her village, where life would continue unchanged. The other led to a greater purpose, but at a cost. She could never return home. Irene grappled with the decision. Her heart ached for her family, but she knew her destiny lay ahead. With tears in her eyes, Irene chose the path of purpose. The keeper smiled, saying, "Your courage will inspire others. Go, and bring hope to those in need." The portal reopened, leading her to a world where her journey as a healer and leader began. Back in her village, the forbidden path transformed. Its once dark entrance now glowed with light, inviting others to explore. The elders realized Irene's bravery had broken the curse of fear. Her name became a legend, and the village thrived as curiosity replaced fear. Years later, Irene's story inspired many to take their own courageous steps. Though she never returned, her memory lived on in every heart that dared to dream. The forbidden path became a symbol of courage and destiny, forever changing the village's future. Moral of the story: true courage lies in facing the unknown. Sometimes, the greatest rewards come from walking paths others fear to tread.
In a small village on the outskirts of the imperial city, Li Wei, a young artist renowned for his vibrant landscapes, dreams of painting something truly extraordinary. His humble studio is filled with sketches of mountains, rivers, and blossoming orchards, but his heart yearns for inspiration beyond nature. One day, he hears whispers about a secret orchard in the emperor's palace, an ethereal garden filled with the rarest flowers and fruits, said to symbolize forbidden desires. Intrigued, he sketches the orchard from his imagination, hoping one day to see it with his own eyes. Li Wei is invited to the palace to present his artwork to the emperor during a festival. As he navigates the grand halls, he glimpses a young woman in the distance, Mai Ling, the emperor's daughter. Her delicate features and graceful demeanor captivate him instantly. Unknown to him, Mai Ling is equally fascinated by Li Wei's art. She secretly follows him and watches as he presents his masterpiece, her curiosity piqued by his passion and talent. Mai Ling takes a bold step and invites Li Wei to the imperial gardens. She reveals the entrance to the forbidden orchard, a place she treasures for its solitude and beauty. Li Wei is awestruck by the splendor: golden plum trees, sapphire blue roses, and a sky filled with fireflies. As they explore, Mai Ling explains that the orchard is a symbol of her entrapment. Although surrounded by beauty, she is caged by royal expectations. Li Wei sympathizes, feeling a connection that goes beyond words. Over the following weeks, Mai Ling and Li Wei meet secretly in the orchard. He sketches her amidst the blossoms, and she shares her dreams of freedom. Each meeting strengthens their bond, though they know the dangers they face. One evening, Li Wei gifts Mai Ling a painting of her in the orchard, her radiant smile immortalized among the golden plums. Mai Ling is moved, and they confess their love for each other. Their clandestine meetings don't go unnoticed. Eunuchs and palace guards report strange movements near the orchard to the emperor. Rumors spread, and suspicion begins to grow. Mai Ling's elder brother, Prince Jian, becomes particularly suspicious. Protective of his sister and loyal to the emperor, he vows to uncover the truth. Li Wei and Mai Ling realize their love cannot survive within the palace walls. They devise a plan to escape and live a simple life in the countryside, away from the emperor's reach. Li Wei begins preparations, gathering supplies and sketching maps to guide them through treacherous routes. Mai Ling hides her growing fear behind a determined smile. Unbeknownst to the lovers, a palace maid loyal to Prince Jian overhears their plan. She reports it to him, and Jian sets a trap to catch them in the act. Li Wei, unaware of the betrayal, continues with his preparations. Mai Ling, however, begins to sense that their meetings are no longer safe. On the night of their planned escape, Li Wei sneaks into the orchard to meet Mai Ling. Guards ambush him, and he is dragged before the emperor. Mai Ling arrives too late, helpless as her beloved is accused of treason. The emperor is furious, branding Li Wei as a manipulative commoner who dared to corrupt his daughter. Mai Ling's pleas fall on deaf ears. Li Wei is given a choice: renounce Mai Ling and leave the empire, or face execution. Mai Ling protests, declaring her love for Li Wei, but the emperor silences her with a stern warning. Despite the threat, Li Wei refuses to renounce Mai Ling. He declares his love boldly, earning the admiration of the court but sealing his fate. Li Wei is thrown into a dungeon, his hands bound and his spirit tested. Mai Ling, confined to her chambers, weeps as she gazes at the painting Li Wei gave her. Despite their separation, they remain hopeful. Mai Ling writes secret letters to Li Wei, smuggling them through a sympathetic maid. Mai Ling takes a dangerous step by confronting her father directly. She begs for Li Wei's life, arguing that true love is more valuable than any royal decree. The emperor, torn between anger and his daughter's earnestness, agrees to reconsider, but only if Li Wei proves his worth. He orders Li Wei to paint a masterpiece that will honor the empire, testing his talent and resolve. In the dungeon, Li Wei works tirelessly on the emperor's challenge. He paints a scene of the forbidden orchard, not as it appears but as it feels. A symbol of love, sacrifice, and freedom. When the painting is unveiled, the court is speechless. The emperor, moved by its profound emotion, begins to see the depth of their love. Impressed by Li Wei's artistry, the emperor spares his life but imposes strict conditions. Li Wei is banished from the empire, never to return. Mai Ling is devastated but vows to remain loyal to him. The lovers share a tearful goodbye in the orchard, promising to meet again in another life if not this one. Years pass, and Li Wei's art becomes legendary. His masterpiece of the Forbidden Orchard inspires countless lovers to fight for their freedom. Mai Ling, though confined to the palace, ensures that his legacy lives on by commissioning his works anonymously. Though apart, their love continues to influence the world around them, symbolizing the power of devotion against all odds. The story's moral: the tale of Li Wei and Mai Ling transforms into a timeless legend, shared through generations. It reminds us that love is not about possession but about selflessness, empathy, and the courage to stand by each other. True love flourishes not in ease or acceptance but in the boldness to cherish it, even when the world stands in opposition.
Once upon a time, in the grand kingdom of Althea, there was a beautiful princess named Angie. On her 16th birthday, her father, King Basil, gifted her a magnificent necklace made of rare diamonds and enchanted stones. It was a symbol of her royal status, and she wore it every day, never taking it off. The kingdom flourished, and Angie's beauty and kindness were loved by all. However, as the years passed, a shadow loomed over the peaceful land, for an evil sorcerer named Malga had begun plotting to overthrow the kingdom. Angie, despite her royal duties, spent much of her time helping the people of the kingdom, bringing them hope and joy. She had a deep sense of loyalty to her people, and they adored her for it. One day, while wandering through the forest with her trusted servant, Ella, the princess noticed something strange. The necklace, which had always shimmered brightly, began to lose its glow. As she tried to adjust it, the clasp snapped, sending the precious stones tumbling onto the ground. Angie was devastated, unaware that the necklace's enchantment was tied to the kingdom's safety. The night after the necklace broke, an old woman appeared at the palace gates. She claimed to be a seer and had a prophecy to share. The kingdom's fate is tied to the broken necklace, she said, her voice trembling. A great danger approaches, and only the fragments of the necklace can protect you. The necklace must be mended, but not in the way you think. The king dismissed the woman as a mere beggar, but Angie felt a strange pull in her heart, believing there was truth to her words. The next morning, Angie sought out the seer, who led her to the forest where the necklace had broken. The woman revealed that each fragment of the necklace held a piece of an ancient spell that could summon a powerful shield to protect the kingdom. But the spell could only be completed if the fragments were reunited by someone pure of heart and willing to sacrifice something dear. Angie understood that the journey ahead would be dangerous, and she would have to face many trials. However, she felt determined to save her kingdom, even if it meant losing something precious. As Angie ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered the first of the 3 trials set by the broken necklace. A large, terrifying serpent appeared, blocking her path. The serpent spoke in a voice that echoed through the trees, "Only those who show true courage may pass. Defeat me, or turn back." Angie's heart raced as she realized that if she didn't defeat the serpent, she wouldn't be able to continue her journey. Drawing her courage from within, Angie stepped forward, knowing that violence wasn't the answer. Instead of attacking, she began to speak to the serpent, asking why it guarded the path. To her surprise, the serpent explained that it was bound to protect the kingdom from evil but had grown weary of its endless task. Angie, understanding the serpent's pain, promised to find a way to break the curse if she succeeded in saving the kingdom. Moved by her words, the serpent allowed her to pass, granting her the first fragment of the necklace. The next trial took Angie to a dark and cold cave, where she encountered a trapped bird with a broken wing. The bird cried for help, and Angie immediately approached it. However, as she reached out, the cave's walls began to close in on her, trapping her inside. A voice echoed in the darkness, "To escape, you must make a sacrifice. Save the bird, or save yourself." Angie knew that to help the bird would mean risking her own life. Angie thought for a moment, then gently scooped up the bird and whispered, "You are not alone, little one." She held it close, trusting that the kingdom needed her more than ever. With her compassion guiding her, the walls of the cave stopped closing and a hidden path revealed itself. The bird's wing healed instantly, and it gifted her the second fragment of the necklace. Angie realized that the more she gave, the more strength she gained, a lesson she would carry with her on the next part of her journey. The third and final trial brought Angie to a village she did not recognize. There, a young man named Darian approached her, offering to help her complete the necklace. He claimed to be a prince from a neighboring kingdom, sent to assist in her quest. Angie, trusting in his kindness, agreed to join forces with him. For many days, they traveled together, and Darian proved to be a loyal companion, guiding her through dangerous forests and across wild rivers. But as they neared the final piece of the necklace, Angie began to sense something was wrong. Darian's kindness started to feel insincere, and she noticed how he seemed more interested in the necklace fragments than in the journey itself. One night, when they were camping, Angie overheard Darian speaking to a shadowy figure, plotting to steal the necklace for himself. Shocked, she realized that Darian was not a prince but a spy for Malga, sent to deceive her. The next morning, Darian confronted Angie, revealing his true intentions. He tried to grab the necklace fragments, but Angie stood firm, holding them tightly in her hands. "You are not worthy of these," she said, her voice steady with determination. The two struggled, and in the chaos, the necklace fragments scattered across the ground. Darian fled, leaving Angie alone once more. It was at that moment that Angie realized the final piece of the necklace was not just a fragment, but a part of her heart, the very essence of her love for her people. As she stood among the scattered fragments, Angie felt a surge of emotion. Her desire to protect the kingdom was stronger than ever. She picked up the final piece, placing it against her chest, and felt an ancient magic stir within her. The necklace reformed, glowing brighter than ever, and the pieces came together, binding her fate with the kingdom's. Angie knew that the power of the necklace wasn't in the jewels, but in the love and sacrifice that came from within. With the necklace fully restored, Angie set off toward Malga's lair. She had learned that the greatest power was not in weapons or magic but in the purity of her heart and her commitment to the people she loved. When she arrived, she found Malga waiting, his dark magic swirling around him. "So, you think your necklace can save you?" he sneered, his eyes glowing with malice. Angie didn't answer but stepped forward, the necklace glowing with an intense light. Malga unleashed a wave of dark energy, but Angie stood her ground. The necklace responded to her courage, creating a protective shield around her. She wasn't just protected by the magic, she was protected by the strength of her love and resolve. Malga's attacks grew weaker, and the darkness began to fade. In the final moment, Angie focused all her energy on the necklace, calling upon the power of the kingdom's people. The necklace, now a symbol of unity, shattered Malga's magic, banishing him from the kingdom forever. With Malga defeated, Angie returned to the palace, where the people greeted her with cheers and celebrations. The kingdom had been saved, not by the necklace alone, but by the courage, compassion, and sacrifices she had made along the way. Angie had learned that the true strength of a leader comes from their heart, and that love for the people they serve can overcome any obstacle. King Basil, proud of his daughter, knelt before her, recognizing her wisdom and bravery. As Angie looked out over her kingdom, she knew that her journey had only just begun. She would rule not as a figurehead, but as a leader who understood the power of sacrifice and selflessness. The broken necklace had not only saved the kingdom but had transformed her into the queen the land had always needed. It was a reminder that even in the most broken things, there can be beauty, strength, and hope. Angie, now a queen, walked through the village, receiving gifts and words of thanks from the people she had always cared for. The elders told stories of how the necklace had been more than a symbol of royalty, it had been a sign that the kingdom's true strength was in the hearts of its people. The queen smiled, knowing that her journey had changed not just her, but everyone around her. One elderly woman handed Angie a small, intricately carved wooden pendant. "This is for you, my queen," she said. "It's a reminder that we, too, are part of the necklace. The strength of this kingdom lies in each and every one of us." Angie accepted the gift with a grateful heart, knowing that her connection to the kingdom would never be broken. Years passed, and Queen Angie continued to rule with wisdom and kindness. The memory of the broken necklace lived on in the hearts of the people. A statue of the queen stood at the kingdom's center, holding the restored necklace high, its glow a symbol of the unity and love that had saved the land. Children played in the streets, telling stories of the brave princess who had fought for them, and they wore small wooden pendants to remember the lessons of courage, compassion, and sacrifice. Angie would often walk through the village, listening to the laughter of children and feeling the warmth of her people. She knew that the kingdom's peace and prosperity came not from her title, but from the hearts of those who believed in her vision of unity. The necklace had been a catalyst, but it was the kingdom's shared values, honor, love, and sacrifice, that had truly saved them. One cold winter's evening, a messenger arrived with troubling news. A distant kingdom, once a peaceful ally, had fallen into darkness. The ruler, a cruel and power-hungry monarch named Queen Molina, was threatening to invade Althea. She had heard of Angie's success in defeating Malga and wanted to challenge her power. Angie's heart sank as she realized that the harmony she had worked so hard to build was now at risk once again. Angie gathered her council, and they discussed their options. It was clear that Althea needed to defend itself, but Angie knew that war could destroy the very values she had fought to preserve. Instead of focusing solely on strength, Angie decided to seek a peaceful resolution. She would try diplomacy first, but she would also prepare her people for anything that might come. With resolve, Queen Angie embarked on a diplomatic journey to meet Queen Molina. She traveled alone, carrying only the broken necklace as a reminder of the sacrifices it had symbolized. As she entered the rival kingdom, she was met with suspicion and coldness. Queen Molina sat on a dark throne, surrounded by guards, her eyes sharp and calculating. Angie, undeterred, spoke calmly, offering peace and the possibility of a union between their two kingdoms. But Queen Molina scoffed at Angie's words, mocking her for thinking that kindness could conquer strength. "You are naive, Angie," she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. "You only have your necklace to protect you, and I can see it's no longer as powerful as it once was." Angie's heart grew heavy as she realized that Molina sought domination, not peace, and the road to diplomacy would be harder than she had imagined. As tensions grew, Angie returned to Althea and began to prepare her people for possible battle. However, she still held on to hope that Molina would reconsider. One night, as she reflected on the necklace and the lessons it had taught her, she realized that she had one last trial to face, not of strength, but of wisdom. She had already proven herself as a leader of courage, compassion, and sacrifice. Now, she needed to show the world the true power of the necklace, its ability to unite and heal, even in the darkest of times. In a final act of faith, Angie sent Molina a personal message inviting her to a peaceful meeting once again, but this time, under the stars. With no armies, no weapons, and no guards, just the two queens, standing alone in the moonlight. Angie would place everything she had learned into this moment, trusting that kindness and understanding could break through Molina's hardened heart. The night of the meeting arrived, and as Angie walked into the peaceful clearing where the two queens would meet, she felt an overwhelming sense of calm. Queen Molina, standing across from her, looked suspicious but also curious. The moonlight illuminated the shattered fragments of Angie's necklace, still glowing faintly. They spoke of their kingdoms, their dreams, and their fears. Angie, with compassion in her voice, gently placed the fragments of her necklace on the ground between them. "This necklace once represented a kingdom's strength," she said, "but it is not the jewels or the magic that gave it power. It was the love and sacrifices of those who believed in it. If we could unite our people, we could achieve greater peace than we could alone." Molina, silent for a moment, looked at the fragments of the necklace. Something inside her seemed to shift. Finally, she spoke, "Perhaps you are right. I have been so consumed by power that I have forgotten the strength of my people." Slowly, she took a step forward, and for the first time, her eyes softened. The two queens shook hands, sealing the peace between their kingdoms. Word spread quickly, and the people rejoiced as the threat of war was averted. Angie's kingdom, Althea, and Molina's kingdom united, creating a stronger, more harmonious alliance. Angie returned home, knowing that the necklace, though broken, had guided her to something far greater than she had ever imagined. It had shown her that true power lies in unity, compassion, and the willingness to understand one another. The people of both kingdoms celebrated not only their queens but the lessons they had learned. Angie hung the restored necklace in the castle's great hall, where it would forever serve as a reminder of the sacrifices and triumphs that had brought them together. The once broken necklace had saved not just a kingdom, but the hearts of those who believed in its power. And so, peace reigned, as the kingdoms flourished, and the story of the broken necklace passed down through generations as a timeless lesson on the strength of love, unity, and the courage to change. True strength lies not in the jewels or power we hold, but in the compassion, sacrifice, and unity we offer to others. When we come together with an open heart, we can overcome even the greatest of challenges.
Layla woke up to the soft glow of sunlight streaming through her window, on the morning of her wedding day. Her heart raced with excitement and nerves as she thought of standing beside her fiancé, William, at the altar. Everything had been planned to perfection, or so she thought. Downstairs, her mother and sisters bustled about, ensuring every detail was in place. The air buzzed with joy, but a faint unease lingered. Layla noticed a strange heaviness in the sky as if something unexpected was about to unfold. As Layla prepared to get dressed, her best friend Lily came running in, pale-faced. "Layla, the bridal gown is missing," she exclaimed. Layla's heart sank. The gown was a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Losing it felt like losing a part of herself. Determined not to let panic take over, Layla rallied her family to search for the gown. Everyone scoured the house, but the treasured garment was nowhere to be found. With time running out, Lily suggested borrowing a dress from a local boutique. Though hesitant, Layla knew she had no choice. She walked into the boutique with a heavy heart, wishing for a miracle. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes, listened to Layla's plight and offered her a simple yet elegant gown. "Sometimes, the simplest things hold the most beauty," she said, her words offering Layla a sliver of comfort. As Layla returned home with the new gown, dark clouds gathered overhead. The first drops of rain began to fall, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. The garden wedding she had envisioned was now impossible. William called, his voice steady despite the chaos. "We'll make it work, Layla. Rain or shine, today is our day," he assured her. His unwavering support brought tears to her eyes. Layla's family scrambled to find an indoor venue. The town's old church, though dusty and unused, was the only available option. With help from friends and neighbors, they quickly transformed it into a charming space. As Layla watched everyone come together, she felt a newfound gratitude for her community. Their efforts reminded her of the true essence of a wedding, love and unity. Just as Layla began dressing in the borrowed gown, her younger cousin burst into the room holding the missing bridal gown. It had been accidentally packed with decorations and left at the church. Relief washed over Layla as she held the familiar fabric. She chose to wear the new gown instead, feeling it represented the resilience and adaptability the day had demanded. The heirloom gown was placed at the altar as a symbol of family blessings. Guests gathered in the candlelit church as the storm raged outside. Layla walked down the aisle, her heart full of love for William and gratitude for everyone who had supported her. The simplicity of the setting made the moment even more profound. William's eyes lit up as he saw her. "You're radiant," he whispered when she reached him. In that moment, all the day's mishaps melted away. Just as the vows were about to be exchanged, the storm knocked out the church's electricity. Gasps filled the room as darkness enveloped them. William, ever calm, lit a candle and handed it to Layla. One by one, guests followed suit, creating a soft, glowing circle of light around the couple. The intimacy of the moment was breathtaking. In the flickering candlelight, Layla and William exchanged heartfelt vows. Their words carried a raw honesty that resonated deeply with everyone present. The power outage turned into a blessing, stripping away distractions and leaving only the purity of their love. The storm delayed the caterers, leaving the reception without the planned meal. Neighbors quickly brought homemade dishes, transforming the reception into a potluck celebration. The couple was touched by the gesture. The feast became a symbol of the community's unwavering support and love. As the reception continued, the storm began to subside. Someone suggested stepping outside, and the guests were greeted by a breathtaking double rainbow. Layla and William took it as a sign of blessings and new beginnings, capturing the moment with laughter and joy. Layla's father stood to give his speech, his voice filled with emotion. "Today reminded us all that love isn't about perfection but about weathering life's storms together," he said, bringing tears to many eyes. His words underscored the day's deeper meaning, resonating with everyone in the room. As the evening wore on, Layla and William shared their first dance under the soft glow of lanterns. The guests encircled them, clapping and cheering. The couple felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, knowing the day's challenges had only strengthened their bond. The elderly shopkeeper from the boutique arrived unexpectedly, holding a small gift for Layla. Inside was a delicate pendant with an engraving, "In simplicity, there is strength." The gesture touched Layla deeply, a perfect reminder of the day's lessons. As the celebration wound down, Layla and William reflected on the day's events. Though nothing had gone as planned, everything had turned out better than they could have imagined. Their wedding was more than a union of two people, it was a testament to love, resilience, and community. Moral of the story: true love isn't about perfect plans or flawless execution. It's about adapting to challenges, finding beauty in simplicity, and cherishing the people who stand by you through life's storms.
In the heart of ancient Rome, a magnificent arena stood, where cheers filled the air like thunder. Today was the day of the great games, and all eyes were on the gladiators. In a dark corner of the arena, a brave gladiator named Augustus prepared for battle. He was strong and skilled, but more importantly, he had a heart full of hope. Augustus remembered his home, where he lived freely with his family. He had been taken from them, forced to fight for the entertainment of others. The emperor, a cruel man, watched from his golden throne. He loved power and demanded that all bow before him, including the gladiators. When the time came, Augustus and his fellow gladiators stood together,
knowing they had to fight not just for their lives, but for their freedom. The first fight began. Augustus faced a powerful warrior. He fought bravely, remembering the faces of his loved ones. But in the heat of battle, doubt crept in. Could he really stand against the emperor's will? Would he ever see his family again? An older gladiator, seeing Augustus's struggle, whispered, "Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's fighting even when you're scared." With those words, Augustus felt a spark ignite in his heart. He stood tall, ready to fight for not just himself, but for all who had suffered. He gathered the other gladiators, rallying them. "Let's show the emperor that we are not just pawns. We are warriors with a spirit that cannot be broken." The emperor, furious at the thought of a revolt, challenged Augustus to a duel. "If you win, you may gain your freedom," he declared. Augustus trained harder than ever, knowing this fight was not just for himself, but for all the oppressed people of Rome. The day of the duel arrived. The arena was alive with excitement. The crowd buzzed, unaware of the true meaning behind this fight. As Augustus stood face to face with the emperor, he felt a mix of fear and determination. He would not back down. The duel began, swords clashing loudly, echoing the cries of the crowd. But Augustus fought not just with his body, but with his heart. With each strike, he fought for freedom. For every gladiator who had suffered, for every person who longed for a better life. The crowd, once cheering for the emperor, began to chant for Augustus. They sensed his bravery and were inspired by his fight for justice. Finally, Augustus had the emperor at his mercy. But instead of striking the final blow, he spoke. "Let us not be enemies. Let us find peace." The emperor, taken aback, realized the strength of Augustus's spirit. In that moment, he knew he had a choice to make. In a surprising turn, the emperor raised Augustus's hand, declaring him a hero. The crowd erupted in cheers, their hearts swelling with hope. From that day forward, the emperor changed his ways. Gladiators were given their freedom, and a new era of respect began. Augustus returned home, running into the arms of his family. The joy in his heart was overwhelming. He had fought for freedom and won. He became a storyteller, sharing tales of bravery and teaching children that true courage comes from standing up for what is right. Years later, a statue of Augustus stood in the town square, a reminder that one brave heart can change the world. And so, the story of Augustus, the gladiator who defied an emperor, teaches us that with courage and determination, we can overcome any obstacle and fight for what is right. This tale reminds us that bravery comes in many forms, and that even the smallest act of courage can inspire others to stand tall. Always remember to believe in yourself and stand up for what is right, no matter the odds.
In a small, forgotten village surrounded by hills, the people faced hardships. The river that once provided fresh water was drying up, crops were failing, and the villagers were struggling to survive. They tried everything to restore the river's flow, but no matter what they did, nothing seemed to work. The elders whispered that the village had been cursed, and the younger ones began losing hope. Among them was a young girl named Rebecca, who had heard the elders' tales of a time when the river had flowed freely. Despite the gloom, Rebecca refused to believe that their village was cursed. She had an unshakable feeling that there was a way to restore the river, and she decided to find it. Rebecca had always been curious and determined. She spent her days listening to old stories, learning about nature, and studying the land. One day, she remembered a story from her grandmother about a hidden spring deep in the forest that could bring life back to any river. With hope in her heart, Rebecca decided to venture into the forest to find it. The villagers thought she was too young and inexperienced, but Rebecca knew that if she didn't try, nothing would ever change. With nothing but a small sack of food and a map she had drawn from old stories, she set out on her journey into the dense forest. As Rebecca walked deeper into the forest, she marveled at the beauty of the trees, the birds, and the occasional wild animal she passed. She had never been this far before, but her resolve only grew stronger with every step. She knew the journey would be difficult, but she believed in the story and herself. The forest grew darker and the air thicker as she ventured further, but Rebecca didn't stop. She followed the old map, trusting that it would lead her to the spring. It took her several days, and she had to camp in the wilderness, using the skills her grandmother had taught her. On the fourth day, Rebecca reached a wide, fast-flowing river that blocked her path. The water was too deep to cross, and the current too strong to swim through. She searched for a way around but found no bridges or shallow areas. It seemed like her journey would end here, but Rebecca didn't give up. After hours of thinking, she spotted a large tree on the opposite side of the river. Its branches stretched out toward her, almost as if they were reaching out. Without hesitation, she found a way to climb the tree, balancing herself carefully on its branches until she was safely across. After overcoming the river, Rebecca continued her journey, growing tired and hungry. Eventually, she stumbled upon a small clearing where a beautiful, sparkling spring lay in the center. It was the spring from the old stories, its water pure and clear. Rebecca felt a rush of joy. She had found it. She knelt beside the spring and carefully filled her water bottle. As she did, she noticed the land around the spring was alive. Plants and flowers bloomed where they had not before. The air smelled fresh, and she could feel the energy of the land itself. Rebecca knew she had to bring the spring's water back to the village. She quickly filled her sack with as much water as she could carry. The journey back was even more challenging than before, but she felt a sense of urgency and determination. She was so close to saving her village. Her legs ached and her shoulders burned from the weight of the water, but she refused to stop. The forest seemed darker this time, as though it was testing her resolve. Rebecca pushed on, her thoughts focused on her village and the people who were depending on her. When Rebecca finally returned to the villagers gathered around her. They were surprised to see her, but when they saw the water she was carrying, they were skeptical. They didn't believe that a simple girl could change the course of their troubles. They whispered among themselves, thinking she was wasting her time. Rebecca stood tall and explained what she had found, her voice steady and confident. She showed them the water and told them that the hidden spring would restore the river's flow. But the villagers still didn't believe her. They had heard too many failed promises to trust in anything anymore. Determined to prove the power of the spring, Rebecca led the villagers to the river. She carefully poured some of the water into the dry riverbed, hoping for a miracle. At first, nothing happened, and the villagers began to murmur in disappointment. But Rebecca didn't give up. She waited, holding her breath. Suddenly, a small trickle of water began to appear, flowing gently through the riverbed. The villagers gasped in disbelief as the water grew stronger and stronger. The river, once dry and lifeless, began to flow again, filling the land with life. Rebecca smiled, knowing her journey had not been in vain. As the river flowed once more, the villagers began to realize that Rebecca's bravery and determination had saved them. They worked together to create canals and irrigation systems, using the river's water to nourish the crops and bring life back to the fields. The village slowly began to flourish. The people began to look at Rebecca in a new light. They had seen her grow from a young girl with big dreams into a young woman who had brought real change to their village. Her courage had inspired them all to believe in the possibility of a better future. With the river restored, the villagers celebrated. They planted more crops, rebuilt homes, and created new businesses. The village became a place of hope, attracting travelers and merchants from distant lands. Rebecca became a symbol of courage and change, reminding everyone that even the smallest person can make the biggest difference. But Rebecca knew that the work wasn't finished. She continued to lead the village, teaching the younger generations about the importance of bravery, persistence, and hope. Her story became a legend, passed down for generations. As time passed, the village faced new challenges. One year, a fierce storm damaged the riverbank, threatening the crops. The villagers grew anxious, but Rebecca remained calm. She knew that with hard work and teamwork, they could overcome any obstacle. Rebecca rallied the villagers, and together they built stronger barriers along the riverbank. They planted trees to prevent soil erosion and created channels to guide the water safely through the fields. Once again, Rebecca's leadership helped the village thrive despite the difficulties. One day, the village elder came to visit Rebecca. He had heard of her bravery and the transformation she had brought to the village. He told her how proud he was of her and how her actions had changed the village forever. He had once thought the village was doomed, but now he saw that it was full of hope and life. Rebecca humbly thanked the elder, but she reminded him that it was the strength and unity of the villagers that had made it all possible. They had all come together to make their village a place of hope and prosperity, and that was the true magic. Years passed, and Rebecca grew older, but her legacy lived on. She became a mentor to many, teaching others how to lead with courage and never give up. The village flourished, and the story of the brave girl who changed everything was told for generations. Rebecca's name was spoken with respect and admiration, not just for the changes she had made, but for the example she had set for others. Her bravery had shown that even in the face of adversity, one person's actions could change the world. As Rebecca became an elder herself, she watched the next generation of villagers grow up. They were strong, capable, and full of hope, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Rebecca knew that the village would continue to thrive because the values of courage, teamwork, and perseverance had been passed down. She smiled, knowing that the future was in good hands. The village was no longer just a small, struggling community. It was a place of growth, opportunity, and unity. One day, as Rebecca stood by the river, now flowing freely and beautifully, she reflected on her journey. She had been just a girl when she started, and yet her determination had changed her village forever. Rebecca realized that bravery isn't about being fearless, it's about facing fear and moving forward anyway. Moral of the story: no matter how small you are or how impossible the task seems, your courage, persistence, and willingness to try can change the world. In a quiet village settled at the foot of a towering mountain, there were whispers about a terrible monster that lived at the peak. The creature was said to have a terrifying roar that echoed through the valley, striking fear into everyone who heard it. People had been too afraid to climb the mountain, and many believed the monster was real. Among the villagers was a brave young girl named Iona. She had grown up hearing the stories of the beast, but unlike the others, she did not tremble at the thought. "If the monster exists, I will face it," she said, determined to prove her courage. Iona's family was worried when they heard her plan. "You're too young, and it's too dangerous," her father said, gripping her shoulders with concern. "Please, don't go." But Iona's heart was set. "The village needs to be free from fear," she replied. "I will climb the mountain, and if the monster is real, I will find a way to deal with it." With a final hug, she packed her bag with water and food, setting out for the journey. The mountain was as majestic as it was terrifying. Iona's path twisted through thick forests and rocky cliffs. The higher she climbed, the colder the air became, and the trees grew sparse. Yet, she did not stop, driven by the thought of freeing her people. As she neared the top, Iona heard an eerie growl carried by the wind. It sent shivers down her spine, but she steeled herself. "I've come this far. I won't turn back now," she muttered, her eyes fixed on the peak that was hidden in the clouds above. Finally, after days of climbing, Iona reached the summit. There, standing before her was the monster. It was massive, with glowing red eyes and dark scales that shimmered like night. Its teeth were sharp, and its roar shook the ground beneath her feet. Iona felt a wave of fear, but she refused to back down. "I am not afraid of you," she said, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. "I have come to put an end to your reign of terror over my village." The monster laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the mountain. "You think you can stop me, little girl?" it taunted. "I am the king of this mountain. None have dared challenge me." Iona took a deep breath and stood tall. "I am not here to fight," she said. "I want to understand why you frighten my people. What do you want?" The monster stopped, its eyes narrowing as if surprised by her question. The creature's tone softened as it spoke. "I have been alone for many years. The villagers fear me because they do not understand me. I do not wish to harm them, but their fear makes them think I am a monster." Iona listened carefully, realizing that the creature's roar was simply a cry for attention, not an act of malice. "You are not a monster," she said kindly. "You are lonely, and you want to be understood." Iona sat down on a rock, thinking deeply. "If you want to be heard, you need to show the villagers your true self," she suggested. "You don't have to be a monster to be powerful. You can be their protector instead." The creature's eyes softened, a glimmer of hope shining through the darkness. "But how can I show them? They only fear me." Iona smiled. "Let me help you. Together, we can prove you are not what they think." Iona spent the next few days talking with the creature. They came up with a plan to meet the villagers. "I will tell them you are kind and misunderstood," she promised. "You will not roar or frighten them. You will show them that you can be their ally." The creature agreed, and together, they descended the mountain toward the village. Iona's heart raced with anticipation. Would the villagers believe her? Would they accept the creature as a friend? When they reached the village, the people gathered in fear. Iona, what is this? They whispered, pointing at the creature behind her. It was larger than life, and the villagers recoiled at the sight. Iona stood in front of the monster. This is not a monster, she said firmly. This is a misunderstood creature who only wants to be your protector. I have spent time with him, and I know the truth. The villagers were skeptical but curious. The monster stepped forward, lowering its head in a gesture of peace. I do not wish to harm you, it said, its voice gentle. I have roared because I was lonely, not because I wanted to scare you. The villagers watched in silence, unsure of what to do. But Iona spoke again, her voice full of conviction. This creature has a heart, just like all of us. He deserves a chance to show you that he can be your friend. Over time, the villagers slowly began to warm up to the creature. Iona helped them understand that he wasn't a monster. They saw that he could help them in ways they never imagined, protecting their crops from wild animals and warning them of storms with his keen senses. The creature, once feared, became a protector of the village. He built strong friendships with the villagers, and together, they forged a new, peaceful way of life. Iona's bravery and wisdom had changed the course of their future. One day, as Iona and the creature sat together on a hill, watching the sunset, he turned to her and said, I will never forget what you did for me. You believed in me when no one else did. Iona smiled. Sometimes, all it takes is someone willing to listen and understand. We all have the power to change the way others see us. She had taught the monster, and the village, an invaluable lesson about compassion and open-mindedness. As the years passed, Iona became a leader in the village. She taught the children about kindness, understanding, and the importance of looking beyond appearances. The monster, now a trusted ally, helped her with her work. Together, they created a community where no one was judged by their outward appearance. The village grew stronger, and the people lived in harmony, knowing that understanding and empathy could solve even the greatest challenges. One day, a traveler passing through the village asked, Why does the monster live here? The villagers, now confident and proud, answered, He is not a monster. He is our protector, our friend, and a reminder that no one should ever be judged by their looks alone. Iona, standing beside the creature, smiled. She knew that their story would live on for generations, a lesson of bravery, compassion, and the power of seeing the good in others. As Iona grew older, she watched the next generation carry on the values she had taught them. The mountain no longer loomed as a symbol of fear. Instead, it was a place of peace and understanding, where the brave girl and the misunderstood creature had shown that love and compassion could conquer all. Moral of the story: true courage comes from understanding, compassion, and the willingness to see the world through others' eyes. Never judge someone by their appearance, for the heart of a person or a creature may surprise you.
On the edge of a dense forest, a young boy named Jack lives in a small village. One morning, he hears a faint whisper outside his window, only to realize it's coming from a sparrow perched on the sill. The bird, trembling, pleads for help to rescue her trapped chicks. Bewildered, Jack discovers he can understand the bird perfectly. Jack rushes to the tree and frees the baby birds from a tangle of vines. The mother sparrow chirps in gratitude, calling him the chosen one. Confused but exhilarated, Jack wonders if this newfound ability is a blessing or something far more complicated. Jack tells his best friend, Benjamin, about the talking sparrow. Benjamin laughs at first but grows serious when a squirrel scurries up, urgently chattering about a wildfire in the forest. Jack translates, and the boys rush to alert the villagers, who manage to put out the blaze before it spreads. Despite saving the forest, Benjamin warns Jack to keep his ability a secret. People might think you're cursed, Benjamin says. Jack nods but begins to feel the weight of his gift pressing on him. One evening, Jack encounters a wounded fox limping near the river. The fox tells him she was caught in a hunter's trap. Jack carefully frees her and cleans her wounds. She promises to repay his kindness someday. The fox's pain mirrors Jack's own isolation. He realizes that while animals understand him, people might never see his gift the same way. Rumors of Jack's strange connection to animals spread after a farmer claims Jack calmed his frightened ox. Some villagers begin to avoid him, calling him a witch. Benjamin tries to defend Jack, but suspicion grows. Feeling hurt, Jack retreats to the forest more often, finding solace among the animals who welcome him without judgment. One day, a majestic eagle warns Jack of a great danger. Hunters are coming to trap the animals and destroy the forest, the eagle says. Jack knows he must act quickly but is unsure how to convince the villagers to help. He decides to speak at the village council, despite the risk of being mocked. The forest protects us too, Jack pleads. If it suffers, so will we. The villagers are divided. Some believe Jack, recalling his warnings about the fire, while others accuse him of bringing bad luck. An elder advises Jack to prove his worth by showing how his gift can protect them. Determined, Jack gathers a plan with help from the animals. They agree to work together to confront the hunters and save their home. A group of hunters arrives with traps and axes, ready to claim the forest for its resources. Jack watches from the shadows with a group of animals by his side. The fox he saved earlier offers to lead the hunters astray. The animals execute their plan, scattering the hunters' supplies and leading them into confusing, harmless traps. The hunters grow frustrated, wondering if the forest is cursed. Jack steps forward, confronting the hunters directly. "Leave this forest," he says boldly. "It is not yours to take." The hunters laugh, but their confidence wavers when an eagle swoops low, and wolves howl in unison. Though terrified inside, Jack stands firm. His bravery inspires the hunters to retreat, muttering about the boy with the strange power. News of Jack's courage spreads, and the villagers begin to see him in a new light. Maybe his gift isn't a curse after all, an elder admits. Slowly, the villagers start treating Jack with respect and gratitude. For the first time, Jack feels a sense of belonging in both the human and animal worlds. He promises to continue protecting both. One winter night, a wolf appears at Jack's door, asking for food for her starving pack. Though hesitant, Jack gathers what little he can spare and follows the wolf into the snowy forest. He discovers the pack huddled with their cubs, weak but alive. Jack's kindness sparks a bond between him and the wolves, who vow to protect the forest in his honor. During the spring festival, Jack is invited to share his story with the villagers. Nervously, he describes his connection to the animals and how they've helped him protect the forest. The villagers applaud, and the elder declares Jack a guardian of their land. For the first time, Jack feels truly accepted. A violent storm strikes the village, flooding fields and destroying homes. The villagers despair, but Jack listens to the animals, who warn of a safe high ground in the hills. Leading the villagers and animals together, Jack helps them find shelter. His gift once again saves the day, and gratitude fills the air. Jack begins to notice a shift. As the villagers grow more dependent on his gift, he feels overwhelmed. Animals come to him daily with problems, while people expect him to solve everything. Benjamin reminds him that even heroes need rest. "You don't have to carry every burden alone," Benjamin says. Jack learns to set boundaries, balancing his responsibilities. Jack holds a meeting with the animals to discuss the future of the forest. They agree to form a system of mutual care, where animals, humans, and nature coexist. With the villagers' help, they plant more trees and ban hunting, ensuring the forest remains a sanctuary for all. Years later, Jack reflects on his journey. His gift brought challenges, but it also united his world in ways he never imagined. Speaking to a young sparrow, he says, "Our gifts are neither curses nor blessings. They are what we make of them." The sparrow chirps in agreement, flying off as Jack smiles. His story becomes a legend, reminding everyone of the power of harmony and understanding. Moral of the story: true gifts come with responsibilities. They can unite and uplift when used wisely but can feel burdensome if mismanaged. Balance, courage, and compassion are the keys to turning any gift into a blessing.
In a bustling city, Tom, an ordinary man, was rushing to catch a bus. He was late for an important job interview and felt the pressure mounting. As he sprinted down the street, a policeman spotted him and thought he looked suspicious. "Hey! Stop!" the officer called out. Tom skidded to a halt, confused. "What's going on? Why are you running?" the policeman asked, hand hovering near his belt. "I'm just trying to catch my bus," Tom replied, panting. "I have a job interview." The officer raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. "Running is suspicious behavior. I need to check your ID." Frustrated, Tom fumbled through his pockets and handed over his ID. "Look, I'm just a regular guy trying to make a living." Just then, a woman approached, clearly upset. "Officer, I saw him. He helped me when my bag was snatched." The policeman paused, his stern expression softening. "Is this true?" Tom nodded. "I chased the thief, but I lost him." Realizing the mix-up, the officer chuckled. "So you're a hero, not a criminal?" "Guess so," Tom said, relief washing over him. With a friendly clap on the back, the officer let him go. "Now go get that job." As Tom dashed off, he couldn't help but laugh at how a simple misunderstanding had turned into an unexpected adventure. Sometimes, being in the right place at the right time leads to the wildest stories, without breaking a single law.
In the northern lands, the wind howled through the mountains as if foretelling the coming of a great storm. The tribes of the north, once united by peace, had begun to fracture. The strong and proud warriors, sons of the storm, heard whispers of an approaching invasion from the south. Their leaders, fierce but proud, began to prepare for war. Elders spoke of a prophecy: the storm will rise and only the bravest will survive. But no one could agree on how to fight the coming battle. Among the leaders was Acre, a young warrior with a sharp mind. Though he lacked the experience of the elders, his heart burned with a desire to protect his people. Acre warned against blind aggression, urging the tribes to unite and strategize rather than rush to battle. However, the older chiefs scoffed at his words, believing only in the power of force. The storm had already begun, and soon it would break upon them. As the storm clouds gathered, a shadow fell over the northern tribes. One of the northern leaders, Jorik, had secretly allied with the southern invaders, believing they would bring greater power to the north. In exchange for wealth and land, Jorik betrayed his brothers, sending secret messages to the invaders revealing their defenses. The storm that threatened the north now had a traitor in its midst, and Acre found himself fighting against both the approaching army and the betrayal within. When Acre discovered Jorik's treachery, he knew that exposing the betrayal would cost him dearly. He wrestled with his conscience. Should he reveal the truth to the tribes and risk weakening their defenses, or should he wait until the invasion began? In the end, he chose to act swiftly. He went to the leaders of the other tribes, revealing the betrayal and warning them of the impending attack. But the damage had already been done, and the trust between the tribes was shattered. The southern army, led by General Varus, advanced swiftly into the northern lands, burning villages and taking prisoners. The northern tribes, now divided and distrustful of one another, met the invaders on the battlefield. The warriors of the north fought bravely, but their strength was scattered. Acre, at the forefront of the battle, led a group of young warriors against Varus's forces. The clash of steel rang out as the two armies collided in a storm of chaos and blood. Despite the fierce resistance, the northern warriors were outnumbered and disorganized. Acre fought with all his might, but he couldn't help but feel the weight of the betrayal on his shoulders. The once united tribes were now torn apart by mistrust, and the war that was meant to protect them seemed to be pulling them further into ruin. But amid the chaos, Acre caught a glimpse of Jorik, who had aligned himself with the southern invaders, fighting alongside Varus's troops. The betrayal cut deeper than any wound on the battlefield. In the midst of the battle, Acre managed to rally a small group of warriors to break through the southern lines. They fought with the fury of the storm itself, striking fear into the hearts of the invaders. Acre's leadership shone through, and the tide of the battle seemed to shift. For a brief moment, it seemed that the northern tribes might have a chance to reclaim their lands. The warriors fought with newfound hope, their spirits lifted by Acre's unwavering resolve. But as the battle raged on, Acre realized that victory would not come through strength alone. The divisions between the northern tribes were too deep, and trust could not be rebuilt in a single fight. He knew that the true storm was not the one on the battlefield, but the one within their hearts, a storm of doubt, betrayal, and broken bonds. Only by uniting the tribes would they have any hope of defeating the invaders. Acre retreated from the battlefield, his mind set on a new goal: unity. He knew that to defeat the southern invaders, the northern tribes would need to put aside their differences and fight as one. He traveled to each tribe, seeking out the leaders and speaking with them about the need for peace. Many of the leaders resisted, still clinging to old rivalries and mistrust. But Acre's words began to find their mark, and slowly a fragile alliance began to form. In the quiet moments between the battles, Acre met with the people of the north, listening to their fears and hopes. The more he heard, the more he understood the deep pain caused by years of conflict. He realized that the war was not just about defending their lands, it was about healing the wounds of their people. But unity would not come easily. The tribes had been at war with one another for generations, and the scars ran deep. With great effort, Acre called for a council of all the northern leaders to meet in a neutral ground. It was a dangerous move, for the leaders were suspicious of one another, and the risk of further betrayal loomed large. But Acre insisted that they could not afford to continue fighting among themselves. As the leaders gathered, the air was thick with tension. Some refused to speak, others argued fiercely. But Acre remained calm, urging them to see the bigger picture. The council was a long and heated affair, but Acre's words began to resonate. Slowly, the leaders of the northern tribes began to set aside their personal grievances, understanding that their survival depended on cooperation. The betrayal of Jorik was a painful reminder of their fractured state, but it also served as a wake-up call. If they did not come together, they would be wiped out by the southern invaders. Acre's vision of unity began to take shape, and a fragile agreement was forged. With the tribes now united, Acre and his allies prepared for the final confrontation with the southern invaders. The storm had reached its peak and the northern warriors stood together, their hearts united in a common cause. The battle was inevitable. As the southern army advanced once more, Acre led his people into the storm, ready to fight for their survival. This time they would not face the enemy divided. This time they would stand as one. The final battle was fierce, but the unity of the northern tribes proved stronger than the southern forces had anticipated. Acre fought with the might of his ancestors, and the warriors of the north followed his lead. The southern invaders, unprepared for such fierce resistance, faltered. The storm that had once threatened to destroy the north was now the force that drove the invaders back. The northern warriors had found their strength not in their swords but in their unity. In the aftermath of the battle, the northern tribes stood victorious. The southern invaders were pushed back, their forces scattered. But the victory came at a heavy price. Many lives were lost, and the scars of the war would take years to heal. Acre stood at the heart of the battlefield, surveying the destruction. Though the northern tribes had won, he knew that the war had left deep wounds that would not easily be healed. As the tribes began to rebuild, Acre knew that their survival depended not just on their strength in battle, but on their ability to heal the rifts that had torn them apart. The storm had passed, but its effects would linger. Acre resolved to work toward a lasting peace, to ensure that the storm of war would never return to the north. The path ahead would be long, but he was determined to lead his people toward a future of unity and prosperity. As the north began to rebuild, the memories of the fallen warriors haunted the survivors. Among them was Acre's closest friend Torik, who had been slain in the final battle. Torik had been with Acre through the darkest times, and his death weighed heavily on Acre's heart. To honor his memory, Acre traveled to Torik's village, carrying his friend's ashes back to his homeland. There he built a monument in Torik's honor, a reminder of the sacrifices made for the future. Acre's journey was not just one of physical distance, but of emotional healing. As he stood before the monument, he realized that the storm of war had left more than just physical scars. The emotional toll on the warriors of the north would take time to heal. But Acre believed that by honoring the fallen and acknowledging the pain, the people of the north could begin to rebuild not just their homes but their hearts. Years passed, and the northern tribes slowly returned to a state of peace. The leaders, once rivals, now worked together to ensure the prosperity of their people. Acre had risen to become the chief of his tribe, and his leadership was respected across the north. Though the storm of war had passed, the people never forgot the lessons they had learned. The bonds forged in battle had created a new era of cooperation and mutual respect. During a great feast, Acre stood before his people and gave a speech. He spoke of the trials they had faced, the sacrifices made, and the strength they had found in unity. The storm that had once threatened to destroy them had instead forged them into a stronger, more resilient people. Acre's vision had come to life, and the north was now a land of peace and prosperity. It was a hard-earned peace, but one that would endure. As the years continued to pass, Acre's legacy lived on. The story of the storm that shook the north was passed down through generations, a tale of war, betrayal, and unity. It was a story that reminded the people of the north of the importance of cooperation and trust. Acre's name was spoken with reverence not just as a warrior, but as a leader who had guided his people through the darkest times. Acre, now an elder, spent his final years teaching the young warriors about the importance of unity. He shared his experiences, the lessons learned through the storm, and the value of leadership that came from the heart. As the north continued to thrive, the people remembered the storms of the past, always mindful of the fragile peace they had fought so hard to preserve. Just as the people of the north began to believe that the peace would last forever, a new threat emerged. A group of southern raiders, seeking revenge for their lost conquest, began to raid the northern villages once more. Though not as powerful as the southern army, these raiders were ruthless and cunning. The people of the north, though united, knew that they could not let their guard down. The storm was not over yet. Acre's heart heavy with the knowledge that peace was always fragile, he called upon the leaders of the northern tribes once more. They prepared for another conflict, but this time they would be ready. Acre knew that the real enemy was not just the raiders but the complacency that peace could bring. The storm had returned, but the northern tribes had learned from their past. This time they would face it together. The northern tribes, now battle-hardened and united, faced the southern raiders in a final stand. Acre led his people into battle, once again fighting not just for their land but for their unity. The storm was raging once more, but the warriors of the north fought with the strength of those who had endured much. Their swords clashed with the raiders, and the sound of battle filled the air. This time the north would not be defeated. The fight was long and brutal, but the northern tribes' unity proved stronger than the raiders' fury. With Acre at the forefront, the invaders were pushed back, their plans thwarted. The storm that had once threatened to destroy the north had been conquered by the strength of its people. As the raiders fled, the northern warriors stood victorious, knowing that their greatest weapon was not their swords but their unity. After the final battle, Acre looked out across the northern lands, his heart at peace. He knew that the storm had shaped him and his people in ways they could never forget. The land was scarred, but it had healed just as the hearts of the warriors had healed. Acre's wisdom had guided his people through the storm, and now they stood united, stronger than ever. The people of the north had learned that peace was not just the absence of war, but the strength to face the storms that would inevitably come. As Acre passed on his leadership to the next generation, he reminded them of the lessons learned. The storm would always return in one form or another. But as long as they stood together, there was no storm they could not weather. The story of the sons of the storm was told for generations to come, a reminder of the power of unity in the face of adversity. The people of the north, once torn apart by war and betrayal, now lived in harmony. Their villages flourished and their hearts were strong. Though the storms of life would always come, they knew that as long as they stood together, nothing could break them. Moral of the story: true strength lies in unity. In times of trial and hardship, it is not the individual, but the collective power of a united people that can overcome the greatest challenges.
The small village of Norhaven in the frozen tundra was under constant threat from marauding bands of raiders. The villagers lived in fear, their once prosperous community reduced to a shadow of its former self. Amid this chaos, a group of shield maidens, women trained in combat and steeped in honor, stepped forward to defend their homeland. Among them was Freya, a young woman of fierce determination and a heart brimming with courage. Freya had grown tired of seeing her people suffer and vowed to unite the shield maidens to stand against the invaders. Her journey began with a rousing call to arms, rallying women from all walks of life to protect Norhaven. Freya's vision resonated with many. Farmers, blacksmiths, and even healers joined her cause, their hearts burning with a desire to defend their families. Each woman brought her unique skills, and together, they trained tirelessly under the guidance of an elder warrior, Ingrid, who had once fought in legendary battles. The women forged bonds of sisterhood through their training. They learned to wield swords, axes, and shields, and their unity became their greatest strength. Freya's leadership inspired them to believe in a future where they would no longer live in fear. One cold morning, the raiders returned, their war cries echoing through the village. Freya and her shield maidens stood ready, their shields locked together in a defensive line. As the raiders charged, the shield maidens held firm, their training put to the ultimate test. The battle was fierce, but the shield maidens fought with unmatched bravery. Their unbreakable formation and tactical precision forced the raiders to retreat, marking the first victory for Norhaven in years. The villagers celebrated their newfound hope with a grand feast. Freya and her shield maidens were hailed as heroes, their bravery inspiring others to join their cause. Songs of their victory echoed through the night, rekindling a sense of pride in Norhaven. Amid the celebration, Freya reminded her comrades that their journey was far from over. They needed to strengthen their defenses and prepare for the inevitable return of the raiders. Freya gathered the shield maidens to devise a long-term strategy. They decided to fortify the village's defenses and scout the surrounding areas to monitor enemy movements. Ingrid's wisdom proved invaluable as she taught them the art of guerrilla warfare. The Shield Maidens also began recruiting and training younger villagers, ensuring that Norhaven's legacy of courage would endure for generations. They built a watchtower and created hidden caches of weapons throughout the village. Unbeknownst to the Shield Maidens, a spy had infiltrated their ranks. The spy, a desperate man coerced by the raiders, secretly relayed information about Norhaven's defenses. His betrayal threatened to undo all that the Shield Maidens had worked for. Freya's keen intuition led her to uncover the spy's identity. Rather than punish him harshly, she offered him a chance to redeem himself by proving his loyalty. Moved by her mercy, the spy pledged to aid the Shield Maidens and provided valuable intelligence about the raiders' plans. Armed with the spy's information, Freya and the Shield Maidens planned a daring ambush. They chose a narrow mountain pass where the raiders would be vulnerable and laid traps to weaken the enemy. The ambush was a resounding success. The Shield Maidens struck swiftly and decisively, crippling the raiders' forces. This victory further solidified their reputation as a formidable force. Enraged by their losses, the raiders launched a massive counterattack. This time, they brought siege weapons and a larger army, determined to crush Norhaven once and for all. The villagers braced for the toughest battle of their lives. Freya and her Shield Maidens prepared for the onslaught with unyielding resolve. They fortified their defenses and devised clever tactics to counter the raiders' superior numbers. The battle raged for days, with the raiders' siege weapons battering Norhaven's walls. The Shield Maidens fought valiantly, their courage inspiring the villagers to join the fray. Despite being outnumbered, their unity and determination turned the tide. Freya's leadership shone as she led daring sorties to destroy the raiders' siege weapons. Her unwavering belief in their cause kept the Shield Maidens fighting even when the odds seemed insurmountable. In the heat of battle, Ingrid sacrificed herself to save Freya, leaving the young leader devastated but more determined than ever. Ingrid's final words reminded Freya of the importance of protecting the village and honoring their shared legacy. Spurred by Ingrid's sacrifice, the Shield Maidens launched a final, desperate counterattack. Their ferocity and cunning drove the raiders into disarray, forcing them to retreat once again. With the raiders vanquished, the villagers began rebuilding their lives. The Shield Maidens continued to train and prepare, knowing that peace was fragile. Freya took on the role of mentor, guiding the next generation of warriors. The village prospered under their protection, and Norhaven's story became a legend, inspiring neighboring communities to stand against oppression. Years later, whispers of a new and more dangerous enemy reached Norhaven. Freya, now a seasoned leader, rallied the Shield Maidens once more. Their resolve remained unshaken, and they prepared to face this new challenge with the same courage and honor that had defined them. The Shield Maidens' legacy continued to grow as they proved time and again that unity and bravery could overcome any threat. The Shield Maidens faced their toughest battle yet, fighting against a powerful army that sought to conquer the north. The clash tested their skills, loyalty, and resilience like never before. Freya led her warriors with unwavering determination, her voice echoing across the battlefield as a rallying cry. Together, the Shield Maidens proved that their strength lay not in numbers but in their unity and unbreakable spirit. The enemy was defeated, and Norhaven emerged stronger than ever. Freya gathered her comrades to reflect on their journey, honoring those who had fallen and celebrating the bonds that had carried them through. The Shield Maiden's story became a beacon of hope, reminding all who heard it that courage and honor could light even the darkest times. Years later, Freya's name was etched into the annals of history, her story told around hearths across the north. The Shield Maiden's legacy lived on through the generations they had inspired. Norhaven stood as a testament to the power of unity and the indomitable spirit of those who dared to fight for what they believed in. Moral of the story: true courage comes from unity, resilience, and the willingness to fight for what is right. When people stand together with honor and determination, they can overcome even the greatest of challenges.
In a tranquil village surrounded by rolling hills, two women, Sophia and Violet, lived vastly different lives. Sophia was a widow raising her young son, Henry, alone in a humble cottage. Violet, a wealthy merchant's wife, had a daughter named Diana but yearned for more meaning in her opulent but lonely life. One sunny morning, Sophia and Violet crossed paths at the market. Sophia's warm smile caught Violet's attention, and they exchanged pleasantries. Unbeknownst to them, this simple meeting would intertwine their lives forever.
A week later, Violet overheard villagers talking about Sophia's struggles to provide for Henry. Her heart, heavy with her own sense of emptiness, was stirred by Sophia's plight. She decided to visit her, bringing food and supplies. When Violet arrived at Sophia's home, she was struck by the loving bond between mother and child. Despite their hardships, Henry's laughter echoed through the small house, and Sophia's eyes shone with resilience. Moved by Sophia's strength, Violet offered to sponsor Henry's education. "Every child deserves a chance," she said, handing Sophia a small pouch of coins. Sophia hesitated but eventually accepted, gratitude glistening in her eyes. From that day, Violet's visits became more frequent. She would bring Joanna along, and the children soon became close friends, their laughter bridging the gap between the women's worlds. Violet confided in Sophia one evening, revealing her struggles with Joanna's distant nature. "She's so withdrawn," Violet sighed. "I try to reach her, but it feels like there's a wall between us." Sophia, who had raised Henry with open affection, encouraged Violet to focus on small moments of connection. "Love isn't always loud. Sometimes, it's in the shadows, waiting to be noticed," she said softly. When Henry started school, Sophia was both proud and apprehensive. Violet accompanied them to ensure Henry felt welcome. Watching the boy hold Joanna's hand as they entered the classroom, Sophia's heart swelled with gratitude. Violet, observing Sophia's quiet strength, found herself inspired. She began spending more time with Joanna, trying to nurture a bond she had long taken for granted. One evening, a fierce storm swept through the village, causing significant damage. Sophia's home was partially destroyed, leaving her and Henry in despair. News of the disaster quickly reached Violet. Without hesitation, Violet offered her home as a temporary shelter. "We're family now," she insisted, brushing off Sophia's protests. Living under the same roof, the two families grew closer. Sophia helped Joanna with her studies, while Violet taught Henry the basics of arithmetic. Both women began to see the world through each other's eyes. Their shared responsibilities brought a new sense of purpose to Violet's life, and she realized the joy of giving and receiving unconditional love. One afternoon, Joanna surprised everyone by presenting a drawing of the two families together. "It's us," she said shyly. Violet was overjoyed to see her daughter opening up, and she hugged her tightly. Sophia smiled, her advice about love in the shadows proving true. She felt immense pride knowing she had played a part in mending the fragile bond. Rumors about Violet's generosity spread through the village. Some praised her, while others criticized her for associating with someone of a lower class. Violet, however, remained unfazed, prioritizing her newfound family over societal expectations. Sophia, too, faced judgment but stood tall, her confidence bolstered by Violet's unwavering support. Their friendship was now a source of strength for both. Inspired by Henry's progress in school, Sophia dreamed of creating opportunities for other village children. She shared her idea with Violet, who offered to fund a small learning center. Together, they began planning, pooling their resources, and rallying support from the villagers. It became a community project, uniting people from all walks of life. Just as the center was nearing completion, a fire broke out, destroying months of hard work. Sophia was devastated, but Violet reminded her of the resilience they had built together. "We can rebuild," Violet said firmly. Her words reignited Sophia's determination, and they began again, this time with even greater resolve. After months of effort, the learning center finally opened its doors. Children from all over the village gathered, their faces alight with excitement. Henry and Joanna cut the ribbon together, symbolizing the unity that had made it possible. Sophia and Violet stood side by side, their hearts brimming with pride. They had not only transformed their own lives, but also the future of their village. Years passed, and the learning center thrived. Henry grew into a compassionate young man, while Joanna blossomed into a confident and creative individual. Both children often spoke of the lessons they had learned from their mothers. Sophia and Violet became role models in the village, their friendship a testament to the power of love and understanding. In their old age, the two women reminisced about their journey. Sitting under a tree, they watched children play at the learning center they had built.
I never imagined my life could hold so much meaning, Violet said, her voice filled with gratitude. Sophia smiled, knowing their love had created something timeless. When Sophia passed away, Violet ensured her friend's legacy was honored. A plaque at the Learning Center bore both their names, reminding everyone of the unity they had fostered. Violet, too, found peace knowing their story would inspire generations to come. The shadows of their love had illuminated countless lives. Moral of the story: true love and friendship transcend barriers of class and circumstance. By sharing burdens and embracing differences, we create a ripple effect of kindness that shapes a better world.
In the royal garden, Prince Cedric gazed at the flowers swaying in the gentle breeze. But his heart was anything but peaceful. All around him, whispers of a great responsibility weighed on his mind. His father, the wise King Alden, trusted him deeply. But Cedric felt different today. A dangerous idea lingered in his heart, a desire for power, not earned but taken. Power, my prince, whispered Lord Malachi, an advisor with eyes as cold as steel, belongs to those brave enough to take it. Don't you deserve the throne? Cedric hesitated but felt a thrill. Could he rule now, without waiting for his father to step down? Cedric took a deep breath. Tell me what to do, he whispered. A quiet voice inside warned him, but he silenced it, thinking of the power that awaited him. My son, King Alden smiled warmly. One day, you will lead our people with kindness and strength. Cedric's heart twisted. How could he betray his father's trust? As he walked away, Cedric clenched his fists. He felt trapped, but he was too far into Malachi's plan to stop now. The guilt was sharp, but the desire for power was sharper. The kingdom was alive with music and laughter as people danced in the streets. Cedric watched them, feeling like a stranger among his own people, weighed down by secrets. Late at night, Cedric met Malachi in the darkened library. Tomorrow, Malachi said, the kingdom will belong to you. Cedric's heart raced, a mix of fear and excitement. Cedric, you seem different, Lena said, eyes full of worry. Are you sure you're making the right choice? Cedric turned away, not wanting to meet her gaze. Cedric sat in his room, heart pounding. The choice was his. He could stop it all, or he could become king by morning. The weight of the kingdom pressed down on him. In the dead of night, Cedric led Malachi's men into the palace, past sleeping guards. His heart ached, but he pushed forward, drawn by the promise of power. Cedric, what are you doing? King Alden's eyes were wide with shock. Cedric felt his resolve crumbling, but Malachi's eyes bore into him, demanding he follow through. People whispered in the streets, fearful of what was happening. The trust they once had in the royal family was broken. Watching the fearful faces of his people, Cedric felt a pang of regret. Was power worth this? Alone in his chambers, King Alden felt his heart break. His own son had chosen power over love. Power felt hollow. Cedric realized that he had lost his father's love, something more precious than any throne. You used me, Cedric shouted, finally seeing Malachi's greed. But it was too late. He was trapped in his own web of choices. Cedric knew he had to fix his mistakes, even if it meant losing the throne. He would make things right. Kneeling before his father, Cedric whispered, "Forgive me, father. I lost my way." King Alden looked at him with sorrow but embraced him, teaching him that love was stronger than power. The people began to trust again, as father and son led together with honesty and love, rebuilding what had been broken. As he walked beside his father, Cedric finally understood. The strength of a kingdom lay in loyalty and trust, not the throne.
In a lively little town in China, the air was filled with laughter and the smell of sweet dumplings. At the heart of it all was Lily, a cheerful girl with dreams bigger than the sky. She loved the festivals, especially the one that was just around the corner.
As Lily prepared for the festival, she remembered her best friend, Wei. They had grown up together, sharing secrets under cherry blossom trees. But after a misunderstanding, they drifted apart. Lily often wished for a second chance to mend their friendship. Suddenly, while exploring the market, Lily bumped into someone. It was Wei. He had changed a bit but still had that warm smile. For a moment, they both stood frozen, unsure of what to say. After a few awkward moments, Lily took a deep breath. "I missed you, Wei," she said, her voice trembling. Wei smiled back, his eyes shining. "I missed you too. Can we talk?" They spent the day together, helping with festival preparations. As they decorated lanterns and shared dumplings, old memories flooded back, reminding them of the bond they once had. In the afternoon, they visited their favorite cherry blossom tree. "Remember when we used to climb this tree?" Lily laughed. Wei grinned. "I remember you fell and got all dirty." They both burst into laughter. As the sun set, casting a golden glow, Lily gathered her courage. "Wei, I'm sorry for what happened before. I was scared." Wei nodded, his expression serious. "I was scared too. But I never stopped caring for you." As night fell, they wandered through the evening market, savoring treats like tang hulu, candied fruit, and fried rice balls. "This reminds me of when we were kids," Wei said, eyes sparkling. They spotted a fortune teller and decided to see what the future held. "You two share a strong bond," the fortune teller said, her eyes twinkling. "But it will take courage to explore it." As fireworks lit up the sky, Lily felt a warmth in her heart. "This is beautiful," she whispered. Wei nodded, his eyes on her. "Not as beautiful as sharing it with you." They climbed to a rooftop to get a better view. "I've always wanted to travel," Lily admitted. "Me too. Maybe we can explore the world together someday," Wei replied, excitement in his voice. When a slow song played, Lily hesitated but then took Wei's hand. "Want to dance?" she asked. Wei smiled and nodded. As they swayed to the music, the world around them faded away. After dancing, they found a quiet spot. "I've been thinking about what happened between us," Lily said. Wei looked serious. "I wish we could go back and change it, but maybe we can create new memories." The next day, Lily invited Wei to her home for dinner. Her family welcomed him warmly. They shared stories and laughter, making Wei feel like part of the family. The festival was filled with traditional performances. Lily watched in or as dancers twirled in vibrant costumes. "Isn't it amazing?" Wei asked. Lily nodded, her heart full of joy. Later, Lily confided in her best friend. "I think I like Wei more than just a friend." Her friend smiled knowingly. "Then tell him. You deserve happiness." Inspired, Lily devised a plan for a surprise during the festival. She wanted to show Wei how much he meant to her. "This will be perfect," she whispered to herself. On the night of the festival, Lily led Wei to a special spot filled with lanterns and flowers. "This is for you," she said, revealing a beautiful handmade lantern. Wei's eyes lit up. "It's amazing, Lily." As they stood surrounded by lanterns, Lily took a deep breath. "Wei, I really like you. More than a friend." Wei looked surprised, then smiled. "I feel the same way, Lily." Under the stars, they promised to cherish their friendship and explore their feelings. "Let's make new memories together," Wei said, squeezing her hand. Lily nodded, her heart filled with hope. As the festival continued, Lily and Wei walked hand in hand, ready to face whatever came next. They knew that love was a journey, and they were excited to explore it together. With a heart full of dreams, Lily looked towards the horizon. "This is just the beginning," she whispered. And as the sun rose, she felt ready for all the adventures ahead. This story teaches us about forgiveness, the importance of friendships, and the beauty of second chances. Love, whether between friends or more, is a journey worth taking.
Please subscribe, like, comment, and share if you liked the story.
In a small Cambodian village by the Mekong River, a young man named Dara lives a peaceful life. He is an artist, known for his intricate wood carvings that capture the beauty of his homeland. Dara is kind, and though he doesn't have much, he gives freely to anyone in need, earning the respect and love of his community. Nearby lives Soria, a gentle and hopeful young woman who helps her family by tending to the rice fields. Soria and Dara have grown up together, their friendship blossoming over the years into a deep, quiet love. They dream of a future together, of a simple life surrounded by family and friends, by the river that has always been their home. One evening, Dara takes Soria to a hidden grove by the Mekong, where they watch the fireflies dance over the water. Here, surrounded by nature, Dara tells her he wants to marry her, to build a life together in their beloved village. Soria, her heart full of love, agrees. They laugh and make plans for the future, imagining the family they will one day have, the home they will build. But as they speak, dark clouds gather in the distance, a sign of the storm that is about to overtake their lives. Not long after their engagement, the peaceful village is shattered as soldiers from the Khmer Rouge storm in. The villagers are forced to abandon their homes and are taken to labor camps. Dara and Soria are torn apart in the chaos, each taken to different locations, unable to say goodbye. In the camps, they are stripped of their identities and forced into backbreaking labor. The brutality of the regime aims to erase every trace of hope, but Dara clings to the memory of Soria, refusing to let go of the love that gives him strength. In the harsh labor camps, Dara endures the unimaginable: hunger, sickness, and the loss of friends. But every night, he carves small, hidden symbols into stones and wood, symbols that remind him of Soria and their love. These carvings become his lifeline, a way to stay connected to the life he once knew. Soria, too, fights to survive, often barely clinging to life as she works from dawn to dusk. Yet she finds small ways to resist, secretly gathering herbs to help those around her who have fallen ill. Her quiet courage gives hope to those who suffer alongside her, and she dreams of the day she will find Dara again. One night, under the light of the moon, Dara overhears whispers of a plan to escape. Though it's dangerous, he realizes this might be his only chance to search for Soria. He prepares himself, vowing to face any obstacle to find her again. Meanwhile, Soria has her own moment of hope. She learns of a woman who survived a daring escape, and it fills her with determination. She prays that Dara is still alive, that somewhere he is fighting just as she is, for the chance to reunite. In a desperate and dangerous attempt, Dara joins a small group in an escape from the camp. Through jungles and across rivers, they move swiftly, avoiding soldiers and relying on the knowledge of the land to guide them. Though exhausted and injured, Dara's heart pounds with hope and fear. With every step, he's closer to the possibility of finding Soria, though he knows she could be anywhere, or even gone. He pushes on, choosing hope over fear. Soria, too, finds a way out of her camp. Alone, she makes her way through the wilderness, carefully avoiding patrols. Her strength comes from her love for Dara, and her longing to return to their village by the Mekong. She navigates with determination, holding on to her memories of Dara, of his laughter and kindness. Her journey is treacherous, but her spirit is strong, and she will not give up on the possibility of finding him. After days of walking, Dara finally sees the Mekong River. The sight fills him with a mixture of relief and sorrow. The river represents home, yet he still doesn't know if Soria has survived. He camps by the river, watching the water flow as he recalls their nights together by its banks. Though he is exhausted, he feels a flicker of hope. This is where they shared their dreams, and somehow, he believes she may find her way here too. Miraculously, after her own harrowing journey, Soria arrives at the same spot by the Mekong. She sees a small campfire and recognizes Dara sitting by the water, gazing out as if lost in thought. In disbelief, she calls his name, her voice shaky with emotion. Dara turns, and the two of them rush to embrace, the reality of their reunion overwhelming. Against all odds, they have found each other again. The reunion is bittersweet as they hold each other, feeling both joy and sorrow. Each bears the scars of what they've endured, both physically and emotionally. Yet their love is stronger, a reminder of their resilience. They sit together by the Mekong, sharing stories of survival, of the small acts of defiance that kept them going. In each other, they find healing, comfort, and strength for the days ahead. Dara and Soria return to the village, finding it in ruins, its people scattered. Yet they are determined to rebuild, to create a home not just for themselves, but for those who will come back. They work side by side, planting crops and repairing old structures. Their love sustains them, and slowly, life begins to return to the village, as other survivors come home. With the first harvest, Dara and Soria hold a small celebration, sharing their bounty with those who have also suffered. The village begins to feel alive again, and laughter returns, echoing through the fields. In this new life, they discover a deep sense of gratitude for each other, for the simple things they once took for granted. The pain of the past still lingers, but they are learning to live with it, to grow despite it. They hold a ceremony by the river, honoring those who did not survive. It is a solemn time, a reminder of the price of survival and the pain that the war left behind. Dara carves a wooden memorial, a reminder to future generations of the cost of peace. Soria prays, feeling both sadness and peace. She vows to carry forward the memory of those they lost, to honor their spirits by building a life of kindness and resilience. In the quiet of the evening, Dara and Soria sit by the river, reflecting on the journey that brought them here. They promise each other that no matter what happens, they will cherish every day together, honoring the love that helped them survive. They also promise to teach others about the importance of love, peace, and resilience, hoping that their story will inspire future generations to value life and avoid the mistakes of the past. In time, Dara and Soria have children, teaching them to be strong and compassionate. They tell them stories of courage and love, and the children grow up knowing the importance of kindness and resilience. The village, too, thrives, with families returning and new generations being born. Dara's art and Soria's wisdom become pillars of the community, symbols of hope and healing. One evening, Dara gives Soria a small pearl he found by the river, calling her his Pearl of the Mekong. The pearl becomes a symbol of their love, their survival, and the beauty they have built from the ashes of tragedy. Soria treasures the pearl, feeling it is not just a gift from Dara, but a symbol of their shared strength. They have endured so much, yet together, they have transformed their pain into something beautiful. As they grow older, Dara and Soria share their story with the village and with travelers who come to learn of their journey. Their tale becomes a source of inspiration for many, a reminder of the power of love, even in the darkest of times. The village, once scarred by the war, becomes a place of healing and learning, where people come to find peace and hear the story of the Pearl of the Mekong. In their final days, Dara and Soria sit by the Mekong, hand in hand. They feel at peace, knowing they have left behind a legacy of resilience, love, and hope. Their children and grandchildren continue to tell their story, keeping their memory alive. The villagers celebrate their lives, remembering Dara and Soria not just for their love, but for their courage and strength. Through them, they have learned that love and kindness can survive even the most difficult times. Moral of the story: even in the face of unimaginable suffering, love and resilience can guide us through darkness. The strength to overcome adversity lies in holding on to hope, cherishing loved ones, and building a life of kindness. Our stories of survival and love can inspire future generations to strive for peace and harmony.
When I was younger, I always thought my mom was like any other mom. She woke up early every morning, made breakfast, and helped me with my homework. She always wore a gentle smile, but there was something about her that made me feel like I was missing something important. I would watch her from the corner of my eye, wondering if she was just like other moms, or if there was more to her that I didn't know. One day, while playing in the yard, I noticed a group of kids talking about a story that seemed familiar. It was about a woman who saved a whole village from a terrible storm. They didn't know her name, but they said she wore a simple dress and had a quiet strength that no one could understand. I didn't know it then, but the woman in the story was my mom. I started to pay more attention to my mom after hearing that story. She seemed to always be busy, but I couldn't figure out exactly what she was doing. She would visit neighbors who needed help, take groceries to an elderly woman down the street, and spend hours at the community center. She never asked for anything in return. It was as if she was just another face in the crowd, blending into the background, but there was something special about the way people respected her. One evening, as I sat at the kitchen table, I overheard my mom talking to a neighbor. She mentioned something about a plan to fix the local school's roof, which had been damaged during a heavy storm. I hadn't heard anyone else talk about it, and yet, my mom was the one leading the effort. My heart swelled with pride as I realized how many lives she touched without anyone even knowing it. One day, the storm that had been predicted for weeks finally arrived. The wind howled and rain poured down in sheets, flooding the streets and leaving people stranded in their homes. The local store was damaged, and many families couldn't even leave their houses. I was scared, but my mom remained calm. She told me to stay inside while she went out to help the neighbors. Hours later, when the storm finally calmed, I saw her coming back, drenched from head to toe. She had been going door to door, making sure everyone was safe and offering help to those who needed it. She had brought food, blankets, and water to the people who had lost everything in the flood. No one had asked her to do it. She had just done it because it was the right thing to do. The next day, the community began coming together to clean up the damage. People were sharing tools, offering help, and working together to rebuild. As I walked through the neighborhood, I saw my mom leading a group of people, guiding them to clear debris and organize supplies. She spoke softly, but her words had weight, and everyone listened intently. I didn't realize it at the time, but the storm had been an opportunity for my mom to shine. She didn't seek the spotlight, but she was the one everyone turned to for guidance. Her quiet strength was a beacon in the chaos, and I saw her in a whole new light that day. My mom wasn't just a mother, she was a hero, but the kind that didn't need recognition. As the days went by, I started to understand the depth of my mom's kindness. She didn't do things for the praise or to be seen. She did them because they needed to be done. She took care of others without asking for anything in return. When someone was sick, she made them soup. When someone was lonely, she visited them. Her actions were always small, but they added up to something much larger than I had ever realized. It wasn't just about helping others, though. It was about teaching me to care for people, even when it wasn't easy. She taught me that heroes don't always wear capes, and sometimes they go unnoticed. The more I learned, the more I saw my mom as the hidden hero in our community. Months later, when the school roof was finally repaired, I saw the town gather to celebrate. My mom was there, standing quietly in the background as usual. People spoke highly of the work done, but no one mentioned her name. I wanted to shout it out, to tell everyone that it was my mom who had been behind the project from start to finish, but I stayed quiet. I realized that my mom didn't need anyone to praise her. She had already done her part. Later that evening, as we sat at dinner, I told her about the celebration. I mentioned how everyone was praising the roof, but no one knew she was the one who had made it happen. She smiled softly and said, "It's not about the praise, sweetie. It's about making a difference, even if no one sees it." I couldn't have been prouder of her in that moment. One afternoon, I overheard a conversation between my mom and a local teacher. The teacher was worried about the school's budget cuts, and she mentioned how some kids would go without school supplies. My mom listened carefully and then made a promise to her. Within a week, she had organized a fundraiser, gathering enough supplies for every student in the school. The teachers and parents were amazed at how quickly everything came together, but again, no one knew who had organized it. My mom didn't want credit, she simply wanted to make sure the kids had what they needed to succeed. It was a lesson in humility that stuck with me for a long time. As I grew older, I started to see the small acts of kindness my mom did every day. She would make sure the mailman had a cold drink on hot days, and when someone was having a hard time, she'd quietly step in to offer help. It wasn't always big things, but it was always something that made a difference. And it wasn't just in our neighborhood, it extended to people she met at work, in the grocery store, and even in the park. I realized that my mom's heroism wasn't just in the grand gestures. It was in the quiet moments, the ones no one else saw. She was a hidden hero because she didn't need to be recognized. She just needed to know she was making a difference, and that was enough for her. On my graduation day, I gave a speech to the crowd. I talked about the importance of kindness and community, about how we all had a part to play in making the world a better place. I paused for a moment, then looked at my mom in the audience. I couldn't help but smile, knowing that everything I had learned about compassion and service had come from her. As I looked out at the crowd, I realized something important. Being a hero doesn't mean doing something extraordinary. Sometimes, it's the little things that matter the most. And no one knew that better than my mom. Years later, I returned home for the holidays and watched my mom in action again. She was still the same woman, quiet, humble, and always helping others. I noticed that people still came to her for advice and assistance, but she never made a big deal about it. To her, helping others was just part of who she was, not something to be celebrated. I marveled at how she had managed to shape so many lives without ever asking for recognition. It was a gift she gave to everyone, and it was something I would carry with me forever. My mom wasn't just a hero, she was the definition of what it meant to be selfless. One day, I asked her why she never talked about the things she had done for others. She looked at me thoughtfully and replied, "If you do good things for the right reasons, the reward isn't in the praise you receive. It's in knowing that you've made someone's life better." Her words stuck with me, and I began to understand that the true measure of greatness wasn't in what others thought of you, but in the good you did, regardless of recognition. As I grew older, I found myself following in her footsteps. I didn't always get the recognition I wanted, but I knew that I was making a difference. And in the end, that's all that mattered. Years passed, and I started my own family. As I watched my children grow, I began to see the same quiet strength in them that I had seen in my mom. They helped each other, shared what they had, and showed kindness without expecting anything in return. It made me realize that my mom's legacy was more than just what she had done for others. It was in the lessons she had passed on to me, and now, to my children. I realized that my mom was a hidden hero not just because she never sought recognition, but because she had built a legacy of love, kindness, and compassion that would last for generations. One day, when I visited my mom, I noticed a scrapbook on the coffee table. It was filled with photographs, letters, and mementos from people whose lives she had touched. As I flipped through it, I saw names and faces of people who had been impacted by her quiet acts of kindness. Some of them were people I hadn't even known, and yet, their words of gratitude filled page after page. It hit me then, my mom's heroism had spread far beyond our community. She had touched lives all over the place, and she had never sought recognition. She had simply lived her life with a heart full of love and a spirit willing to serve. One day, I asked her if she ever wished people knew the full extent of what she had done. She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "It's not about being known, sweetheart. It's about making the world a little better, even if no one knows your name." Her humility and wisdom were beyond anything I could ever fully comprehend, but I understood this. The world needed more people like my mom. As I continued to live my life, I remembered her words every time I helped someone, every time I showed kindness. I wasn't looking for recognition. I was just doing what needed to be done, the way she had taught me. In the end, I realized that my mom had been the hidden hero all along, not because she didn't want recognition, but because she showed me that the real heroes are the ones who change the world quietly, without seeking applause. Her legacy was in the way she loved others, in the way she served without expecting anything in return. The moral of the story is that true heroes don't need recognition to make a difference. It's the quiet acts of kindness that leave the biggest impact.
On a cold, moonless night in a small village, Isabella lay awake in her bed. Through the cracks of her wooden door, she noticed a faint golden light flickering from the kitchen. Curious, she tiptoed across the creaky floor to find her mother holding an old lantern that glowed without any oil or fire. "Mom, what are you doing?" Isabella whispered, her voice tinged with fear. Her mother didn't answer immediately but gazed at the lantern with a serene smile. "This is the midnight lantern, my child. It reveals the unseen and guides us to do what's right," she said cryptically before blowing it out, leaving Isabella with more questions than answers. The next morning, the village buzzed with worry. Crops were failing, livestock was vanishing, and an unsettling darkness lingered. The village elder called for a meeting, urging everyone to stay cautious. Isabella's mother volunteered to help, but others scoffed. "What can one woman do?" a man sneered. Isabella watched her mother quietly smile, as if she held a secret no one else knew. That night, Isabella decided to uncover the truth about the lantern. As her mother lit it again, Isabella followed her into the forest. The lantern's glow revealed hidden trails and strange symbols etched into trees. "Where are we going?" Isabella asked, shivering. Her mother replied, "To help those who need us most." They soon reached a clearing, where a frightened deer was caught in a hunter's trap. Isabella's mother held the lantern close, and its light grew brighter, melting the trap's metal as if it were wax. The deer limped away, but not before bowing its head in gratitude. Isabella was stunned. "Mom, how does it do that?" she asked. Her mother explained, "The lantern reveals what is hidden, pain, danger, or even kindness. But it only works if you use it for good." As they walked back home, Isabella noticed the lantern casting shadows of people who weren't there. "What are those?" she asked, trembling. Her mother explained that they were echoes of the past, reminders of those who needed help but were overlooked. Isabella began to see the lantern as more than just a tool. It was a responsibility. "Will I ever use it?" she asked. Her mother smiled and said, "When you're ready, it will choose you." The next day, the villagers discovered their well had dried up. Without water, their survival was at stake. Panic spread, and arguments broke out about what to do next. Isabella's mother remained calm. She offered to consult the lantern, but the villagers dismissed her as foolish. "A lantern can't solve our problems," they said, laughing. Undeterred, Isabella's mother lit the lantern that night and walked toward the well. Isabella followed, clutching her mother's hand tightly. As the lantern glowed, a hidden path appeared, leading them deep into the forest. After hours of searching, they found an underground spring. Using the lantern's light, they marked the way back to guide the villagers. Isabella realized how powerful the lantern was when used selflessly. The next evening, Isabella noticed her mother seemed tired. "Tonight, it's your turn," her mother said, handing her the lantern. "I sent someone in need." Isabella hesitated, feeling unprepared. Holding the lantern nervously, Isabella ventured out alone. Its warm light gave her courage as she followed its glow into the darkness. Every step felt heavier than the last. The lantern led Isabella to a crying boy, lost and shivering in the forest. "Don't worry, I'll get you home," she said, holding his hand. The lantern revealed the safest path back to the village, avoiding treacherous cliffs and wild animals. By the time they reached the boy's family, Isabella's heart swelled with pride. "The lantern trusted you," her mother said when she returned. "You've proven yourself worthy." The villagers began to notice the strange glow from the forest and Isabella's mother's nightly ventures. When they saw the rescued boy and learned of the spring, their skepticism turned into admiration. "I didn't know she was so brave," one villager whispered. Another added, "Maybe we should listen to her more." Isabella felt proud but knew the lantern's power came from compassion, not pride. One night, the lantern flickered strangely, its light dim and erratic. "Something is coming," Isabella's mother said gravely. The villagers reported strange sounds and missing animals again. "Stay home tonight," her mother warned, but Isabella refused. "I want to help," she insisted. Reluctantly, her mother agreed, and they set out together. The lantern led them to the edge of the village, where a massive shadow loomed, a beast born of fear and neglect. It fed on the villagers' selfishness and discord. The beast roared, but the lantern's light weakened it. Isabella and her mother stood firm, urging the villagers to come together and face their fears instead of running. The villagers, inspired by Isabella and her mother's bravery, joined hands and approached the beast. Their unity strengthened the lantern's light, which grew so bright it dissolved the shadow entirely. For the first time in years, the village felt peace. Isabella realized the lantern's true power wasn't magic, it was the goodness it brought out in people. Weeks later, Isabella's mother handed the lantern to her. "You've earned it," she said. "Use it wisely, and never let its light dim in your heart." Isabella accepted it with a solemn promise to continue her mother's work. As Isabella lit the lantern that night, she felt a surge of confidence. It was no longer just her mother's lantern, it was hers to carry forward. Years later, Isabella became the village's protector, guiding others with the lantern's light. Her mother, now older, watched with pride as Isabella helped build a stronger, kinder community. The villagers no longer needed the lantern's magic, they had learned to rely on each other. But Isabella kept it burning, a reminder that light can always overcome darkness. Moral of the story: true strength comes from kindness and unity. Just like the lantern's light, our actions can illuminate paths for others, but only when guided by compassion and selflessness.
The weeks passed, and Sophia received no word from Caleb. The village became more tense as the front lines neared. One day, a group of soldiers arrived, and with them came news of an ambush. Sophia's heart sank as the reality of war struck home. Among the injured soldiers, there was no sign of Caleb. She tried to hold on to hope, but fear gnawed at her. Sophia continued her daily routine, though she had trouble focusing. Every moment felt like an eternity without Caleb. Her once peaceful life was now overshadowed by anxiety. She often sat alone by her stall in the evening, praying for his return. The nights were the hardest, the silence in the air thick with the absence of the man she loved. Months passed, and the news from the front lines became more troubling. One night, as Sophia was walking home, a soldier stopped her. He had been part of Caleb's unit. "I'm sorry," the soldier said. "We couldn't find him after the battle." The words hit Sophia like a punch to the stomach. She felt her knees weaken as the soldier continued, "We thought he was lost, but he was so determined. He might still be alive." Though devastated by the news, Sophia refused to give up. "He will come back," she told herself every day, clinging to the hope that Caleb's will to live was as strong as his love for her. She began searching the village for any sign of him, talking to soldiers who might have seen him, and asking anyone if they had heard anything. One evening, after hearing no news for several days, Sophia made the bold decision to leave the village and search the nearby battlegrounds herself. She knew the risks, but the idea of sitting by helplessly was unbearable. As she walked through the devastated landscape, memories of her last moments with Caleb kept her going. She clutched the herbs he had once bought from her, her only connection to him. After days of searching, Sophia stumbled across a wounded soldier who recognized her. "You're Caleb's woman, aren't you?" he asked. Sophia nodded, her heart racing. The soldier spoke of Caleb's bravery in battle, of how he had fought through impossible odds to save others. He spoke of you often, the soldier added softly. He loved you more than anything. Sophia's heart swelled with both pride and sorrow as she learned of Caleb's courage. She knew now that he was alive, somewhere. She couldn't stop searching. Days blurred together as she continued her journey, always on the lookout for a familiar face, a sign, anything that would bring her back to him. Weeks later, Sophia received a message from the village. Caleb had been found. He was wounded but alive. Her heart skipped a beat as she rushed back to the village, each step filled with hope and anticipation. She arrived to find Caleb, barely conscious but alive. As she held his hand, tears of relief fell. Caleb recovered in the village, but the war was still ongoing. Though his body was healing, the psychological wounds he carried were much deeper. Sophia stayed by his side, helping him through the nights when the nightmares came. They spoke little, but their love was a silent strength that bound them together. One night, as the village prepared for another assault, Caleb and Sophia sat together under the stars. He held her hand, knowing that he could never guarantee his survival, but he vowed to never give up on their love. "If I die," he said softly, "I will always find my way back to you." Sophia pressed her forehead against his, whispering, "I will wait, always."
The story of a girl named Milana begins with the special history of her father and mother. The parents of this child had prepared a lot for her arrival. Before she was born, they started preparing for a long time, planning the name of this child due to their many curiosity and dreams. Throughout her mother's pregnancy, her parents did their best to implement their ideas. They talked a lot about the lifestyle they wanted to create for Milana and had arranged her room, as well as what she would need. They want her to be a special child, with different talents, and they planned to teach her good values. When the time came, Milana came into the world to the delight of her parents and everyone who managed to see her. All the people, young and old, parents and friends came to welcome her, calling her by her wonderful name, Milana. They said this child will change a lot for us. We will keep our eyes on our dreams. As the years went by, Milana showed different skills and special abilities. She enjoyed doing what her parents expected and was a source of happiness in their family. Every day, his parents try to teach her how to deal with life's trials, teach her to love people, and help those who are suffering. Milana's story is about how a family can play a big role in a child's life and teach them to love and get along well with others. All this shows that the love of the parents has a lot of power in the development of the child.
Logan, an unassuming office worker, lived an average life in a bustling city. He woke up early every morning, commuting to work, and spending his days behind a desk. He often found himself daydreaming about what life could be like if he was someone important. But his life was content, filled with simple joys, coffee breaks, laughter with co-workers, and quiet evenings at home. One day, Logan's ordinary routine took a turn when he learned about a presidential election taking place. As the political candidates were announced, one name stood out to him, President Evelyn Summers, a woman whose charisma and vision for change captivated the nation. Little did Logan know, this would lead him to an unexpected journey, one that would challenge his beliefs about power, love, and self-worth. Fate smiled at Logan when he was invited to a national event celebrating civic achievements. While he wasn't sure how he had ended up on the guest list, he was both nervous and excited. As he roamed the grand hall, his eyes caught sight of President Evelyn Summers speaking to a group of diplomats. There was an undeniable energy around her, and for a moment, their eyes met. To Logan's surprise, Evelyn walked over to him, offering a genuine smile. She had noticed him standing there, a quiet, respectful figure among the crowd. "You look like someone who has seen a lot but never asks for much," she said, and their conversation began with casual curiosity. Little did Logan know, this brief interaction would soon grow into something far more significant than he could have ever imagined. Over the following weeks, Logan and President Summers began communicating more frequently. She reached out to him after that first meeting, intrigued by his humble demeanor and insightful perspectives on life. Logan, who had never imagined being in the same circles as a president, found himself becoming more captivated by her honesty and wit. Despite her powerful position, Evelyn was down-to-earth and vulnerable with him in ways she couldn't be with anyone else. They shared stories about their childhood, their dreams, and the pressures they faced in their respective lives. For Logan, it was like a dream come true, not only because he admired her but because she treated him like an equal. As their connection deepened, Logan realized that it wasn't just admiration, it was something more profound, something that made his heart beat faster every time he heard from her. As their friendship grew, so did the complexity of their feelings. Logan knew that a relationship with someone as powerful as Evelyn would be a challenge. She was the leader of a nation, with responsibilities that spanned far beyond any normal person's understanding. She had to make tough decisions daily, facing pressure from every direction. Logan's world, in contrast, was simple, predictable, and free of the constant demands she faced. One evening, as they discussed their thoughts over dinner, Evelyn expressed her doubts about how they could make their relationship work. "I have to focus on my duties," she said, her tone heavy with concern. "I can't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. But you deserve someone who can give you all their time and attention." Logan, though understanding, couldn't ignore the growing feelings in his heart. He realized that their love might be tested in ways he had never imagined. Despite the uncertainties, the bond between Logan and Evelyn grew stronger. Late one night, after a long day of work and debate, Evelyn invited Logan to join her for a walk in the gardens of the presidential residence. The air was cool, the moonlit path casting shadows around them. Their conversation lingered on the edge of unspoken truths, the tension building between them. As they paused by a fountain, Evelyn turned to Logan, her gaze soft yet intense. Without a word, she reached for his hand, her fingers brushing against his. And in that quiet moment, they shared their first kiss, a kiss that spoke volumes of the emotions they had both kept hidden. For Logan, it was a dream realized, but it also marked the beginning of a deeper journey filled with challenges they would need to face together. The following weeks brought a whirlwind of attention. News outlets caught wind of the relationship between the president and the ordinary man, and public opinion was divided. Some hailed it as a refreshing break from the norm, a symbol of love transcending power and status. Others criticized it, calling it a distraction, a scandal, or an inappropriate mixing of politics and personal life. Logan, who had always kept a low profile, found himself under the microscope. Paparazzi followed him everywhere, and even his closest friends questioned his motives. Evelyn, too, was affected. Her political opponents used their relationship to undermine her credibility, questioning whether her personal life could influence her decisions. The pressure mounted on both of them, but they remained committed to each other, determined to rise above the judgment. The public pressure grew, so did their doubts. Logan began to feel the weight of the world on his shoulders. He wasn't used to the scrutiny, the constant attention, and the impossible expectations placed on him. Evelyn, too, was torn between her duty to the nation and her desire to be with the man she loved. One evening, after a particularly heated debate with her advisors, Evelyn found herself standing alone, staring out at the city skyline. She felt torn, unsure of the right path forward. Could she truly have it all, love, power, and a sense of normalcy? Or was she destined to lose it all in the name of duty? Logan, sensing her inner turmoil, reached out to her, reminding her of the woman he had come to admire beyond her political role. His words comforted her, but deep down, both of them knew that sacrifices would have to be made. The decision to continue their relationship came to a head when Evelyn was faced with a critical political choice, a decision that could either cement her legacy or endanger the future of her presidency. Logan knew that this could be the breaking point for them. He understood that her career was important, but he didn't want to lose her. In a quiet moment together, Evelyn revealed the truth. She was willing to give up her presidency if it meant she could build a life with Logan. But Logan, understanding the magnitude of her responsibilities, gently refused. "Your work matters," he said, "but you also matter. We will find a way to be together, even if it's not in the way we imagined." His words gave her strength, and she resolved to find a balance between love and duty, knowing that she didn't have to choose one over the other. Months passed, and Logan and Evelyn continued to navigate the complexities of their relationship. They learned to carve out moments of peace amidst the chaos of the world around them. Evelyn, still in power, became an even more effective leader, drawing strength from the love and support she received from Logan. She knew that, despite the challenges, their connection was unwavering. One evening, under the stars, Logan took a deep breath and knelt before her, holding a simple ring. "Evelyn," he said, his voice filled with love and sincerity, "I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Not as the president and a common man, but as two people who found love in the most unexpected of places. Will you marry me?" Evelyn's eyes welled with tears, and without hesitation, she said yes. It was a proposal not defined by power, but by love. Logan and Evelyn's engagement was a moment of joy, but their future remained uncertain. As they prepared for the wedding, they faced the harsh reality of their roles. Evelyn's presidency continued to demand her attention, and Logan still lived a quiet life. They had to find ways to make their love work in a world that constantly pulled them in different directions. Despite the challenges, they were determined to face the future together. They learned that love was not about grand gestures or the absence of obstacles, but about finding a way to support each other even when life seemed impossible. Their bond grew stronger as they realized that true love was not about conquering the world, but about conquering the trials they faced together. As their wedding day approached, Evelyn and Logan became more public about their relationship. Together, they faced the critics and doubters, demonstrating that love could transcend the boundaries of politics and social expectations. They appeared at events side by side, a united front against the forces that sought to divide them. Their love story became a symbol of resilience, not just for themselves, but for the country they served. Evelyn's popularity soared, as people saw her not just as a powerful leader, but as a woman capable of loving deeply, without compromise. Logan, though still a normal man, became an important figure in the president's life, a reminder that love is powerful enough to change the world. On a beautiful summer afternoon, Logan and Evelyn were married in a ceremony attended by close friends, family, and dignitaries. The world watched as the simple man and the powerful president exchanged vows, promising to support and love each other through every challenge life would throw their way. It wasn't a fairy tale, it was real, raw, and beautiful. The ceremony was not just a celebration of their love, but of the possibilities that existed when two people, regardless of their differences, chose to stand by each other. Their love was a reminder that even in the face of power, true love doesn't have to be confined by expectations or limitations. Logan and Evelyn's marriage marked the beginning of a new chapter. They learned to balance their lives as a couple and as individuals, supporting each other through the challenges of their respective worlds. Evelyn continued to lead with passion, while Logan became more involved in public service, advocating for causes close to his heart. They found a way to make their relationship work, showing the world that love wasn't about finding perfection but about making the imperfect moments work. Together, they inspired others to believe in the power of love, regardless of social status or background. Years passed, and Logan and Evelyn became known as a couple who defied expectations. Their story was shared as a lesson in love and leadership, proving that even the most powerful people in the world could have meaningful, genuine relationships. Evelyn's presidency became one of the most successful in history, not just because of her political skill, but because of the love and support she received from Logan. Together, they showed that true power wasn't in titles or wealth, it was in the ability to love and support one another through every obstacle, to lift each other up in times of need, and to remain united no matter the challenges. As time passed, Logan and Evelyn grew older, but their love never faded. They continued to serve the country and each other, inspiring generations to come. Their story became a legacy, not just of political achievement, but of the enduring strength of love. In the end, it wasn't the title of president or the recognition they received that defined their legacy, it was the love they shared. The moral of their story is clear: true love transcends power, status, and expectations. When two people are committed to each other, no force is too great to overcome. Love, at its core, is the greatest power of all. The moral of the story: love is stronger than any title or power. It is the unbreakable bond that can withstand obstacles, defy expectations, and inspire greatness. True love doesn't depend on status or circumstances. It thrives in the heart, where two people choose to stand together through thick and thin.
The village lay under the shadow of war, with soldiers marching by and distant gunfire in the air. Sophia sat quietly at her stall, selling herbs and simple remedies to the locals and soldiers alike. Caleb, a young soldier with a deep sense of duty, passed by her stall every day. On this particular day, as their hands brushed while he took a pouch of herbs, something unspoken passed between them. Neither could understand it, but their hearts had recognized something in each other. The next day, Caleb returned to Sophia's stall, this time pausing longer than usual. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the bustling chaos of the village faded away. They exchanged small talk, but the connection was undeniable. Sophia's soft, graceful smile captured Caleb's heart, and as he walked away, he couldn't help but think about her. In the evening, Sophia walked through the market, her mind replaying her encounter with Caleb. She had always believed in love, but it had never seemed possible in such a war-torn world. Yet now, she found herself yearning for something more. Back at home, she found solace in the simple things: cooking, tending to her small garden, and thinking about Caleb. The following week, Caleb returned, this time asking if Sophia had any herbs for sleep. He had been on edge due to the ongoing conflict. Sophia offered a special blend she had made herself, explaining its calming properties. As their fingers touched when she handed him the pouch, the air felt charged. They exchanged another glance, a moment of silent understanding. As the days went by, Caleb found himself looking forward to his trips to the village, not for the military assignments, but for the chance to see Sophia. He began bringing small tokens for her, a flower he had found in the field, or an old coin he had come across. She treasured each gift, and with every encounter, their bond deepened, though they both remained uncertain of what this connection truly meant. One evening, while Sophia was closing her stall, she spotted Caleb across the street, walking toward her. He looked weary, his uniform dirted and torn, but his eyes were warm. He stopped in front of her, and without saying a word, he reached into his pouch and handed her a letter from a family member he had just received. The gesture was small, but to Sophia, it meant everything. I wanted you to know, he said softly, you are not alone in this world. The next day, word of an upcoming military operation reached the village. Caleb's battalion was being called to fight on the front lines. Sophia found herself in a state of panic, though she had never voiced it. That night, she waited for him by her stall, her heart racing as she hoped to see him again before he left. When he arrived, she barely managed to hold back her tears. As they spoke that evening, the weight of the situation settled in. Caleb knew he had to leave, but he could see the fear in Sophia's eyes. He promised her, no matter what happens, I will return to you. Sophia nodded, though her heart ached with the uncertainty of his words. They embraced one last time, the kiss they shared sealing their unspoken promises. The next morning, Caleb left with his battalion. Sophia stood at the village's edge, watching him disappear into the distance. She held the letter he had given her close to her heart. With each step he took, her hope grew stronger. He would return, she had to believe it. As days turned into weeks, Sophia's thoughts never strayed far from Caleb. The village had grown quieter with the soldiers gone, and the only sounds were the distant echoes of war. She continued to run her stall, but every time a soldier passed by, her heart would skip a beat. She held on to the memory of their last moment together, knowing that no matter how hard things got, their love would keep her going.
It's the late 1800s. A small boat fights against strong waves, carrying men, women, and children who have been sent away because of Hansen's disease, also known as leprosy. They don't know it yet, but they're on their way to Kalaupapa, a place they'll never leave. As they step off the boat, the travelers feel nervous. Some are crying. This island feels like the end of the world, with cliffs so high it's like a wall keeping them in. Soon, the people realize that there's no way off the island. They miss their families, their homes, and their old lives. The feeling of isolation is strong, and many people feel hopeless. That first night is cold and dark. People gather close together for warmth and comfort, and some try to sleep under the stars. There aren't enough shelters, and the nights feel long and lonely. Not long after, a priest named Father Damien arrives on the island. He comes with a warm smile and promises to help them make Kalaupapa a home. Father Damien works tirelessly to build houses, a school, and a small church. He teaches people how to build, farm, and create a community. Life starts to feel a little more bearable. Father Damien doesn't just help with buildings. He also takes care of the sick, helping them feel human again. He listens, gives medicine, and treats everyone with respect. The people in Kalaupapa start holding small celebrations. They sing, dance, and laugh together, trying to forget their troubles. These moments bring them closer, making them feel like family. They start growing a garden, planting flowers and vegetables. Tending to these plants gives them purpose and a connection to the beauty of the island. A kind woman named Mother Marianne Cope arrives to help. She's a nurse who isn't afraid of the disease. She and her team bring medicine, hope, and friendship. Over time, people start to accept each other, knowing they're in this together. They learn each other's stories and support one another. They are no longer strangers but friends. Many residents hold on to memories of their families. Some keep small objects from home, like a piece of cloth or a photo, reminding them of their loved ones. More people arrive on Kalaupapa over the years, frightened and unsure. The older residents welcome them, remembering how hard it was for them at first. To pass the time, people share stories about their families, their homes, and their dreams. These stories help them remember who they are and where they come from. One day, Father Damien realizes he has the disease too. But he doesn't leave. Instead, he stays to help, showing them that they are loved and important. The people of Kalaupapa come together to take care of Father Damien, just as he cared for them. This moment shows the strength of their community. When Father Damien passes away, his legacy lives on. His kindness and bravery inspire the residents to care for each other and keep hope alive. Life in Kalaupapa continues, with gardens, dances, and celebrations. Even in this isolated paradise, people find ways to live and to love. Today, Kalaupapa is a peaceful place, where visitors come to remember the brave people who lived there. It's a reminder of the power of kindness, courage, and community. Kalaupapa's story reminds us all to treat others with kindness, especially those who feel alone. Even in the hardest places, we can make a difference with compassion. The warm, cozy village inn was busy with people laughing and sharing stories. But one person wasn't smiling. A tall figure, cloaked in dark clothes, glanced around, his eyes darting from side to side. Slowly, he pulled out a tiny glass vial, pouring its contents into a silver goblet. Behind him, unnoticed, a young boy named Sam watched through a tiny crack in the wall. Sam's heart raced. He had never seen anything so suspicious. He knew he had to do something, but what could he do? Sam's heart pounded, his hands shaking. Should he step forward and shout for help? Or stay silent, hidden in the shadows? The cloaked figure handed the goblet to a cheerful man who had no idea his drink was poisoned. Sam knew the choice was his alone. If he didn't act, this man could be in grave danger. With a gulp, Sam made up his mind. He would try to save the man, no matter the risks. Carefully, Sam slipped out of his hiding spot. He moved quietly, hoping no one would notice him. His mission was clear: find the village healer, Ms. Olivia, before it was too late. Sam bolted out of the inn, darting through the misty evening streets. As he ran, he could almost feel the weight of his secret. If he failed, an innocent man might lose his life. And all because of a hidden poison. Ms. Olivia listened closely, her kind face growing serious as Sam explained. Poison, you say? She repeated softly, her voice filled with concern. She immediately began gathering herbs and remedies, her hands moving skillfully. You were brave to come here, Sam, she said. You did the right thing by speaking up. Sometimes, being a silent witness can be more harmful than standing up. Ms. Olivia's words gave Sam a strange strength. He was no longer just a boy, he was someone who could make a difference. Together, Sam and Ms. Olivia hurried back to the inn, each step feeling heavier than the last. Sam's heart raced with worry, while Ms. Olivia's determined gaze remained fixed on the road ahead. The inn loomed in the distance, its warm lights shining through the fog. The weight of Sam's secret and the urgency of their mission hung between them. He hoped they weren't too late. Every second counted now. Just as the cheerful man lifted his goblet, Ms. Olivia's voice rang out. Stop, she cried, loud enough to silence the entire inn. All eyes turned toward her as she approached the man, her gaze unwavering. This drink is poisoned, she declared. Gasps echoed around the room as Ms. Olivia explained. Sam stood by her side, feeling both terrified and proud. As Ms. Olivia spoke, the cloaked figure's face changed. He looked cornered, his eyes wide with guilt. The innkeeper demanded answers, and slowly, the man admitted his plan. Sam watched as justice unfolded before him. His choice to speak up had revealed a hidden evil, and his courage had saved a life. Back at Ms. Olivia's home, Sam felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Ms. Olivia placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Never doubt the power of your voice, Sam, she said. Sometimes, even a quiet whisper can change everything. Sam smiled, knowing he'd learned a lesson he'd carry with him forever. Speaking up for what's right, even when it's scary, could change lives, and maybe even save them. Ms. Olivia saw something special in Sam, a spark of courage and honesty. She turned to him with a kind smile. If you're willing, I'd like to teach you more about healing and herbs, she said softly. The world needs more brave hearts like yours. Sam's eyes lit up. He nodded eagerly, ready to learn from someone he admired. He felt a new purpose stirring within him, a chance to do good in his village. The next morning, Sam arrived at Miss Olivia's home, eager to begin his lessons. Sunlight streamed through the windows as Miss Olivia showed him how to grind herbs and mix potions. Her patient teaching helped Sam understand the beauty of healing. Sam realized that learning about these simple things could one day save lives, just like his actions had the night before. Meanwhile, the story of the poisoned drink spread through the village like wildfire. People gathered in the square, whispering about the mysterious figure and Sam's brave actions. Many couldn't believe a young boy had been so courageous. Sam felt shy when he walked through the village. He wasn't used to so much attention, but he was glad he had done the right thing. One afternoon, the village leader knocked on Miss Olivia's door. He came to praise Sam's bravery and asked him to share his story so others could learn from it. Sam hesitated, feeling nervous, but Miss Olivia's encouraging smile reassured him. With a deep breath, Sam recounted what he had seen, hoping that others would understand the importance of standing up for what's right. After hearing his story, other kids in the village started treating Sam differently. They wanted to know more about his bravery and asked to spend time with him. Sam, who had often felt invisible, found himself surrounded by new friends. He realized that true courage could not only protect people but could also bring people together. Miss Olivia's teachings grew more detailed, introducing Sam to the healing powers of various plants. She taught him how to treat cuts, fevers, and even broken bones. Sam listened carefully, his respect for Miss Olivia growing with each new lesson. He felt a deep joy in learning to help others. Saving lives was no longer just a dream, it was becoming his calling. One day, as Sam walked past a pond, he saw his reflection. The face staring back was no longer just a boy's, it was the face of someone who had faced fear and overcome it. He remembered the cold terror he'd felt that night, but he also remembered the strength that had carried him through. Sam understood that bravery wasn't about not being afraid. It was about acting, even when you were. The village gathered for the trial of the cloaked figure, who was brought before everyone. The village leader spoke sternly about the importance of safety and trust. Sam felt a mix of anger and sadness for the man who had caused so much fear. But he also understood that everyone deserved a chance to learn and change. The man would face consequences, but perhaps he could one day make amends. One sunny afternoon, a girl named Lila visited Miss Olivia's home. With a bright smile, she approached Sam and asked if he wanted to play. At first, Sam felt shy, unsure of how to respond. But Miss Olivia encouraged him to join in. Playing with Lila reminded Sam that being a hero didn't mean he had to be serious all the time. He could also enjoy life, share laughter, and make friends. As the village prepared for the annual festival, excitement filled the air. Everyone contributed, decorating the square with bright banners and cooking delicious food. Sam helped where he could, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of everyone coming together. He felt a strong sense of community, knowing that they were all united, especially after facing danger together. During the festival, Sam was invited to speak about courage. He stepped onto the stage, facing the crowd. With a deep breath, he shared his story about the night he witnessed the poisoned drink and how important it was to be brave. The crowd listened intently, their expressions a mix of admiration and respect. Sam realized he was no longer just a boy, he was now an inspiration to others. After the festival, Sam and Miss Olivia began brainstorming new ways to help the village. They wanted to create a community garden filled with healing herbs. This will not only provide remedies but also bring everyone together, Miss Olivia said with excitement. Sam's heart raced at the thought of a new adventure. Together, they could teach others how to care for themselves and each other. Sam and Miss Olivia gathered the villagers to share their vision. Sam spoke passionately about the garden and how it could provide herbs for healing and a space for everyone to learn. The villagers nodded, their enthusiasm growing as they realized the importance of their involvement. They agreed to help, inspired by Sam's courage and Miss Olivia's wisdom. On planting day, laughter echoed through the village as everyone worked together. Villagers of all ages dug, planted seeds, and shared stories. Sam felt a sense of belonging, surrounded by friends and family, all united by a common purpose. As he planted each seed, He imagined how the garden would flourish and how many people it would help. He knew this was just the beginning. Weeks passed, and the garden grew vibrant and full of life. Sam and Ms. Olivia spent countless hours tending to the plants, teaching villagers about the different herbs and their healing properties. Every leaf and blossom was a testament to their hard work and dedication. Sam felt proud every time someone came to learn from him. One day, a group of villagers arrived, seeking remedies for common ailments. Sam and Ms. Olivia welcomed them with open arms, ready to share their knowledge. "We have just what you need," Sam said with a warm smile, eager to help. Sam felt a deep sense of fulfillment as they prepared herbal remedies together. He was making a difference, one person at a time. Soon, children from the village began visiting the garden, curious about the plants. Sam took it upon himself to teach them, showing them how to identify each herb and its uses. Their laughter filled the air as they learned together. Sam realized that sharing knowledge was just as important as healing. He loved watching their excitement grow as they discovered the magic of nature. As the garden thrived, so did the bonds within the community. The villagers gathered for a meal, celebrating their hard work and the healing herbs they had cultivated. Sam sat among them, feeling grateful for the friendships he had formed. He understood that the garden was not just a place for healing but also a space for connection and joy. Under a blanket of stars, Sam and Ms. Olivia discussed the future. Sam shared his dreams of becoming a master healer one day. Ms. Olivia smiled, her heart full of pride. "You have the heart of a true healer, Sam. Never lose that passion." Sam felt a wave of determination wash over him. He knew that he would do everything he could to learn and grow. One day, a mysterious traveler arrived in the village, bringing news of trouble in a nearby town. Sam listened closely, sensing another challenge ahead. The traveler spoke of sickness and fear, and the villagers looked to Sam and Ms. Olivia for help. Sam felt a familiar surge of bravery within him. He knew he couldn't ignore the call for help. As preparations began for their journey to help the neighboring town, Sam packed supplies, herbs, and remedies. Ms. Olivia stood by his side, offering words of encouragement. "Remember, Sam, you're not alone in this. Together, we can make a difference." Sam nodded, feeling grateful for her support and ready for whatever lay ahead. With their bags packed and hearts set on helping others, Sam and Ms. Olivia set off toward the horizon. The sun rose behind them, casting a warm glow on their path. Sam felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, knowing that every adventure came with its challenges. But he was ready. Together, they would face whatever came their way, armed with knowledge, courage, and the unbreakable bond of friendship.
Ikirura n'umwana w'intama. Umwana w'intama warashotse, ako kanya haza ikirura cyaburaniwe, cyo kugatama inabi. Ikirura kiti, urabona ngo urantobera amazi? Ubwo bwawe wihaye urabuzira. Nuko umwana w'intama aragisubiza ati, Nyagasani ntundenganye, dore aho nibereye hepfo hano. Ushatse kunywa wanywayo haruguraho. Sinazanywe no gutaba amazi, kandi singuteye icyogazi na gato. Ikirura mu burakari bwinshi kiti, wayatobye, ziba. N'undi mwaka warantutse. Nuko umwana w'intama arasubiza ati, nkagutukane ntaravuka, ko n'ubu undoze ndi kwibere. Ikirura kirongera kiti, niba atari wowe ni mukuru wawe. Umwana w'intama arasubiza ati, mukuru wanjye ntawe ngira. Ikirura kirongera kiti, nuko rero ni umwe muri bene wanyu, dore ko mwese mu nzira. Oya ye, kireka nihoreye. Ikirura kigira kagatama, kiragashikuza, kikajyana mu ishyamba kuko inopfora. Sinjye wahera, hahera umugani.
In a land far away, there was a young man named Priscus. He was captured and sold as a slave. Every day he dreamt of freedom, but his fate felt sealed behind iron bars. Priscus was bought by a harsh trainer who believed only the strongest would survive. He was thrown into a world of sweat, pain, and fierce competition, but he refused to give up. The day of his first fight arrived. Priscus's heart raced as he stepped into the arena, facing a seasoned gladiator. The crowd roared and fear threatened to swallow him. At that moment, he remembered his family and the dream of freedom. With a surge of courage, he fought with everything he had. He didn't just want to survive, he wanted to win. Against all odds, Priscus won. The crowd cheered his name, and for the first time he felt the thrill of being more than just a slave. He was a gladiator. In the training grounds, Priscus found friends. They were all slaves like him, but together they formed a brotherhood. They supported one another, sharing dreams of freedom. But not every day was easy. There were nights filled with doubts. Would he ever be free? Would he always be a slave? He had to dig deep to find his strength. One day an old gladiator took Priscus under his wing. Fight not just with your sword, but with your heart, he advised. That's what makes a true warrior. Inspired, Priscus trained harder than ever. He learned new techniques, improved his skills, and found a fire inside him that burned bright. The arena held its breath as Priscus faced a notorious champion known for his brutality. This was his chance to prove that he was more than just a slave. The battle was fierce. Every strike was a test of strength and will. Priscus fought with everything he had, remembering his friends, his dreams, and his family. With one final blow, Priscus triumphed. The crowd erupted in cheers. He was no longer just a gladiator, he was a legend in the making. News of his victories spread like wildfire. Priscus became famous and celebrated by the people. He was admired not just for his strength, but for his spirit. With fame came a voice. Priscus stood before the crowd and declared, "We are more than slaves. We fight for our lives, our dreams, and our freedom." His words ignited a fire in the hearts of many. Gladiators and common folk united, inspired by Priscus's bravery and vision for freedom. But not everyone was pleased. The powerful feared a rebellion. They would do everything to crush Priscus and his dream. The battle for freedom was just beginning. Priscus gathered his friends. "We need a plan," he said. They strategized, knowing that their fight would require courage, intelligence, and teamwork. The day of reckoning came. In a fierce battle, Priscus and his allies fought against the guards. They fought not just for themselves, but for every slave who dreamed of freedom. As the battle raged, hope grew. They fought bravely, and one by one they overcame their oppressors. The crowd watched in awe as the gladiators united. But freedom comes with a price. Some brave gladiators fell that day, but their sacrifice ignited a spirit that could not be extinguished. In the heat of battle, Priscus stood as a symbol of hope. "We will not give up," he shouted, and his friends rallied around him, fueled by his strength. With one last charge, they pushed back the guards and claimed victory. The crowd erupted in applause, chanting Priscus's name. With the guards defeated, Priscus and his fellow gladiators were finally free. They had turned their pain into power and their dreams into reality. Priscus became a legend, but he knew the true victory was the bonds of friendship and the fight for freedom they had forged together. Priscus taught everyone that no matter where you start, it's your heart, your courage, and your friends that define who you become. True strength lies in believing in yourself and standing together for what is right. And so, the story of Priscus, the fiercest gladiator, lived on, reminding everyone that heroes can rise from the darkest places, and together they can change the world. Moral of the story: believe in yourself. No matter your circumstances, your spirit and courage can lead to greatness. Friendship is powerful. Together we can overcome challenges and achieve our dreams. Fight for what's right. Stand up for yourself and others. Your actions can inspire change.
On a quiet main street in the small town of Willow Springs, young Isabella often spent her days sweeping the front of her family's bakery. Her parents had built the shop from scratch, and Isabella admired their hard work. Though modest, the shop was a haven for the community, known for its warm bread and even warmer smiles. Isabella, however, had dreams that stretched beyond the town's borders. One day, she told her best friend, Emma, "I'll do something that helps not just this town, but the whole country." In high school, Isabella witnessed a heated debate over school funding cuts. She saw her classmates' frustration and how decisions made miles away in government offices affected their daily lives. One afternoon, she organized a meeting in the school library, rallying students to write letters to their representatives. The movement gained traction, and soon the local newspaper featured Isabella under the headline, "Teen Mobilizes Change for Education." It was the first time Isabella felt the power of her voice. Encouraged by her small success, Isabella pursued a degree in political science. Despite financial struggles, she worked multiple part-time jobs to fund her education. "Remember," her father told her during a particularly hard time, the strength to lead comes from understanding the struggles of others. These words stayed with Isabella, shaping her desire not for power, but for service. By graduation, she had a plan: to return to Willow Springs and run for local office. Running for city council at 26 was no easy feat. Isabella faced skepticism. Some thought she was too young, and others doubted a woman could lead effectively. Undeterred, she went door to door, meeting residents, listening to their concerns, and sharing her vision. Her campaign slogan, "Your voice, our future," resonated with the town. Against all odds, Isabella won the election, becoming the youngest council member in Willow Springs history. As a councilwoman, Isabella tackled issues like affordable housing and small business support. She held monthly town hall meetings, often standing long hours to ensure everyone's voice was heard. Her transparent and empathetic approach earned her respect, and she soon became a symbol of hope for the town's residents. "Leaders aren't born," said an elderly woman at one meeting, "they're made through actions like yours." One day, Isabella received an unexpected call. A well-known senator wanted her to join his campaign team. While hesitant to leave her community, Isabella recognized the opportunity to effect change on a larger scale. Reluctantly, she bid farewell to Willow Springs. "Don't forget us," Emma told her, "and we won't forget you." With that, Isabella embarked on a new chapter. Washington, D.C., was a whirlwind of politics, strategy, and intense debates. Isabella quickly realized the complexities of national governance. However, her ability to connect with people, something she learned in Willow Springs, set her apart. She proposed policies that focused on bridging rural and urban divides, drawing on her small-town roots. Slowly but surely, Isabella made a name for herself. When a Senate seat opened in her state, Isabella's supporters urged her to run. It was a daunting decision, but Isabella's resolve to serve outweighed her fears. Her campaign focused on unity, advocating for policies that benefited all constituents. With tireless effort and a clear message, Isabella won, becoming a senator at just 35 years old. As a senator, Isabella faced immense pressure. Lobbyists and political rivals tried to sway her, but she remained steadfast. "I represent the people," she reminded herself during challenging moments. One of her most significant victories was passing a bill that provided funding for rural schools, a cause close to her heart since high school. During a national economic crisis, Isabella was appointed to lead a bipartisan committee tasked with finding solutions. Her leadership style, collaborative, empathetic, and decisive, earned her praise. She spearheaded initiatives that stabilized the economy, proving that even in tough times, unity was possible. Years later, Isabella's party nominated her for the presidency. The announcement was met with excitement but also skepticism. Critics questioned whether a woman from a small town could handle the role. Isabella's campaign drew on her life story, highlighting her journey from Main Street to the Senate. Her authenticity resonated with voters across the nation. During the presidential debates, Isabella's calm demeanor and focus on unity set her apart. She shared personal anecdotes, like the lessons she learned from her parents' bakery and her experiences in Willow Springs. Her opponents underestimated her, but Isabella's vision and relatability won over millions. Election night was a nail-biter. As results trickled in, it became clear the race would be close. In Willow Springs, townsfolk gathered at the bakery, cheering for their hometown hero. When the final state was called, Isabella emerged victorious, becoming the first female president in U.S. history. Tears filled her eyes as she addressed the nation. "Together, we'll build a future where every voice matters." As president, Isabella wasted no time implementing policies that promoted unity and progress. She often reflected on her journey, ensuring her leadership stayed grounded in the values she learned on Main Street. Her presidency became a beacon of hope, proving that compassion and determination could change the world. Years later, Isabella returned to Willow Springs for a visit. Standing in front of the bakery, now run by Emma, she smiled. "Never forget where you come from," she told a group of children gathered around her. "It's the foundation for where you're going." The town cheered as Isabella shared stories of her journey, inspiring the next generation to dream big. Moral of the story: great leaders are not defined by their origins but by their ability to serve others with humility, resilience, and a steadfast belief in the power of unity. In the village of Wispera, settled between mountains and dense forests, an elder named Tarek gathered the clan's youth around a roaring fire. He told of an ancient prophecy: a great trial by fire would soon test their clan. Only through unity and courage would they overcome the darkness threatening their land. The words filled the air with a mixture of fear and resolve. Among the listeners was Kalin, the blacksmith's son, whose heart burned with ambition. Though he lacked the skill of seasoned warriors, he dreamed of proving his worth. His sister, Lyra, a skilled archer, teased him, but her eyes betrayed a shared determination. Weeks later, the village was jolted awake by a messenger's desperate cry. A monstrous warlord named Lucas was amassing an army, raising villages in his path. The elders called an urgent council, where Tarek warned the people that this was the trial foretold. Kalin stepped forward, volunteering to fight despite his inexperience. Others hesitated, but Lyra joined him without question. Slowly, more villagers, inspired by their bravery, rallied behind them, forging a small but determined militia. Training under Tarek began in earnest. Kalin struggled with his sword, often bested by the stronger recruits, but he persisted, earning quiet respect. Lyra, in contrast, excelled, her arrows finding their marks with uncanny precision. Tarek reminded them daily that strength alone wouldn't save them. The fire burns brightest when fueled by trust, he said. Kalin began forming bonds with the recruits, recognizing that they were stronger together. One evening, as they trained in the woods, a shadowy figure appeared. It was a nomadic warrior named Zara, known for her wisdom and unmatched combat skills. She offered to train them, having seen Lucas's destruction firsthand. Though some were wary, Tarek welcomed Zara. Her methods were harsh but transformative, pushing the villagers to their limits. Kalin found a mentor in her, learning to temper his ambition with discipline. As preparations continued, dissent grew among the villagers. Some questioned whether they should fight at all, fearing annihilation. Tarek's leadership wavered under the strain, and arguments broke out during council meetings. Kalin, sensing the fragility of their unity, reminded them of the prophecy. He implored them to stand together, even as doubt clawed at his own resolve. His speech stirred a sense of purpose, rekindling their resolve. One night, scouts returned with grim news. Lucas's forces were advancing faster than expected. The militia prepared for their first confrontation, fortifying the village as best they could. The battle was brutal. Though the villagers fought valiantly, they suffered heavy losses. Kalin's sword broke in the heat of battle, but Lyra's arrows saved him. Their bond deepened as they vowed to fight for those they'd lost. In the aftermath, Kalin retreated to his father's forge. As he worked through the night, grief and determination fueled his hammer strikes. By dawn, he emerged with a new sword, stronger than the last. The blade became a symbol of resilience. Kalin presented it to the clan, inspiring them to rebuild their defenses and their spirits. Zara led a small group, including Kalin and Lyra, on a mission to the mountains. There, they sought a hidden cache of weapons left by an ancient warrior clan. The journey tested their endurance and trust. They found the cache, but it was guarded by a labyrinth of traps. Lyra's keen eye and Kalin's courage helped them navigate the dangers. They returned home with the weapons, bolstering their strength. A messenger from Lucas arrived, offering a grim choice: surrender or face annihilation. The council debated endlessly, torn between fear and pride. Kalin urged them to fight, reminding them of their unity and the prophecy. His words swayed the council, and they sent the messenger back with a defiant refusal. As the final battle approached, the clan discovered a traitor among them, a villager who had been feeding information to Lucas. The revelation shook their trust. Though angry, Kalin advocated for mercy, understanding that fear had driven the betrayal. His compassion helped heal the clan, strengthening their resolve. Lucas's army arrived, far larger than expected. The villagers fought fiercely, using every skill they'd learned. Lyra's arrows rained down from above, while Kalin led the charge with his forge-hardened blade. The battle seemed hopeless, but the villagers' unity turned the tide. Tarek's prophecy echoed in their hearts as they pushed back the invaders. Lucas himself entered the fray, a towering figure clad in dark armor. Kalin faced him, their swords clashing in a brutal duel. Kalin's courage wavered under the warlord's strength. But Lyra's voice cut through the chaos, reminding him of their purpose. Drawing strength from his clan's unity, Kalin found an opening and defeated Lucas, ending the battle. The village lay in ruins, but the people were alive and victorious. Tarek declared the prophecy fulfilled, praising their courage and unity. Zara bid them farewell, leaving behind wisdom they would carry forward. Kalin and Lyra stood together, grieving their losses but proud of what they'd achieved. Their bond, forged in fire, had become unbreakable. With the war behind them, the villagers turned to rebuilding. Kalin took up his father's mantle as the village blacksmith, crafting tools and weapons to prepare for any future threats. Lyra trained the next generation of warriors, ensuring the clan's strength endured. Together, they led their people into a new era of resilience and hope. Years later, Wispera thrived as a beacon of strength and unity. The story of their trial by fire became legend, inspiring neighboring clans to stand together in times of peril. Kaelin and Lyra, now revered as heroes, reminded everyone that true strength comes not from weapons or skill, but from the bonds forged in adversity. Moral of the story: unity and courage in the face of adversity can overcome even the greatest challenges. True strength lies in trust, compassion, and the unbreakable bonds formed through shared struggles. In a small village nestled between mountains, the Varan family was known for their deep legacy of warriors, bound by blood and honor. The family's name carried weight, and each generation was expected to uphold their ancestors' traditions. However, within the walls of their ancestral home, a quiet tension brewed. Grace, the youngest of the Varan family, was different. Her heart longed for peace and unity, not conflict. She would often hide in the garden, dreaming of a life where love, not war, defined her path. Her father, General Eric Varan, saw things differently. He believed that the strength of the Varan name relied on dominance and pride, passed down through generations of warriors. His love for Grace was unconditional, but he couldn't understand her desire to stray from the family's legacy. As his only heir, she was expected to lead their army one day. Yet, Grace's heart ached at the thought of taking part in battles, fighting for the honor that no longer seemed relevant to her. One afternoon, a mysterious traveler arrived at the Varan estate. He was a man of few words, his eyes filled with sadness yet determination. His name was Ethan, a former soldier who had once fought alongside General Eric. He came bearing a message: an enemy faction was preparing for war, and the Varan family's help was needed. Grace's heart sank as her father prepared to take action, but Ethan's presence sparked something in her, a glimmer of hope that maybe there was another way. As Grace listened to Ethan speak of the war he had fought in, she was horrified by the devastation it had caused. His words resonated with her, and for the first time, she felt a deep yearning to change the course of her family's future. She realized that the family legacy didn't have to be bound to violence. There had to be a path forward that allowed for love and peace, but she feared the cost of going against her father's will. The night after Ethan left, Grace sat in her room, contemplating her future. She knew her father would never allow her to walk away from the family's war-bound legacy. Yet, she couldn't ignore the call of her own heart, urging her to break free from the chains of bloodshed. The thought of leading soldiers into battle filled her with dread, but the idea of being a voice for peace seemed like a dream too far out of reach. Could she, a single person, really make a difference? The next morning, she found herself standing before her father, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. General Eric looked at her with a stern expression, waiting for her to accept the responsibility that was expected of her. Grace swallowed hard, but something inside her snapped. She wasn't ready to follow blindly, she needed to forge her own path. With trembling hands, she spoke her truth, telling her father that she could no longer fight in the war. The silence that followed was deafening. General Eric's anger was palpable. His daughter's defiance felt like a betrayal, an insult to everything he had built. His voice thundered through the house as he demanded to know what had gotten into her. Grace stood her ground, trying to find the words that would explain her choice without condemning her father's values. She loved him, but she couldn't live her life perpetuating the violence that had scarred so many innocent people. You are my daughter, Grace. You carry the blood of the Varan warriors. To refuse this legacy is to dishonor your ancestors. Eric's words struck her like a blow. Her heart ached, but she knew this moment had been coming for years. I will not follow you into the battlefield, father, she said softly, her voice filled with both pain and resolve. The room fell silent again, and Grace's heart broke, knowing that the road ahead would be filled with more conflict than ever before. Grace's refusal to fight marked the beginning of a painful rift between her and her father. In the days that followed, she found herself caught in an emotional tug-of-war. While Eric's love for her was clear, his disappointment was even clearer. Their once strong bond began to wither, replaced by mistrust and resentment. Eric could not fathom how Grace, his own flesh and blood, could reject everything they had built together. Her mother, Victoria, watched silently from the sidelines, her own heart torn between the love for her husband and her daughter. Victoria understood Grace's pain but also feared the consequences of defying their legacy. Grace felt alone, as though the world was closing in around her. She knew the path she had chosen would not be easy, but it was the only one that felt true to herself. With each passing day, the weight of the decision grew heavier, but so did her determination to see it through. Days turned into weeks, and Grace continued to search for a way to prevent the war her father was preparing for. She began to meet secretly with leaders of neighboring villages, advocating for peace and seeking alliances. Her efforts were met with skepticism and resistance, as many saw her as a naive girl, far removed from the harsh realities of war. Yet, in each conversation, Grace felt the spark of hope grow stronger. One evening, as she sat by the village fire with Ethan, the old soldier, she shared her struggles. Ethan listened intently, his face lined with the scars of battle. "It's not easy to change the course of history," he said softly, "but it starts with one person, one idea. You're not alone, Grace. You just have to believe that love can conquer all." His words gave her strength, and she knew that her fight wasn't against her family, but for a future where love could heal the wounds of war. As Grace's efforts gained momentum, Eric's enemies began to take notice. They saw her growing influence and feared the possibility of peace replacing war. A secret meeting was arranged, and Grace was offered a dangerous proposition, an alliance with those who wanted to see her father's power crumble. They promised her that if she joined them, she could control the future of the Varan family, ending the wars once and for all. Grace's heart raced as she weighed the offer. She had always believed in peace, but this was a path filled with deception and treachery. She would have to betray her father, and the thought of that nearly broke her. But what if it was the only way to achieve the peace she so desperately wanted? She couldn't ignore the urgency of the situation. The war was on the brink of breaking out, and she had no other choice but to act quickly. In the dead of night, Grace made her decision. She met with the enemy leaders, agreeing to their terms. It was a betrayal she would never be able to undo, but in her mind, it was the only way to save the lives of countless innocents. The next day, Eric learned of his daughter's actions, and his fury was unmatched. He felt as though the very foundation of his life had been shattered. His only daughter had turned against him, and in doing so, she had torn apart their family forever. Grace, with a heavy heart, watched as her father's army prepared to march to war. She had traded one form of destruction for another, and now, she could only watch as the consequences of her actions unfolded. She had chosen peace, but at what cost? As Grace stood alone in the family courtyard, the weight of her choices pressed down on her. Her father's army was already marching, and the village was preparing for the worst. She had believed that love could change the world, but now she wondered if it was enough. Her heart ached as she thought of the soldiers, the lives that would be lost, and the families that would be torn apart. Could peace really emerge from such a place of destruction? Ethan found her standing by the old oak tree, her face clouded with regret. "You did what you thought was right," he said gently. "But even the best intentions can lead to unintended consequences. The road to peace isn't without sacrifice." Grace looked at him, her eyes filled with tears. "I wanted to save them, Ethan," she whispered. "But I fear I've only made things worse." The day of the battle arrived, and Grace found herself caught in a war that no longer felt like her own. As her father's army clashed with the enemy forces, she watched from a distance, torn between the love she had for her family and the peace she had hoped to bring. The sounds of battle were deafening, and Grace felt the weight of her choices in every cry of pain, every clash of steel. In the chaos of the battlefield, she saw a young soldier fall, his life slipping away before her eyes. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Grace rushed to his side, but it was too late. His final breath was a reminder of the cost of war. The sight left her shaken, more than ever convinced that there had to be another way. After the battle, both sides were left battered and broken. Grace, still haunted by the loss, sought out the leaders of the enemy faction. She proposed a ceasefire, one last chance at peace before the bloodshed went any further. It was a desperate move, but she had to try. The leaders, tired of the endless cycle of war, agreed to the talks. The negotiations were tense, with each side hesitant to trust the other. Grace used every ounce of her strength to mediate the discussions, hoping to forge a lasting peace. It wasn't easy, and the stakes were high, but she refused to give up. For the first time in months, she felt hope flicker within her. Maybe, just maybe, peace was still possible. Weeks later, Grace's efforts paid off. The ceasefire held, and the leaders agreed to a long-term peace treaty. It was a hard-won victory, one that had cost many lives, but it was a step toward healing. Grace returned to her family, unsure of what her father would say. When she entered the Varan estate, Eric stood waiting, his expression unreadable. "I did what I thought was right," Grace said quietly, her voice trembling. "I never wanted to hurt you, father. I only wanted peace." Eric looked at her for a long moment, the pain in his eyes slowly fading. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft. "I know, Grace. And I am proud of you. You have done what I could not." Though peace had been achieved, the scars of war remained. Grace and her family worked tirelessly to rebuild what had been lost, but they would never forget the price they had paid. The war had left deep wounds, and the road to healing would be long. Grace's heart still ached for the lives lost, but she knew that they had to keep moving forward, for the sake of the future. Her love for her family, though tested, had remained strong. She had learned that peace wasn't a single moment, but a journey that required constant effort, forgiveness, and love. And in the end, she had done what no warrior before her had done. She had ended the war with love, not bloodshed. Years passed, and Grace took on the mantle of leadership, not as a warrior, but as a diplomat and healer. She worked tirelessly to ensure that the peace her family had fought for would endure. She had become a symbol of hope for the villagers, a living testament to the power of love over war. The Varan legacy, once defined by blood and battle, was now defined by unity and compassion. Grace's story became one told around the village fires of a girl who dared to defy her father, who chose peace over war, and who proved that love could bind even the most fractured families together. Her name lived on, not as a warrior, but as a leader who had changed the course of history. The moral of the story: the legacy of the Varan family was no longer one of bloodshed and conflict but of unity and compassion. Grace's journey showed that while blood may bind us to our past, love has the power to break the chains and create a new future. It is never easy to go against tradition, especially when those we love are bound to a different path. But sometimes, it is the choices we make in the name of love that can heal the deepest wounds and change the world for the better.
In a rugged Viking village by the sea, a young warrior named Eric dreamt of becoming a chieftain. His father, the current leader, was a powerful man who had earned respect through countless battles. But Eric, eager to prove himself, felt that his time had come. He sharpened his axe, trained with his brothers, and listened closely to the tales of past heroes who had risen from nothing. Eric's ambition drove him every day. He felt the fire of leadership burning in his chest, knowing that the only way to honor his ancestors was to surpass them. His father's shadow loomed over him, but Eric was determined to carve his own path. The villagers often spoke of his courage, but they also doubted his strength, believing his youth was a weakness. One winter, a neighboring village was raided by a fierce clan. The warriors returned with stolen riches, and the cry for revenge echoed across Eric's village. His father, the chieftain, prepared to lead an attack, but his age made him wary of battle. Eric saw this as his chance and offered to lead the warriors into battle. His father hesitated, knowing the dangers, but he saw the fire in Eric's eyes. After a long pause, he agreed, giving Eric the chance he had been waiting for. The village gathered to bid the warriors farewell, their hopes resting on Eric's shoulders. The winds howled as they sailed toward the enemy, the tension palpable. Eric's forces landed on the shores of the enemy village, their axes raised high. The battle was brutal, with swords clashing and shields splintering. Eric fought with the fury of a storm. Each strike was filled with the strength of his ancestors. But as the battle raged on, Eric realized that his leadership was being tested. The men looked to him for guidance, and he could not falter. Despite the chaos, Eric kept his focus. He led with precision, giving orders and striking at the heart of the enemy's defenses. By the time the sun set, the enemy was defeated, and their riches were reclaimed. The warriors cheered, lifting Eric on their shoulders, but he knew that this victory was only the beginning. Back in his village, Eric was celebrated as a hero, but there were whispers of doubt. Some questioned whether he had truly earned his place as leader. The old warriors, who had fought alongside his father, remained loyal to the elder chieftain. Eric felt the weight of their judgment, but he also understood that he had to prove himself further. Determined to win their respect, Eric called a council of elders and warriors. He spoke not with pride, but with humility, promising to lead with the wisdom of his father and the strength of his own heart. The elders were skeptical, but they saw the fire in his eyes and the respect he commanded from the younger warriors. It was a small victory, but it was one step closer to what Eric wanted. Weeks after the raid, strange reports began to surface of an even larger threat coming from the north. The enemy clan, now regrouped, was preparing for a larger assault. Eric's father, frail and weakened by age, struggled to keep the village secure. Eric knew that he would have to act fast to protect his people. As Eric gathered his warriors, he realized that this battle would not be fought in the same way. He needed to outthink the enemy, to plan every move carefully. The warriors were ready for the fight, but Eric had to ensure that his leadership would be tested in new ways. The village had always relied on brute strength, but Eric understood that strategy and cunning were just as important. Eric gathered his closest advisors and warriors to devise a plan. He knew that a direct attack would be too risky. They needed to use the land to their advantage. The village was surrounded by dense forests, perfect for ambushes and surprise attacks. Eric ordered the men to create hidden traps and to hide their numbers from the enemy, using the natural terrain to make their strikes deadly. The warriors were impressed by Eric's insight. They could see that he was more than just a fighter. He was a leader who understood the art of war. When the enemy finally arrived, they found themselves walking into a trap. Eric's strategy had worked, and the enemy was overwhelmed. The victory was decisive, but Eric knew that his enemies would not stop easily. As Eric's fame grew, so did the pressure of leadership. The warriors trusted him, but they also expected him to deliver victories. Every day, Eric felt the weight of his responsibility. He spent countless hours in council, making decisions that would shape the future of his village. Some decisions were easy, but others were painful, like deciding who would lead the raids or how to distribute the spoils of war. Despite the burden, Eric never wavered in his commitment to his people. He put their needs above his own, often sacrificing his personal desires for the good of the village. But as time went on, Eric began to feel isolated. Leadership had its rewards, but it also came with a loneliness that he couldn't shake. One night, as Eric sat in the longhouse with his closest allies, a messenger arrived with disturbing news. One of his trusted warriors had betrayed the village, offering information to a rival clan. Eric was torn between justice and the bond he had shared with this warrior. The betrayal cut deep, and Eric knew that he had to act swiftly. In a tense confrontation, Eric faced the traitor. With a heavy heart, he delivered justice, knowing that a leader's duty was to protect his people, no matter the cost. The village mourned the loss, but Eric's decision was understood. He had proven that loyalty to the village was more important than personal connections. Eric's victories had gained the attention of other chieftains, some of whom feared his rising power. A challenger from the north, Jorund, came to Eric's village with a boastful declaration. He would defeat Eric and claim his land. The challenge was accepted, and a great duel was set for the coming days. Eric knew that this would be the test of his strength and leadership. The night before the duel, Eric reflected on his journey. He had fought to prove himself worthy, but now he realized that true strength came from within. He had learned from his battles, his victories, and his losses. He didn't need to fight for honor anymore. He fought for the future of his people. The morning of the duel arrived, and the two warriors stood face to face on the cold, windswept plains. Jorund was massive, with muscles like boulders and an intimidating glare. But Eric's determination was unshakable. They fought fiercely, their axes ringing through the air, but Eric's speed and strategy outmatched Jorund's brute strength. After a long battle, Eric struck the final blow, and Jorund fell to the ground. The villagers erupted in cheers, but Eric's heart was heavy. He had won the duel, but he knew that the true challenge was not in defeating his enemies, but in leading his people with wisdom and courage. After the duel, Eric extended an olive branch to Jorund's followers, offering them peace instead of war. He knew that his true victory lay in uniting the clans, not in further bloodshed. Some accepted his offer, while others refused. But Eric's reputation as a just leader spread across the land, and many came to see him not only as a warrior but as a peacemaker. Eric's father, now too old to lead, stepped down as chieftain, passing the mantle to Eric. The villagers gathered in the longhouse, celebrating the rise of their new leader. Eric looked out over the crowd, proud of the path he had taken, and vowed to lead with wisdom, courage, and compassion. As Eric's rule began, he forged alliances with neighboring clans to strengthen his position. One such alliance came from an unexpected source, a clan led by a woman, Astrid, who had earned respect for her wisdom and bravery. Eric and Astrid formed a bond based on mutual respect, recognizing that together they could face any threat. Together, they built a powerful coalition that brought prosperity to the land. Their combined forces were unmatched, and their leadership became a symbol of strength and unity. Eric realized that leadership was not just about wielding a sword, but about building alliances and understanding the hearts of others. Despite the peace Eric had worked to build, there were still factions that sought to undermine him. One day, a rival chieftain accused Eric of breaking a sacred vow. The accusation was a test of Eric's honor. He knew that his people's faith in him was fragile, and that a single mistake could undo everything he had built. Eric called a council of the elders to discuss the matter, and after careful deliberation, it was determined that the accusation was false. Eric's reputation was upheld, but the test had taught him an important lesson, that honor must be defended not just through strength, but through wisdom and transparency. As years passed, Eric's leadership was remembered as one of the greatest in Viking history. He had led his people through wars, betrayals, and peace, earning the title of chieftain by not only his bloodline but by the strength of his character. The stories of his rise, from a young warrior seeking honor to a wise leader uniting clans, were told around campfires for generations. Eric's legacy was not just in the battles he won, but in the way he ruled with compassion, wisdom, and a sense of duty. He had proved that true leadership is earned through deeds, not titles. And when his time came to pass the torch, he did so with the knowledge that his people would continue to thrive, guided by the lessons he had taught them. Eric's final battle was not against an enemy, but against time itself. As old age began to take its toll, Eric knew that the time had come for him to step aside. But before he did, he led one last raid to protect his people from a looming threat. His final act was one of courage, as he fought valiantly to the end, securing his village's future. When he passed, his legacy lived on. His people remembered the chieftain who had risen from nothing, fought with honor, and led with wisdom. Eric had proven that true strength was not in the blood that ran through his veins, but in the heart that guided his actions. Moral of the story: leadership is not just about strength. It's about wisdom, compassion, and the ability to unite others for a common cause. True leaders rise through challenges, earn respect, and leave a legacy of honor and unity.
Beneath the glimmering waves of the ocean, Elizabeth, a brave and curious mermaid, explores a shipwreck. Among the rusted metal and broken treasures, she discovers an artifact with strange markings. It pulses faintly, filling her with unease. Her friend Marina warns her to leave it, but Elizabeth feels a strange connection to it and takes it home. Later that night, the artifact glows brighter. Elizabeth dreams of destruction, a storm of fire and steel above the water. The ocean whispers to her, but the message is unclear. Determined to uncover the truth, she decides to seek answers. Elizabeth approaches the Council of Tides, a group of ancient mermaids who guard the secrets of the sea. They identify the artifact as part of a human weapon, a signal device used to summon a destructive fleet. It was lost long ago when the ocean swallowed a warship. The council warns Elizabeth that humans have been searching for the device. If they recover it, it could lead to war, as humanity's greed knows no bounds. They order Elizabeth to destroy it, but she hesitates, believing it could be a tool for peace. Curiosity gets the better of Elizabeth. She swims to the surface and observes a fishing vessel. There, she overhears humans discussing their plan to retrieve the artifact to harness its power. Among them is a kind young man named Ezra, who seems conflicted about their mission. Ezra spots Elizabeth in the water. Though startled, he doesn't raise an alarm. Instead, he whispers, "You're real," with a mix of awe and fear. Elizabeth disappears before he can say more, but she senses he might be different from the others. Driven by her intuition, Elizabeth meets Ezra in secret. He explains that his crew works for a corporation exploiting ocean resources. Ezra shares his doubts but feels powerless to stop them. Elizabeth shows him the artifact and warns him of its potential for destruction. Ezra promises to help but insists that Elizabeth must trust him. Though hesitant, Elizabeth agrees, knowing she can't fight this battle alone. She tells him of the ocean's delicate balance, hoping to ignite a sense of responsibility within him. Despite Ezra's promise, his captain grows suspicious of his behavior. When Elizabeth comes to meet Ezra one evening, the crew ambushes her. They capture her and seize the artifact, seeing it as their key to untold riches and power. Ezra tries to intervene, but his protests are drowned out by the captain's greed-fueled commands. As Elizabeth is dragged aboard, she vows to protect her home, even if it means turning against the humans. Back in her underwater kingdom, Elizabeth's capture sends shockwaves through the mermaid community. Marina leads a rescue mission, freeing Elizabeth from her bonds. Though injured, Elizabeth returns to the council with grim news: the humans are preparing for war. The council declares it's time to strike back before humanity destroys the ocean. Elizabeth is torn, knowing that violence will only perpetuate the cycle of hate. But she also realizes that they cannot remain passive. Ezra, guilt-ridden over Elizabeth's capture, sneaks away from his crew and returns to the shore. There, he sends a message using a conch shell Elizabeth gave him. To his relief, Marina responds, reluctantly bringing him to Elizabeth. Ezra begs for forgiveness and offers to help sabotage the humans' operation. While Marina distrusts him, Elizabeth sees sincerity in his eyes and convinces the others to let him try. Elizabeth, Ezra, and Marina devise a plan to retrieve the artifact. They must infiltrate the humans' vessel before it reaches its destination. Ezra warns that the crew won't hesitate to fight, but Elizabeth assures him the mermaid's abilities will level the odds. Marina insists that if Ezra betrays them again, there will be no mercy. Elizabeth, however, believes that Ezra represents the possibility of coexistence between their worlds. The mermaids attack the ship at dawn, using their powers to create massive waves. Ezra guides Elizabeth through the chaos, helping her locate the artifact. Meanwhile, the crew fights desperately to keep control of the vessel. Marina's fury is unmatched as she confronts the captain. Their battle is fierce, but Marina's strength and the ocean's power give her the upper hand. As Elizabeth reaches the artifact, it begins to glow ominously. Ezra warns that it's unstable and could destroy them all. Elizabeth hesitates, torn between destroying it or trying to use it to broker peace. In the end, she decides to destroy it, realizing that no power is worth the risk of annihilation. She channels her energy into the artifact, causing it to implode in a brilliant burst of light. The explosion disables the ship, leaving the crew stranded. Elizabeth and her allies retreat to the depths, watching as the humans scramble for survival. Despite their victory, Elizabeth feels no triumph, only sorrow for the growing divide between their worlds. Ezra promises to spread the message of coexistence among humans, vowing to protect the ocean. Elizabeth hopes his efforts will spark change, though she knows it will take time. Back in the underwater kingdom, the council praises Elizabeth for her bravery but warns her to remain cautious of humanity. Elizabeth, however, believes that Ezra represents a glimmer of hope. She proposes establishing a system of secret communication with trustworthy humans, hoping to build a bridge between their worlds. The council hesitantly agrees, seeing the wisdom in her plan. On land, Ezra faces ridicule for his tales of mermaids and his warnings about the ocean's fragility. Still, he persists, rallying a small group of like-minded individuals to advocate for ocean conservation. Though progress is slow, Ezra's efforts begin to gain traction. He holds onto Elizabeth's words, inspired by her courage and determination. Elizabeth frequently visits the surface, watching Ezra from a distance. She sees the struggles he faces but admires his resilience. Though their worlds remain separate, she feels connected to him through their shared mission. Marina becomes a staunch ally, recognizing that peace requires more than just defense, it requires understanding. Together, they work to spread Elizabeth's vision among the mermaids. Years pass, and signs of change begin to emerge. Humans and mermaids occasionally interact, exchanging knowledge and resources. While mistrust lingers, the seeds of unity take root. Elizabeth reflects on her journey, knowing that peace is a fragile but worthy pursuit. She resolves to protect her home while extending a hand to those willing to help. Beneath the tide, hope glimmers like sunlight on the water. Moral of the story: understanding and cooperation, though difficult, are the strongest tools to bridge even the deepest divides. True change begins with courage, trust, and the willingness to fight for a better future.
In a small village, two mothers lived in separate homes on opposite sides of the village. One mother, Layla, was a gentle and kind-hearted woman who had a son named Ahmed. The other mother, Luna, was a hard-working woman who raised her daughter, Fatima, with fierce determination. Though both mothers lived in the same village, there was an unspoken tension between them, rooted in old stories of rivalry and division. The children, however, were too young to understand the reasons behind their mother's coldness. One evening, as the village gathered for the annual harvest festival, both Layla and Luna arrived with their children. The air was thick with quiet glances and unspoken words. Despite the tension, their children smiled at each other from across the field. Ahmed and Fatima, unaware of the division between their families, had often played together in the fields, their laughter a bright sound in an otherwise somber village. The festival would soon reveal that sometimes, differences between people could be bridged by the innocence of children. The harvest festival was a time for the villagers to come together, celebrate their year's hard work, and share the fruits of their labor. As the festivities began, Layla and Luna kept their distance from each other, both choosing to sit with their respective friends and families. Meanwhile, Ahmed and Fatima wandered through the festival grounds, their eyes wide with wonder at the colorful displays of fruits, flowers, and food. Their laughter echoed, drawing the attention of those around them, reminding the villagers of a time when unity had been the heart of the village. As the sun began to set, the villagers gathered for the grand feast. The sky above them was painted in shades of orange and pink, a beautiful sight that seemed to bring a sense of peace. For a moment, it felt as if the village might forget its past divisions. Layla glanced at Luna across the gathering, her heart heavy with the weight of old memories. Yet, it was not the shadows of the past that filled her thoughts, but the image of her son laughing beside Luna's daughter. It was a rare moment of realization, perhaps the future was in the hands of their children, who knew nothing of the past. Just as the feast began, dark clouds suddenly rolled in, and a fierce storm swept through the village. The skies grew dark, and the wind howled as rain poured down in torrents. The festival grounds, once vibrant with joy, were now a scene of chaos. People scrambled to protect their belongings, and the children, frightened by the storm, ran to their mothers for comfort. In the midst of the panic, Layla found herself standing beside Luna, both mothers sheltering their children under the same tree. The storm raged for hours, but it was in the eye of the tempest that Layla and Luna shared a quiet moment. For the first time in many years, they spoke to each other without the barrier of old grudges. Their conversation was simple, about the children, about the weather, about the village, but it marked the beginning of a quiet understanding. As the rain continued to fall, it was no longer just the storm outside that was being weathered, but the storm of animosity between the two mothers. When the storm finally passed, the village was left in disarray. The harvest feast had been ruined, and many of the crops were damaged. But as the villagers came together to assess the damage, something remarkable happened. Layla and Luna, standing side by side, began organizing the efforts to rebuild the festival. Their children, still holding hands, played together as if nothing had changed. The bond between them was simple and pure, untouched by the complexities that burdened their mothers. It became clear that the storm, though destructive, had brought a sense of unity to the village. The two mothers, once separated by old wounds, found themselves working together, setting aside their differences for the sake of their children. The village, which had long been divided, began to feel the subtle shift toward healing. It was a gentle reminder that sometimes, the strongest bridges are built not from the past, but from the future that the children represent. In the days that followed the storm, Layla and Luna found themselves meeting more often. Their conversations, once awkward and strained, had become more natural. They spoke of their children's future, their hopes for the village, and even the struggles they had faced as mothers. Luna, who had always been wary of Layla, began to see the depth of her kindness and strength. Layla, in turn, admired Luna's resilience and determination. For the first time in many years, both women realized how much they had in common. As they sat together in the village square, watching their children play in the distance, a sense of peace settled over them. The past no longer seemed as important as the future they were building. They had learned that healing could begin with small steps, small conversations, quiet moments of understanding. And perhaps, just perhaps, their children were the key to the change they so desperately needed. One evening, as the village prepared for another festival, Layla and Luna decided to work together on a project. They would plant a garden in the village square, a symbol of the new unity they were beginning to nurture. The garden would be a place where all the children could come to play, learn, and grow. As they planted the first seeds together, the two women shared a moment of quiet reflection. They realized that, like the garden, their relationship had the potential to bloom with care and time. The garden was soon a testament to their hard work. It grew beautifully, with flowers and trees that flourished under their care. The children, Ahmed and Fatima, spent hours in the garden, their laughter once again filling the air. The village, once divided, now had a place where everyone could come together, a symbol of new beginnings and shared hope. The garden was a gentle reminder that, sometimes, healing requires patience and nurturing, just like a seed waiting to bloom. Months passed, and the village began to change. The once silent divide between Layla and Luna had transformed into a deep and abiding friendship. The villagers, who had once avoided the two women, now sought their wisdom and leadership. Together, they taught the children about the importance of unity, kindness, and working together. It was not just a lesson for the children, but for the entire village. The story of their reconciliation spread like wildfire, inspiring others to mend their own broken relationships. But the most remarkable part of this change was the invisible thread that connected their lives. It was not something that could be seen, but it was felt deeply in the hearts of the villagers. It was the understanding that, beneath the same sky, everyone shared the same hopes and dreams. Whether a mother or a child, every person was part of the same fabric of life, woven together by love, respect, and a willingness to heal. And in that shared space, the village was reborn. One day, as the children played in the garden, Ahmed and Fatima sat together, watching their mother's work in the village square. They spoke about the changes they had witnessed in their village, how the laughter had returned, and how the once divided families now gathered as one. They made a promise to each other, a promise to always work together, to never let division tear them apart. They understood, even at their young age, that the future was theirs to shape, and it would be a future of unity. The two children, as if understanding the weight of their promise, shook hands. Their bond was unbreakable, much like the one their mothers had begun to rebuild. In the years to come, Ahmed and Fatima would become leaders of the village, guiding it toward a future of peace and cooperation. The lessons learned from their mothers, and the example of their reconciliation, would shape their path. And in this way, the village would continue to thrive beneath the same sky. As Layla and Luna sat together in the garden one evening, they looked out at the village they had helped rebuild. The once fractured community had become a thriving, united place, where people of all backgrounds and histories came together to share in the joys of life. The two mothers realized that their children had been the catalysts for this change, but it was their willingness to let go of the past that had made it possible. They had learned that, in order to create a future, one must first heal from the wounds of the past. Layla turned to Luna, her eyes filled with gratitude. "We've come a long way," she said softly. Luna smiled, her face warm with understanding. "Yes, we have." And it all started with a single step toward each other. Together, they watched the sun set over the village, the sky once again painted with beautiful colors. It was a reminder that even the darkest storms could give way to the brightest skies, and that unity was always within reach. Years later, the village came together to celebrate a wedding, a joyous occasion that marked not only the union of two people but the unity of the village itself. Ahmed, now a young man, had fallen in love with Fatima, and their marriage was a symbol of the harmony that had been cultivated over the years. Layla and Luna, standing side by side, watched with pride as their children exchanged vows beneath the same sky that had once been a backdrop for division. The wedding was a celebration of love, not just between two people, but between the entire village. The unity that had been born from the bond of two mothers and their children had spread throughout the community, creating a legacy of peace that would endure for generations. As the couple shared their first dance, the villagers cheered, knowing that this moment was a testament to the power of reconciliation and the enduring strength of family. The wedding feast was a grand affair, filled with music, laughter, and delicious food. The village square, once a place of quiet tension, was now alive with joy. Layla and Luna sat together, reminiscing about the days when they had first begun to rebuild their friendship. They had never imagined that their children would one day marry, but it felt like the perfect culmination of everything they had worked toward. The feast, like the wedding itself, was a symbol of the village's transformation. As they shared stories with the other villagers, both mothers realized that the future was not just about the next generation, but about the choices made today. It was about the kindness, patience, and understanding that had allowed them to heal. And as they watched their children dance, they knew that the village had a bright future, built on the foundation of love and unity. Years passed, and the village continued to thrive. Ahmed and Fatima, now parents themselves, raised their children in the same garden that their mothers had once planted together. The lessons of unity, compassion, and forgiveness had been passed down through the generations, creating a culture of peace that was felt by all. Layla and Luna, now older, spent their days in the garden, watching the legacy they had built grow stronger with each passing year. The village had become a place where differences were celebrated, where families from all walks of life could come together and live in harmony. It was a reminder that, beneath the same sky, everyone had a place, and that unity could be achieved through understanding, patience, and love. The story of Layla, Luna, and their children became a cherished tale in the village, a reminder to future generations that healing was possible and that peace could be built, one step at a time. One day, the young couple moved to the village, looking for a place to start a family. They had heard the stories of the village's transformation and were eager to become part of it. Layla and Luna, now grandmothers, welcomed the couple with open arms, sharing their story of reconciliation and the importance of unity. The couple, inspired by their words, vowed to continue the tradition of peace that had been established long ago. The village, once divided by old wounds, had become a beacon of hope for those seeking a place of belonging. And as the sun set over the fields, the villagers gathered once again, beneath the same sky, to celebrate the unity they had created together. The story of two mothers and their children had become a timeless lesson, one that would continue to inspire all who lived there. As the years went on, the story of the two mothers, Layla and Luna, was passed down through generations. Their journey from division to unity had become a central part of the village's history, a reminder that reconciliation was possible, no matter how deep the wounds. The village became known for its peaceful spirit, and people from all around came to learn from its example. And so, beneath the same sky, the village flourished, a testament to the power of love, unity, and the simple truth that, no matter our differences, we are all connected by the same sky, the same world, and the same hopes for a better future. Moral of the story: healing begins when we let go of the past and work together toward a shared future. Unity is built through understanding, kindness, and patience, and even the deepest divides can be bridged when we open our hearts to one another.
In the heart of the peaceful village of Clearwater, a charismatic farmer named Daniel was admired for his charm and hard work. His crops flourished year after year, and his smile seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Women in the village couldn't help but be drawn to him, captivated by his wit and good looks. However, Daniel's charisma was a double-edged sword. His charm led to whispers and knowing glances. While some admired his magnetic personality, others were uneasy about how easily he connected with the women of the village. Daniel's reputation began to grow beyond his farming skills. Several women in the village, young and old, started to show signs of pregnancy, all with strikingly similar timing. When asked about the fathers, the answers were almost always the same: Daniel. The news spread like wildfire. Some villagers were amused, others shocked, and many outraged. The elders decided to summon Daniel for a council meeting to address the unfolding drama. In the council meeting, Daniel defended himself with confidence, claiming he had no ill intentions. "I care for everyone in this village," he said. "I've only offered comfort and love." The elders, however, were not swayed. They reminded him of the responsibility that comes with his actions. The head elder, a stern woman named Agnes, warned Daniel that his behavior could disrupt the harmony of the village. "Love is not just an act of pleasure, Daniel. It's a commitment," she said firmly. Despite the warnings, Daniel's behavior continued. He seemed almost addicted to the attention he received from the women. Many of the expectant mothers began to rely on him for support, but his resources and time were stretched thin. One day, a young woman named Chantal confronted him. "Daniel, do you see the burden you're leaving for us? Our children deserve fathers who will be present, not just providers of a name," she said. Chantal's words struck a nerve. For the first time, Daniel began to see the chaos he was creating. Children would soon be born into uncertainty, and families were beginning to fracture. Yet, his pride wouldn't let him admit fault openly. Meanwhile, the village buzzed with gossip. Some women regretted their involvement, while others sought to hold Daniel accountable for the future of their children. As the seasons passed, the once thriving fields of Clearwater began to falter. Daniel, overwhelmed with obligations, had neglected his farming duties. His crops withered, and his wealth dwindled. It became a metaphor for the growing tension within the community. Villagers began to resent him, blaming him for the discord. The harmony that once defined Clearwater seemed like a distant memory. Daniel decided to visit an old friend, a wise elder named Mzee Kato, who lived on the outskirts of the village. Mzee Kato listened patiently as Daniel poured out his frustrations and confusion. "You have scattered your seed carelessly, my boy," Mzee Kato said. "But seeds need nurturing, not just planting. It's time to take responsibility for the forest you've grown." Taking Mzee Kato's advice to heart, Daniel began visiting the women he had wronged. He apologized sincerely and vowed to do better. Some forgave him, while others remained skeptical. Chantal, however, challenged him further. "Words are not enough, Daniel. Show us through your actions that you mean to change," she said. Daniel decided to organize a village meeting. Standing before the entire community, he admitted his mistakes and asked for their guidance in making amends. "I have been selfish, and my actions have caused pain," he confessed. "Help me become a better man for this village." His vulnerability surprised many. It marked the beginning of a slow, cautious reconciliation. With the community's support, Daniel started a cooperative farming initiative. He brought the women together, encouraging them to take control of their livelihoods. The initiative provided not only food security but also a sense of empowerment for the mothers. The once failing fields of Clearwater began to flourish again. The villagers started to see hope amidst the chaos. Daniel also began spending time with the children he had fathered. He worked tirelessly to build relationships with them, playing, teaching, and providing for their needs. His efforts didn't go unnoticed. The children, despite the circumstances of their birth, began to thrive under his care and the collective support of the village. As the years passed, Clearwater began to heal. The cooperative farming initiative grew into a model for other villages, and the children raised by the community became symbols of resilience and unity. Daniel, though far from perfect, earned back the respect of many villagers. He became a vocal advocate for responsible relationships and the importance of family. Chantal, who had been one of Daniel's fiercest critics, started to see his transformation. She approached him one day and said, "You've come a long way, Daniel. But remember, the work of building trust never ends." Her words became a guiding principle for Daniel as he continued to rebuild his life and the relationships he had strained. The children grew into young adults, carrying the lessons of their upbringing. They became advocates for community, cooperation, and responsibility, inspired by the collective efforts of the village to raise them. Daniel took pride in their achievements, knowing that his mistakes had ultimately led to a stronger, more united Clearwater. One evening, as the sun set over the vibrant fields of the village, Daniel sat surrounded by his children and the women who had once harbored resentment toward him. They laughed, shared stories, and celebrated their shared journey. Clearwater had not only survived the storm but had come out stronger. Daniel had learned the true meaning of responsibility and love, and the village had found unity in adversity. Moral of the story: actions have consequences, and true love requires responsibility and care. Redemption is possible through humility, accountability, and the support of a community willing to forgive and rebuild.
Imagine being in a big, rumbling bus with your best friends, driving through dusty roads under the bright African sun. That was me, Kiza, on my way to Akajura National Park. I had only seen wild animals in books, but today, I was going to see them for real. As we entered the park, the landscape changed: big grasslands, rivers with shimmering water, and hills stretching into the sky. Suddenly, the driver stopped. Right in front of us, a majestic giraffe stood tall, chewing on the leaves of an acacia tree. I couldn't believe my eyes. Friend, whispering, "That's the tallest animal in the world." Kiza, in awe, and it's standing right there. Tour guide, in Rwandan culture, we respect all animals. They are like teachers, every animal has something to teach us. For example, the giraffe reminds us to aim high in life. We reached a river full of huge, round creatures, hippos. They looked like they were just floating and enjoying the water. But the guide warned us, never get too close to hippos. They may look calm, but they can be dangerous if disturbed. Kiza, giggling, I think I'd rather watch them from here. I'm not ready to become a hippo's lunch. As we continued, we spotted a herd of zebras grazing together. Their black and white stripes looked so neat, like they were wearing pajamas. Tour guide, the zebra is special because of unity. Their stripes help them stay together and confuse predators. It teaches us that working together makes us stronger. Friend, so, even if we look different, we are stronger as one. Keezer, nodding, like a family. After a long day, we set up camp. As the sun dipped below the hills, the sky turned orange and pink. We sat around a campfire, listening to the guide tell stories about the animals and their lessons. Guide, every animal has its story and its role. Just like in life, we all have a purpose. The lion teaches courage, the elephant patience, and the monkey reminds us to find joy in small moments. Keezer, whispering, I think I learned a lot from the animals today. Friend, me too. And tomorrow, we'll see even more. As I listened to the crackling fire and gazed at the stars, I felt grateful. The park wasn't just about seeing animals. It was about understanding nature and learning life lessons. On the way back home, I looked out of the window, replaying the adventure in my mind. The giraffe taught me to aim high, the hippos reminded me to be careful, the zebra showed me the power of unity, and the campfire stories warmed my heart. Akajura National Park wasn't just a place, it was a lesson. Keezer, smiling, I'll never forget this trip. And one day, I'll bring my little brother so he can learn from the animals too. And just like that, we drove off, leaving behind the golden grasslands, but carrying their lessons with us forever.
If you like the story, please subscribe, like, and share to stay updated on all our latest videos.
Mai, a young woman of noble birth, wanders through the market in disguise. She stumbles upon Wei, a humble craftsman, as he sells his pottery. Mesmerized by his art, Mai buys a small cup, sparking a brief but intense conversation. They part ways, each deeply affected by the encounter. Back at her estate, Mai hides the cup in her room and daydreams about the man she met. Wei, meanwhile, recalls Mai's grace and wonders about her background. They both know that pursuing a connection is forbidden, but their curiosity and longing only grow. Under the cover of darkness, Mai returns to the market, hoping to see Wei. Their eyes meet, and they share a heartfelt conversation. Wei learns of Mai's noble background and the societal boundaries between them. Despite this, they feel drawn to each other, and a spark of hope ignites within them. Over the weeks, Mai and Wei continue to meet in secret, sharing stories, laughter, and dreams. Mai is captivated by Wei's kindness and simplicity, while Wei admires Mai's wisdom and grace. Their love blossoms, but a shadow of fear hangs over them. They know they're risking everything. One night, Mai's family notices her sneaking out, and her father becomes suspicious. When questioned, Mai avoids the truth, but her father warns her against mingling with commoners. The pressure weighs on Mai, but her love for Wei only strengthens. Wei's family, too, begins to notice changes in him. His mother, sensing something unusual, advises him to focus on his work and forget about unrealistic dreams. Torn between family and love, Wei wrestles with his emotions, realizing he must choose a path soon. One evening, Mai and Wei meet near the Great Wall. As they gaze at its towering structure, they discuss the wall's symbolism, its purpose to protect, yet also divide. They realize that like the wall, societal expectations keep them apart, but their love has built a bridge between them. Desperate to stay together, Mai suggests they escape to a distant town where no one knows them. Wei is hesitant, knowing the risks and the consequences, but he agrees to plan their future together. They prepare for a life away from the chains of tradition. On the night they plan to leave, Mai's family intercepts her. Furious, her father forbids her from seeing Wei, threatening to cut her off from her family. Heartbroken, Mai is confined to her room, and Wei is warned to stay away or face punishment. Days turn into weeks, and both Mai and Wei suffer from the forced separation. Though apart, they find solace in the memories they share. Mai hides letters in the hollow of a tree, hoping that Wei will find them someday. Wei, too, visits the tree, leaving messages for her. In a moment of courage, Mai confronts her father, expressing her love for Wei and pleading for his acceptance. Her father, though unmoved, begins to see Mai's conviction. He warns her of the disgrace it would bring, but Mai insists that true love knows no class. Wei's family and friends pressure him to let go of Mai, warning him that noble families only bring pain. Yet, Wei stands firm, declaring his love for Mai as something greater than any societal boundary. His loyalty earns him respect, but his future remains uncertain. In the quiet of his study, Mai's father reflects on her words and recalls his own youth.
He realizes the strength of Mai's love and begins to question the traditions he has upheld so rigidly. Though reluctant, he starts to consider giving Mai and Wei a chance. Finally, Mai's father allows her to see Wei, though with strict conditions. The reunion is emotional, and they express their gratitude to her father, promising to honor both families. Mai's father warns Wei to protect his daughter's happiness, and Wei swears his loyalty. With the blessings of their families, Mai and Wei begin their lives together. They become a symbol of unity in their community, showing that love transcends all barriers. Mai's father, too, softens, proud of his daughter's courage in following her heart. Moral of the story: true love transcends boundaries, defying social norms and familial expectations. Mai and Wei's story teaches us that love, trust, and courage can overcome even the greatest of walls. When we listen to our hearts, we find personal happiness and inspire those around us to embrace compassion, understanding, and change.
Naomi and Owen were the epitome of a perfect couple. Their love was the stuff of dreams, and everyone around them admired their bond. They were best friends, lovers, and soulmates all wrapped into one. Their home, a cozy cottage at the edge of the town, was filled with laughter, love, and the scent of freshly baked meals. Every evening, they would share their day over dinner, laughing at the smallest jokes and making plans for the future. But Owen carried a secret, one so deep that even Naomi, the woman he loved, could never suspect it. While he played the role of the doting husband at home, he was also living another life, one filled with lies, deceit, and betrayal. Every night, after kissing Naomi goodnight, he would disappear into a world of affairs, leaving behind only an empty bed and an aching conscience. Naomi had started noticing subtle changes in Owen's behavior. He had become distant, often lost in thought, and there were days when he would come home late with excuses that didn't quite add up. Her heart began to sink, and a quiet whisper of doubt crept into her mind. She dismissed it at first, thinking it was just her overactive imagination, but deep down, she knew something wasn't right. One evening, when Owen was working late again, Naomi decided to take a walk to clear her head. As she strolled through the park, she overheard a conversation that would shatter her world. A woman's voice, soft and familiar, mentioned Owen's name in a way that suggested there was more than just friendship between them. Her heart raced as she pieced the words together, her fears now confirmed. Owen had betrayed her trust. Naomi returned home that night with a heavy heart. She didn't know how to approach Owen, or if she should even confront him at all. She sat by the window, staring out into the dark night, as the weight of the truth settled upon her. The love she thought was unbreakable was now shattered, and the man she trusted with her heart was no longer who he seemed. Finally, she decided she couldn't live with the uncertainty any longer. Owen arrived home hours later, his face lighting up when he saw her. But Naomi was no longer the same woman he had left earlier. She looked at him with cold eyes, demanding the truth. Owen froze, the mask he wore for so long now slipping away. He knew the jig was up, and for the first time, he felt the full weight of his double life crashing down on him. Owen sat down, his shoulders slumped with guilt. He confessed everything, from the affairs to the lies he had told to cover up his deceit. He spoke of the excitement he felt in his secret life, the thrill of being someone else, someone more desirable than the man who had been Naomi's husband. He told her how he had convinced himself that his actions didn't matter, that she would never find out. Naomi listened in silence, her heart breaking with every word Owen spoke. The love they had shared seemed so distant now, as though it belonged to another lifetime. She had trusted him with everything, and he had shattered that trust beyond repair. The man she had once called her soulmate was now a stranger, and the dream they had built together was crumbling before her eyes. Naomi's world felt as if it had been turned upside down. She couldn't understand how Owen, the man who had promised to love and cherish her forever, could betray her in such a painful way. The hurt was so deep that it seemed to consume her entire being. She spent sleepless nights replaying the past, wondering if there had been signs she had missed.
Her friends and family rallied around her, offering support, but the pain remained. Every corner of their home held memories of the love they once shared, and now those memories felt tainted. Naomi tried to keep busy, but it was impossible to escape the reality of what had happened. Owen's betrayal had not only torn apart her trust in him, but also in herself. Owen, too, was grappling with the consequences of his actions. The excitement of his double life had faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of regret and shame. He had lost the woman he loved, and no amount of apologies could undo the damage he had caused. He knew he had crossed a line that could never be erased. He tried to make amends, but Naomi's heart had already begun to harden. She no longer saw the man she had once adored. All she saw was a man who had stolen her peace and shattered her trust. He begged for forgiveness, but deep down, he knew that the love they had once shared could never be the same again. As days passed, Naomi struggled with the decision of whether to leave Owen or try to rebuild their life together. Her heart was divided, torn between the love she had for him and the pain he had caused her. Part of her still longed for the man she had once called her partner, but another part of her knew she could never fully trust him again. Owen, on the other hand, was desperate to prove that he could change. He promised to cut ties with the woman he had been seeing and make things right. But no matter how many promises he made, Naomi couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that he had already broken her in ways that couldn't be fixed. One evening, as Naomi sat by the window, reflecting on everything that had happened, she made a decision. She realized that her happiness couldn't depend on someone who had betrayed her trust so deeply. She had to let go of the man she loved in order to find herself again. It was a painful decision, but she knew it was the only way forward. Owen, sensing her resolve, finally understood that no matter how much he begged, Naomi was no longer the woman he had once known. She was stronger now, and the love they had shared was no longer enough to heal the wounds he had inflicted. He respected her decision, though his heart shattered in the process. Naomi took time for herself. She surrounded herself with loved ones and focused on rebuilding her life, piece by piece. Slowly, she began to rediscover the woman she had been before Owen entered her life. She started pursuing her passions again, things she had put on hold for the sake of her marriage. Her heart, though scarred, began to heal. Owen, too, embarked on a journey of self-reflection. He realized that the thrill of his secret life had been a fleeting escape, one that left him empty and regretful. He sought therapy to understand the root of his actions and worked on becoming a better person, though he knew it would take time. Months later, Naomi and Owen crossed paths at a local cafe. The sight of him stirred old feelings, but it wasn't the same as before. She had moved on, and though there was still pain, she had learned to forgive him, not for his sake, but for her own healing. Owen, too, had changed. He no longer sought to win her back, but simply wanted to see her happy. They exchanged a few words, polite but distant. In that moment, Naomi realized that the love they had once shared had died, but it had paved the way for both of them to grow and heal. She smiled softly, knowing that sometimes, the hardest love stories end in freedom, not togetherness. As the months passed, Naomi found peace in her decision. She met new people and opened her heart to new possibilities. She learned that love was not just about being with someone, it was about loving oneself first and foremost. She was no longer defined by her past, but empowered by the lessons it had taught her. Owen, on the other hand, continued his journey of self-improvement. Though he still carried the weight of his mistakes, he was learning to live with the consequences of his actions. He had hurt the woman he loved, but he was learning to love himself in a way that would make him a better person, even if it meant being alone. Years later, Naomi found love again, not in the way she had imagined, but in a way that felt right for her. She had grown into a stronger, more confident woman who had learned the importance of self-love and trust. The love she shared with her new partner was built on honesty, respect, and mutual understanding, qualities that had been absent in her marriage to Owen. Owen, though still regretful, had come to terms with the fact that he could never go back to the life he had once known. He had to accept that some mistakes couldn't be undone, but they could serve as lessons for the future. He began working on his relationships with others, vowing never to repeat the mistakes of his past. Naomi sat quietly one evening, reflecting on everything that had led her to this point. She thought of Owen, of the love they had shared, and of the pain he had caused. She didn't hate him, but she had learned that love was not enough to overcome betrayal. True love was built on trust, and without it, nothing could survive. She smiled, knowing that the journey had made her stronger. She was no longer the naive woman who had believed in the fairytale of perfect love. Instead, she was someone who knew her worth and would never settle for anything less than the respect and love she deserved. Owen, years later, found himself sitting in the same cafe where he had once met Naomi. The years had not been kind, but they had been enlightening. He thought of the woman he had loved and lost, and of the life he had once taken for granted. He had finally accepted the reality of his actions and the pain he had caused. At that moment, Owen knew that forgiveness didn't always mean reconciliation. It sometimes meant letting go and learning to live with the lessons of the past. He had learned to forgive himself, but he would never forget the consequences of his double life. Moral of the story: this story of Naomi and Owen teaches us that love, though powerful, cannot survive without trust. Betrayal may tear apart even the strongest relationships, but it also provides an opportunity for growth and healing. True love begins with self-love and respect, and sometimes, the hardest choices lead to the greatest freedom.